Drip. In a dark chamber, cold water struck the boy's forehead. Lin Cheng snapped his eyes open. Once his vision cleared, he froze. Wasn't I just at home playing games? Where is this? In the oppressive gloom before him, Lin Cheng relied on the weak candlelight to realize he was locked inside an iron cage. In the next instant, memories in his mind surged forth like a broken dam. They poured out unrestrained. The Zhaoyan dynasty, the imperial guards the princess captured. As he assimilated these memories, Lin Cheng's gaze gradually grew clear. He had transmigrated and become an imperial guard. His superior had assigned him to serve as the princess's personal escort. The princess had an especially playful nature. She obtained a special token from the imperial consort and led Lin Cheng and the others out of the palace. Yet an unforeseen calamity struck. Someone actually dared make a move against the princess on the main street of the capital. Just as Lin Cheng and the other imperial guards were about to rush forward, a chilling aura swept over them from behind, and they all collapsed into unconsciousness. When the influx of memories ended, Lin Cheng steadied himself for a moment. By the faint candlelight, he could now clearly see that all the cages around him held his fellow imperial guards. They might still be alive for now, yet death was only a matter of time. Leaving aside whether they could even escape this place. Even if they did manage to get out, the court would brand them with the crime of failing to protect the royal. At best, they would be cast into a deep prison. At worst, they would lose their heads. Nor would it end there. If any harm befell the princess, every last one of these imperial guards would be executed along with their entire families. It's over. A thread of despair coiled in Lin Cheng's heart. He clearly remembered that just before he blacked out, he had personally seen the princess stuffed into a large sack. Now it was truly disastrous. The colleagues beside him would all have their households wiped out. It was utterly ruined. Lin Cheng even felt like crying. He had just transmigrated only to run straight into such a fatal predicament. A crisp chime echoed in his mind. The mandate system is binding. Transmigrated detected. Awarding 200 fake coins. Hearing the strange voice in his head, Lin Cheng's face lit up with unrestrained joy. Of course. How could a transmigrator possibly be without a system? As the binding completed, Lin Cheng hurriedly focused his thoughts, and a system panel unfolded before his eyes. Host Lin Cheng. Cultivation Art Lin Clan Blade Art Entry. Strength 3rd rate. Fake coins 200. Before Lin Cheng could even wonder, the system transmitted all relevant information directly into his mind. After he finished reading the system's functions, a hint of delight surfaced on Lin Cheng's face. There was hope. This system was one that could rapidly advance cultivation arts. So long as he had enough fake coins, even peerless and invincible divine abilities could be mastered in an instant. Yet when Lin Cheng saw the current information on the panel, his smile froze. The Lin Clan Blade Art. And a mere 200 fake coins. From his inherited memories, Lin Cheng knew this Lin Clan Blade Art was a secret manual passed down by his ancestors. Once mastered to great completion, it could rival the skills of first-rate experts of the Jianghu. This blade art was famed for its speed and domineering ferocity. In his youth, his father Lin Shao had achieved great completion in the art and single-handedly wiped out an entire bandit gang, his prestige shaking the region. For that deed, Lin's father had received imperial commendation. Lin Cheng's entry into the ranks of the imperial guards was entirely thanks to his father. Fake coins, meanwhile, could be used to accelerate the mastery of arts. The system, however, was miserly. Only 200 coins. System. Staring at the 200 fake coins on the panel, Lin Cheng continued, add points for me. At once the fake coins on the panel rapidly dropped to 0. Cultivation Art Lin Clan Blade Art Minor Completion. Strength 2nd rate. Fake coins 0. Lin Cheng's blade art had advanced from entry level to minor completion. In that instant, Lin Cheng felt new memories appear out of thin air in his mind. They were all scenes of him practicing the blade day after day through winter cold and summer heat. 10 years of bitter practice, and the blade art had only reached minor completion. Is my talent really that poor? Lin Cheng's expression turned somewhat ugly. His father had reached great completion in merely 7 or 8 years. As his father's son, he actually needed 10 years just to reach minor completion. If others found out, it would be utterly humiliating. Thankfully, he had the system. At once, Lin Cheng formed a blade with his palm. Within the iron cage, he swiftly ran through a full set of blade techniques. Where the forms had once been obscure and clumsy, they now flowed with clarity, a trace of fierce swiftness emerging in every motion. With the blade art at minor completion, Lin Cheng felt a measure of confidence return. Eyeing the iron cage before him, he grew tempted. I wonder if I can break this iron cage. Once the Lin Clan blade art reached minor completion, a blade aura would arise within the practitioner's body. Even with his palms serving as the blade, the power would be no weaker than common steel. He focused his will and struck. Lin Cheng chopped his palm down onto the iron bars. With a metallic clang, his hand blade slammed into the cage, and a jagged gap appeared on the bars. Before Lin Cheng could follow up with another strike, creak. The dim chamber flared with torchlight bright as day. A masked man in black appeared before the cage, his eyes brimming with killing intent. What are you doing? Staring at Lin Cheng, he slowly drew the long blade at his waist. Since you're so eager to die, I'll send you on your way. The blade left its sheath, its edge glinting like a mirror. Lin Cheng showed not a trace of fear. He was now a second-rate expert. Even confined in this iron cage, his opponent would not easily take him down. Wait. Not far away, someone stood up inside another cage. The masked man in black looked over, his tone faintly respectful. Wang Fong, you no longer need to remain hidden. The orders from above are clear: leave no survivors. I didn't tell you to spare him. The man in the cage spoke again, fixing his gaze on Lin Cheng. Let me out. I'll kill him myself. The black-clad man turned and swung his blade. The edge cleaved open Wang Fong's cage. A young man in plain clothes stepped out, walking up to Lin Cheng's cage. Lin Cheng, you never expected this, did you? Wang Fong. Lin Cheng stared at him, grinding his teeth in hatred. The princess might be fond of play, but her movements were kept strictly secret. This ambush had clearly been premeditated. The attackers had to obtain her itinerary in advance. Wang Fong had actually dared to betray the princess. Staring coldly at him, Lin Cheng sneered. Wang Fong, do you understand the consequences? If the princess is harmed, you won't escape either. I have powerful patrons. I'm not afraid. Wang Fong laughed with reckless arrogance, fixing his gaze on Lin Cheng. I've disliked you for a long time. Your strength is obviously the lowest, so why did the princess favor you? I refuse to accept it. Wang Fong roared. Ding. Slay Wang Fong to receive a reward of 500 fate coins. Suddenly hearing the system prompt, Lin Cheng's face brightened with delight. Truly, heaven never completely bars one's path. What are you laughing at? Seeing Lin Cheng smile, Wang Fong abruptly snatched the long blade from the black-clad man's hands. You like to laugh, huh? I'll stab you to death. In the past, faced with a strike like this, Lin Cheng would likely have had no power to fight back. But now his blade art had reached minor completion. Within the cage, Lin Cheng merely tilted his body, and he easily evaded the ferocious thrust. Not good. The black-clad observer, seeing Lin Cheng's movement, shouted. Wang Fong, fall back. Too late. Lin Cheng had already steadied his footing. He reversed his grip and seized the blade, yanking hard. Caught off guard, Wang Fong felt the weapon ripped from his hands. Die. Snatching the long blade, Lin Cheng thrust backward in one fluid motion, the tip piercing Wang Fong's throat. Ding, mission complete. The system prompt rang by Lin Cheng's ear. All of it into the Lin clan blade art. Lin Cheng roared inwardly. In an instant, the newly gained 500 fate coins were all invested into the Lin clan blade art. Once more, fresh memories surged into his mind. The blade art had reached great completion. Meant to me. Seeing how fierce Lin Cheng had become, the masked man yelled urgently for reinforcements. In an instant, more than a dozen men in black surged into the chamber. Slay all black-clad assailants to receive 200 fate coins. The system prompt once again sounded in Lin Cheng's ears. Good. Lin Cheng cleaved open the iron cage with a single stroke, then looked coldly at the black-clad men before him. Today will be the day you all lose your lives. The dark chamber was rife with murderous intent. Facing a crowd of knife-wielding men in black, Lin Cheng showed not the slightest trace of fear. Within less than the time it took to burn a stick of incense, he had perfected the Lin family blade art. Even before a top expert of the Jianghu, he would not flinch. All the more so when his opponents were merely these men in black. From their auras alone, Lin Cheng could tell that at most one or two among them were third-rate experts. The rest were nothing more than ordinary martial thugs. These 200 fate coins were already his for the taking. Brothers, kill him for me. Seeing many more subordinates rush in, the masked man in black bared his vicious intent. Hack this brat into minced meat and steam him to feed the dogs. As his words fell, 5 or 6 men in black raised their blades and rushed at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng retreated lightly a few steps, lowering his long saber to his waist, settling into a blade-drawing stance. Once they drew near, Lin Cheng suddenly unsheathed his blade. Cold light flashed along the edge, and an invisible arc of saber chi was dragged forth by the blade, slashing toward the men in black. At such close range, the saber chi arrived in an instant. The men in black sensed impending doom, yet had nowhere to evade. The saber chi pierced straight through their bodies. In the blink of an eye, under the stunned gazes of all present, several of the men in black had their blades severed and their lives cut short. Silence fell over the dark chamber. Seeing his own blade art display such invincible might, Lin Cheng could not help but feel a surge of secret elation. At the minor attainment realm, the Lin family blade art allowed one to treat the hand as a blade. Now that he had reached great attainment, it could even cleave forth saber chi. Saber chi was formless and colorless, best suited for ambush. Continue, Lin Cheng set his tone icy as he looked at the remaining men in black. Yet as his voice faded, not a single one of them moved. They stared in terror at the corpses on the ground and the severed blades. Suddenly someone cried out, "This is bad, this brat can unleash saber chi." At those words, cold sweat broke out down the backs of all the men in black. Saber chi. In the Jianghu, a third-rate expert could contend with more than a dozen burly fighters, and a second-rate expert possessed inner strength to shield the body. Only a first-rate expert was capable of unleashing saber chi. "He's first-rate," someone shouted. "Run!" Another voice immediately followed. In an instant, the men in black fell into chaos, scrambling in all directions, all surging madly toward the exit of the dark chamber. How could Lin Cheng possibly allow them to escape? According to the criminal code of the Zhaoyan dynasty, attempting to assassinate imperial kin warranted the execution of 9 generations, and provoking the imperial guards was a capital crime. These men clearly knew Lin Cheng was an imperial guard, yet dared to make a move. Their crimes were beyond forgiveness. They were to be executed on the spot. Lin Cheng leapt forward, his saber dancing like a rainstorm as sheets of blood splattered through the air. The men in black fell like wheat before the scythe, bodies tumbling to the ground, heads and torsos parted. Not far away, the masked man in black stood stupefied. He had thought Lin Cheng to be no more than a third-rate martial artist, yet the other party turned out to be a first-rate expert. Now his own life was forfeit. "Don't come any closer." Seeing Lin Cheng walking toward him with saber in hand, the masked man tried to threaten him. "Brat, your princess is in our hands. If you kill me, you can forget about ever finding her again. You can wait for your 9 generations to be executed," he added. "You know the princess's whereabouts." Lin Cheng suppressed his killing intent and asked evenly, "Drop your saber and cripple your own cultivation," the masked man said when he saw Lin Cheng pause, a vicious glint in his eyes. "If you wish to know the princess's whereabouts, throw down your blade and abolish your martial arts. Cripple my cultivation." Lin Cheng laughed, looking at the masked man as if at an idiot. "Seems there's nothing left to discuss," he said, amusement curling at the corner of his lips. As his words fell, he strode quickly up to the masked man, his blade flashing once. Under the speed of that stroke, the masked man was sliced into 7 or 8 pieces. "I had intended to leave you a whole corpse," Lin Cheng said as he sheathed his saber and kicked the masked man's head away with one sharp blow. "A pity you chose to threaten me instead." In his ear, a cold mechanical voice chimed, informing him that the mission was complete and awarding him 200 fate coins. At the same time, Lin Cheng discovered half a slender incense stick among the mangled limbs. "So this is the antidote," he murmured. He picked up the broken incense and lit it over a candle flame. A wisp of pale blue smoke slowly curled upward. A few waves of saber chi later, all the cages in the dark chamber had been sliced open. Using the drifting fragrance, Lin Cheng roused several of his colleagues from their stupor. "What happened?" one of them asked as he woke, bewildered. More imperial guards woke in succession, and all turned to Lin Cheng. "Is the princess safe?" they asked anxiously. Lin Cheng remained silent. At once it was as though all present had fallen into an icy abyss. Failing to protect the imperial carriage was under Zhaoyan law a capital offense. But if something truly had befallen the princess, it would be a crime punishable by the extermination of their entire clans. Seeing his colleagues fallen into panic, Lin Cheng finally spoke, recounting in detail how the princess had been captured and how Wang Fong had turned out to be a traitor. "Wang Fong. Curse you." One guard, having heard Lin Cheng's account, snatched up a weapon and hacked at Wang Fong's body more than a dozen times. "This is for being a traitor, for endangering us all." Soon after, another man picked up a saber and began hacking at the corpses of the men in black. "You dared to kidnap the princess. We'll see you left with no grave to rest in." Watching this display of impotent fury, Lin Cheng instantly regretted waking them up. At that moment, Lin Cheng was already calculating in secret whether he should hurry home, take his father, and flee far away. Otherwise, once the matter came to light, their entire family might be executed to the last. "Lin Cheng, come quickly," someone suddenly cried out. "There's a tattoo on this man in black." "I found one here too," another shouted. Everyone had tattoos. This was a clue. Lin Cheng hurried over and indeed found a blue-green centipede inked across the backs of those men in black. "Do any of you recognize this tattoo?" After examining it, Lin Cheng addressed his colleagues. "If we can trace the origin of this mark, we can find the princess's whereabouts. These people had not only kidnapped them, naturally, it was also they who had taken the princess." "I don't recognize it," one guard said. The others looked at the tattoo and shook their heads as well. Lin Cheng said nothing. Instead, he sliced the sections of skin bearing the tattoos from the backs of the men in black and handed them to the others. "We'll go outside and look for someone who recognizes it." They filed out of the dark chamber. Only then did they realize they had been imprisoned in a dilapidated Taoist temple. As Lin Cheng led them out of the temple grounds, someone suddenly exclaimed, "I know this place. This is in the western part of the city. The yamen is not far from here." "The yamen?" Lin Cheng turned his gaze to the man who had spoken. "Yes." It was a youth about the same age as Lin Cheng. Pointing in one direction, he said, "I have an uncle who serves at the yamen. He's seen much of the world. He might recognize this blue centipede tattoo." "Then lead the way," Lin Cheng ordered at once. Now that he was a first-rate expert, his bearing was extraordinary, coupled with having slain more than a dozen men in black. A fierce, murderous aura clung to him. All the others were somewhat in awe of him. After walking for about the time it took half a stick of incense to burn, they arrived before the yamen. Several constables on duty at the gate saw Lin Cheng and the others approaching with aggressive momentum and immediately shouted, "This is an important government office. Who are you lot? Take a look at this." Lin Cheng pulled from his robe a token engraved with the characters for Imperial Court. "So you are lords from the palace. One constable muttered, pupils contracting as he saw the token. He hastily bent at the waist in salute, then plastered on a fawning smile, and asked, "Honored sirs, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?" Within the palace, Lin Cheng was but an ordinary guard. Yet once he stepped beyond the palace walls, his status rose 3 ranks at once. Even the head constable of the yamen would have to bow upon seeing him. From the other's deferential attitude, Lin Cheng deduced that news of the princess's disappearance had not yet spread. Otherwise, the yamen would already have been thrown into chaos. "We won't be going inside," he said evenly. "Call out your head constable, Zhou. We have urgent matters to inquire about." Not long after, a middle-aged man dressed in the official garb of a constable hurriedly exited the yamen. Zhou the constable immediately recognized Lin Cheng's extraordinary presence and respectfully said, "Lord, I have prepared hot tea for you at the yamen. Please come in quickly." "No need." Lin Cheng shook his head and said to the young man behind him, "Ask your uncle if he recognizes this. We don't have much time." The young man quickly pulled out a piece of human skin from his pocket, exposing the tattoo on it to Constable Zhou. "Uncle, do you recognize this tattoo?" Constable Zhou's face was initially filled with joy, but upon seeing the centipede tattoo, his expression changed drastically. "I don't recognize it. I don't know it at all." Constable Zhou looked at the tattoo, took a few steps back, and shook his head repeatedly. "Ding." Constable Zhou intends to conceal the matter. Defeating him rewards 100 fate coins. Lin Cheng, who had no trust in Zhou to begin with, heard the system notification. A flicker of anger ignited within him. They were the inner palace guards representing the will of the royal family. Yet the other party dared to hide the truth. To put it mildly, the other party was shielding a criminal. To put it more seriously, they were plotting rebellion. He stepped forward and kicked Zhou, sending him stumbling. "Since you know, why conceal it deliberately? You dare to lay a hand on me." Constable Zhou's face turned grim after being kicked. Being struck at the yamen as a constable, he could hardly continue his duties after that. "If you continue to conceal the truth, I could execute you." Lin Cheng's expression turned icy and his tone was chilling. "Just by virtue of you, a kid still lacking maturity." Constable Zhou looked at Lin Cheng, who was about the same age as his nephew, and silently scoffed. A mere youth who had practiced martial arts for just over a decade could hardly be his opponent. At most, he had just entered the 2nd tier. "Just by me." Lin Cheng gazed at him, his frosty demeanor unwavering. "Do not resort to violence." The young colleague pulled Lin Cheng aside and whispered, "He's my uncle. Give me some time to talk to him." Lin Cheng, he reached for his long knife, focusing his gaze on every move Constable Zhou made. Constable Zhou mirrored his actions. In an instant, 2 knife glimmers crisscrossed like white cloth. In the next moment, clang, a long knife fell to the ground. Mission accomplished, reward 100 fate coins. Constable Zhou clutched his wrist, kneeling on the ground, his expression blank. "I lost. How can this be? I've immersed in the 2nd tier for many years. Who could defeat me besides a 1st-tier master?" Still not talking, Lin Cheng pressed the knife against his neck. "Brothers, someone has attacked Constable Zhou." Suddenly, someone inside the yamen shouted. It seemed Lin Cheng's defeat of Zhou had been seen by the guards, who went to summon help. After a few breaths, more than a dozen constables with long breaths and steady postures rushed out. They all drew their blades and shouted at Lin Cheng, "Release Constable Zhou, and we will spare your life. You dare to be so bold." The inner palace guards behind Lin Cheng immediately revealed their tokens. "We are the inner palace guards. Oh, do you dare to act against us? Do not resort to violence." Constable Zhou did not want to drag his subordinates into the mire. He looked at Lin Cheng and said, "The Yangtze River pushes the waves of the former ways. You managed to defeat me in one move, so you've reached the 1st tier, right?" Lin Cheng remained silent. Constable Zhou continued, "This centipede tattoo belongs to a small gang that has recently emerged in the city, specializing in abducting young women. We have been monitoring them for months, yet you have disrupted our plans." "Where are they located?" Lin Cheng sheathed his long knife and continued, "You no longer need to plan. This small gang has caused trouble, and they all must die." Hearing this, Constable Zhou's eyes narrowed. How did this centipede gang provoke the inner palace guards? The inner palace guards were responsible for the royal family's safety. This centipede gang specialized in trafficking women. Did they perhaps offend some county princess or princess? Years of experience in handling cases made Constable Zhou sense fear. The waters here were too deep. He looked at Lin Cheng and hastily said, "Their location is in an abandoned courtyard. Not many people, but there are 5 1st-tier masters inside. Should we seek outside assistance?" "No need, just take us there directly." Lin Cheng shook his head. Constable Zhou ceased further discussion. And now everyone arrived near a secluded courtyard. Constable Zhou said to Lin Cheng, "This was originally a refuge for beggars, but it has since been occupied by this centipede gang. I learned that the centipede gang was trafficking people through tips from the beggars." Lin Cheng looked at the courtyard and said to everyone, "I'll go in first. You all can enter once you see the signal." "Can you manage?" Constable Zhou grabbed Lin Cheng, concerned, and said, "You are only a 1st-tier master, but they have 5. Ding. Eliminate 5 1st-tier masters of the centipede gang. Reward 3,000 fate coins." At the same time, the system's notification echoed in his ears. Do not worry. With that, Lin Cheng's figure swiftly vanished from everyone's sight. After bypassing several hidden sentries, he leaped into the courtyard, making not a single sound. The courtyard was quite large. Lin Cheng quickly navigated through it, avoiding 7 or 8 knife-wielding brutes before arriving outside a study. 4 men stood guard at the door. They held short spears, their gazes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. If I force my way in, I will surely be discovered. Looking at the guards, Lin Cheng suddenly had an idea. He retreated and hid in a corridor. Soon after, a lone gang member approached. You all drink, I will patrol. Always bullying me. The man with a knife at his waist wore an angry expression. Whoosh. A flash of white light appeared before him, and he felt a chill at his neck, followed by the loss of consciousness. Lin Cheng hurriedly dragged the man's body away. Moments later, he donned the man's attire and headed towards the study once more. This time, as Lin Cheng passed by the study, the 4 guards did not even glance in his direction. Even in a small gang, there were distinctions in rank, and the patrolling ones were the lowest tier. The guards were trusted confidants of important gang figures holding the highest status, and naturally looking down on those patrolling. However, this time the patrolling one was Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng swiftly drew his long knife, the Lin family's swordsmanship akin to a torrential rain of pear blossoms, fast and silent. In the blink of an eye, the 4 guards lay dead, unable to live any longer. Lin Cheng silently hid the 4 corpses in an unoccupied area before stealthily making his way towards the study. At that moment, inside the study, 2 individuals were arguing. Big brother, how much did they sell the princess we kidnapped yesterday for? Not a single penny. Big brother, why not take the money? I plan to wash my hands of this business. I demanded a martial arts technique. Big brother, what technique? The purple chi descending from the east of Huashan. Instantly the study fell silent. Even Lin Cheng, who was eavesdropping outside, felt his heart skip a beat. This was the purple chi descending from the east, the signature technique of the Huashan sect. In the martial world, the realms of martial artists are divided as follows: third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, super first-rate, innate grandmaster, and earthly immortals. In this world, a grandmaster is already the strongest. Earthly immortals do not emerge, and no one can suppress grandmaster-level experts. The knife technique passed down by Lin Cheng Zhu is formidable, yet it can only reach the realm of a first-rate expert. Advancing further is a daunting challenge, unless one adopts a more powerful martial art. However, martial arts are the foundation of noble families and great sects, who would willingly reveal their own techniques. At this moment, Lin Cheng, overhearing a conversation through the wall, felt a stir within. The purple chi arise from the east technique of the Huashan sect can be considered a top-tier internal skill. If he could obtain it bolstered by the system, it wouldn't be long before he became a master-level expert. At that time, he could traverse the world. Even the emperor would have to respect him. At this moment in the study, the 2 men suddenly burst into laughter. Seeing them relaxed, Lin Cheng realized it was the perfect opportunity to strike. Once the Lin family's knife technique reaches completion, it can strike from across mountains. The knife energy can cut through objects to harm people. Moreover, the Lin family's knife energy is formless and colorless, excelling at surprise attacks. Even first-rate experts of the same level would be caught off guard and injured by the knife energy. In the study, the 2 men were entirely focused on their divine skills. How could they suspect an ambush? In an instant, Lin Cheng drew his long knife and slashed down at the 2 men through the wall, delivering over a dozen strikes. The room echoed with several screams before falling silent. Ding slain, a first-rate expert, rewarded 600 fate coins. Lin Cheng intended to rush in directly, but upon hearing the system's notification, he realized there was still 1 person alive inside. Thus, he bypassed the study's door and lightly leapt onto the roof. Lifting a tile, Lin Cheng could see clearly into the study, where a robust man lay dead, his eyes wide open. On the other side, a lean man crouched behind a table, warily watching the door, holding a crossbow in one hand and a knife in the other. As long as someone entered from outside, they would be met with a barrage of crossbow bolts and swift knife strikes. However, he was complacent. The lean man did not expect an intruder to climb onto the roof. Who is it outside? The lean man yelled, seeing that the person outside had not moved for a while. Lin Cheng lay quietly atop the roof, patiently waiting for an opportunity. Someone come. Seeing no one respond, the lean man called out urgently. Quick, someone come. As he yelled, he swiftly approached the bookshelf. He overturned the bookshelf, revealing a hidden green brick beneath. Quickly, he lifted a specific brick and concealed a red cloth bundle in his bosom. All of this was observed by Lin Cheng. No longer wishing to remain hidden, Lin Cheng took advantage of the lean man's distraction at the door and leaped down from the roof, swiftly slashing with his long knife. The lean man was startled by the noise above. Upon seeing Lin Cheng descending from the sky, he felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly retaliated with his crossbow and knife. Unfortunately, it was too late. Several strikes of knife energy hit the lean man, tearing his clothes and revealing his pitch-black body beneath. The knife energy struck his body without effect. Iron shirt. Lin Cheng's eyes narrowed as he rushed in. With the knife energy augmenting his blade, he pierced the lean man's neck. Fearing his opponent might survive, Lin Cheng slashed horizontally, decisively severing the lean man's head. Ding! Slain, a first-rate expert rewarded 600 fate coins. The lean man's eyes revealed a look of unwillingness. How could a first-rate expert like him be ambushed and killed? Lin Cheng quickly rummaged through the lean man's belongings and found the red cloth bundle. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained a copy of the martial arts technique inscribed on a monk's robe. Ding! Discovered the purple chi arrives from the east fragment. Would you like to spend 1,500 fate coins to learn it? Yes. Lin Cheng heard footsteps outside the study and did not hesitate to learn it. In an instant, the 1,500 fate coins he had accumulated vanished, all adding to the purple chi arrives from the east. Purple chi arrives from the east fragment. First layer, purple chi arrives from the east fragment. Second layer, purple chi arrives from the east fragment. Third layer. At this moment, Lin Cheng's aura surged. He felt as if his entire body was filled with true chi, which forcefully circulated through his meridians, unlocking one passage after another. The dantian was established. The true chi coalesced within the dantian. Suddenly, Lin Cheng's vision sharpened. The cobwebs and dust in the corners appeared magnified. His ears became highly sensitive, clearly picking up the footsteps from afar in the study. 28 people. Lin Cheng quickly deduced the number of people based on the sounds. At this moment, he felt an inexhaustible strength within him. Previously, though his knife technique had reached great mastery, he could only unleash around 20 knife energies before exhausting himself. But now he felt he could continuously unleash knife energy without needing to engage in close combat. Lin Cheng cleaved the study door open with a single stroke, propping his long knife and waiting for the intruders. After a few breaths, 28 people appeared before him. Upon seeing that Lin Cheng was merely a youth, they were all momentarily taken aback. However, when these individuals noticed the corpses at Lin Cheng's feet, their gazes turned fearful. The two bodies on the ground were their leader and deputy leader. Now they had actually been killed. Their corpses lay beneath the feet of the youth before them. Momentarily, more than 20 people stared at Lin Cheng, not daring to move an inch. However, as more members of the gang arrived, 30, then 50, and eventually over 100, they finally gained a sliver of courage to meet Lin Cheng's gaze. One man shouted at Lin Cheng, "Who are you? Why have you infiltrated our gang and killed our leaders?" Lin Cheng did not respond. He gazed at the 100 people, secretly channeling his inner strength, and shouted, "If you reveal the whereabouts of your remaining 3 leaders, I will spare your lives." In an instant, it was as if a great bell had struck their ears. Their heads buzzed. At this moment, fear shone again in their eyes. This youth before them was not human. How could his inner strength be so powerful? Yet they did not speak. "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Seeing that the crowd was uncooperative, Lin Cheng sighed. "Fine, I originally didn't want to test my skills on you, but it's your fault." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the long knife in his hand, and the knife energy flowed like white silk. In an instant, the crowd was astonished to see heads, arms, palms, and daggers flying everywhere. In just a few breaths, the first 20 or so people had lost their lives. The remaining people were dumbfounded. They looked at Lin Cheng as if he were a demon. "I know where the remaining 3 lead." Someone shouted desperately to save their life. Another terrified quickly added, "The 3 leaders took several women to the Zhou Jun mansion." Zhou Jun mansion. Hearing this name, Lin Cheng's eyes narrowed. Zhou Jun is a noble lord appointed by the court with exceptionally high martial arts skills, said to have reached the pinnacle of innate mastery. He is but one step away from entering the master realm. Lin Cheng is currently nowhere near Zhou Jun's opponent. Thus he questioned the crowd again. "I will only ask once, where is the woman you kidnapped yesterday?" "We kidnapped 3 women yesterday." One man, unable to withstand Lin Cheng's pressure, directly knelt on the ground. "The 3 women have all been sent to the Zhou Jun mansion." Indeed, Lin Cheng's earlier hopes dissipated. The Zhou Jun mansion actually dared to kidnap a princess. It was truly lawless. However, since this matter involves the Zhou Jun mansion, it seems it will escalate to a higher level. Lin Cheng fired a signal flare. The palace guards and constables waiting outside the courtyard immediately sprang into action and rushed in. Upon seeing the gang members surrendering with their heads in their hands and the bodies strewn across the ground, everyone felt a sense of dread. The palace guard stared at Lin Cheng in terror. Was this still the same third-rate guard from before? He single-handedly stormed the Scorpion gang and subdued the entire faction. Incredible. Meanwhile, Chief Zhou quickly discovered that the leader and the second-in-command of the Scorpion gang had both died under the blade's aura. He looked at Lin Cheng, who bore an expression of indifference, his face filled with shock. Previously, he had actually fought against this person, and now being alive to witness this scene was entirely thanks to Lin Cheng's mercy at that time. He walked over to Lin Cheng and asked, "My lord, have you found anyone?" Lin Cheng shook his head. Upon seeing this, Chief Zhou's pupils contracted, murmuring, "How could this be?" He had already vaguely guessed who had been abducted. His nephew was serving as a guard for Princess Yun Yao. Although Princess Yun Yao was not the most favored in the palace, her birth mother was a noble consort. If anything were to happen to the princess, it was likely that the capital would fall into chaos. Lin Cheng strode toward his colleagues. The crowd hurried over eagerly asking, "Do you have any news of her whereabouts?" Lin Cheng shook his head and the eagerness on everyone's faces vanished. He continued, "I have received news that the force behind the Scorpion Gang is the Zhou Juanfu. The princess is likely already in the Zhou Juanfu." Upon hearing this, despair flickered across everyone's faces. Zhou Juanfu. This was a noble title specially granted by the court, and it was a second-rank title comparable to a second-rank minister in the court. They couldn't afford to bear the consequences of the princess being kidnapped. But they couldn't afford to offend the Zhou Juanfu either. "What are we to do?" Someone cried out in despair, kneeling on the ground. "I have a family to support. Ooh, I can't even run away. Lin Cheng, you must save us." Another person grabbed Lin Cheng, pleading, "Your martial skills are the highest. You can definitely rescue the princess." Lin Cheng said nothing. The Zhou Juanfu had innate peak warriors. Whoever dared to intrude would die. Ding rescued the princess from the Zhou Juanfu to receive 2,000 fake coins. Suddenly, the system prompt echoed in his ears again. Lin Cheng's heart stirred. Now he had 2 tasks: to slay 5 leaders of the Scorpion Gang and to rescue the princess. The fake coins accumulated together would be enough for him to break through once more. Forget it. Lin Cheng sheathed his long knife and looked at his colleagues. "We cannot contend with the Zhou Juanfu. We must inform the noble consort of this matter." Having said this, Lin Cheng found a horse and rode away. After a hurried journey, Lin Cheng returned to the palace using his identity token. As Princess Yun Yao's guard, he naturally knew where the noble consort resided. Yunchi Palace. When Lin Cheng arrived at the palace gate, he was stopped by several eunuchs. "The noble consort does not wish to see you." An elderly eunuch looked down at Lin Cheng holding a feather duster. "The palace instructed you to protect Princess Yun Yao. Why have you returned alone?" "This matter is urgent." Lin Cheng cupped his hands in respect to the elderly eunuch. "Please inform the noble consort again, saying this matter is related to Princess Yun Yao. I must see her." The eunuch has already conveyed this. The elderly eunuch flicked the feather duster at Lin Cheng and turned to leave. "The noble consort will not see anyone. You must hurry back to protect the princess. If anything happens to her, I will not spare you." In front of the palace, everyone had retreated. In front of the empty gate stood only Lin Cheng. He looked at the palace gate in confusion. As the noble consort and the mother of Princess Yun Yao, she should have known this matter was related to her daughter. Why would she not meet him? Lin Cheng couldn't understand. Since the noble consort was unwilling to act, who else could save the princess? The emperor. Don't even think about it. As a mere palace guard, he had no right to meet the emperor. After leaving the palace, Lin Cheng headed straight for the Zhou Juanfu, going alone. Riding at a swift pace, he arrived at the Zhou Juanfu just as night fell. Lin Cheng stood guard in front of the Zhou Juanfu, planning to wait until nightfall to sneak into the residence. Suddenly, the front gate of the Zhou Juanfu opened, and 3 robust men emerged. Based on their auras, Lin Cheng was certain that these 3 were top-tier experts. They must be the other 3 leaders of the Scorpion Gang. The system task was clear. To slay the 5 top-tier experts of the Scorpion Gang referred to these 5 leaders. He had already killed the first and second ones. Now he only needed to slay these 3 to claim the remaining fake coins. It would also allow him to swiftly cultivate another layer of the Ziki Donglai skill. At that time, confronting the Zhou Juanfu would be much more certain. Seeing the 3 mount their horses and leave, Lin Cheng quietly followed behind, planning to find a secluded spot to slay them for fake coins. He had no idea what these 3 were thinking. Instead of heading back to their base, they were heading to some remote location. Although Lin Cheng found it puzzling, he followed them. Have those palace guards been dealt with? I sent someone to handle it. Why do I feel this task is too easy? As a princess, she has no top-tier experts around her, allowing us to easily succeed. I also find it strange. The 3 discussed as they turned into a secluded area. Lin Cheng followed slowly. His hearing was excellent now, and he could hear all of their conversation. At this moment, he also felt something was amiss. These palace guards were originally assigned to guard the gate, yet suddenly arranged to be by the princess' side a few days ago, and then she was abducted. It seemed that there was a hidden hand orchestrating everything behind the scenes. As Lin Cheng pondered, he kept close behind. However, as he turned a corner, the 3 in front suddenly vanished. Lin Cheng looked at the empty alley, feeling a chill. He had been discovered. As this thought arose, a gust of wind rushed from behind. Whoosh! The wind was urgent and swift. Lin Cheng circulated his true energy, flipping his body, and soared 3 feet into the air. Clang! A cold light shot from beneath him towards the brick wall. Lin Cheng saw clearly that it was a poisoned willow leaf dart. Good skills. You've been following us for a long time. Well, what is your purpose? A voice sounded from behind. The 3 who had originally disappeared now surrounded Lin Cheng in the alley. Looking at the 3 before him, Lin Cheng spoke without joy or sorrow. Tell me the whereabouts of the princess, and I may spare your lives. Looks like it's a palace guard. One bearded man looked at Lin Cheng and laughed heartily. I thought it was a palace expert. Turns out it's just a kid who's barely grown up. Ha ha. The 3 laughed in unison. They were all top-tier experts having practiced combined attack techniques since childhood. Even if they encountered super top-tier experts, they could still put up a fight. They had thought they were being followed by a master, but instead found a youth, probably at most a second-tier expert, whom they could easily slaughter like a lamb. Kid, I appreciate your guts. They'll give you a chance to live. Kneel down, gouge out your eyes, and bow 300 times. We may let you go. One of the shorter men shouted. Lin Cheng's expression remained calm. It seems you want talk. He swiftly drew his long knife. The invisible and colorless blade aura rushed towards the three. In an instant, the alley was filled with murderous intent. The three had long been prepared. Sensing the situation was dire, they hurriedly employed their combined attack techniques to block the blade aura. This kid is a top-tier expert. Feeling the power of the blade aura, the bearded man's expression changed. I misjudged him. We must treat this seriously. A kid this young must have a lot of tricks up his sleeve. While the three were discussing their strategy, Lin Cheng had already charged in with his knife, the cold gleam of the blade chilling to the bone as he swiftly struck down at one of them. The combined efforts of the three were shattered by a single blow from Lin Cheng. At this moment, the three scattered to evade, intending to regroup. Their martial arts were of a combined attack technique. As long as they joined forces, they could contend with even top-tier experts and retreat if necessary. However, Lin Cheng's keen eyesight and knife skills were exceedingly cunning. Whenever the three attempted to launch a combined attack, Lin Cheng would always detect it beforehand and sever their connection with a single slash. In the narrow alley, the four formed a triangular formation. Lin Cheng had to admit that the three before him were formidable, yet he had not exerted his full strength. I will ask you one more time, Lin Cheng said, attacking with the aura of his knife. Disclose the whereabouts of the princess in Zhou Jun's residence, and I might leave you with intact bodies. Just you. The short man looked at Lin Cheng with disdain, his voice dripping with venom. The cultivation technique our brothers practice is unique. Our true energy is 3 times that of an ordinary person. You cannot outlast me. Big brother, third brother. The short man looked at the other two and continued. Let's just wear this brat down until his true energy is exhausted. Then he will kneel and beg for mercy. Though they held the lowest position in the centipede gang, their strength was not to be underestimated. They had already killed 7 or 8 top-tier experts. Even against top-tier masters, they could easily escape. It relied on the true energy within them that far exceeded that of ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Lin Cheng showed no fear. His Lin family knife technique had reached great mastery with an aura that was formless and colorless yet incredibly swift. Moreover, with the third layer of the purple chi eastward technique, although he had only just begun, the true energy within him was the most refined and abundant. Furthermore, this technique had a remarkably fast recovery rate. Lin Cheng was unfazed by consumption. The martial skills of the three before him were peculiar and their movements were strange. Through their exchanges, Lin Cheng gradually discerned their flaws. As long as he could break their formation and eliminate one, he could shift the situation. Lin Cheng set his sights on the bearded giant. He was the brains of the trio. Without the giant's command, Lin Cheng would have already taken down the three. Lin Cheng swiftly charged towards the giant with his knife. The giant was prepared, yet he underestimated Lin Cheng's determination. At that moment, Lin Cheng was unconcerned about his true energy, unleashing a torrent of knife auras towards the giant. The giant was caught off guard and received a cut. Seeing this, Lin Cheng swung his long knife horizontally, severing one of the giant's arms. The other two rushed to save him, but it was already too late. Lin Cheng stood his long knife upright and sliced down, instantly cutting the giant in half. No, the other two shouted in horror. At that moment, the two were thrown into chaos, and Lin Cheng seized the opportunity to strike down another person. Kill 1, reward 600 fate coins. Kill 1, reward 600 fate coins. The system notification echoed in his ears. Lin Cheng gazed at the last remaining person and said to the system in his heart, upgrade the purple chi eastward technique to the 4th layer. Consuming 1,000 fate coins. 4th layer upgraded. With the system notification complete, Lin Cheng felt a surge of memories flood his mind again. In these images, he was seen meditating under the morning sun, diligently practicing his skills day in and day out for a full 30 years. At that moment, Lin Cheng felt his mind sharpen immensely. He perceived that the last remaining individual's attack speed was far too slow. Lin Cheng, unwilling to continue prolonging the battle, raised his knife and slashed. With the enhancement of the 4th layer of the purple chi eastward technique, his speed increased several times. The thin man had not reacted before he felt a chill run through his body. He looked at his body, which had been cut in two, gazing at Lin Cheng, his mouth opening as if to say something, but it was already too late. Kill 1, reward 600. Fate coins. Mission completed. American Samoa. The system notified him. Lin Cheng focused his thoughts and a panel appeared before his eyes. Host Lin Cheng technique. Lin family knife technique mastery. Purple chi eastward technique. Incomplete 4th layer realm. Top tier midstage. Fate coins 800. The complete version of the purple chi eastward technique consists of 9 layers, but the incomplete version Lin Cheng possessed only reached the 4th layer. To continue his cultivation, he needed to find the remaining techniques. However, Lin Cheng knew where the Huashan sect was. He could simply go there to retrieve it. Afterward, Lin Cheng began to search the bodies of the three. These three had come from Zhou Jun's residence, so they would surely possess treasures. As expected, under Lin Cheng's search, he found a total of 20,000 silver bills and a thin booklet. Ding discovered Lu Min hidden weapon technique. Would you like to learn it? Learn. Lin Cheng took the booklet and learned it without hesitation. In an instant, his 800 fate coins were completely drained, followed by a flood of memories regarding the practice of the willow leaf dart, repeating day after day through winters and springs. Lu Min hidden weapon technique mastery. Lin Cheng pulled a bag of steel willow leaf darts from the bearded giant's corpse, took one out, and casually threw it. The willow leaf dart, empowered by the purple chi eastward technique, emitted a faint purple glow and pierced. Seeing the immense power of the willow leaf dart, a smile flickered across Lin Cheng's face. Now he had two fully mastered techniques, the Lin family knife technique and the Lu Min hidden weapon technique. Unfortunately, all of these were offensive techniques. The sky grew dark. Zhou Jun's residence remained brightly lit, but compared to the daytime, it was the best time for infiltration. Lin Cheng had been waiting since he returned from the alley until now. Finally, the clouds obscured the bright moon. Now is the time. After changing into his night gear, Lin Cheng immediately set out. Though he hadn't practiced lightness skills with the enhancement of the purple chi eastward technique, it was no problem for him to scale the walls of Zhou Jun's residence, which spanned hundreds of acres. If Lin Cheng searched room by room, even if he found the princess by tomorrow, he wouldn't be able to uncover her whereabouts. To locate her quickly, he needed to ask someone. After evading along the way, Lin Cheng finally arrived at the inner courtyard of Zhou Jun's residence. To learn the princess' whereabouts, he must question the master of Zhou Jun's residence. The servants would yield no useful information. Lin Cheng concealed his face to prevent future retaliation. He cautiously avoided the courtyard area of Zhou Jun, a person of innate level who was renowned even in the capital. If discovered, he would surely face death. While Lin Cheng dared not confront Zhou Jun, kidnapping his children was still within his capabilities. It was thrilling yet perilous. After circumventing Zhou Jun's courtyard, Lin Cheng headed towards the most brightly lit residence. Only those with a close relationship, such as a beloved child, would waste such extravagance on lights, making them the ideal targets for questioning. Upon arriving in this residential area, Lin Cheng was taken aback. Outside this residence stood more than 20 armed inner guards, their auras surging. Each was a top-tier expert. Moreover, Lin Cheng sensed the presence of a super top-tier expert among them. Suddenly, he felt an icy chill creeping up his back. Lin Cheng hurriedly flew backward. He saw a man in white standing on a high branch of a giant tree. The man in white gazed at Lin Cheng's retreating figure and transmitted a voice into his ear saying, "Little friend, I have been observing you for a while. Did you come to my residence for wealth or for your life?" Lin Cheng felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, transmitting a voice into someone's ear. This was clearly something only a congenital supreme being could achieve. The person before him must be the master of the residence, Zhou Jun. Lin Cheng felt unlucky. He had been extremely cautious, yet he was still discovered. The terror of the congenital realm was truly formidable. Zhou Jun stood atop the giant tree, and seeing Lin Cheng attempt to flee, reached out to pluck a few leaves and shot them towards him. Whoosh! The sound of several rushing winds echoed. Lin Cheng saw the leaves coming at him fiercely and dared not delay. He swiftly retrieved a few willow leaf darts from his pocket and counterattacked. The leaves and the willow leaf darts collided, shattering both. Huh! Zhou Jun's expression changed as he observed the leaves being stopped. It's rare to see someone who has mastered the willow sect's hidden weapon technique to such a degree. Lin Cheng noticed that the opponent did not continue to attack, giving him a moment to catch his breath. He looked towards the outside of the residence and saw that skilled fighters were already approaching from a distance. Escaping now would likely not be easy. Lin Cheng gave up on fleeing and focused his gaze on the courtyard. The people inside must be of royal blood, accompanied by imperial guards. To leave Zhou Jun's residence safely, now there was only one solution. He needed to break into the courtyard and capture the noble person inside as a hostage. Zhou Jun would undoubtedly be restrained in front of everyone. Lin Cheng suddenly made a sharp turn. He headed towards the courtyard, and the imperial guards in the distance were already on high alert. At this moment, seeing Lin Cheng approaching, they all drew their long blades, preparing for battle. Lin Cheng, dressed in night gear and masked, shot out willow leaf darts with both hands. Faced with the willow leaf darts, the guards did not dare to be careless. Zhou Jun noticed Lin Cheng heading towards the courtyard, and a killing intent flashed in his eyes. He leaped down from the high branch and charged at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng sensed the impending danger. The willow leaf darts were shot out without restraint, and under the enhancement of the true chi of the purple chi coming from the east, even a typical first-rate expert could barely catch them. However, under the attack of hundreds of willow leaf darts, even the guard team composed of first-rate experts revealed flaws. Lin Cheng took advantage of the opportunity and swiftly entered the courtyard. Inside the courtyard there were no imperial masters, not even maidservants. Lin Cheng, using the light from the lamps, discovered a graceful figure in the garden. It was a girl dressed in luxurious purple attire with a delicate appearance. Isn't this Princess Yun Yao? Lin Cheng saw her leisurely enjoying the moon in the garden and nearly laughed in anger. At this moment, Princess Yun Yao also noticed Lin Cheng's movements. She put down the book in her hands and looked at the black-clad figure charging at her, immediately shouting, "Where are the Imperial Guards? Protect the princess." As soon as her voice fell, 2 armored guards appeared beside her. These 2 guards were not ordinary experts. In Lin Cheng's perception, they were not only top-tier experts, but also donned in iron armor capable of fighting even against congenital masters. Seeing that Princess Yun Yao could still command her subordinates, Lin Cheng immediately realized what was happening. What abduction and disappearance? This was merely a trap. The trap had begun the moment he and others were assigned to be guards beside Princess Yun Yao. First, Princess Yun Yao disappeared with the help of a gang, then had her gang members kill him and others, and finally, with the centipede gang eliminated, no one would ever be able to trace her whereabouts. Now, thinking about how he was refused an audience with the imperial concubine today, it seemed the concubine was also involved. But why did Princess Yun Yao want to do this? Lin Cheng couldn't figure it out. However, he decided to act as if the princess had been abducted, and now he needed to rescue her. No matter her schemes or traps, no matter how she disappeared, he would ensure she returned. After all, he was currently dressed in night gear. No one could recognize him. He only needed to knock out Yun Yao and take her out of Zhou Jun's residence, then wait until dawn to throw her into the vegetable market, while he timely brought a group of imperial guards to welcome the princess back to the palace. At that time, everyone would be safe. Lin Cheng leaped high, facing the 2 armored experts, bringing down both palms, even without understanding any palm techniques. With the enhancement of the true qi of the purple qi coming from the east, even iron plates could leave imprints. As the top-tier technique of the Huashan sect, how could it be compared to ordinary techniques? The 2 armored men raised their palms to greet him. In an instant, all 4 palms met. All 3 retreated simultaneously. Lin Cheng stepped back 2 paces, while the 2 armored men retreated 7 or 8 steps. Purple qi coming from the east technique. The 2 armored men felt the true qi surging into their bodies, their expressions horrified. On the contrary, Lin Cheng felt little impact, as the true qi of the armored men was swiftly refined by the thick true qi of the purple qi coming from the east. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Cheng reached out to Princess Yun Yao. "You brat, stop." Zhou Jun's voice rang out. How could Lin Cheng stop? He leaped and appeared in front of Yun Yao, wrapping his arms around her and subduing her with a capture technique. But right after that, Lin Cheng also took a hit from Zhou Jun. "Ding, host has received a fatal blow. Life remaining 3 minutes. Please complete the task quickly." With the system's prompt, Lin Cheng felt as if his internal organs had shattered. However, he had successfully captured the princess. "Zhou Jun, dare you try to move again?" Lin Cheng tightened his grip on Princess Yun Yao's neck, his voice maddened and hoarse as he said, "The princess is in my hands. Do you believe I will perish with her? You dare?" Zhou Jun, clothed in white, saw the princess captured, and his calm demeanor vanished. "Aren't you a congenital supreme being?" Lin Cheng, holding Yun Yao's soft body, mocked Zhou Jun, saying, "Aren't you helpless against me now? Make way for me." As he squeezed Yun Yao's neck, he used her to command Zhou Jun. As his words fell, a path opened up in front of him. No one dared to intervene or joke with the life of Princess Yun Yao. Lin Cheng held Yun Yao and headed towards the exit of the residence. In just a few breaths, he had already led the princess out of Zhou Jun's residence. "Ding, princess has been taken out of Zhou Jun's residence. Reward of 2,000 fate coins. Would you like to spend 200 points to heal your injuries?" "Yes." As Lin Cheng carried Yun Yao out of the residence, he randomly chose a direction and quickly fled. Immediately after, Zhou Jun also led a large group of guards in pursuit. "The thief took my palm strike. He probably doesn't have much time left to live." His gaze was cold and fierce, and he immediately commanded the guards, "They must be within 5 miles to search every household for me." After a moment, Lin Cheng's injuries had long been completely healed by the system. He did not hide within 5 miles as Zhou Jun had guessed. At this moment, he had already reached 10 miles away. "Thief!" Princess Yun Yao was calm in Lin Cheng's embrace and did not resist. "Who sent you? Was it the Empress or my father?" Lin Cheng remained silent. He was looking for a place when suddenly his eyes brightened. Not far ahead there was, using the cover of night, Lin Cheng brought Yun Yao to the hillside. He looked around and seeing no one said, "This place is quite nice with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Is this place truly serene and picturesque?" Princess Yun Yao was stunned in Lin Cheng's embrace, wondering what this meant. Did they intend to silence her permanently? Her previously calm expression began to show signs of panic. What do you want to do?" She looked at the masked man before her, her heart racing. "You must know that I am the princess of Zhaoyan. If you let me go, I will surely reward you handsomely." "Reward you handsomely?" Lin Cheng had initially intended to knock her unconscious, but upon hearing her words he paused. "What kind of reward?" He immediately pressed, thinking that if he could extort some valuable items from this princess, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. Seeing Lin Cheng's interest, Yun Yao hurriedly handed over an ancient book she held tightly in her hands, fearing that Lin Cheng might do something to her if she was slow. You are a martial artist. What I have is an ancient secret manual. If you cannot understand it, I can translate it for you. Princess Yun Yao spoke with a hint of pride. This ancient book contained a top-tier lightness skill, but the characters used to record it were not in the Zhaoyan script. Instead, it was an ancient script. Very few people could read it, yet she was able to understand it. Lin Cheng took the ancient book and discovered that the characters were unlike any he could recall. Just as he suspected this might be Yun Yao's ploy to stall him, a system notification rang out. Ding, detected ancient lightness skill. Would you like to learn Yun Yi Qing Tian Bu? Lin Cheng glanced at Yun Yao. Oh, she was not lying after all, and it truly was a secret manual. Learn it. With a thought, the fate coins on the panel instantly reset to 0. Immediately a wealth of memories appeared in his mind, all depicting Lin Cheng diligently training in this skill until he reached the entry level. A full 18 years. Moreover, he had spent all his fate coins. Was it possible to learn this lightness skill to the entry level for around 2,000 fate coins? This also indicated that the potential of this manual was even greater than the Zi Qi Dong Lai technique. Lin Cheng placed Yun Yao on a tree. He gently executed Yun Yi Qing Tian Bu, and in the blink of an eye he had already appeared over a dozen zhang away, leaving layers of afterimages in his wake. Lin Cheng took another step forward. In an instant the world was filled with his afterimages, making it impossible to discern his true position. This Yun Yi Qing Tian Bu seemed to shrink the distance to mere inches. With just a light step, Lin Cheng could cover distances of over a dozen zhang, even up to several dozen zhang. He secretly lamented how unfortunate it was. If he had obtained this lightness skill at Zhou Jun's residence, he wouldn't have had to endure a slap, but it was still not too late now. On the other side, upon witnessing Lin Cheng's ghostly movements, Yun Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. She even thought she must have seen it wrong. The lightness skill demonstrated by the man in black was clearly the Yun Yi Qing Tian Bu from the ancient book, but how could he know the ancient script? Moreover, how could he learn it with just a glance? Was he a genius among geniuses? Yun Yao recalled the talented individuals she had encountered in the martial world over the years, but she had never seen anyone who could effortlessly execute a technique after just one glance. Furthermore, this Yun Yi Qing Tian Bu was a top-tier lightness skill. How could someone learn it with just a glance unless the man in black had already known it before and was merely trying to show off in front of her? Yun Yao's mind raced. This Yun Yi Qing Tian Bu was something she had snuck out from the palace's library. Once she returned to the palace, she could check who had borrowed it to track down the man in black. However, since he could learn the Yun Yi Qing Tian Bu, he must also be someone from the palace. Was he sent by her father? Or was he dispatched by the empress? Watching Lin Cheng practice the lightness skill, Yun Yao's thoughts turned. No matter who had sent him, her life was no longer in danger. After Lin Cheng became familiar with the lightness skill, he returned to the giant tree and looked at Princess Yun Yao, saying, "Please rest for a while, princess. Your guards are searching for you, and I will go inform them." "No." Yun Yao intended to shout, but Lin Cheng struck her and knocked her unconscious. Immediately after, Lin Cheng gracefully departed using Yun Yi Qing Tian Bu. With the enhancement of this top-tier lightness skill, he found a few sleepless companions in just the time it took to burn 2 incense sticks. Who? At the sound of Lin Cheng's deliberately created commotion, several palace guards drew their swords. "Your princess is atop a giant tree in Yunzhong Mountain. Hurry, or she will become prey for wild beasts." After saying this, Lin Cheng vanished before their eyes. Once he reached a dark area, he changed out of his night clothes and then swaggered back into view. Lin Cheng, a masked man in black, just came by. His colleagues hurriedly approached him as he returned, recounting the events that had just occurred. "Is that so?" Lin Cheng exclaimed in surprise, quickly saying, "Since they came to inform us in the middle of the night, they likely aren't trying to deceive us. We should hurry over." The group quickly prepared their horses and headed straight for Yunzhong Mountain. Upon reaching their destination, they looked at the numerous giant trees in astonishment. They could only start from the base of the mountain and ascend little by little. Some shouted while others leaped to the treetops. After finding their way from the foot of the mountain to the halfway point, enduring several hours, until dawn, someone suddenly shouted, "Found it, found it." The group hurried over. They saw a figure dressed in purple finery lying atop a giant tree, one that could be embraced by 7 or 8 people. At that moment, upon hearing the shouting from below, Yun Yao awoke. She sat up and looked down, seeing several familiar faces gazing at her with joy. They were actually alive. At that time, Zhou Jun had ordered the centipede gang to eradicate all threats to maintain secrecy. By the time she learned of it, it was already too late. Now, seeing these people alive, she felt a glimmer of joy, but was overwhelmingly filled with despair. Since this group had found her, it meant her scheme had completely failed. After being brought down from the tree, Yun Yao looked at her guards and commanded, "We are returning to the palace. You all must tell me everything that has happened in the past few days." She was still unwilling to accept defeat and wanted to know where she had gone wrong. Upon hearing that Lin Cheng had led people out of the dark room and suppressed the centipede gang, Yun Yao immediately turned her gaze to Lin Cheng. She frowned and asked, "When did you reach the first-rate level?" Lin Cheng was about to weave a story when he saw Yun Yao wave her hand. "Forget it. As your master, it is my oversight not to be familiar with your levels of cultivation." Yun Yao did not want to listen any further. A first-rate expert had been right under her nose, and she had failed to notice. It seemed that this arrangement was riddled with flaws. She secretly sighed. Did she really need to experience death to learn? A month ago, she had received news that the Yuan Qing dynasty had sent someone to form an alliance through marriage, and her father had chosen her from among several princesses. The Yuan Qing dynasty was a barbarian court. They were ignorant of etiquette and disregarded ethics. They reveled in bloodshed and were inherently brutal. If she were to marry into such a royal family, her future would undoubtedly be filled with misery. Thus, she had devised a scheme for her disappearance, but alas, it had failed. The Imperial Palace. Lin Cheng quietly returned to the palace with a group of inner palace guards. Princess Yun Yao insisted on visiting the royal library, wanting to know who had borrowed the Yun Yiqing Tianbu. Her carefully devised plan for a month was disrupted by the man in black. Unwilling to accept this, Lin Cheng was unaware that Yun Yao still harbored feelings for him, so he could only follow her to the library. On their way, they suddenly encountered several eunuchs blocking the path, one of whom Lin Cheng was very familiar with. It was this eunuch who had prevented him from meeting the noble consort when he had requested. Eunuch Bai. Princess Yun Yao recognized the leading eunuch, frowned, and stepped forward to ask, "Why are you not by my mother's side and here instead?" "Please pardon me, princess." Eunuch Bai, with his graying hair and thin frame, showed great respect in front of Princess Yun Yao, saying, "It was the noble consort who instructed me to wait for you here." As soon as the princess entered the palace, the noble consort received the news. "Oh," Princess Yun Yao replied, but immediately added, "I have urgent matters to attend to in the library. Please wait for a moment, eunuch." "Well," Eunuch Bai's face flashed a hint of urgency as he pleaded, "My lord, the noble consort has urgent matters for you. Please meet with her first before anything else." "No." Yun Yao directly shook her head and continued forward with Lin Cheng and the guards. Eunuch Bai let out a deep sigh. If it were an ordinary person refusing like this, he would have tied them up immediately, but how could he dare to act against the daughter of his master? Helpless, he had no choice but to obediently follow them to the library. In the library, Yun Yao entered alone, holding a token. Seeing the young master leave, Eunuch Bai turned his gaze to Lin Cheng. "Yesterday you wanted to see the noble consort, claiming that Princess Yun Yao was in trouble. Do you know what the trouble is?" Lin Cheng glanced at him, but remained silent. "Are you deaf?" Seeing Lin Cheng not speaking, a young eunuch shouted angrily, "Eunuch Bai is speaking to you, you don't hear him." Lin Cheng looked at the young eunuch and scoffed. "Yesterday I encountered a crisis, and when I sought help from you, no one paid attention. Now you're curious. But I don't want to say anything. What can you do about it?" "Eunuch, is he actually mocking us?" The young eunuch was furious and immediately reported to Eunuch Bai, realizing the meaning when Eunuch Bai remained silent. He raised his fist and struck towards Lin Cheng. Before Lin Cheng could react, his colleague behind him charged forward. As an inner palace guard, even if he was not the best, he was still stronger than most eunuchs, quickly beating the young eunuch into submission. Seeing this, the other eunuchs rushed in. The guards following Lin Cheng witnessed the unfairness and joined the fight. Immediately, a brawl erupted between the guards and the eunuchs. "Good." Eunuch, by seeing his subordinates at a disadvantage, had no choice but to intervene, pointing at Lin Cheng and angrily scolding, "We are people of the noble consort. How dare you lay hands on us? You truly have the audacity." Saying this, he leaped forward, palm raised to strike Lin Cheng. "Ding, defeat the eunuchs in front of you to earn 100 fate coins." Before the system notification could finish, Lin Cheng had already charged forward. He had long found this eunuch displeasing, and based on past memories, this old eunuch had made things difficult for them guards on numerous occasions. Old grudges and new grievances combined. As the two clashed, they quickly assessed each other's strength. A top-notch expert. Eunuch Bai was shocked. He never expected the young man before him to possess such cultivation. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng was completely unfazed. How could a personal eunuch of the noble consort be weak? As the two engaged in battle, Princess Yun Yao was examining the records. She found the borrowing record for Yun Yiqing Tianbu, flipping through decades of records only to discover that over the years she was the only one who had borrowed it. How could there be no record? She closed the record, looking perplexed. As far as she knew, the Yun Yiqing Tianbu was only stored in the royal library. It couldn't possibly be found outside, so the man in black must be someone from the palace. Immediately, she went to find the old eunuch of the library and saw several eunuchs gathered at the window watching. "Gentlemen, I have something to ask." Hearing her voice, the eunuchs quickly turned around, and upon seeing Princess Yun Yao, a strange look appeared on their faces. "Please ask, princess." One old eunuch responded swiftly. "The library has a technique called Yun Yiqing Tianbu. Over the years, besides me, has anyone else borrowed it?" As she spoke, Princess Yun Yao tossed the record to the eunuch. The old eunuch flipped through the record and replied, This Yun Yi Qing Tian Bu is an ancient script and very few people today can read it. Apart from you, no one in the palace has borrowed it over the years. Princess Yun Yao's face flashed a hint of disappointment. She had hoped to find a clue, but it seemed the other party was too deeply hidden. The old eunuch looked at Yun Yao, hesitated, and then asked, Princess, are the inner palace guards and eunuchs outside? What's the matter? Yun Yao was puzzled as to why he was asking this. Come and take a look. The old eunuch led Yun Yao to the windowsill and pointed below where the two groups were fighting. The inner palace guards are bullying our eunuchs in broad daylight. If this can be tolerated, what cannot? I asked the princess to uphold justice. Below, Lin Cheng had already taken down Eunuch Bai. At this moment, the inner palace guards were unilaterally beat. Princess Yun Yao initially thought it was a small matter, but upon seeing her guards severely beating her mother's eunuchs, her expression darkened. She had only left for a moment, and this had escalated. Seeing this, she stopped examining the records and hurriedly ran down to break up the fight. This was the palace. If it reached the noble consort's ears, it would mean she was unable to manage her subordinates. Stop it. Princess Yun Yao looked at the beaten and bruised eunuchs, her face filled with rage. But when she turned and saw Eunuch Bai, who was barely conscious, her expression worsened. Lin Cheng. She shouted, her usual calm demeanor shattered, and she almost broke down. How could you beat Eunuch Bai? Look at the trouble you've caused me. As she spoke, Princess Yun Yao nearly cried. Ding, task completed, reward 100 fake coins. With the system notification, Lin Cheng finally stopped. Originally, he wanted to stop after taking down Eunuch Bai, but since the system hadn't notified him of task completion, he had no choice but to continue. Now he could finally stop. To be honest, after fighting for so long, he was quite tired. You scoundrel. Princess Yun Yao pointed at Lin Cheng, scolding him angrily, and hurriedly helped Eunuch Bai up from the ground. Eunuch, can you hear me? Eunuch Bai squinted his eyes, and upon seeing it was Princess Yun Yao, he immediately began to cry loudly. The other eunuchs, seeing their superior cry, also followed suit. Eunuch Bai tremblingly pointed at Lin Cheng, crying as he complained to Princess Yun Yao. Princess, this scoundrel nearly beat me to death. You must punish him severely, I implore you, Princess. Please be sure to punish him, I beseech you, Your Highness. Hearing the complaint from the old eunuch, Lin Cheng also chimed in. Princess, I won't say much. It was the people of Grand Eunuch Bai who struck first. We merely retaliated in self-defense, yet these people are both useless and love to resort to violence. Upon hearing this, Grand Eunuch Bai nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. What do you mean by useless and love to resort to violence? Thus, amidst the clamoring voices, Yun Yao finally understood. It turned out that it was indeed Grand Eunuch Bai and his associates who had acted first, only to be countered by her own guards. Princess Yun Yao set Grand Eunuch Bai down. She looked at the weeping eunuchs and said sternly, You were in the wrong first, but you have also received your punishment. Let's leave it at that. Hearing Princess Yun Yao's biased approach, Grand Eunuch Bai was so furious he nearly fainted. In the end, after Princess Yun Yao rewarded the eunuchs with a sum for medical expenses, they finally got up from the ground and stopped crying. One by one, they were as happy as if they had struck it rich. Let's go. Yun Yao glanced at Lin Cheng and said to the eunuchs, Wasn't my mother looking for me? Why aren't you leading the way? Just as Grand Eunuch Bai and the others were about to leave, Yun Yao continued, You have received my silver. If my mother asks about it, you know how to respond, right? Understood. Grand Eunuch Bai shot a fierce look at Lin Cheng and smiled obsequiously at Princess Yun Yao, saying, The old servant tripped accidentally, and so did my subordinates. What could a eunuch do in the face of a biased little master? We fell over. The other young eunuchs quickly chimed in upon hearing their superior's words. Good. Lead the way. Princess Yun Yao instructed the eunuchs to go ahead, while casting a fierce glance at Lin Cheng, whispering, The medical expenses I incurred today will be counted on your head. 300 taels, you've lost several years of salary. Except for Princess Yun Yao, who rode in the palanquin, everyone else was a martial artist. After half a stick of incense, they arrived in front of the palace of the concubine. Grand Eunuch Bai entered first to report, and after he came out, he shot a fierce glare at Lin Cheng before saying to Princess Yun Yao, The lady invites you in. Princess Yun Yao entered first, and Lin Cheng followed with the guards. Wait a moment. Grand Eunuch Bai halted Lin Cheng and the others, and when Lin Cheng looked over, Grand Eunuch Bai was startled and hurriedly said, You are not allowed to bring swords when meeting the lady, you take them off. After everyone had removed their swords, they entered the palace. At this moment, a graceful figure was sitting behind the screen in the upper part of the palace. Seeing the figure, Yun Yao smiled and said, Mother, may I ask why you called me here? You girl, come here and speak. The voice of the concubine was extremely pleasant to the ears, but Lin Cheng and the others had no time to appreciate it. Although they had brought the princess back, they had still failed in their duties. At this time, no one knew how the concubine would punish them. However, she did not immediately question them. Princess Yun Yao approached the screen and began to whisper to the concubine. Perhaps due to the screen, even Lin Cheng, now an extraordinary expert, could not hear what the two were discussing. After waiting for half a stick of incense, their conversation stopped. The voice of the concubine came from behind the screen. I heard from the princess that although you were negligent this time, returning the princess can be considered as compensating for your mistakes. I will not punish you all. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, the concubine's voice rang out again. I am not a muddle-headed person. This time the fault does not lie with you all. The person who acted against you was far stronger than you, and you did your best. I appreciate your efforts and will reward you. Each of you will receive 100 taels of silver. Lin Cheng contributed the most this time, so he will receive an additional 200 taels of silver. With her words, several eunuchs came over with wooden trays filled with silver. The guards excitedly received the wooden trays, their faces beaming with joy. Lin Cheng also took a wooden tray, which held 30 silver ingots, each weighing 10 taels. As the inner guards, Lin Cheng and the other salaries were based on their realms. A third-rate martial artist earned 30 taels per year. A second-rate martial artist earned 100 taels annually. A first-rate martial artist earned 300 taels per year. For Lin Cheng, this reward equated to a year's salary, while for the other guards, it was 3 years' worth. Thank you, Your Highness. I wish you fortune as vast as the Eastern Sea. Everyone expressed deeply grateful, holding the trays towards the figure behind the screen. The concubine behind the screen nodded, her tone turning stern. You are not to speak of the princess' abduction, who pretend as if you know nothing. Understood. Understood. Although they were still confused, they were willing to play the fool for the sake of the silver. All right, you may all leave now, the concubine instructed. After giving her orders, she added, Lin Cheng, stay behind. Do I have something to say to you? Lin Cheng was somewhat puzzled. Why did the lady want to keep him? Once everyone had left, the voice from behind the screen rang out again. Lin Cheng, when did you reach the first-rate realm? This question was a real test of Lin Cheng. How could a first-rate expert be captured by the centipede gang? It's like this. Lin Cheng had already thought out his answer and responded, my family's cultivation method is unique. Why I needed to reach a certain understanding before I could break through. To master the Lin family sword art, there are 2 methods. The first is to practice the sword art tirelessly day and night until it reaches a divine level. The second is to comprehend the meaning within the sword art with exceptional perception. Once understood, one can achieve mastery and possess strength that rivals the first-rate realm. Lin Cheng claimed that he had comprehended the meaning within the sword art during moments of life and death, which allowed his strength to break through to the first-rate realm. The concubine was puzzled upon hearing Lin Cheng's explanation. Comprehending meaning during life and death to break through to the first-rate realm. Can this sword art cheat? She didn't fully understand, so she looked at her daughter. Mother, it's like this. Princess Yun Yao also found it somewhat unbelievable, but she had heard of it before. Some martial artists, due to the uniqueness of their cultivation methods, need to break through during life and death situations. Lin Cheng's technique must belong to this category. Seeing that the two had no doubts, Lin Cheng felt a sense of relief. Then the voice of the concubine came through the screen again. Since you are now a first-rate expert, I will speak to the captain of the guards and have you promoted from a 5th-grade guard to a 2nd-grade guard. Thank you, Your Highness. Lin Cheng hurriedly expressed his gratitude. 5th-grade guards earned 30 taels per year, while 2nd-grade guards earned 300 taels annually, and could also select 2 cultivation methods from the royal library. Lin Cheng did not care much for the salary, as he already had 20,000 taels in cash. But he was keen on the cultivation methods. Cultivation techniques were always guarded secrets among various sects, and to obtain one either had to find a master or kill to seize it. Now he would be able to go directly to the library to select 2 cultivation methods after becoming a 2nd-grade guard. The royal library collected most of the martial arts techniques of the Jianghu. You may leave now, the concubine said behind the screen as she dismissed him. Just as Lin Cheng was about to walk out, Princess Yun Yao spoke up. Wait a moment. Lin Cheng halted his steps and looked at the screen. Does the princess have any more questions? Do you recognize the man in black from last night? As soon as Yun Yao's voice came out, Lin Cheng's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a calm tone and replied, this subordinate does not know him. Yun Yao merely thought Lin Cheng resembled the figure in black, so she asked casually. Seeing Lin Cheng about to leave, Yun Yao hurriedly said, Lin Cheng, go home and rest for a few days. Once I am done with my matters, I will personally take you to the library to select cultivation methods. Lin Cheng's expression stiffened. Thus he could only thank her, saying, thank you, princess. Stepping out of the palace, Lin Cheng discovered several colleagues waiting for him. He approached them puzzled and asked, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you all be on duty at this time? A voice chuckled lightly. We specifically requested leave from the chief. We need to thank you properly. Come, let's enjoy the music at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Thank me, eh? Lin Cheng was taken aback, looking at the crowd in confusion. These people were only acquaintances. Why the need for thanks? If it weren't for your intervention in the dark room, we would have been done for long ago. A young man among his colleagues grabbed Lin Cheng, respectfully stating, give us a chance. Is that really appropriate? Lin Cheng hesitated. How could a distinguished young man like him go to the 100 Flowers Pavilion? This place didn't sound good at all. After a stick of incense at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Lin Cheng watched over 20 young women descend from the upstairs, each one as stunning as a flower. Even by the standards of his past life, they would be considered top beauties. With long legs and talents aplenty, benefactor, you choose first. The crowd pushed Lin Cheng to the forefront in a show of respect. Is this really okay? While assessing the girls' appearances, Lin Cheng pulled one into his embrace, saying, "This one is nice, and this one too." After everyone had chosen, dishes and wine were served. Lin Cheng ate tofu while facing his colleagues' toasts. As a top-tier expert now, ordinary wine would be refined upon entering his throat. As long as he didn't want to get drunk, it was impossible for him to become intoxicated. After 3 rounds of toasts, everyone was somewhat tipsy, while Lin Cheng remained extremely clear-headed. He looked at his fallen colleagues, released the girl, and walked straight out. Lin Cheng found the turtle-like waiter in the pavilion and asked, "How much silver have we spent in total? I'll settle it." Seeing Lin Cheng, the waiter hurriedly said, "Each of you had 2 girls plus food and drink totaling 600 taels of silver." Lin Cheng's pupils contracted. 600 taels. As a second-rank inner guard, he only earned 300 taels a year. Who would have thought this outing would cost 600 taels? Although he had 20,000 taels in banknotes looted from the 3 leaders of the centipede gang, it didn't mean he would spend extravagantly. Why is it so expensive? Lin Cheng frowned, scrutinizing the waiter before him. Surely he didn't think they were first-timers and was trying to cheat them. The waiter merely smiled. Pointing at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, he said to Lin Cheng, "Our 100 Flowers Pavilion is among the best in the capital, and all the girls inside are as beautiful as flowers. However, young sir, your colleagues have already settled the bill in advance." Oi. Hearing that the costs were settled, Lin Cheng was taken aback. "I didn't see anyone come out to pay. You can't be trying to fool me. The gentlemen inside are regulars." The waiter finished speaking, saw a guest coming in, and left Lin Cheng to greet them. "Gentlemen, do you have anyone in mind?" Lin Cheng returned to his guest room. Several colleagues were drunkenly embracing girls and fast asleep. Lin Cheng sighed. This group probably visited often, but had never called on him before. Now that he had achieved top-tier status, they finally invited him. Under the pretense of gratitude, Lin Cheng suddenly felt there was no meaning to this place, and his heart yearned to return. His father was still waiting at home. How could he sleep at the 100 Flowers Pavilion? "Tell them something for me." Lin Cheng pointed at the colleagues on the ground and instructed the alert girl, "I have urgent business and need to leave first." Stepping out of the guest room, he heard sounds of a dispute coming from a nearby room. "Yin Yang was first chosen by me, you get lost. I just like Yin Yang, don't fight me for her." Lin Cheng's ears perked up, his expression turning odd. Before he could react, a scuffle broke out in that room. "I've been coming to the 100 Flowers Pavilion for many years, and I've never encountered anyone daring enough to fight me for a woman. Today I will definitely cut you down." Upon hearing this, Lin Cheng shivered all over. No wonder the voice sounded familiar. The person inside was his father. Clang clang. A fight erupted in the room. Lin Cheng no longer hesitated. He ran over and kicked the door open, drawing his sword. "Who dares to touch my father?" Inside the room, the 3 individuals fell silent. Lin Xiao looked at his son, who had kicked the door open, and his face instantly turned scarlet, resembling a monkey's backside. The other 2 were a woman and a burly man. What's going on? Lin Cheng had no intention of revealing their father-son relationship in this place. He placed his long knife on the table and stared at the burly man. "I just heard you fighting with my brother over a woman. Don't you want to live?" As soon as this was said, Lin Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his son. The burly man sneered at Lin Cheng. "Oh, threatening me with a knife? I'm not easily intimidated," he said, pulling out a bag of silver from his waist and tossing it onto the table. "Tonight, let's not talk about anything else. This bag contains 10 taels of gold, enough to equal 300 taels of silver. Tonight, I will spend this gold on Yun Yang." As he spoke, the burly man looked at the trembling girl and asked, "Yun Yang, you decide. Will you take my 10 taels of gold or this man's 10 taels of silver?" Yun Yang held a very low status in the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Had it not been for Lin Xiao's frequent visits, she might have been sold off long ago. But today fate had other plans. She had drawn the attention of both men. Gritting her teeth, Yun Yang looked at the burly man and bowed apologetically, saying, "Esteemed guest, please take back the gold." As soon as she finished speaking, the burly man's expression turned strange. Lin Xiao, however, was touched, but seeing his son present, his expression darkened like a pot bottom. "Damn it!" The burly man reacted, raising his hand to strike Yun Yang. "You dare to refuse me? I'll kill you." Lin Xiao swiftly intervened. He shielded Yun Yang behind him and clashed palms with the burly man. Lin Xiao's face changed as he stepped back a few paces, looking at the burly man in disbelief. "You're a top-tier expert, but you were hired by the Bai family's gambling house to take revenge on me. You asked too many questions." The burly man sneered coldly, raising his hand to strike again. Lin Cheng blocked him and angrily shouted, "You dare to hit my brother in front of me? Are you looking to die? Son, brother, he's a top-tier expert. You're no match for him. Let me handle this." Lin Xiao held his son back, preparing to use his palm as a knife to attack the burly man. In that case, the burly man laughed coldly. Then you two can come at me together. Before he finished his sentence, a kick came flying in. Bang! The burly man smashed through the door and flew out. Lin Cheng slowly withdrew his foot, sneering, "A mere top-tier expert dares to be arrogant in front of me. Today, I will cripple your skills." As a top-tier expert, incapacitating someone was quite easy. You? Lin Xiao looked at his son, his heart trembling. He quickly wiped his eyes to prevent himself from making a mistake. He knew very well what level his son was at. At most, he was at a third-rate level. But now he had actually kicked a top-tier expert out. What kind of level was this? Top tier. Let's go. Lin Cheng seized the moment when the Baiwa Tower was caught off guard and pulled his father away. Once they descended from the upper floor, 4 men in black entered Baiwa Tower, swiftly dragging the burly man on the ground away, and then headed upstairs. Lin Xiao, upon seeing the men in black, urged, "They are the elite enforcers of Baiwa Tower. Of 4 of them together can rival top-tier fighters." Yet no matter how powerful his son might be, he would find it difficult to gain an advantage on their turf. As expected, the men in black did not find Lin Xiao inside the room and immediately looked downstairs. Upon spotting Lin Cheng and his father, they said, "Stop right there. How dare you act recklessly in Baiwa Tower?" While speaking, the 4 descended from the upper floor. Lin Cheng, however, remained unperturbed, recounting the events that transpired. He looked at the 4 and asked, "This burly man attacked your lady in the room, and we intervened, right?" "Correct." The 4 nodded. Lin Cheng continued, "We blocked the attacker, and he then retaliated against us. We fought back, which is also right, isn't it?" "Indeed." The 4 continued nodding. Lin Cheng smiled and asked, "Since we did nothing wrong, why are you obstructing our path?" Before the 4 could respond, a sharp voice cut in. "In Baiwa Tower, anyone who initiates conflict is at fault." A flamboyantly dressed matron squeezed through, pointing at Lin Cheng and stating, "You caused a disturbance in my establishment, scaring away countless patrons. If you do not pay 1,000 taels of silver today, you shall not leave." "What?" Lin Xiao became anxious and pointed at the matron. "What kind of rule is this?" "We didn't start this. You can ask Yin Yang." 1,000 taels, what kind of rule is this?" The matron smiled without answering. She took a step back, and the 4 men in black advanced, ready to act. "Are you trying to rob us?" Lin Cheng pushed his father aside, his gaze fixed on the matron. "This rule must be changed. Daring to make me change the rules of Baiwa Tower, you are courting death." The matron waved her sleeve and instructed the 4 elite enforcers, "First teach this kid a lesson, so he knows the consequences. Come at me then." Lin Cheng showed no fear. With a movement of his hand, a blade aura instantly shot out. In an instant, the invisible blade aura split a table in 2. The enforcers who had intended to strike looked at Lin Cheng with caution. After witnessing this, quickly retreating several steps. The matron was unaware of the danger. Seeing the enforcers retreat, she yelled, "Why did Baiwa Tower invite you here?" "What do you mean by retreating?" One of the enforcers quickly leaned in to whisper in the matron's ear. Moments later, the matron's expression changed dramatically. A smile spread across her face as she waved a pink silk handkerchief, approaching Lin Cheng and reproaching, "Young master, please do not be angry, but it was my fault. Since you are a top-tier expert, why didn't you mention it earlier?" "It was all a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding." The matron said while leading the 2 upstairs. "Please enjoy your time. Baiwa Tower will cover your expenses." "Yin Yang." The matron called for a woman inside the room and instructed, "I will go prepare some good dishes. You keep these 2 gentlemen company." After saying this, the matron seemingly fled, vanishing without a trace. "Please come in, gentlemen." Yun Yang glanced at the 2 with a peculiar look, a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Though others did not notice, she often met Lin Xiao privately and immediately recognized their father-son relationship. The resemblance was too striking, and their ages matched perfectly. What brothers? They are just a father and son. Lin Xiao sat at the table staring at Lin Cheng for a long time, suddenly, sighing, "Could you be some great master pretending to be my son? You truly do not recognize me." Lin Cheng replied with a familiar tone, countering with a question. Instantly, Lin Xiao's expression changed dramatically. He kicked off his boot and was about to strike. "You little rascal, dare to visit a brothel. Today I will teach you a good lesson. Didn't you go as well?" Lin Cheng secretly used the cloud shadow sky step, avoiding his father's strike. "I was learning from Yin Yang." Lin Xiao's face turned red, wishing he could tear his son's mouth apart. Yun Yang hurriedly stopped Lin Xiao, advising, "Enough. Your son is not the same as before. Do not let others see and laugh at you." Yes. Lin Cheng persuaded from the side. After Yin Yang mediated, Lin Xiao sat back at the table. He scrutinized his son, disbelief written all over his face. "Earlier, I saw you unleash blade aura with empty hands. Have you mastered the Lin family's sword technique to perfection?" "To perfection," Lin Cheng replied briefly. "So those 4 elite enforcers feared you. Have you truly reached the top-tier realm?" Lin Xiao's eyes glimmered with a smile as he repeatedly inquired. "Top tier." Lin Cheng still gave a brief reply. "Good." Lin Xiao slammed the table, laughing heartily. "My Lin family finally has a top-tier expert. Our ancestors are watching over us. Bless our Lin family." Lin Xiao inquired in detail, but Lin Cheng brushed it off with laughter. The imperial concubine had instructed that this matter must be kept confidential. If word got out carelessly, none of the involved parties would escape. Then Lin Cheng began to ask about Lin Xiao and Yun Yang. He had no idea that his father had a liking for visiting brothels and even had a romantic interest. His mother had passed away when he was young. He had thought his father would never seek another woman, but now it appeared to be a misunderstanding. After inquiring, it turned out Lin Xiao and Yun Yang had known each other for quite some time. It was just that Yun Yang's redemption fee was too high, and Lin Xiao, wanting his son to practice martial arts, had to spend silver monthly to visit her a few times. They had been together for 3 to 5 years. How much is your redemption fee? Lin Cheng was no longer the same Lin Cheng. He did not want his father to keep running to brothels, so he simply decided to facilitate their union. 2,000 taels. Yun Yang replied cautiously. No wonder. Lin Cheng glanced at his father. This hefty sum could only be gathered if his father resorted to robbery, otherwise he could never amass it in this lifetime. Just wait. Lin Cheng told the two, then began to savor his tea. Not long after, the matron brought several servants to serve the dishes. It's all a misunderstanding. The matron set the dishes down and lifted a cup of wine, offering, I did not know you had such strength, and I specially apologize. Please forgive me. To be honest, there are not a few top-tier martial artists in the capital, but they are certainly not something an old matron can provoke, unless the owner of Baiwa Tower intervenes. However, the matron did not want to escalate the situation, so she apologized to Lin Cheng instead. Forget it. Lin Cheng did not drink, but pointed at Lin Xiao and the others. These two wish to be together. Can you facilitate that? Upon hearing this, the matron stopped her apologies and looked at Yun Yang before slowly speaking. Yun Yang's redemption fee is 2,000 taels of silver, but I can waive 300 taels. If you can provide 1,700 taels of silver, I will set her free. The matron assessed Lin Cheng, feeling that he did not seem like someone who could produce over 1,000 taels. Forget it. Yun Yang held Lin Cheng back, advising, child, do not act out of spite. I am quite well here in Baiwa Tower, you do not need to. She understood Lin Xiao's family situation. If it were 100 or 200 taels, maybe they could manage, but over 1,000 taels was out of the question. Little did she know, before she finished her sentence, Lin Cheng had already slammed a stack of silver notes onto the table. He pulled out 2,000 taels and tossed it to the matron. Here's 2,000 taels for you. I have no change, so go get it exchanged and bring it to me. After the matron left, Lin Xiao looked at Lin Cheng nervously and whispered, where did you get this money? If it's dirty money, I will beat you to death. It's not dirty money. Lin Cheng shook his head and then said to his father, I am already a second-rank inner court guard. This silver was granted by the imperial concubine, so you need not worry. In that moment, Lin Xiao looked at Lin Cheng somewhat teary-eyed. His son had finally achieved something. After redeeming Yun Yang, Lin Cheng looked at his father, who was beaming with joy, and secretly shook his head. He borrowed a carriage from Baiwa Tower and took the two of them back to the old residence. After settling Yun Yang, Lin Cheng pulled his father aside and asked, the person who caused trouble today, you said he was sent by the Bai family's casino to take revenge on you. You haven't stirred up any trouble again, have you? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's face flashed with anger as he recounted the events. It turned out that their distant relative had been targeted by the Bai family's casino, which not only seized their house, but also planned to sell their female relatives into a brothel. After learning about this, Lin Xiao relied on his mastery of the Lin family sword technique to create a scene at the Bai family's casino, forcing the casino's manager to come out. In the end, to avoid further trouble, the casino had to hastily back off. However, the Bai family, being powerful and influential, would not easily accept this defeat and sent someone to Baiwa Tower to stir up trouble. Lin Cheng heard this and showed no reaction. Suddenly, he heard an unusual sound of wind from the courtyard. Before Lin Cheng could react, he saw over 100 hidden weapons shooting wildly towards the room. Lin Cheng drew the long knife from his waist. With one slash, a scream echoed from outside as he used the purple chi eastward technique to protect his body and charged out against the hidden weapons. In the courtyard stood several people in plain clothes. Seeing that the hidden weapons did not injure anyone, they all drew their blades and rushed at Lin Cheng. Who are you? Lin Xiao, wielding a large knife, also emerged from the house. Upon seeing the assailants, he exclaimed, are you the one sent by the Bai family? This is far from over. While he was speaking, Lin Cheng had already engaged, cutting two of them in half with a single blow. His ruthless methods left the assassins stunned. Who are these people so fierce that they could kill my two brothers with one strike? Lin Cheng's expression remained calm as he delivered several more slashes. No assassins were left alive in the courtyard. Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. He hadn't even made a move yet they were all dead. It was at this moment he realized that his son was indeed different from before, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly how. Yun Yang heard the commotion and came out from the side room. Upon seeing the gruesome scene, she felt breathless, and Lin Xiao reacted quickly and hurriedly cradled his old partner. Were they sent by the Bai family? Lin Cheng, engaged with these people, found that although they were not top-notch experts, their hidden weapon skills were remarkably impressive. If it were just my father at home, he would surely be in danger. It seems the Bai family must be dealt with. Ding, eliminate the Bai family's key personnel, reward 1,000 fate coins. The system prompt echoed again. Right. After settling his partner, Lin Xiao glared at the assassin's clothing and said fiercely, they dare to send people here again, truly lawless. Tomorrow I'll go consult my old friends about what to do with the Bai family. Lin Xiao had befriended quite a few people in the martial world in his youth. He was not afraid to confront the Bai family. I've heard of the Bai family before. Lin Cheng sheathed his knife and said to his father, I plan to go out for a bit. You clean up the bodies in the courtyard and wait for my return. What do you plan to do? Lin Xiao guessed something and attempted to stop his son. It's getting dark. Lin Cheng looked up at the night sky and continued, the Bai family has committed evil for many years. It's time for them to pay the price. Compared to the Zhou family, the Bai family could only be considered a small player in the capital, yet their misdeeds were countless. They set up casinos and exploited people's families. They trafficked people acting with impunity. The Bai family had connections in the court, so even when they committed crimes the officials wouldn't come knocking. Now the Bai family had even reached out to his own family. How could Lin Cheng endure this? If he let them go today, who knows when they would send assassins again? With that thought, Lin Cheng was determined to eliminate the Bai family. After changing into his night attire, he used the cloud shadow sky step to disappear from the courtyard. A short while later, Lin Cheng appeared outside a villa in the suburbs. This was the Bai residence. He silently infiltrated, and upon reaching a room, clearly heard the conversation inside. We must eliminate the Lin family and seize their knife manual. Why is that? I just learned that the Lin family sword technique originates from the Jianshan sect. If mastered to perfection, one could learn the Heavenly Absolute 9 Blades. Heavenly Absolute 9 Blades. Exactly. This sword technique comes from ancient times. If perfected, even a congenital powerhouse or the legendary invincible master would fall beneath its blades. Upon hearing their conversation, Lin Cheng's killing intent intensified. It turned out they had long set their sights on his family. Now that he thought about it, that distant relative of his was probably part of their scheme, pulling his family into the fray. However, Lin Cheng shook his head. These people had no idea he was already beyond their reach. He drew his sword and charged into the room. The old and young inside shouted, "Who are you?" Lin Cheng wasted no words. He raised his sword and cleaved down directly, splitting the young man in half. The old man, seeing this, went into a frenzy. "You dare kill my son? Ooh, I will make you pay." The old man drew a long sword and charged at Lin Cheng. A first-rate expert. Lin Cheng dodged the long sword, countered, and killed the old man, sneering. A mere first-rate dares to covet the Lin family's sword technique. They deserve to die. The system did not provide a prompt. This indicated that there were still capable people within the Bai family. Thus he exited with his sword. At this moment, he was also curious as to how the Bai family learned the secret of the Lin family's sword technique. This secret was likely unknown even to his father. Had it not been for this night reconnaissance, he might have missed this secret entirely. Soon he finished off the Bai family's guards and gathered all the Bai family members together. The Bai family members were terrified and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Lin Cheng pulled out an older man and sternly asked, "Do you still have the face to cry in front of me? How many people have been ruined by your Bai family? Did you ever spare them?" Lin Cheng had long heard of the Bai family's notorious reputation. Previously, Lin Cheng had no power to act, but now they had even targeted the Lin family sword technique. They truly deserve to die. Speak up. Lin Cheng twisted the man's neck and questioned the others. "Where is your family's secret vault? If you don't speak, this will be his fate." The Bai family members remained defiant, until Lin Cheng reached the last young man, who was terrified and peed his pants. He looked at the cold blade and screamed, "The secret room is in my grandfather's study's basement." Before the boy could finish, Lin Cheng had already beheaded him. That night, the Bai family, who had committed evil for many years, was eradicated. Task completed, reward 1,000 fate coins. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Cheng headed towards the study. After some searching, Lin Cheng successfully located the basement, but unfortunately, it contained only a large amount of silver notes and nothing else. He stuffed a few 100,000 taels of silver notes into his clothes and set it on fire. "It's a pity I didn't find the Heavenly Absolute 9 Blades." Lin Cheng, watching the Bai residence burn, couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. What kind of power is the Jianshan sect? How come I've never heard of it? Seeing the flames, someone came to extinguish the fire. Lin Cheng silently employed the cloud shadow sky step, vanishing without a trace. In the old Lin family courtyard. Ever since Lin Cheng left, Lin Xiao had been sitting alone in the small courtyard. Beside him was a stone table with a pot of wine on it. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Suddenly, a sound of something dropping echoed in the courtyard. Lin Xiao turned around and saw his son dressed in dark clothes grinning at him. "You little rascal." Lin Xiao picked up a few peanuts from the table and threw them at him. Lin Cheng dodged his father's attack swiftly, sitting down opposite him, his expression turning serious. "How was it?" Lin Xiao looked at his serious son. Ever since Lin Cheng left, he had been worried. Although he knew that his son was a top-tier expert and that the Bai family could do nothing to him, he still felt anxious. The Bai family is no longer in the capital. Lin Cheng grabbed a few peanuts and put them in his mouth, looking earnestly at his father and asking, "Have you heard of the 9 swords of Tianjue?" "What 9 swords?" Lin Xiao looked bewildered. Seeing his father's reaction, Lin Cheng realized there was no point in probing further and had to repeat what he had heard about the Bai family. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao became serious, pondering for a moment before saying, "The Lin family's sword technique has been passed down from our ancestors for generations, and I have never heard of the 9 swords of Tianjue." "Then how did the Bai family learn about it?" Lin Cheng retorted. Suddenly both of their expressions changed. Lin Cheng looked at his father and blurted out, "You should visit the ancestral grave tomorrow. I suspect something has happened to the ancestral grave." As descendants of the Lin family, they were unaware of the existence of the 9 swords of Tianjue, yet the Bai family knew. Clearly the ancestral grave might have been robbed. Lin Xiao realized this as well. The Lin family had lived in the capital for hundreds of years. Although they couldn't claim to be immensely wealthy, their ancestors had lived in prosperity for a time. These years had not been kind to the Zhaoyan dynasty. The severe drought last year and the heavy floods this year. The situation was tight before and even tighter now. If things go awry, there might be refugees sneaking into the capital, unable to make a living, resorting to robbing graves for survival. Lin Xiao grabbed his sword and set off. "There's no need to wait until tomorrow. I'm going right now." As a descendant of the Lin family, if their ancestral grave was robbed, how could they face their ancestors in the afterlife one day? "I will go too." Lin Cheng grabbed a handful of peanuts and quickly followed. Both of them were martial artists moving at great speed. In just half an incense stick's time, they arrived at the ancestral grave on the back mountain. Indeed, at the ancestral grave there was a hole the size of a bucket. Lin Xiao's face changed immediately upon seeing it. With a thud, he fell to his knees. He knelt on the ground, looking at the stone tablet of the Lin family ancestors, banging his head repeatedly as he said, "The descendants are unfilial, failing to guard the grave of our ancestors. Please do not blame us, ancestors. I will burn paper money for you tomorrow." After finishing, Lin Xiao stood up, letting out a sigh of relief, and said to Lin Cheng, "Thank the heavens, this time the grave that was robbed wasn't that of your grandfather or great-grandfather." Lin Cheng ignored his father. He stared at the stone tablet of their ancestors, somewhat entranced. Ever since Lin Cheng's sword technique broke through to perfection, he had felt some unusual sensations, and now seeing the ancestor's stone tablet, those feelings intensified. The stone tablet of the ancestor was filled with inscriptions. At first glance, these inscriptions seemed to be engraved, but Lin Cheng could tell that they were made by cutting with a sword. Each character contained a special power. Ding 9 swords of Tianjue discovered. Do you wish to learn? Learn. As soon as Lin Cheng spoke, a system prompt echoed in his ears. Insufficient fate coins. 9 swords of Tianjue recorded will be learned automatically when the host's fate coins meet the requirement. Lin Cheng let out a sigh of relief. As long as there's still a chance to learn, it's fine, but just don't let it be all at once. He looked at Lin Xiao and suddenly asked, "Father, your Lin family's sword technique has reached perfection. Didn't you have any special feelings when looking at the ancestor's stone tablet?" Lin Xiao was still bowing to his deceased father. At that moment, hearing his son's question, he turned to look at the ancestor's stone tablet. A few breaths later, Lin Xiao shook his head, looking confused as he said, "What special feelings? It's just an ordinary stone tablet." At that moment, Lin Cheng seriously doubted that the man before him had truly perfected his sword technique. Let's go, let's go." He pulled his father up and said as they walked, "I'm too tired today, let's head back." When they reached the doorstep, they saw the courtyard brightly lit. The two exchanged glances. Could it be that there were assassins again? Lin Xiao's face turned pale. Yun Yang was still at home. On the other side, Lin Cheng had already leaped to the roof of their house. Once he saw the people in the courtyard, his face fell. "Lord Lin, why are you on the roof in the middle of the night?" Bai Gong sat on a stone chair, eating peanuts from the stone table while waving at him. "How did you get here?" Lin Cheng jumped down, looking at Bai Gong's now healed face, and asked, "What medicine did you use? Your bruises disappeared so quickly. You rascal." Remembering the experience of being beaten during the day, Bai Gong could no longer eat the peanut. He directly pulled out a token from his sleeve and said, "I have a command from the noble consort. You must come with me to the palace at once. A big event has occurred." At that moment, Lin Xiao also returned, hurriedly stepping forward. "What big event?" Bai Gong glanced at Lin Xiao, but did not respond. "What big event?" Lin Cheng frowned and asked the same question. Bai Gong became anxious, and upon seeing that there were no outsiders in the courtyard, whispered, "A life-threatening big event. Lord Lin, you shouldn't ask anymore." Helplessly, Lin Cheng, having eaten from the royal family's plate, had to do their bidding. Before leaving, he gave Lin Xiao a few instructions. Then Lin Cheng mounted the fine horse prepared by the palace, and with a whip he disappeared into the dust. "Follow closely." Bai Gong and the others hurried to keep up. After a cup of tea, they appeared outside the palace. After Bai Gong presented the noble consort's command, the huge palace doors were opened. The group dismounted and walked in. As they were about to reach the noble consort's palace, Bai Gong suddenly pulled Lin Cheng and carefully reminded him, The noble consort's hometown was robbed by villains and many people died. Oh, she is now preparing to return home to take revenge. Lin Cheng was taken aback. Someone actually dared to rob the noble consort's hometown. This was a blatant provocation to the court. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Cheng glanced at Bai Gong, then took out 100 taels of silver notes and handed them over, saying, "Please accept this, Gong." After that, Lin Cheng followed behind Bai Gong, quickly walking towards the palace. Before they could enter, the eunuchs in front of the palace suddenly knelt down to pay their respects. "Long live the emperor," shouted one of the eunuchs. Upon seeing this, Bai Gong hurriedly pulled Lin Cheng to bow. Lin Cheng did not need to kneel. As a martial artist, he only needed to perform a warrior's salute. But royal eunuchs like Bai Gong, regardless of their strength, had to prostrate themselves before the emperor. Lin Cheng felt someone pass by him. It seemed to be the emperor. He was curious about what the emperor looked like and instinctively wanted to look up, but he was suddenly pressed down by someone. After the emperor walked far away, Lin Cheng heard Princess Yun Yao's voice beside him. "Father despises it when others stare at him. You nearly lost your life." "Thank you, princess." Lin Cheng also realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately cupped his fists in gratitude towards Princess Yun Yao. Princess Yun Yao shook her head and said to the still kneeling Grand Eunuch Bai, "You may rise, Father Emperor has already departed." After Grand Eunuch Bai got up from the ground, the three of them entered the palace together. However, this time the concubine did not stay behind the screen as she had during the day. Instead, she was anxiously pacing back and forth in the hall. Princess Yun Yao hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Mother, there is no need to be anxious. I plan to personally take someone back. I will not let go of anyone who dares to attack my grandfather's residence." "No way." The concubine interrupted. "This time I have requested 300 elite soldiers and 20 imperial guards from His Majesty. I'll let them handle it." Without waiting for Princess Yun Yao to speak, the concubine looked at Lin Cheng and with a softened tone said, "You are the prince's guard, and thus my guard. This time you need to act as my eyes and return to my hometown for me." Upon hearing this, Lin Cheng was taken aback. He had only just been assigned to the prince's side, and now he was to become a trusted confidant. Lin Cheng felt that this matter was inappropriate and quickly bowed to refuse, saying, "Your Highness, my abilities are limited. Please find someone more suitable." "Stop!" the concubine shouted, glaring at Lin Cheng. "I am not discussing this with you. I am ordering you." Lin Cheng gritted his teeth and had no choice but to comply. Ding, eliminate the 18 thieves of Pingyun, reward 5,000 fate coins. The system notification sounded. Lin Cheng's heart stirred. Could the mastermind behind this attack on the concubine's family be the 18 thieves of Pingyun? This time the reward was indeed 5,000 fate coins. That was more than ever before. Could it be that there was a congenital supreme among the 18 thieves of Pingyun? Grand Eunuch, by seeing that Lin Cheng had complied, hurriedly pulled him towards the palace exit. "Lord Lin, please step this way." Lin Cheng followed him outside the palace. Once outside, Grand Eunuch Bai took a pigeon cage from a young eunuch, which contained 7 or 8 birds resembling pigeons. "This is the 1,000-mile bird." While speaking, Grand Eunuch Bai handed the cage to Lin Cheng. "Do not underestimate these birds. They can travel 1,000 miles at night. After you return, be sure to report to the concubine at all times. The birds inside can fly back to the palace in 12 hours. So miraculous. Lin Cheng held the cage, curiously examining the birds inside. It was his first time seeing such a species of bird. This is not even the most miraculous part. Grand Eunuch Bai smiled, pointing at the birds in the cage, and continued, "Once released, no matter how far they fly, they can return to the cage. These 7 or 8 birds could be worth 700 or 800 taels of gold." "Understood. I see your intention." Hearing this, Lin Cheng could not help but understand. The other party was asking him to take good care of the birds. And this? Grand Eunuch Bai handed Lin Cheng an envelope, saying, "Inside is the address of the concubine's hometown. You should set off now, the sooner the better." "Set off now?" Lin Cheng's expression darkened as he retorted, "Are you jesting with me, Grand Eunuch? Have the elite soldiers and imperial guards already set off? At this late hour, no one is willing to travel at night." Suddenly, Princess Yun Yao's voice came from within the palace. "Lin Cheng, I will set off with you." After Princess Yun Yao came out, she glanced at Grand Eunuch Bai and reminded him, "Mother does not want me to leave the palace, but I am determined. Do not speak of this to Mother, just pretend you did not hear it." After saying this, she looked at Lin Cheng and pulled out 2 books from her sleeve, saying, "I originally planned to let you choose in the library, but the situation is urgent, so I chose for you." Lin Cheng took the books, and his expression darkened. The Great Wilderness Blade Technique. The 18 Kicks of Longmen. He could not make use of either of these techniques. Ding, discovered Great Wilderness Blade Technique, 18 Kicks of Longmen. Would you like to learn? The system notification rang out. No. Lin Cheng currently only had around 1,000 fate coins. He did not want to spend them on these 2 martial arts techniques. What? Seeing Lin Cheng's displeasure, Princess Yun Yao quickly understood that he disliked the techniques she had chosen. She smiled and said, Lord Lin, if you are unwilling when we return, I will accompany you to the library to choose again. All right. Lin Cheng nodded. He did not lack martial arts techniques. What he lacked were fake coins. He still wanted to learn the heavenly absolute 9 blades, an advanced version of the Lin family blade technique. He could not waste fake coins on other places. Let's go. Seeing Lin Cheng in a daze, Princess Yun Yao reminded him. Lord Lin, I have prepared swift horses. We must arrive before the elite soldiers and imperial guards. Why is that? Lin Cheng was somewhat puzzled. Did these elite soldiers and imperial guards dare not obey? The elite soldiers and the imperial guards on this trip are not my mother's people. They are the Empress' trusted aides. We need to gather clues in advance so that we can directly command them with the concubine's order. As Princess Yun Yao walked, she explained. Soon the two rode swift horses out of the palace. As dawn broke, the two had long since ridden out of the capital and arrived at the outskirts. Walking along the official road, they found the sides lined with ragged disaster victims carrying their children towards the direction of the capital. Upon seeing this, Princess Yun Yao could not help but sigh. In these years, Zhao Yan has faced many disasters, and with Father Emperor obsessed with cultivation and ignoring state affairs, the country is now in a precarious state. Lin Cheng did not dare to speak. This was a matter only Princess Yun Yao could complain about. After all, this was her family's country. As an outsider, if he dared to complain, he would be accused of discussing state affairs later, which would be a grave crime. Why are you not speaking? Princess Yun Yao suddenly looked at Lin Cheng. I have nothing to say. Lin Cheng planned to act as a cool man. As they passed through a thicket, suddenly a rope rose from the ground. Lin Cheng reacted quickly and immediately swung his long knife to cut the rope. Otherwise, the two swift horses would undoubtedly stumble. The two pulled the reins and looked around. From the thicket, more than a dozen ragged men armed with knives rushed towards them. If you want to live, leave the horses and your belongings behind, a one-eyed man said as he approached. How bold! Upon hearing the robbery, Princess Yun Yao shouted angrily. The capital is just ahead, and you dare to kill and rob here. Do you truly think there is no law in the world? Oh, only then did the one-eyed man notice Princess Yun Yao, and a lewd smile appeared on his face. Hey race, a little beauty, I have changed my mind. The little beauty must stay. Ding, kill the bandits, reward 200 fake coins. As Lin Cheng waited the familiar system notification, a breeze blew through the thicket. Suddenly a flash of cold light appeared, and several screams rang out. A few breaths later, Lin Cheng sheathed his long knife, and there were corpses on the ground. Mission accomplished, reward 200 fake coins. After 3 days of travel, Lin Cheng and his companion arrived outside Huazhou City. Princess Yun Yao gazed at the distant city walls and said with a smile, Tonight we shall rest here for the night. After another 300 miles we will arrive. All right. Lin Cheng nodded. During these past few days they had encountered several waves of bandits along the way. Without exception, the system would prompt them each time. Lin Cheng now had 2,000 fake coins, but unfortunately the system had not prompted him to learn the heavenly saber art, as it required too many fake coins. However, from this perspective, it also demonstrated the power of the heavenly saber art. By the time they reached the city's outskirts, the sky had darkened slightly. It was already evening. At this time, there was still a large crowd queuing to enter and exit the city, and the soldiers at the gate held up portraits comparing them one by one. Lin Cheng and his companion possessed the royal city, tokens allowing them to use the special passage. Upon seeing the portraits in the soldiers' hands, Princess Yun Yao asked, Who is this in the portrait? Why are you comparing them one by one? Are you even excluding women? Upon hearing this, the soldier respectfully replied, Noble one, this portrait is of a notorious lecher. Over the past half-month, this beast has harmed over a dozen noble ladies. Just the other day, the young lady from the magistrate's family fell victim as well. The steward has specifically set a deadline of 3 days to capture him. Humph. Princess Yun Yao scoffed coldly, mockingly saying, Why was there no order to capture him half a month ago? Now that something has happened to the magistrate's daughter, you start taking precautions. Where were you earlier? To this, Lin Cheng said nothing. After these few days of understanding, he realized that this princess was somewhat like a young rebel, as she would draw her sword to aid the oppressed when she witnessed injustice. The soldier glanced at Princess Yun Yao, and seeing her luxurious attire, which did not seem typical of an ordinary family, chose to pretend he had not heard her. However, out of goodwill, he reminded, Miss, do not concern yourself with others, you just be careful yourself. Upon hearing this, Princess Yun Yao retracted her neck and looked at Lin Cheng. My lord Lin, is it all right if we share a room tonight? No. Lin Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He certainly did not want to die. Humph. Princess Yun Yao shot him a glare, then whipped her horse's rear, galloping into the alley. Once the sky was completely dark, the two arrived at an inn. After finishing their meal, they booked 2 upper rooms. During this time, the waiter came by more than once, advising Princess Yun Yao to disguise her appearance to avoid being targeted by the lecherous bandits. Princess Yun Yao claimed she would not comply, yet secretly went to the kitchen to grab some soot. Upon seeing her painted face, Lin Cheng nearly burst out laughing. When night fell, just as the two planned to retire for the night, a group suddenly poured into the inn. Waiter, bring me tea. Leading the group was a bearded man closely followed by a pretty young woman dressed as a noble along with over 20 armed men. At this commotion, the many guests in the inn emerged from their rooms. Upon seeing the bearded man and his entourage, they all quickly withdrew their heads. However, Lin Cheng and Princess Yun Yao did not care. Downstairs, the waiter was dumbfounded. He hurriedly called the plump manager out, and faced with the bearded man, the manager could only beg for mercy, saying, "Gentlemen, we don't have enough upper rooms. Only 3 are left. How about you move to another place?" What audacity! The bearded man slapped the manager's face and shouted, "We are from the Duan family. If you dare to chase us away, you won't want to live. Today this inn is under my rule." The bearded man issued an ultimatum to the manager stating that within half a tea session 10 upper rooms must be prepared. Duan family. Lin Cheng heard this clearly. The Duan family was indeed Princess Yun Yao's maternal grandfather's family. He turned his gaze toward Princess Yun Yao. Princess Yun Yao shook her head, signaling that she did not know the people below. Soon the manager rushed upstairs to start chasing people away. The Duan family was the family of the current imperial concubine, wielding significant power in Huazhou. They were considered local tyrants. Even the magistrate had to pay respects when he saw them. How could he dare to refuse? In a moment he cleared out 10 upper rooms, and the bearded man and his group leisurely ascended the stairs, followed closely by the pretty young woman dressed as a noble. Seeing a group approach, Yun Yao instinctively moved closer to Lin Cheng. Suddenly the young woman dressed as a noble stopped in front of Yun Yao's room, saying, "Young, I think this room is quite nice. I'll stay here." "All right." The bearded man nodded. Upon seeing her room being taken, Yun Yao pouted, "You already have enough upper rooms. Why do you still want mine?" As soon as she spoke, everyone turned to look at Yun Yao. The plump manager quickly laughed. "This young lady is joking. If this noble lady likes it, she may stay here." "Ugly girl, it is your fortune that this young lady stays in your room," the young woman dressed as a noble said coldly. "You." Yun Yao was so angry that she clenched her small fists, but did not dare to make a move. Seeing his young master being bullied, Lin Cheng, as a second-rank inner guard, naturally could not stand idly by. She said it, "That is her room. There are plenty of upper rooms here if you like, choose any, but this one cannot be taken." Upon hearing this, Yun Yao, she knew Lin Cheng's strength. He could easily kill when facing dozens of bandits. With him backing her, she felt secure. The bearded man laughed, looking at Lin Cheng. "Kid, you have some guts. Do you know who we are?" "You have some guts too. Do you know who we are?" Lin Cheng retorted. "Beep, teach the crowd a lesson, reward 100 fate coins." The system prompt sounded again. "Damn it." The bearded man, enraged, swung a slap toward Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng easily dodged and kicked him away. "Brothers, kill him." The bearded man, seeing his subordinate fall, turned red with rage and ordered his men. In an instant the manager had vanished. Princess Yun Yao cleverly hid behind Lin Cheng. "Kill." Over 20 men drew their blades and charged at Lin Cheng. Humph. Lin Cheng did not draw his sword. The system had instructed him to teach the opponent a lesson, not to kill. He kicked out and threw a punch. Several men were immediately sent flying, lying on the ground, barely conscious. "He is a top-tier expert," someone shouted. Those who had intended to rush forward immediately stopped. As they halted, Lin Cheng did not stop. He struck swiftly and viciously, and in just a few breaths all of the bearded man's subordinates were lying unconscious on the ground. Afterward, Lin Cheng walked toward the young woman dressed as a noble. "You villain, do you know who I am?" The young woman, already frightened by Lin Cheng's prowess, paled upon seeing him approach. "I don't care who you are." Lin Cheng noticed the system had not prompted task completion and planned to teach this woman a lesson. "Stop!" Princess Yun Yao shouted. "Task completed, reward 100 fate coins." Immediately after, the familiar system prompt echoed. Lin Cheng set down his hand, looking at Princess Yun Yao. "Let her go." Princess Yun Yao stared at the woman for a while and said softly, "I seem to remember who she is." "Forget it, just let them go." Lin Cheng nodded. After all, they were members of the Duan family, relatives of the imperial concubine, and he couldn't be too ruthless. Moreover, since Princess Yun Yao has pleaded for them, how could he as a guard go against the will of the princess? He glanced at the woman disguised in men's clothing, and then at the bearded man. "Did you hear that? Get out of here quickly, or don't blame me for not warning you." As the words fell, this group of people helped each other up and ran. The woman also fled in panic without knowing the way. The shopkeeper, seeing this scene, hurriedly came out from the shadows and reproached Lin Cheng and the others. "What's wrong with you switching rooms with them? Now that you've recognized them, you're finished." "Finished?" Lin Cheng smiled coldly, unconcerned. As a second-rank imperial guard tasked by the royal palace, even if the sky were to fall, someone would bear the brunt. Moreover, Princess Yun Yao was also present. Although she wasn't favored by the emperor, she was still a princess of a nation. Looking across the world, there weren't many powers they couldn't afford to offend. "You too." The shopkeeper, seeing that they remained unfazed, stomped his foot and ran away. On the other side, after being driven out by Lin Cheng, the girl dressed as a young master was surrounded by the crowd, fleeing down the street like a defeated dog. After running a distance, the girl suddenly stopped. She looked at the bearded man and slapped him twice. You're all a bunch of useless trash. One person took you all down. Aren't you always boasting about your strength? Why have you turned into soft bones today? The bearded man, after receiving a slap, pitifully replied, Miss, that guy is probably a martial artist of the top tier. We can't beat him. Useless. The girl snorted coldly, but didn't scold him further. Seeing that she was upset, the bearded man stepped forward with a suggestion. Miss, although we can't handle that guy, we can use a knife to kill someone else. Use a knife to kill someone? The girl's interest piqued at the thought of revenge. Tell me if it's really a good plan. I can overlook what happened tonight. It's like this. The bearded man glanced around, ensuring there were no outsiders, before continuing. I heard that in Huazhou City, a very powerful flower thief has emerged, even causing trouble for the county magistrate's daughter. Now the magistrate is furious and looking to kill someone. Are you saying to let the magistrate deal with that guy? The girl's eyes brightened and she clapped her hands in delight. What a good plan, what a good plan. When the time comes facing the officials, I want to see how that guy handles it. Hee, the bearded man chuckled, slyly agreeing. If he resists, that means he's opposing the court, and there will be masters to deal with him then. If he surrenders once he's thrown into prison, Miss, can do whatever you want with him. Let's go. The girl waved her sleeve, instructing her companions. Go to the magistrate's office and say we have leads on the flower thief. Inside the tavern, Lin Cheng hadn't fallen asleep. He sat at the table, leisurely savoring fragrant tea. Next door was Princess Yun Yao's room. He could faintly hear her snoring. Although Lin Cheng did not agree to share a room with her, he was even more cautious. After all, Princess Yun Yao had disguised herself, but what if the flower thief had set his sights on her? If the princess were to be taken by the thief as a guard, he naturally could not escape blame. Moreover, ever since he reached the 4th level of the purple chi comes from the East skill, he had been exceptionally spirited, and even after days without sleep, his mind remained clear. Not long after the lights in the tavern went out, and the other guests quietly fell asleep, Lin Cheng continued to leisurely enjoy his tea. The night was tranquil. As a super first-rate expert, Lin Cheng's hearing extended for dozens of feet. Within his range, even a fly would find it difficult to escape. Suddenly, from dozens of feet away, a series of light footsteps were heard. Someone was swiftly moving along the eaves. Lin Cheng abruptly set down his teacup and leaped out of the window, turning to appear on the rooftop of the tavern. Sure enough, under the moonlight, a figure dressed in dark clothing was intent on heading towards a certain house. Ding, kill the flower thief, reward 2,000 fake coins with the system prompt sounding. Lin Cheng looked at the figure in the distance and chuckled. So it's the flower thief. You're unlucky to have run into me. He slowly took out a willow leaf dart from his sleeve. His Willow Gate darkroom technique had already reached great mastery. When he previously faced the innate supreme genius Zhou Jun's willow leaf attack, Lin Cheng had easily blocked it with the willow leaf dart. He aimed at the dark figure, ready to strike. At the next moment, a shadow rushed towards him through the night. Lin Cheng frowned and shot the willow leaf dart at the shadow. With a bang, an arrow fell at his feet. This not insignificant noise alerted the flower thief in the distance. Upon seeing Lin Cheng on the tavern, the flower thief was scared half to death. He immediately abandoned his target and vanished into the vast night. Lin Cheng was about to chase after him. However, a barrage of arrows sealed off all his escape routes, as if intending to take his life. Who is it? Lin Cheng shot down all the arrows and angrily roared in the direction from which they came. He was nearly able to kill the flower thief. That was 2,000 fake coins. Just like that, was it over? Several high-ranking officers quickly appeared. After a few breaths, they surrounded the entire tavern. In an instant, Lin Cheng appeared to them like a turtle in a jar. Flower thief, today you finally revealed yourself. A captain displayed his lightness skill, leaping onto a nearby roof, staring at Lin Cheng with a cold smile. Quickly surrender, and perhaps you can live a little longer, otherwise it's kill, without mercy. Faced with such a situation, Lin Cheng was stunned. When did he become a flower thief? He realized there must be a misunderstanding, and was about to cup his hands to explain, but the soldiers below had already loosed the arrows from their bows. Lin Cheng's pupils contracted. These soldiers had ordinary strength, but the arrows they shot were extraordinary. Lin Cheng flicked out the willow leaf dart from his sleeve. Arrows against willow leaf darts. Crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds rang out in the air as countless arrows and willow leaf darts fell down. At this moment, someone shouted, "This flower thief is not of the first tier, but rather of the super first tier. Everyone be careful." As the words fell, a bearded man accompanied by a girl dressed as a young master came out from behind. Upon seeing these two, Lin Cheng narrowed his eyes. He realized that he must have been framed by these two. "It's you two." Lin Cheng glared at them and coldly warned, "I advise you to clarify things quickly, otherwise I will settle the score for tonight." "Oh, you dare to settle the score with us?" The girl looked at Lin Cheng and let out a sharp laugh. "You flower thief have such audacity. If you surrender now, perhaps you can keep your corpse intact." At this moment, the commotion outside had already startled the patrons of the tavern. Princess Yun Yao got out of bed and was nearly scared to death upon seeing Lin Cheng being besieged, and now she heard the words of a woman. She was both furious and amused. Yun Yao leaned her head out of the window, cursing. How could the Duan family produce such a disgrace? I even let Lord Lin spare you. The woman turned to look at Yun Yao. She pointed at Yun Yao and ordered the soldiers, shoot her dead. She is an accomplice of the flower thief. A man and a woman both deserve to die. Upon hearing this, several soldiers aimed their arrows at Yun Yao. Seeing the gleaming arrowheads, Yun Yao got a fright and hurriedly ducked back into the room. On the other side, the woman saw the soldiers hesitating and shouted, Why aren't you shooting? If something goes wrong, my Duan family will take responsibility. As soon as these words were spoken, all the soldiers no longer hesitated and launched their arrows toward Yun Yao's room. Do you really think Lin is not here? Lin Cheng shot out a flurry of willow leaf darts, knocking down all the arrows and preventing any from entering Yun Yao's room. He leaped down from the eaves. Standing in the street, he drew out his long knife. Looking at the fierce and ruthless catchers and soldiers, he explained again. I Lin say it once more, you have mistaken the person. At this moment, the captain, who often dealt with flower thieves, quickly called out, Do you have proof? He had been tracking the flower thief for several days. The other party was merely skilled in lightness and sedative techniques, but had never demonstrated superior hidden weapon skills or top-tier strength. Now, after a brief encounter with Lin Cheng, he realized something was amiss. Proof. Lin Cheng sneered, tossing the Imperial Guard token from his waist. Seeing the captain catch the token, he coldly said, You should take a good look at whether I am the flower thief. This captain will not wrong an innocent, nor will I let a villain go, the captain said as he looked at the token. As he recognized the Imperial Guard inscribed on it, his throat tightened. So it turns out he is an Imperial Guard. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. After saying this, the captain raised Lin Cheng's token and shouted, All of you put down your weapons. This man is not the flower thief. His voice was loud, fearing others wouldn't hear. On the other side, the young lady from the Duan family, who was watching the commotion, was dumbfounded. She looked at the captain and angrily shouted, What are you saying? He is the flower thief. How can you let them put down their weapons? The captain looked at the young lady from the Duan family, dressed like a beautiful young man, with a bitter smile. He hurriedly stepped forward, handing her the token, saying, Here is the token, Miss Duan, take a look for yourself. The woman took the token, and upon seeing the words Imperial Guard, she was stunned. She looked at Lin Cheng in disbelief and exclaimed, You are actually an Imperial Guard. You were sent by my aunt. Miss, what are you saying? The bearded man was confused, wondering how it turned into being on the same side. Lin Cheng remained silent. He coldly glanced at the two, stepped forward, and snatched back the token. Now that you know my identity, am I still the flower thief? No longer. No longer. The woman quickly shook her head, grasping Lin Cheng's arm urgently. This esteemed officer, please let me explain. It's all a misunderstanding. Don't mention this to my aunt when you return, I beg you. Lin Cheng shook her off. He never expected this arrogant young lady to actually be the niece of the favored concubine. Lin Cheng sighed and helplessly said, Do you know who the girl you just ordered the soldiers to shoot at is? The young lady from the Duan family was momentarily stunned. Though she was domineering, she was not foolish. The only ones worthy of being protected by an Imperial Guard were the royal. Thinking further, since Lin Cheng was sent by her aunt, the identity of that girl became clear. The princess of Zhao Yin, the daughter of her aunt, her own cousin. It's over. I've caused a huge disaster. She stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Had she known Lin Cheng's and the girl's identities earlier, no matter how mad she was, she would never dare to offend her cousin, the princess. At this moment, boundless regret surged in her heart. The bearded man, seeing his young lattice's great reaction, still refused to give up. Miss, don't let him deceive you. I suspect he might be an imposter. Imposter? The woman was taken aback, then immediately slapped him. If it weren't for you, would I have done something so foolish? Get out of my sight, don't let me see you. The bearded man covered his cheek, his face filled with disbelief. In just one day, he had received 3 slaps, all because of the same person. The bearded man glared fiercely at Lin Cheng and turned to leave. Suddenly, everyone saw a flash of cold light before them. In the next moment, the bearded man's head rolled onto the street. Everyone gazed at Lin Cheng in disbelief. Lin Cheng slowly sheathed his long knife, stating calmly, I am an Imperial Guard here on the palace's orders. Today this thief attempted to harm me, and he has been executed. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone present was momentarily stunned. Looking at Lin Cheng now, their eyes were filled with deep respect. Since there are no objections, Lin Cheng glanced at the crowd and continued, Then I shall head upstairs and you all can properly catch the thief. Do not mistake anyone again. Several captains detected the sarcasm in his words and lowered their heads in shame. After Lin Cheng went upstairs, they began to disperse. The young lady from the Duan family glanced at the head on the ground, gritted her teeth, and hurriedly followed Lin Cheng upstairs. However, she did not approach him. Instead, she went to Princess Yun Yao's room, knelt down with a thud, and cried, Sister, I was wrong. My eyes were blind, and I didn't recognize my sister. Please don't hold it against me, let me off this time. Indeed, Yun Yao was the woman's sister. But her other identity was the princess of Zhao Yin. Ordering the shooting of a princess was a crime that warranted extermination of the 9 clans. A princess is the daughter of the emperor, and shooting a princess means slapping the emperor's face. It could even be considered treason. Had it not been for the fact that the woman should call the favored concubine her aunt, Lin Cheng would have executed her downstairs. Now he stayed in the room merely to give Princess Yuanyao a way out. She couldn't truly execute her own cousin according to national law, could she? After the woman begged for a cup of tea, Princess Yuanyao finally opened the door and welcomed her inside. Lin Cheng remained seated drinking tea. Meanwhile, he held a willow leaf dart in his hand, ready to act if the young lady from the Duan family really went mad and attacked Princess Yuanyao. He only needed to flick it lightly to end her life. Before Lin Cheng could finish his tea, a group of people entered the tavern. A stout middle-aged official led the way, followed by over 10 captains. Suddenly the stout man stopped and looked at a captain behind him, asking, "Is that Imperial Guard really in this building?" Indeed, the captain nodded and quickly added, "This esteemed officer is of top-tier realm. If we ask him to handle the flower thief, it should be a piece of cake." "Good." The man nodded, mumbling, "I hope the esteemed officer will give us an opportunity." Lin Cheng set down the teacup in his hand. He clearly heard the conversation of the people below. He had the opportunity to eliminate the flower thief, but was disturbed by the constables and soldiers brought by Ms. Duan. Now that the flower thief has been startled, how could he dare to commit another crime? A sound of footsteps approached. Someone knocked on Lin Cheng's door, and outside was the familiar voice of the constable. "Official, the county governor is waiting for you downstairs. May I have a word?" As a high-ranking official, the other party did not directly summon Lin Cheng, but sent someone to invite him. This was all because the Imperial Guards only answer to the emperor. Not to mention the county governor, even the current prime minister cannot directly command the Imperial Guards. Within Huazhou, aside from the power of the Duan family, the county governor is the strongest. As a fourth-rank official of the court, the county governor can directly mobilize the military within the territory, which is important for Lin Cheng. He might need the other party's help in this campaign against the bandits. Lin Cheng opened the door and followed the constable downstairs. Downstairs, the corpulent county governor looked at Lin Cheng's youthful face with disbelief. The other party, despite his young age, was already an extraordinary expert. If his subordinates guaranteed with their lives, he would probably still find it hard to believe. "I have met the county governor." Lin Cheng simply cupped his hands and directly stated, "I have already heard what you discussed with the constable earlier." That is the best scenario. The county governor, not waiting for Lin Cheng to finish, directly requested, "The Imperial Guards are powerful, and that flower thief possesses remarkable agility. I have a few capable subordinates, but they are inferior in agility and have repeatedly allowed him to escape. The Imperial Guard's skills in concealed weapons are unparalleled. I believe they can capture that thief." Lin Cheng could no longer listen. He interrupted, "I can take action for you, but you must tell me where the thief is located. I have orders from the palace, so I cannot stay in the city for long." "Rest assured, official." The county governor waved his hand and asked his subordinate, "Has the coma fruit started to take effect?" "It is about time." The subordinate pinched his fingers and continued, "I will bring the bald-tailed dog over now." The county governor did not speak. He gazed outside the tavern, unable to suppress his hatred any longer. Seeing his expression, Lin Cheng finally confirmed that the rumors were true. The county governor's daughter had indeed been harmed by the flower thief. Soon a bald-tailed yellow dog was brought over by the constable. The dog's nose was sealed with a bamboo tube to isolate external scents. Lin Cheng looked at the large dog, somewhat puzzled. Can it truly find the whereabouts of the flower thief? Seeing Lin Cheng's confusion, the county governor suppressed his hatred and explained the dog cannot normally smell the scent of the flower thief, but he accidentally got powder from the coma fruit on him. Coma fruit? Lin Cheng was even more puzzled. Is that not something edible? With the county governor's explanation, Lin Cheng came to understand. The coma fruit is a fruit from a foreign land that cannot be eaten, but if dried and powdered, it can be used to track. However, this powder takes 12 hours to activate. At the same time, the hunting dog's nose is sealed, and once the time is up, it can open its nose. Even if separated by dozens of miles, the dog can still smell the scent of the coma fruit. As the constable removed the bamboo tube from the dog's nose, the large yellow dog immediately reacted and rushed in a certain direction. "Official, this time I trouble you." The county governor cupped his hands at Lin Cheng. "No need." Lin Cheng nodded, then pointed to Princess Yuanyao's room. "After I leave, please ensure the safety of the people inside." The county governor, being experienced in politics, immediately dispatched over 20 archers to guard Princess Yu. Only then did Lin Cheng feel at ease to leave. The large yellow dog quickly tracked down the street. Lin Cheng leapt onto the roof, following the dog at a leisurely pace, while the other constables and soldiers were left far behind. "Hurry up and chase." A constable shouted at his subordinates, "If we cannot catch up with the official, it is due to our lack of strength. If we can't even catch the dog, we might as well find a block of tofu to die against." Half a stick of incense later, the large yellow dog stopped outside a large courtyard. Lin Cheng, following closely, looked at the signboard at the gate, and his expression turned strange. However, he leapt in. When the other constables and soldiers caught up and saw the characters on the signboard, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. How could the flower thief be in the county governor's residence? They immediately went on high alert, surrounding the county governor's residence tightly. Since the flower thief had entered the interior of the governor's residence, was also on high alert even at night, with lights blazing and hundreds of guards patrolling. Even extraordinary experts would expose themselves when facing such defenses. Yet under the unparalleled agility of the Yun Yi Qing Tian technique, Lin Cheng silently passed through layers of hidden sentries and made his way deep into the county governor's residence. After a search, he arrived outside a beautifully arranged courtyard. At this moment, inside the courtyard, a man and a woman were playing around in the room. "Little beauty, ever since your father caught sight of me, he has been frantically trying to capture me and take my life. He doesn't know that it was his daughter who invited the wolf into the house." A male voice said from inside. "How awful." A female voice within pouted and scolded. "Who told you to harm other good girls? You deserve to be wanted." Hee hee. The male voice chuckled, tormenting the girl who told you that this official young lady could not satisfy me, so I had to go outside to indulge. Lin Cheng was stunned. Inside the room were indeed the county governor's daughter and the flower thief. The two had apparently been involved with each other for a long time. It is ironic that the county governor was making a scene about killing someone, yet his daughter had actively invited the flower thief. How unpredictable life is. Lin Cheng did not plan to barge in to capture anyone. He quietly plucked a willow leaf from a nearby willow tree, and under the enhancement of the Ziki Donglai technique, the willow leaf shot into the room like an arrow. The flower thief, despite having first-rate skills, ultimately relaxed during the moment of pleasure. A scream echoed within the room. Mission completed. Reward of 2,000 fake coins. A system notification followed. "My lord, what happened to you?" Inside, the county governor's daughter was alarmed. This commotion immediately drew in the patrolling guards. "What happened?" Several guards surrounded Lin Cheng with sticks. "Who are you? Why did you break into the county governor's residence?" Lin Cheng smiled faintly and remained silent. Soon after, a stunning woman draped in thin silk rushed out from the room. Upon seeing Lin Cheng, she shouted, "Did you kill my lord? I want you to pay with your life. Kill him." The woman commanded several guards. The guards are not foolish. They looked at their young lad's disheveled appearance and recalled the screams they had just heard. They seemed to realize something, their faces filled with disbelief. "I was sent by the county governor to kill the lecher." Lin Cheng cupped his hands towards the guards and added, "Just now I have slain the lecher. You can go in and see the corpse to confirm if it is the flower thief causing chaos in Huazhou." Upon hearing this, one of the guards walked into the house and soon shouted, "Indeed, there is a flower thief inside." The remaining guards put down their sticks and rushed into the house. "You can't go in there." At that moment, the woman realized what was happening and tried to stop the guards, but it was too late. They had already dashed inside. The woman's face turned ashen as she glared at Lin Cheng and said, "If you let them in, my reputation will be ruined, and my father will not let you go." Lin Cheng merely smiled. He looked at the woman and clasped his hands, saying, "Miss, your reputation will not be tarnished. In a few days, word will spread in the city of how the lady lured the wolf and slew it. Miss, you are the great hero who sacrificed yourself to save the other women of the city." The woman stared at Lin Cheng with wide eyes, speechless for a long while. Moments later, several guards carried the clean-looking man out. Lin Cheng stepped closer and saw that he was indeed a handsome young man. No wonder he had captivated the daughter of the county magistrate. He looked at the corpse and said with a smile, "You wicked scoundrel, you never expected to fall into the trap set by the county magistrate's daughter today, did you?" The guards were taken aback. Wasn't this what he had guessed? Lin Cheng drew the long knife from his hand and handed it to the woman, saying, "Miss, you have fed the wolf with your own body. Now you have caught the thief. Please, miss, use the knife to release your pent-up anger." The woman looked at the man with a smile on his lips and suddenly understood this was a matter of killing to relieve the heart. She wished she could slice the man before her in vengeance for her beloved, but thinking of her reputation, she had no choice but to swing the knife at the corpse. Lin Cheng's blade was extremely sharp. After a few strikes, the corpse was butchered. "Take him away." After Lin Cheng instructed the guards to carry the body away, he snatched the long knife from the woman's hand and sneered, "If you hadn't lured this scoundrel here, would the women of this city have suffered such misfortune? Today's events serve as a lesson for you. Please do not bring harm to honest people in the future." "Wait a moment." The woman suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Cheng, laughing maniacally. "Do you know who my beloved's master is?" "Oh." Lin Cheng had intended to leave, but upon hearing this, he asked, "Does this scoundrel still have a master? Who is it? When I have the time, I will slay him as well." "Just you." The woman laughed loudly and coldly said, "My beloved's master is the jade-faced fox, a congenital supreme being. You have killed his beloved disciple. No matter where you flee, you will die without a burial place." The jade-faced fox. Lin Cheng noted down the name and leaped away. When he returned to the inn, the corpulent figure of the county magistrate was still waiting. Seeing Lin Cheng return, he hurriedly approached, saying, "Have you found that flower thief? Did you kill him?" Lin Cheng smiled. He clasped his hands and congratulated, "Thanks to your esteemed daughter this time." "My daughter?" The county magistrate was taken aback, his expression bewildered. Lin Cheng noticed that he was unaware of his daughter's outrageous actions and continued, "Your esteemed daughter fed the wolf with her own body, luring the thief into your mansion, intending to capture him with the help of many guards, but I got there first. However, your esteemed daughter is indeed a heroine. She personally chopped off the thief's head." Lin Cheng told him a kind-hearted lie. Having lived 2 lives, he understood some human affairs. If he revealed the truth in front of the county magistrate, the man would probably draw his blade, and duel him. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Moreover, this act of killing to relieve the heart would likely cast a shadow over the county magistrate's daughter for a long time. First, her beloved died in her arms, and then she chopped off his head to prove her innocence. Such a shadow is hard for anyone to escape. This is a punishment more painful than death. My daughter is so righteous, the county magistrate said, taking out a stack of silver notes from his sleeve and secretly handing them to Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng accepted it calmly, considering it the payment for this story he concocted. They chatted for a while longer before the county magistrate departed with his corpulent body. On the other side, after seeing everyone leave, Princess Yun Yao hurriedly came down from upstairs and shouted at Lin Cheng, "I just saw that little official slip you some silver." Saying this, she extended her hand. "Everyone who sees it should have a share." Oh no, what if the bribe is caught by the superior? Lin Cheng had no choice but to hand over the stack of silver notes he received, and when Princess Yun Yao looked at it, her face instantly changed. This stack of silver notes was actually 10,000 taels. Yun Yao had thought it would be at most a few dozen taels, since the county magistrate's annual salary was only around 1,000 taels of silver. 10,000 taels was the equivalent of the man's 10 years of salary. Where did such a large sum of money come from? Yun Yao returned the money to Lin Cheng, muttering, "I didn't expect that my Zhao Yin is infested with corrupt officials. A mere county magistrate can casually produce 10,000 taels of silver. What about higher-ranking officials of the 3rd, 2nd, or 1st grades? Don't they collect even more?" She stumbled a bit. Zhao Yin was facing a great flood in the front and a great drought in the back, with disaster victims all over the land. She looked at Lin Cheng and murmured, "It's dangerous, very dangerous." Lin Cheng said not a word. Princess Yun Yao no longer had any desire to sleep. She didn't know where she found a book and began to flip through it carefully, while Lin Cheng brewed a pot of tea and sipped it slowly. Until dawn, Princess Yun Yao finally put down the book and said to Lin Cheng, "We should leave. I'm just a princess, and there are many things that I cannot decide." The two mounted their swift horses and were just about to depart when a voice called out, "Wait for me." Miss Duan hurriedly followed after them, pleading, "Take me with you. Ooh, I don't want to travel with those useless subordinates." She found a horse and stubbornly followed behind the two. After several hours of travel, the three finally arrived at the Duan estate. The Duan estate was extremely imposing, covering 1,000 acres enclosed as a garden. From a distance, it looked magnificent. No wonder it was the maternal home of the imperial concubine. This architecture was only slightly inferior to the palace, but compared to the luxurious residences in the capital, it was far superior. "Duan Yu." Princess Yun Yao looked at her cousin and instructed, "You go knock on the door and introduce me again." "All right." Duan Yu had lost all her temper in front of Yun Yao, behaving like a little maid. At this moment, the gate of the Duan estate was tightly shut, extremely forbidding. Duan Yu stepped forward to knock on the door and led the two inside. Once Lin Cheng entered the courtyard, he immediately felt that the atmosphere was very wrong. Everywhere in the courtyard hung white silk in arrangement for a funeral. Upon seeing Duan Yu, a servant ran over, kneeling and crying, "Miss, you have finally returned the master." Hearing this, Duan Yu, who had originally been indifferent, suddenly became anxious. She hurriedly asked, "What happened to my father? Speak." "The master was murdered," the maid said with difficulty. Upon hearing the terrible news, Duan Yu staggered and fell to the ground. She collapsed, saying, "You wretched maid are lying to me. Do you know what happens to those who lie to me? Cousin, please accept my condolences." Princess Yun Yao helped Duan Yu up, intending to offer some comforting words, but Duan Yu suddenly broke free and ran off into the distance. At that moment, there was no one left to guide them, and Lin Cheng and the others exchanged glances. At last, after they located the steward, the two were escorted into the reception hall. Lin Cheng studied Princess Yun Yao's composed expression and asked with curiosity whether she did not seem very distressed. This was her maternal grandfather's mansion. So many had died within these walls, yet she showed no sign of sorrow. "You would not understand," Yun Yao murmured, shaking her head without further explanation. They had not waited long before several middle-aged men arrived, escorting an elder who leaned on a tiger-headed cane, his steps hurried and urgent. Once they entered, the old man scrutinized Yun Yao closely, and then, to everyone's surprise, dropped to his knees. "I, Duan Yao, a humble subject, pay my respects to the princess and wish her boundless blessings," he declared. "Duan Yao?" Lin Cheng was taken aback on hearing the name. This man was the noble consort's father. Seeing the grandfather kneel before his granddaughter was a sight that made even Lin Cheng do a double take. Lin Cheng watched the scene with some distaste, but he could understand it. In the royal household, private kinship meant little. The other middle-aged men did not kneel, they only offered a warrior's salute. Jiayan had been founded by the sword, and the state was unusually tolerant of martial men. "Rise," Princess Yunyao said from her seat, extending a hand to signal them to stand. When they rose, she stood as well and bowed. "Your niece greets her grandfather and her uncles." A brief round of civilities followed. Silence fell, and all eyes turned to Lin Cheng. He stepped forward and went straight to the point. "Her Highness sent me to investigate this matter and to execute the ringleader. May I examine the bodies?" Old Master Duan nodded and led the way. Not long after, in the mansion's mortuary hall, Lin Cheng beheld more than a dozen corpses. Men and women lay among them. Duan Yu, who had been missing, knelt before one corpse, weeping bitterly. Lin Cheng moved to inspect them and found that the bodies belonged to martial practitioners. Their wounds were unnaturally neat, as if each had been felled by a single decisive blow without any chance to struggle. Drawing this conclusion, Lin Cheng frowned. Even the lowest-ranked warriors, when facing an expert, would at least attempt to resist. To kill so many with single strikes was therefore not easy. Two possibilities presented themselves: either those on the floor had willingly accepted a one-hit death, or the assailant's skill was so supreme that no one could react in time. The first notion was absurd. Lin Cheng turned to the Duan family and asked what cultivation levels the victims had held and where they had died. An elder answered, "My eldest brother was first rank. The others ranged from second rank to third rank." A long-bearded man in a blue robe draped in white gauze stepped forward after a moment's recollection and said, "They all perished in the east courtyard." At those words, the memory of the scene seemed to surge back upon them, and they wept anew. Lin Cheng felt a prick. According to their account, the killings had been concentrated and instantaneously lethal. This did not resemble the handiwork of the Pingyun 18 thieves. If the 18 thieves had struck, the Duan household would have been utterly ruined, not merely the east courtyard singled out. Pushing the thought aside, Lin Cheng silently activated his Zi Qi Dong Lai Gong purple Qi comes east technique and sent a tendril of true Qi into the corpses. He then examined each body in turn. Poison, he discovered. Zi Qi Dong Lai's true Qi was refined enough to probe the meridians even in the dead, and a strange toxin ran through each corpse. Realizing this, Lin Cheng drew a silver needle from his sleeve and jabbed it swiftly into several bodies. Under the scrutiny of all present, the needle turned an inky black. "Poisoned." Princess Yun Yao's brow knit in alarm. "That cannot be." Old Master Duan seemed to see a ghost. Pointing at the blackened needle, he cried out in disbelief that his eldest son could possibly have been poisoned. He insisted vehemently that they had been murdered by someone, if the family would not accept the notion of a slow secret death. A soft electronic tone sounded, and a curt notification announced a reward for uncovering the traitor. Only then did Lin Cheng rise to explain, "Old Master Duan, to fell someone in a single blow at your rank would require an assailant of at least above first rank. Yet if the killer truly were of such caliber, why resort to poison?" His words fell into sudden comprehension among those present. Lin Cheng pressed on, "Has anything of great value been stolen from the Duan residence?" "No," Old Master Duan replied, shaking his head. "He alone kept custody of the household treasures." "Then this is perplexing," Lin Cheng said, rubbing his nose in thought. "If they did not seek wealth, why poison and kill so deliberately? Could the culprit be a madman?" He recalled the system's hint about an inside traitor. That would mean a collusion of inside and outside, a secret poison administered by an insider, then outsiders breaking into the east courtyard to slaughter the poisoned. Such an orchestrated scheme was hardly the deed of a lunatic. "Gather everyone from the east courtyard who survived," Lin Cheng instructed Old Master Duan, explaining. "If so many were poisoned, there must have been an insider's cooperation." At the old man's command, attendants hurried out. Soon 8 servants were brought forward. "Most of the east courtyard are dead, only these 8 remain alive," the blue-robed man said, his finger indicating them. "We do not know if any among them is a traitor." Lin Cheng stepped up and began to question them one by one. "Did you administer the poison?" He moved down the line, asking each in turn. "No, no." When he reached a young married woman, he asked her the same question. She cried out, "It was not me." The system chimed once more, announcing that the task was complete and awarding 100 fake coins. Lin Cheng did not expose her. When he had finished his questioning, he admitted, "There is no traitor among them. My earlier suspicion was mistaken." The Duan family members only shook their heads and said nothing. To them, this youth was merely a man of some strength. Who was he to out-reason seasoned constables? Having established that poison had been used, the Duan household would naturally summon a first-rank chief constable to root out any insider and conspirators. Lin Cheng stepped aside and began to analyze the matter in his mind. Why had the female traitor not fled? After such a calamity, she should have absconded with any plunder. Why remain on the premises and draw attention to herself? Then a thought settled in Lin Cheng's mind. Perhaps they had not found what they were seeking. If their search had come up empty, they would strike again. He resolved to keep the young wife under surveillance. When she next moved, he would catch the true mastermind. He suspected the matter could not be disentangled from the Pingyun 18 thieves. Only by unmasking the puppet master could he learn the thieves' hideout. Before the assembly could settle, a servant burst in breathless and shouting that envoys from the palace had arrived and that the true culprit had been apprehended. Upon hearing this, Lin Cheng stilled and looked toward Yun Yao. Both wore expressions of dumbfounded disbelief. "Let's go," Old Master Duan cried upon hearing that the culprit had been captured, and he hurried out with his people. Lin Cheng and Yun Yao followed more slowly behind. Yun Yao could not conceal her puzzlement. How had they arrived so swiftly? She and Lin Cheng had only just halted to rest when the Imperial Guards and inner palace escort had already seized the culprit. It was absurd. After the two came out, over 300 Imperial Guards and palace sentinels had already prepared the prison carts, with more than 10 of them filled to the brim with people. Ridiculous! Old Master Duan exclaimed angrily as he recognized the people inside the prison carts. "If you didn't want to come, you didn't have to. Why bring these cats and dogs to fool me?" The prison carts were filled entirely with refugees. Each one was gaunt. How could they possibly be the real culprits? Through Lin Cheng's reasoning, they had already determined that it was a martial artist doing so. How could it be the refugees? This was simply an act of deception. "Old Master, please calm down." The leader of the Imperial Guards, a young man clad in iron armor with a sword at his waist, smiled at Old Master Duan. "We have leads, and they have all confessed." Deception. The Duan family naturally refused to acknowledge it. Looking at the young man, "The palace sent you to capture the real culprit, and this is how you handle it." Seeing that the Duan family did not recognize him, the young man burst into laughter. "I Zhou Gui was sent by the Empress. If you do not accept my case, you can investigate yourselves." The Duan family fell silent. If they could uncover the real culprit, what need was there for the palace? Initially, they thought the incident was a robbery by bandits, but after Lin Cheng's analysis, they suspected it was the work of martial artists. This made the investigation even more difficult. Zhou Gui was it. Lin Cheng stepped out from the crowd, revealing his badge. "Since you have prepared the confessions, I would like to see them." "Who are you?" Zhou Gui looked at Lin Cheng and said with a faint smile, "You don't seem to be from the Duan family. This matter does not concern you. Quickly step aside. Take a look at this." Lin Cheng tossed his badge to Zhou Gui and said, "I am a second-rank palace sentinel dispatched by the favored concubine to assist you. That gives me qualifications, doesn't it? Here." After glancing at the badge, Zhou Gui handed the confession over to Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng flipped through a few pages, revealing a hint of a smile on his face. "Commander Zhou, do you know what the consequences of forging evidence are?" "What do you mean?" Zhou Gui narrowed his eyes, a fierce look appearing on his face. Lin Cheng did not say much and immediately approached one of the prison carts, asking the people inside, "Do you know what crime you have committed?" "No, we don't know." The few people in the prison cart hurriedly shook their heads. "Do you know how to read?" "No." "Are you bandits?" "No." After asking these three questions, Lin Cheng crushed the confession in his hand and shouted at Zhou Gui, "These people do not know their crime, cannot read, and are not bandits. Commander Zhou, are you blindly reviewing this case? You have some audacity." Zhou Gui drew out his broadsword, furious. "I suspect you are impersonating a palace sentinel. Surrender immediately." As he spoke, he did not wait for Lin Cheng to react and swung down with his sword. Ding defeat, Zhou Gui reward 300 fake coins with the system's notification. Lin Cheng drew his sword to meet the attack. When their blades clashed, both retreated simultaneously. Top tier. Zhou Gui recognized Lin Cheng's strength and dared not underestimate him any longer. Lin Cheng looked at him, inwardly sighing. No wonder he was able to command 300 Imperial Guards. His strength was indeed top tier. "Stop!" Princess Yun Yao hurriedly stepped forward, fearing the situation would spiral out of control. Upon seeing Princess Yun Yao, Zhou Gui's expression changed drastically, and he quickly knelt, saying, "I have seen Princess Yun Yao. Oh, it is all a misunderstanding. I was just joking." "What a joke!" Lin Cheng yelled angrily and kicked Zhou Gui, sending him flying. Task completed, reward 300 fake coins. Hearing the system notification, Lin Cheng was left dumbfounded. Was that considered a defeat? Before Lin Cheng could react further, another system notification sounded. Host points are sufficient, automatically learning the first two forms of Tianju 9 sabers in an instant. Lin Cheng felt a slight pain in his head, followed by an influx of memories of practicing sword techniques. In the memory scenes, Lin Cheng's figure was seen practicing sword techniques from dawn till dusk. After countless days and nights of practice, Lin Cheng finally mastered the first two forms of Tianju 9 sabers. Meanwhile, Zhou Gui, having taken a kick, was left dazed. "You dare to sneak attack?" He raised his broadsword, its edge gleaming coldly, and in the blink of an eye appeared in front of Lin Cheng, causing terror among all present. Two tigers fighting will surely result in one death. Whether it was Commander Zhou Gui's death or Palace Sentinel Lin Cheng's, it would not be surprising if this matter would escalate once more, until the court sent someone else over. But the next moment, everyone heard a crisp sound. A segment of the sword blade fell to the ground. Immediately, the scene before everyone shocked them. Lin Cheng's long sword was pressed against Zhou Gui's forehead, and the broadsword in Zhou Gui's hand had been severed. Lin Sentinel. Princess Yun Yao looked at the scene before her in disbelief. She knew of Zhou Gui's reputation. At such a young age, he was already a top-tier expert commanding 300 imperial guards exuding immense power. It was said that if Zhou Gui were given another 20 years, he would break through to the innate supreme realm. Yet now this exceptionally talented genius was nearly killed by a mere junior sentinel using his sword to sever his weapon. Are you convinced? Lin Cheng stared at him, his voice icy. Zhou Gui did not speak, staring blankly at the long sword on his forehead, as if he were an idiot. Until Lin Cheng sheathed his sword, Zhou Gui remained in a daze. Young commander. Zhou Gui's subordinate rushed forward, shaking him. Wake up. What happened to you? After calling for a while, Zhou Gui finally came to his senses. He first glanced at the broadsword in his hand, then looked at Lin Cheng and promptly fainted. Quick, save him. The crowd lifted Zhou Gui into the Duan residence. Lin Cheng felt a bit shaken inside. The first two forms of Tianju 9 sabers. The desolate smoke in the desert. The setting sun over the long river. Lin Cheng had only used the first form, desolate smoke in the desert, to crush Zhou Gui, who was of the same rank as him. What if he used the second form, setting sun over the long river? Just as Lin Cheng had this thought, he secretly shook his head. The consumption was too great. Even though he practiced the Ziki Donglai technique, his internal true energy was pure and vast, but with this one strike Lin Cheng had already used up 50% of his strength. If he were to truly unleash the setting sun over the long river, he would likely exhaust himself to death. Have you been hiding your strength all along? Princess Yun Yao's voice rang out, filled with disbelief. Lin Cheng looked at her, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Princess, I know you are surprised, but please don't be. Let me explain first. Forget it. Princess Yun Yao shook her head again, refusing. Everyone has their own secrets, you don't need to tell me. Thank you, Princess. Lin Cheng sincerely thanked her from the bottom of his heart, otherwise he would have to come up with a story. Princess Yun Yao looked at Lin Cheng and suddenly asked, do you know who the spy is? Tell me now, and since Zhou Gui has been scared silly by your strike, I can take over his subordinates. Really? Lin Cheng was taken aback, clearly unconvinced. The 300 imperial guards and over 20 palace guards were directly dispatched from the palace. Even if Zhou Gui were dead, it was not the place of a princess to take charge. The palace would continue to send people. Look at this token. Yun Yao pulled out a jade token from her bosom, engraved with the character Gui. You stole the Empress token. Seeing the token, Lin Cheng was slightly moved. This jade token was as if the Empress herself had come, and now he believed it. What's stealing? Princess Yun Yao glanced at Lin Cheng and corrected him. I took my mother's token. How could it be stealing? You, a mere guard, would not understand. Yes. Lin Cheng glanced at the token and hurriedly replied. Now tell me. Princess Yun Yao put away the token, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Cheng. I feel that you already know who the traitor is. Don't pretend with me, just say it. Lin Cheng looked at the stunning princess before him, feeling greatly confused. He clearly thought he had concealed it well. How did the other parties see through it? Seeing Lin Cheng's silence, Yun Yao sneered. In these past few days I have been observing you. Just now when I saw you interrogating the servants, I felt something was off. Now that I think about it, you must have sensed the traitor. Why didn't you say anything? Your Highness is astute. Lin Cheng quickly flattered and explained, I indeed know who the traitor is, but the reason I didn't say is that I didn't want to alert the enemy. The murderer has not yet obtained what they wanted. They will undoubtedly act again. We just need to wait and catch them off guard. I see. Seeing that Lin Cheng had already made a plan, Princess Yun Yao no longer pressed for details. She then approached the imperial guards and palace guards, raising the token high. Upon seeing the token, everyone knelt down. Seeing this, Princess Yun Yao's tone turned cold. From now on, I will take command of all of you. Do not defy my orders. The kneeling crowd fell silent. In their eyes, Yun Yao was merely a little girl and could be ignored. Yun Yao's expression turned somewhat grim. However, Lin Cheng stepped forward, looking at the crowd, and shouted, Do you wish to defy my orders? Hurry up. Only then did the crowd remember Lin Cheng's terror. They may not fear Princess Yun Yao, but facing Lin Cheng's formidable first-rate strength, they had no choice but to comply. We obey, the crowd shouted loudly. Very good. Princess Yun Yao looked at the crowd, glanced at Lin Cheng, and continued to give orders. Commander Zhou Gui is seriously ill. Take good care of him, and do not let him come out and cause trouble. From now on, Lin Cheng will be your new commander. Hearing this, the crowd dared not resist, and continued, We have seen the commander. Lin Cheng was somewhat dazed. How did he become the commander? However, he still maintained a calm demeanor, addressing the crowd. Get up. The true culprit has not yet been captured. You all need to guard the Duan residence closely, ensuring not even a fly escapes. After dealing with everything, Lin Cheng took Princess Yun Yao to the pharmacy of the Duan residence. At this moment, several doctors were administering acupuncture to Zhou Gui. As soon as they entered, the housekeeper of the Duan residence hurried forward and said, The doctors say this commander is overly frightened and just needs to rest for a while to recover. Yun Yao nodded. Lin Cheng, however, looked at the lying Zhou Gui and felt a stir in his heart, pulling the housekeeper aside. Do you know that Zhou Gui's attitude towards your Duan residence is not friendly? I know. The The housekeeper nodded. Zhou Gui's actions were simply dismissive of the Duan residence. If it weren't for the princess and the guard before him, the Duan residence would have likely faced difficulties. That's good to know. A smile appeared on Lin Cheng's face as he looked at Zhou Gui's figure. Then this guy must not recover in 3 or 2 days. He needs to learn a lesson. The housekeeper's eyes lit up. He hurriedly called out several doctors to give instructions. Moments later, the doctors returned and continued administering acupuncture, but their methods had drastically changed. The short steel needle was directly inserted into Zhou Gui's occipital area. Seeing this, the housekeeper approached Lin Cheng and the princess, smiling. I have instructed them. This bastard will not wake up in less than a month. Princess Yin Yao glanced at Lin Cheng, a hint of helplessness flashing across her face. Let's go. She nudged Lin Cheng. In Huazhou City, a white figure dashed into the governor's residence. The guards swiftly took action. This white figure moved with extraordinary agility, leaving the guards behind in mere moments. He headed straight for the courtyard of the governor's daughter. At this moment, the governor's daughter was holding a paintbrush, her eyes red, depicting the likeness of her beloved who had passed away. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared. A man in white appeared before the woman, laughing aloud. Everyone in the city is saying that you fed wolves with your own body, killing my beloved disciple. But why do you still look so sorrowful? The woman was startled to discover another person in the room. But when she saw that the man in white was wearing a fox mask, she was overjoyed. You are my beloved's master, the jade-faced fox. You recognize me, eh? The man in white took a step back. Seeing that the other party did not deny it, the woman immediately knelt on the ground. Master, please avenge my beloved. Just as she was about to reveal the truth, she was lifted by the jade-faced fox. Little beauty. He caressed the woman's face and chuckled. This is not a place for conversation. I know a good place. After saying that, he carried the woman away from the governor's residence. The guards hurriedly went to report to the governor, until dusk fell in a dilapidated temple within the meditation room. The jade-faced fox let out a comfortable sigh as he pushed the governor's daughter away. Such a beautiful girl. You were truly trained well by my disciple. The woman whimpered twice and was pressed down again. Moments later, the jade-faced fox said contentedly, I understand everything now. Oh, it was the palace guards who killed my beloved disciple. Little beauty, you can rest assured. I will take action. After saying this, he moved his hand and snapped at the Duan residence in the inner courtyard. After Lin Cheng had arranged all the imperial guards and palace guards, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yun Yao, seeing this, couldn't help but ask, will the true culprit come out tonight? The other party is in the dark and must know that the Duan residence is no longer easy to ambush. He probably won't act. Not at all. Lin Cheng shook his head. Looking at the puzzled Princess Yun Yao, he slowly said, I have arranged for everyone in the Duan residence to search for the items that the Duan family's master brought back from the outside. This true culprit does not act early or late, but chooses this very moment to act. It is clear that the master of the East Courtyard, the head of the Duan family, accidentally brought back what the true culprit wanted, leading to his misfortune. But unfortunately, the head of the Duan family does not realize that he has brought back a treasure, and thus no one knows where he has placed it. Perhaps he threw it into the toilet, or maybe he lost it in the lotus pond. However, as the Duan residence continues to search, the true culprit will surely be unable to hold back. After the explanation concluded, Princess Yun Yao suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Night had fallen, and a luminous moon rose on the horizon, casting its serene silvery light across the vast shadowed earth. Throughout the Duan residence, inside and out, imperial guards stood at intervals of several dozen paces. All 300 were elite martial artists poised to respond instantly to the slightest disturbance. Meanwhile, servants and retainers within the Duan estate carried lanterns, meticulously searching every inch, the grassy verges, latrines, eaves, ponds, and even the treetops, for something unseen. The remaining 24 imperial palace guards, however, had vanished without a trace. Lin Cheng gazed upon the bustling estate, his confidence deepening with each passing moment. He was certain the true culprit would emerge before night's end. As for the young woman, he had already assigned palace guards to shadow her discreetly. Standing beside him, Princess Yun Yao felt an uncharacteristic daze settle over her. Lin Cheng had only recently been assigned to her entourage. She had assumed he was merely a privileged appointee, someone who owed his position solely to his father's influence. Yet he had repeatedly defied expectation. Even the junior commander of the Imperial Guards could no longer match him in skill. She stole a quiet glance at Lin Cheng, and a faint, unfamiliar ripple stirred within her heart. Sensing her gaze, or perhaps some subtle shift in her presence, Lin Cheng furrowed his brow and turned to Princess Yun Yao. I've just recalled an urgent matter. I must step away for a moment. Once he departed, Princess Yun Yao, realizing her own unguarded moment, felt a soft flush rise to her cheeks. Lin Cheng wandered slowly through the estate grounds. As a transmigrator, his sole ambition was to ascend the pinnacle of martial cultivation through the power of his system. Romantic entanglements struck him as trivial, especially now when he had only reached the peak of the transcendent rank, still grievously weak. Suddenly a whisper of wind brushed his ears. Then an aged voice rang out, "I, the jade-faced fox, stand here. Where is the wretch who slew my beloved disciple? Step forward and meet your death." In an instant, every Imperial Guard Lin Cheng had deployed surged into motion. They pinpointed the source of the voice with uncanny speed, and within mere breaths surrounded a lone figure clad in white robes. The jade-faced fox. Lin Cheng's expression flickered with wry amusement. Wasn't this the master of that lecherous rogue? And yet, he dared come here seeking vengeance. Elsewhere, the jade-faced fox stared in dismay at the ironclad guards encircling him. How did Imperial Guards appear here? Are they after me? In his youth, he had once used his peerless lightness art to assault a royal princess, only to be cornered by over a dozen Imperial Guards, nearly losing his life. Now facing hundreds of them, those long-buried memories surged back. Panic seized him. He had come for revenge, but never imagined the Duan estate would be fortified with such overwhelming force. Before he could even consider flight, a storm of arrows descended from the sky. The jade-faced fox sprang into motion, weaving through the barrage with the fluid grace of a silver fish darting through water. After several evasive maneuvers, he had dodged wave after wave of lethal volleys. So the Imperial Guards are no more than this. A fine jest, he mocked, scanning for an escape route. It seems the Duan estate has no welcome for me tonight. I shall return another day. Even as he spoke, he spotted an opening and launched himself toward it. A booming laugh echoed from afar. Do you truly wish to abandon your disciple's vengeance? But this estate is not a place you may enter or leave at will. You will remain here. Lin Cheng stood atop a tiled eave, calm and commanding. His long blade slashed downward. 10, 20, 30 razor-sharp blades of chi erupted into the air, sealing every possible path of retreat and trapping the jade-faced fox in place. The Imperial Guards swiftly unfurled specially forged nets, ensnaring the fox-like cultivator. Spear points pinned him down, and by the time Lin Cheng approached, several guards had already pierced his shoulder blades, shattering his meridians and stripping him of all cultivation. A crisp chime sounded in Lin Cheng's mind. Ding, jade-faced fox slain. Reward 230 fate. Lin Cheng no longer puzzled over how fate coins were awarded. He had grown numb to it. It was like scratching a lottery ticket, a gamble, nothing more. After all, as the master of a notorious flower plucker, the jade-faced fox earned barely 300 more coins than his disciple. Did the system truly deem him so insignificant? Lin Cheng knelt before the captive and peeled away the fox-shaped mask from his face, revealing his true visage. The man was strikingly handsome, his skin smooth and unlined, his features youthful, as if he were but 17 or 18. Not a single trace of age marred his countenance. Lin Cheng nearly doubted he had captured the right man. In Huazhou, he had questioned several constables and learned the jade-faced fox was a figure from decades past. Yet this man bore no resemblance to an elder. Save for the timbre of his voice, he might well have been a boy. Lin Cheng seized the man's wrists and manipulated his bones, only then confirming what the face concealed. This youth was in truth 50 years old. So, you are the one who killed my cherished disciple. The jade-faced fox glared at Lin Cheng, hatred burning in his eyes. Oh, Lin Cheng replied evenly, and crushed the man's wrist bones with a sharp twist. Old man, I am curious. Lin Cheng continued, watching the other writhe in agony. What perverse art do you cultivate that grants you eternal youth? Who among mortals does not yearn for everlasting youth? Seeing such vitality, Lin Cheng could not help but feel stirred. Spit on me, will you? The jade-faced fox tried, but Lin Cheng shattered both his legs, sending him crumpling to his knees. Your tongue is stubborn, but your bones. Lin Cheng turned to several junior commanders among the Imperial Guards. I hear you all command methods of exquisite interrogation. Today I wish to witness them. Within the span of a single teacup's time, under relentless torment, the jade-faced fox confessed everything, and Lin Cheng acquired a forbidden technique, the Lokyang seal door essence draining art. Lin Cheng fell silent. Ding, forbidden technique detected. Learn it. A system prompt chimed in his ear. At that moment, any man faced with such a mysterious art would hesitate, but Lin Cheng's answer was immediate. Learn. Ding, insufficient fate coins. Technique saved for future acquisition. With a flash of his blade, Lin Cheng severed the jade-faced fox's head, muttering, an old fraud, who dares offer me a counterfeit art? He deserved death. Mission completed. Reward 2300 fate coins. Cost 1100 fate coins, to learn the forbidden technique. Instantly, a cascade of movements flooded Lin Cheng's mind. He waited eagerly for the accompanying memory vision, yet none appeared. A thought stirred within him. Cultivator Lin Cheng arts cloud drifting azure sky step beginner heaven annihilating 9 blades first 2 forms purple chi from the east art fragment 4th layer Lin family blade art mastery Lokyang seal door essence draining art mastery cultivation realm transcendent rank peak fate coins 1 from 0 gazing upon the panel Lin Cheng sighed softly. His mastery of this esoteric art felt strangely hollow. Whenever he mastered other arts, vivid practice memory sequences always accompanied them. Yet this one offered only skeletal motions. No imagery, no guidance. A quiet frustration lingered. Suddenly, a commotion broke the silence of the night. Found it. The items brought back by Master Duan have been... Someone shouted excitedly. Under the heavy reward from the Duan family, anyone who found items belonging to Master Duan could receive 1,000 taels of silver. That night, many found the items hidden by Master Duan during his lifetime. As the master of the East Courtyard and the eldest son of the old master, he probably never anticipated that so many would seek his belongings after his death. That night, spring palace paintings, secret diaries, and potency pills hidden by Master Duan were all unearthed. If he were still alive, he would likely die again from embarrassment. Lin Cheng moved his feet towards the source of the sound. Moments later, he saw a servant holding a stone Buddha shouting, "I remember now, Master Duan brought this stone Buddha back a month ago and casually tossed it into the latrine. I found it." Lin Cheng quickly halted. He looked at the stone Buddha from a distance and realized it was just an ordinary stone Buddha. Could it be that Master Duan was tricked while shopping? Otherwise, why would he throw the stone Buddha into the latrine? Just as Lin Cheng was puzzled, a nimble male servant rushed out from the crowd, snatched the stone Buddha, and fled. The entire process was lightning fast. The man was agile, leaping onto the roof in a few steps like a night cat, fleeing swiftly. Ding, eliminate the true culprit, reward 1,000 fate coins. Lin Cheng smiled slightly. The true culprit finally emerged. He lightly leaped out, his figure resembling a ghost. He closely followed the man. The man, seeing Lin Cheng following, threatened while fleeing. "Do you know who I am, court? I am the strategist of Pingyun village. If you kill me, the 18 leaders of Pingyun will make your life worse than death." Heh. Lin Cheng sneered, appearing before the man in the blink of an eye. "Don't worry, I will personally take the heads of the 18 thieves of Pingyun." Eliminating the 18 thieves of Pingyun is a system task. The reward is a full 5,000 fate coins. Lin Cheng kicked the man off the roof. The man fell to the ground. Before he could get up, Lin Cheng's long knife struck, crippling his dantian and limbs. The stone Buddha fell aside. Lin Cheng walked towards the stone Buddha, looking at the man. "I am curious, as the strategist of Pingyun village, why are you not staying on the mountain, but instead plotting to steal a stone Buddha?" The man sneered, glaring at Lin Cheng with venom. "I saw the torture you inflicted on the jade-faced gentleman. It was nothing more than that. He will confess everything, but I want. Go ahead and let someone try. Your wish will be granted." Lin Cheng was unfazed, examining the stone Buddha on the ground, and then the system prompt arrived. Ding detected that the stone Buddha contains the Wuxiang divine art. Do you wish to learn it? So that's how it is. Lin Cheng suddenly understood. No wonder the other party came to the Duan residence to commit a crime. It turns out he was after the divine art within the stone Buddha. Wuxiang divine art. This is a legendary divine art renowned in the martial world. If mastered, one could become invincible in the world. It is a divine art that leads directly to the invincible realm of a master. If perfected, it could provide insights for a breakthrough to the realm of earthly immortals. Moreover, the greatest feature of this art is disguise and body transformation. One could completely become another person. No self, no others, no sentient beings, no lifespan. If this art is perfected, one could impersonate the emperor and control the world without any flaws. It is indeed a miraculous skill, far surpassing the Ziki Donglai skill that Lin Cheng is currently practicing. Although the Ziki Donglai skill is also a top-tier internal skill that leads to the realm of masters, it still falls short compared to the Wuxiang divine art. Learn. Lin Cheng immediately spoke to the system. Such a divine art, would it not be foolish not to learn? Ding, insufficient fate coins for the host. The divine art has been saved, awaiting learning. After hearing the familiar words from the system, Lin Cheng thought it was a pity. However, the system has saved the divine art, and as long as the fate coins reach the required amount, the system will automatically learn it without needing the host's further consent. On the other side, the man, seeing the helplessness on Lin Cheng's face, laughed loudly. "Court hound, if you want to know the secret of the stone Buddha, let me go and I will tell you. Otherwise, no matter how hard you try to understand, you will never obtain the treasures within the stone Buddha. Do you know what is inside the stone Buddha?" Lin Cheng turned around and asked upon hearing the man's words. "Of course." The man sneered, continuing, "I can only tell you that there is a supreme divine art within this stone Buddha. If you want it, let me go immediately." "Humph." Lin Cheng sneered, coming beside the man, whispering, "Isn't it the Wuxiang divine art? Did you really think I didn't know?" In an instant, the man widened his eyes, looking as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed at Lin Cheng, terror all over his face. "You are not human, you are not human. You are a devil, how did you know? You can't possibly know." At that moment, Princess Yun Yao arrived with members of the Duan family. She first glanced at the man, then looked at Lin Cheng. "Is this person the true culprit?" "Yes, it is him." Lin Cheng nodded, continuing, "This man is the strategist of Pingyun village. He accidentally learned that this stone Buddha contains a divine art, which is why he came to the Duan residence to kill. Unfortunately, no matter how clever he is, he did not anticipate that Master Duan, unaware of this being a divine object, tossed it into the latrine." "Sigh?" Princess Yun Yao sighed, and said nothing more. After learning that the man was the true culprit, the old master of the Duan family raised his tiger head cane and struck. "He'll beat you to death, you thief. If you wanted this stone Buddha, we would have given it to you. Why resort to murder?" At once the Duan family members charged in. After a cup of tea, the man on the ground had only half a breath left. Had he not been a martial artist with a body far surpassing ordinary people, he would have been dead long ago. "Stop!" Lin Cheng pulled apart the crowd, speaking sternly. "Since the culprit has been caught, our task is complete." As he spoke, he swung his long knife, severing the man's head. Task completed. Reward 1,000 fake coins. Hearing the task was completed, Lin Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that the people of the Duan family would beat the man to death, which would mean losing the reward. Princess Yun Yao sighed in relief upon seeing the true culprit dead. Then she thought that this man was the strategist of Pingyun village and worriedly said, "Now that we have killed this man, the Duan family will definitely be targeted by Pingyun village. Why not take advantage of the imperial troops and palace guards to eliminate the threat completely?" Lin Cheng looked at Yun Yao in surprise. The other party actually thought the same as him. However, Lin Cheng intended to kill the 18 thieves of Pingyun to obtain the reward of 5,000 fake coins, while Princess Yun Yao planned to eliminate a threat to the people. Suddenly a palace guard shouted as he rushed over. Upon seeing Lin Cheng, he knelt down and exclaimed, "My lord, that thief of a woman has escaped." Lin Cheng furrowed his brows. He had dispatched over 20 palace guards to monitor the young woman. The result? They let her slip away. Seeing Lin Cheng's frown, the palace guard shouted internally that this was bad and immediately explained, "I had no idea there would be a hidden passage in her room. She escaped through it." Princess Yun Yao also frowned. She looked at the guard and asked, "Why aren't you rushing to pursue her? What are you doing here? That woman is a spy. Her escape surely meant she was going to inform Pingyun village." Yun Yao had originally planned for Lin Cheng to lead the Forbidden Army to secretly attack Pingyun village and defeat it, but now that the enemy had received news in advance, that plan had to be abandoned. The brothers went to chase her, the guard said, and unexpectedly started to cry. "We were close to catching her, but we ran into the magistrate's constables who got entangled with us, allowing the woman to slip away." How did the magistrate get involved, eh? Princess Yun Yao's brows tightened as a suspicion arose in her mind. The constables blocking the woman's escape could not be a coincidence, as she was more inclined to believe this was intentional by the magistrate. She knew that the officialdom in Zhao Yin was deeply corrupt, but she never expected the government would collude with bandits. How rotten to the core. "No worries," Lin Cheng said, noticing her furrowed brow with a calm smile. "Even if she escapes, she cannot leave the temple. As long as Pingyun village exists, she cannot get away." Princess Yun Yao instructed the guards to rise, and then asked, "Do you remember those constables?" Yes. The guards nodded, quickly feeling relieved. "You all come with me." Yun Yao waved her hand with murderous intent in her eyes. "I want to thoroughly interrogate the officials of this magistrate and see how much worse they can get." Lin Cheng grabbed her arm. When he saw Yun Yao looking at him, he scratched his nose and said, "You rest in the manner I'll handle this matter." Yun Yao smiled for a moment of fleeting beauty. She looked at Lin Cheng and shook her head, saying, "You are you and I am I. As the princess of Zhao Yin, I need to investigate this matter personally." With no choice, Lin Cheng had to let her go. Before long, they arrived at the magistrate's office. The constables on night duty were stunned, knowing that something big had happened at Duan's residence, and someone had already been sent from the capital to investigate. They had intended to watch the commotion to enjoy the spectacle. However, they never expected to be implicated in the investigation themselves. Faced with the higher authorities, these constables could only surrender helplessly, one by one, tied up by the Forbidden Army like big crabs. Lin Cheng did not make a move throughout. The Forbidden Army took on the magistrate, each countering the other. Even if there were truly experts within the magistrate's office, the higher authority would crush them. They could only surrender. Otherwise, they would be seen as rebels and traitors, a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 clans. That night, Princess Yun Yao took over the magistrate's office, taking people one by one according to the roster, even apprehending the county magistrate, who was sleeping in bed. They brought out the big punishments immediately. Until dawn, Princess Yun Yao had everything investigated clearly. The county magistrate was innocent, but his deputy and the constable below him were colluding with Pingyun village. While Yun Yao was interrogating the case, Lin Cheng found a small table in the corner, slowly savoring his tea. With him around, no one in this place could cause any upheaval. At Pingyun village, the young woman rode hard through the night, finally passing through layers of checkpoints and arriving at the village. As soon as she dismounted, she opened her throat and shouted, "Something big has happened." Instantly, the 18 leaders of Pingyun village appeared before the woman. The leading elder was a gray-haired old man around 50 years old with a very amiable appearance. He looked at the woman and asked, "What big event has occurred? Why hasn't the military strategist returned? Did he fail to accomplish the task and escape?" "No." The woman quickly shook her head and explained, "The individuals from the capital are too formidable. The military strategist has been captured and may already be dead." She recounted everything she knew. However, at that time she had already been watched by Lin Cheng's people restricting her movements. The woman was unaware of how many were in the Forbidden Army or the extent of Lin Cheng's power. When the elder asked, she could only say that Lin Cheng was a first-rate expert and that he had brought only over 20 subordinates while remaining clueless about the rest. Ha ha ha. The elder of Pingyun village laughed heartily and disdainfully said, "A mere first-rate expert dares to take our military strategist. Brothers, let's go with me for a trip. To avenge the military strategist. To raid and burn Duan's residence." As someone shouted loudly, hundreds of bandits followed suit, shouting together, "To avenge the military strategist. To raid and burn Duan's residence." Thus the entire Pingyun village mobilized. The 18 leaders of Pingyun donned iron armor, mounted fine steeds, and set off with their subordinates in a grand procession. The woman was also taken along to serve as a guide to Duan's residence. By noon, Lin Cheng received intelligence that the entire Pingyun village had mobilized. While Princess Yun Yao was interrogating the individuals at the magistrate's office, he had secretly dispatched people to monitor Pingyun village, ready to report any developments. Lin Cheng smiled, looking for an oilcloth to wipe his long knife, muttering to himself, "I was going to find you, but I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door." Thus he ordered to open the city gates and had the Forbidden Army ambush in the streets. Lin Cheng initially wanted to inform Princess Yun Yao, but upon seeing her diligently organizing the case and writing vigorously, he decided not to disturb her. The magistrate's office had already been taken over, so nothing major could happen. He went up to the city tower. There was still a table, a pot of tea, and he enjoyed it slowly. Only when the bandits from Pingyun village arrived at the foot of the city did he put down his cup and gaze into the distance. The 18 bandits of Pingyun. When they arrived at the foot of the city and saw the gates open while Lin Cheng was drinking alone, they were all shocked into silence. An empty city ploy. These 18 men were also educated. Upon witnessing this scene, they exchanged glances. "Elder brother, could this be a trap?" someone asked the old man in iron armor. The old man frowned and turned to ask the woman, "Are you sure this person is a first-rate expert and hasn't concealed his strength?" "Absolutely not," the woman said earnestly. Although she was speaking nonsense, she had her reasons. A 17 or 18-year-old youth, no matter how talented, could only be a first-rate expert. Upon hearing this, the old man stroked his beard and said, "This person is definitely playing an empty city strategy. But he underestimates us too much, especially us, the old thief Sima. Elder brother is wise." The other 17 leaders quickly cupped their fists and urged their horses. "Good." The old man stretched out his hand and shouted to his subordinates, "Today, aside from the magistrate, feel free to loot anywhere else and kill at will." As soon as these words were spoken, the 18 of them led hundreds of subordinates and rushed through the city gates. "Close the gates." Lin Cheng saw all the bandits enter and waved his arms, saying, "Killing bandits will earn merit." The city gates closed immediately. The hidden Imperial Guards burst out, each filled with excitement. They were the Imperial Guards often stationed in the capital and the palace, and their path to merit was quite difficult due to their inability to face the enemy. Seeing a large number of bandits was a windfall for them. It was all about military achievements. Upon witnessing the city gates close, hundreds of armored soldiers charged from the streets, leaving everyone in the Pingyun Mountain bandits stunned. What's going on? Weren't they here to rob? Why are there so many people jumping out? The Pingyun 18 bandits realized they had become fish in a barrel, and they all looked towards the woman. The woman, seeing this scene, turned pale and exclaimed, "Big Chief, I don't know where all these people came from." "I didn't." The old man was furious and drew his knife. He killed the woman with a single strike and said angrily, "Traitor, you dare to act as a spy for the court. You deserve to die." As he spoke, the bandits and the Imperial Guards were already clashing. The Imperial Guards were skilled fighters clad in armor, and they overwhelmingly suppressed the ragged bandits. The Pingyun 18 bandits wanted to help, but were entangled by flying willow leaf darts. Lin Cheng leaped down from the city wall. He looked at the Pingyun 18 bandits and shouted, "Your opponent is me, so don't get distracted, and my blade shows no mercy." The old man felt deceived once again upon witnessing Lin Cheng's skill. The city wall was at least 7 or 8 zhang high. To leap down and scathe indicated he was a top-tier martial. The old man raised the sharp blade in his hand and said to the other 17 brothers, "This person is merely a top-tier martial artist. We have killed such people before. If we all work together, we can slaughter him like a dog." As soon as he finished speaking, the 18 men rode toward Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng's expression turned serious as he sensed that these 18 were not to be underestimated. There were 2 top-tier martial artists among them, while the rest were all at the peak of the first tier. Such strength was indeed considered top-level in the outskirts of Huazhou, but to Lin Cheng, they were merely slightly stronger ants. Lin Cheng executed the cloud-shadowing sky step, maneuvering among the 18. He swung his long knife to counter, while using willow leaf darts with his other hand to disrupt their coordination. The Pingyun 18 bandits had a unique martial art. With their combined efforts, they managed to keep Lin Cheng from gaining the upper hand for a moment. They exchanged blows for over 100 moves. The Pingyun 18 bandits realized that Lin Cheng was not an ordinary top-tier master. Their faces turned pale, and they secretly regretted coming here recklessly. However, there is no such thing as a regret medicine in this world. After another 100 moves, the old man saw that nearly all of his subordinates had been killed by the armored soldiers, and he began to panic. If they waited for the armored soldiers to free their hands, the 18 of them would be in danger. Brothers, don't hold back. The old man shouted loudly, and continued, we need to get serious. Let's use the joint attack secret technique passed down from the masters on this kid. In an instant, their breaths melded together. Lin Cheng quickly retreated a few steps, noticing that the leading old man's aura was gradually breaking through, becoming terrifying from the top tier to an overwhelming presence. Lin Cheng had seen this kind of aura from Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun was a peak innate powerhouse, and had it not been for Lin Cheng using Princess Yun Yao as leverage, he might not have made it out of Zhou Jun's mansion alive. At this moment, the aura of the old man before him resembled that of an innate powerhouse. However, compared to Zhou Jun, the old man's aura was still too weak. Lin Cheng stopped holding back. The first form of the heavenly absolute 9 blades, deserted smoke in the dusk, appeared in his mind. The old man charged at Lin Cheng with his sharp blade. Lin Cheng met the attack with his own blade. Boom! The clash of blades sent a massive shockwave sweeping outward, raising endless sand and dust that enveloped them. The fighters around, witnessing the center of the battlefield, paused, both sides anticipating the fall of the other's powerful figure. As the dust settled, Lin Cheng, holding his long knife, appeared somewhat pale. Opposite him, the old man stood upright, his eyes devoid. Lin Cheng raised his knife, but found that his long knife had broken off a section. He looked at the broken blade and gazed at the old man. What a powerful joint attack technique, but unfortunately it is still inferior to my heavenly absolute 9 blades. Previously, the old man's strike was comparable to an innate killing move. Lin Cheng could not withstand it with just one strike of deserted smoke in the dusk. In a critical moment, he executed the second form, river and sunset. However, it also drained all of Lin Cheng's true energy. In the distance, the remaining 17 bandits, seeing the old man dead and noticing Lin Cheng's pale face, all burst into laughter. Everyone, the big chief has perished alongside the opponent. Let's not miss this opportunity. Let's take his life while he's weak. Upon hearing this, the Imperial Guards looked at Lin Cheng, their expressions reluctant and filled with worry. If Lin Cheng were killed, these bandits would turn around and kill them, which would be a disaster for them. Ding successfully killed one of the Pingyun 18 bandits. The big chief reward 2,000 fake coins. Before Lin Cheng could catch his breath, the system notification sounded in his ears. Learned the first layer of the Wuxiang divine skill. Note a total of 4 layers. At that moment, a surge of Wuxiang true energy suddenly emerged in Lin Cheng's previously exhausted. This true energy seemed particularly strange, domineering, and unpredictable compared to the Ziki Donglai true energy. Lin Cheng's pale face regained some color. It felt as if the previous weakness was merely an illusion. Facing the remaining 17 Pingyun bandits charging at him, Lin Cheng chuckled coldly. He activated the cloud-shadowing sky step, moving through them like a ghost. His broken blade sliced through their throats. Lin Cheng's figure moved like flowing light, rapidly reaping the lives of the Pingyun 17 bandits. Finally, he stopped, turning his back to the 17. Mission completed. Reward remaining 3,000 fake coins. As the system chimed, the 17 bandits behind Lin Cheng fell to the ground one by one. In the nearby battlefield, the remaining bandits, witnessing the fall of their 18 leaders, panicked and lost their will to fight, fleeing in disarray. The Imperial Guards immediately pursued. Lin Cheng paid no heed to the others. He approached the corpses of the Pingyun 18 bandits and began to decapitate them one by one. Afterward, he carried the heads toward the government office. At this moment, inside the office, Princess Yun Yao, having finished her tasks, noticed that the man who was hiding in the corner sipping tea had vanished. She hurriedly stood up and asked, where did Lord Lin go? The guarding attendant quickly replied, Princess, just now the bandits from Pingyun Mountain attacked, and Commander Lin led the Imperial Guards to confront them. Princess Yun Yao stiffened. She knew from sorting documents that there were 2 top-tier masters among the Pingyun 18 bandits and 16 peak, first-tier masters. But Lin Cheng was at most a top tier. How could his 2 fists contend against 4 hands? Yun Yao supported herself on the table and ordered the attendant beside her, what are you doing? Why aren't you rushing to provide support? If anything happens to Lord Lin, I will hold you accountable. The attendant showed a look of distress. Huh? Princess Yun Yao noticed that no one was moving, and a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Princess. Suddenly a clear voice sounded from outside the office. Why must you make it difficult for these attendants? Excellent. Princess Yun Yao's taut frame relaxed the moment she laid eyes on Lin Cheng. She settled back into the magistrate's chair. Master Lin, you truly are a blessing to Zhaoyan. I am undeserving of such praise. Lin Cheng waved his hand dismissively, then returned to his modest corner seat and lifted a cup of tea, just as he was about to sip. Wait. Princess Yun Yao called out, then picked up the teapot from her desk and approached the corner to pour fresh tea for Lin Cheng. Yours has grown cold. Try mine instead. Oh, Lin Cheng blinked bewildered. Yet the rare honor of being served tea by a princess was undeniably exquisite. Returning to the dais, Princess Yunyao fixed her gaze upon the 18 severed heads strewn across the floor. Master Lin, how many secrets do you truly conceal? Together these 18 men would rival even a sovereign-level cultivator born of heaven's will. Yet you slew them all. Truly you are a celestial warrior. By sheer fortune, nothing more. Flustered by the praise, Lin Cheng found himself unable to finish his tea. Commander Lin is truly extraordinary. Upon your return to the capital you shall surely be appointed first-rank Imperial bodyguard, commanding 1,000 elite guards under your banner. A nearby Imperial guard could no longer contain his admiration and offered his congratulations. At these words Princess Yunyao's expression darkened. Silence. Instantly the hall fell into absolute stillness. Realizing her lapse, the princess swiftly shifted tone. From what I understand, the Pingyuan 18 bandits have allied with numerous outlaw strongholds. Since we have already subdued them, let us press forward, liberating Huazhou province entirely from banditry for its people. To restore peace to the people. To restore stability to Huazhou. To restore tranquility to Zhaoyan. Her gaze was resolute, her voice unwavering and sincere. Since he had come, and since he had begun, then he would see it through to the end. Lin Cheng rose, gazing at Princess Yunyao. And sighed inwardly, were this princess but a man, how could Zhaoyan fail to flourish? How could foreign invaders dare threaten its borders? Excellent. Lin Cheng drew his broken blade and ran a finger along its edge. If your highness seeks peace for the people, stability for Huazhou, and serenity for Zhaoyan, I swear to devote every fiber of my being to that cause. In that instant, Princess Yunyao gazed deeply at Lin Cheng, her eyes shimmering faintly as if veiled by mist. Lin Cheng went to the Yaman's armory and retrieved a long saber. When he emerged, the 300 Imperial guards had already been assembled by Princess Yunyao. Somehow she had acquired a suit of iron armor and now rode a chestnut warhorse, her bearing both heroic and breathtakingly graceful. Lin Cheng stood momentarily transfixed. Then snapping back to awareness, he felt a flicker of irritation. As a transmigrator who had witnessed countless beauties across lifetimes, he had believed his heart impervious. Yet he had gravely overestimated himself. Your Highness, you. Lin Cheng stepped forward, eyeing her armored attire. This campaign against the bandits may be no more than swatting flies. But your Highness is of royal blood. Why risk yourself? Are you advising me? Princess Yunyao frowned. No, I am not. Lin Cheng shook his head and hastily swallowed the rest of his words. With a sharp crack of the whip, the expedition surged forth, Lin Cheng at its vanguard, followed by Imperial guards and palace bodyguards, all riding toward the Pingyuan Mountains. The range stretched 300 li of vast and rugged expanse. Beyond the 18 bandit lairs, countless smaller dens dotted the mountains, though none matched the strength or notoriety of the Pingyuan 18. A system chime sounded in Lin Cheng's mind. Clear the Pingyuan Mountains. Completion rewards 5000 fate coins. His anticipation deepened. He had already mastered the first layer of the formless divine art. Its power rivaled that of a supreme tier. Should he advance to the second layer, he might well transcend into sovereign-level cultivation. Pingyuan Mountains. Upon arrival, Lin Cheng surveyed the endless undulating peaks and immediately felt a pang of dread. Such an immense terrain, without a guide. Entering would be easy, but exiting near impossible. His gaze swept the distance, until smoke curled into the sky from afar. A plan formed. We'll head to that village first. He spurred his horse forward. All hastened to follow. Princess Yunyao rode beside him, also watching the distant plume. I miscalculated. I forgot to bring a guide from the city. It matters not, Lin Cheng replied, then suddenly furrowed his brow. What is it? Alarmed Princess Yunyao asked quickly. The village surely has guides aplenty, and they'll be far more capable than any hired in the city. It's not that. Lin Cheng shook his head, his tone grave. Something is amiss in that village. We must move far away. Dahuang village. Hundreds of villagers, men, women, elders, and children, stood armed with hoes and shovels, facing down dozens of bandits brandishing gleaming blades. Within the village, an elderly man with silver-streaked hair stepped forward. We've already paid our grain tribute this year. Why do the chieftains return so soon? Not enough. The lead bandit laughed loudly, bellowing, this time we demand not only grain, but women. Hand over your grain and your women willingly, and we'll spare your village. Otherwise, we'll slaughter every soul, man, woman, child. None shall live. No sooner had the bandit chief finished speaking than his men brandished long sabers and daggers, howling like demons. The old man stared speechless with fury. Helpless he retreated among the crowd, tears streaming down his cheeks. These beasts. Not only do they demand grain, they demand women. Monsters. If they mean to exterminate us utterly, then let us fight to the death. Let them see who fears whom. At this the elder erupted in rage. He pointed a trembling finger at the bandits and cried, voice cracking, they wield swords and ride horses. They fight without regard for life. But you have wives and children. Would you truly abandon them to certain death? His words silenced the crowd. But can we truly surrender our wives and daughters to their depravity? A man shook his head. No man could bear to hand over his kin to such fiends. And if we refuse, they'll storm the village. The elder wailed in anguish, his eyes falling upon the sobbing women. Then he declared, "Let us offer the village widows and fatherless maidens. That way none of you need suffer unbearable grief." At those words, the male villagers fell silent, but the women's sobs grew louder. From afar, Lin Cheng overheard the exchange, and repeated it verbatim to Princess Yunyao. She arched a delicate brow. "The men of this village are weak-willed, but the worst offender is that elder. Had he not sown division, their united resolve might well have deterred these bandits." She turned to Lin Cheng. "This village mirrors the imperial court. Some high officials resemble that elder, fearing death themselves, yet coercing the entire realm to share their cowardice. Unless such men are purged, the hearts of the righteous will only grow colder." "Indeed." Lin Cheng nodded solemnly. He raised his hand. The imperial guards behind him instantly knocked arrows. In moments, they appeared within sight of both bandits and villagers. The imperial troops have arrived. No one knew who shouted, but the cry echoed like thunder. The bandits paled, the villagers' faces lit with desperate hope. "Fire!" Seeing the outlaws turn to flee, Lin Cheng gave the command without hesitation. In an instant, hundreds of arrows tore through the air, piercing each fleeing bandit where they ran. Princess Yunyao urged her mount forward into the village, her eyes flashing with icy authority. "Who is the village headman? Step forward now." Immediately, the silver-haired elder knelt before her horse, bowing low. "I greet this noble guest." Princess Yunyao looked down and drew her long sword. In one swift motion, she drove the blade home, striking him dead, surrendering in battle, treason deserving death. The villagers were in an uproar. Upon seeing the old village chief stabbed to death by Yunyao, someone immediately jumped out and shouted, "You killed my father. What did my father do to offend you? You must pay with your life." As he spoke, he raised the hoe in his hand to strike. Whoosh! A long knife flew, pinning the man to the ground. Lin Cheng rode forward and pulled out the knife, saying, "Do you not understand yet? Your village chief is in cahoots with the bandits. The bandits threatened you openly while he secretly instigated you to surrender. Are you still not realizing this?" Once these words were spoken, the villagers recalled the usual circumstances. Whenever they planned to confront the bandits, the village chief would jump out to persuade them to compromise for their lives. Over time, they no longer dared to confront the bandits. Hearing Lin Cheng's words, now they finally reacted. So it turned out there was a traitor among the village's higher-ups. Seeing the crowd calm down, Lin Cheng continued, "We are here under the orders of the current princess to exterminate the bandits in the Pingyuan mountain range. Are you willing to lead us?" "I will." Someone jumped out saying, "I am a hunter and know the locations of all the mountain strongholds. I will take you there." "I am willing to." Another person jumped out saying, "I am a herbalist and I also know the locations of the strongholds." Following this, more people began to step forward. Princess Yunyao watched this scene with some emotion. It was not that Zhao Yin lacked men, but that all the bad people were in power, all within the court. Afterward, Lin Cheng selected a few guides and led them toward the Pingyuan mountain range. On that day, under the guidance, Lin Cheng attacked several strongholds, leaving no bandits alive inside. He also rescued all the women and children within. On that day, he earned 100 fate coins, and as long as he exterminated the remaining mountain bandits, the remaining 40 fate coins would also be credited. As night fell, Lin Cheng set up camp within the stronghold, erecting tents. Neither Lin Cheng nor Princess Yunyao nor the imperial guards wished to stay in the bandits' houses, fearing to soil themselves. In addition to killing the bandits, they also obtained a substantial amount of wealth. Yunyao did not require them to turn it in, but instead allowed the imperial guards and palace guards to pocket it. Lin Cheng praised this. Since he let his brothers fight bandits on the edge of the knife, he should not be stingy. As long as the bandits of the Pingyuan mountain range were eliminated, the common people would naturally live good lives, and for several decades to come no one would dare to become a bandit. Lin Cheng decided that this time he must instill fear and dread in everyone. Princess Yunyao entered Lin Cheng's tent holding a bowl of hot soup. Lin Cheng looked up upon hearing the noise. Upon discovering it was Princess Yunyao, he hurriedly drove her out, saying, "My princess, there are many people here, and it would be inappropriate for you to be seen. If I am reported back to the capital for plotting against the princess, if your father found out, would he not execute my entire family? You think too much." Princess Yunyao shot Lin Cheng a disdainful glance and took the hot soup away, saying, "Since you are out, you can serve yourself." Lin Cheng could only smile wryly. A night passed without incident. After finishing breakfast, they set out again. However, this time, they found that all the strongholds were already empty. "They probably learned the news and ran to hide in the deep mountains," said Yunyao, holding her long sword, observing the deserted stronghold. Lin Cheng nodded. These bandits were not foolish, they also knew fear. He instructed his subordinates, set fire to the strongholds and burn them down. Soon afterward, flames engulfed the Pingyuan mountain range. The bandits hiding in the dark were furious to see their homes being burned. However, they did not dare to show themselves. But they still underestimated Lin Cheng and Yun Yao's determination. After some discussion, Lin Cheng left alone, heading straight for Huazhou City. He rode a fast horse carrying Princess Yun Yao's letter and the imperial concubine's jade token. A few hours later, he returned to Huazhou, navigating the familiar path to the governor's residence. At this time, the governor's residence was filled with cries. Lin Cheng entered, and after finding the steward, learned the truth. It turned out that several days prior, the governor's daughter had been kidnapped by white-clad bandits, and upon discovering the traces, her death was extremely tragic. In a fit of rage, the governor had also gone after them. Lin Cheng was left dumbfounded. But soon after, he found himself with a headache. The Huazhou military camp had 5,000 troops, but now with the governor dead and the court failing to dispatch a new governor, there was no one in Huazhou's officialdom who could command the army. With no other option, Lin Cheng still planned to visit the military camp. Whether it would work or not was another matter. If it didn't work, he would make the commander say it was possible. Half a stick of incense later, Lin Cheng appeared outside the military camp and called out, "Quickly go in and inform your commander that an envoy has arrived." Several guards remained unmoving. Lin Cheng had to repeat himself. The other side still acted as if they had not heard, so Lin Cheng decided to walk in. With a clang, several long spears were thrust at Lin Cheng, aimed straight at his vitals. At that moment, even a mud person would be provoked to anger, let alone Lin Cheng. If he couldn't get in, then he would fight his way in. As a top-tier expert, could he be blocked at the door? In an instant, several guards at the door were sent flying, unable to move, but just then, over 10 soldiers charged. They were still using a military formation, but they were not facing ordinary people, they were facing Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng did not take lives, but fought his way from the front gate into the military camp, confronting the military formation made up of hundreds of soldiers. The military formation was indeed formidable. These soldiers were just ordinary people, but under the influence of the military formation, they were comparable to several top-tier experts. As the commotion escalated, the general in the military camp could no longer hide, so he had to come out and call. The general was a middle-aged man with a plump build, but the aura he exuded was of a top-tier realm. He approached Lin Cheng and asked, "Who are you? Breaking into a military camp is a capital offense. Let me read before I speak." Upon seeing this person, Lin Cheng tossed the letter and token he had in his hand. The general initially had a disdainful attitude, but upon seeing the token, his face changed dramatically, and he respectfully opened the letter to read. After a moment, the general put away the letter, showing a hint of difficulty on his face. "I have read the prince's private letter, but Zhao Yan has military law. As the general, I must decline the order." Declining the order. Lin Cheng raised an eyebrow and smiled. "What if you were forced?" The general was indeed. He quickly replied, "If I were forced, then the envoy could naturally take the troops. This is a special circumstance." Lin Cheng nodded and immediately threw a punch. The plump general also threw a punch, and the two collided. With Lin Cheng possessing two streams of true energy, his strength far exceeded that of his peers, and with one punch, he sent the plump general retreating several steps. Surprise flickered across the plump general's face, but he still reminded, "If you possess this strength, you cannot." Hee. Lin Cheng chuckled lightly, shaping his palm like a knife. In an instant, he unleashed the technique of the Great Desert's lone smoke. The plump general thought Lin Cheng would be as casual as before, so he casually attempted to block it, but his face changed drastically. With a loud bang, he was sent flying like a ball, landing several dozen feet away. Thus the plump general lay on the stretcher looking at Lin Cheng with a painful expression. He bitterly smiled and said, "You are truly ruthless, officer. You broke my arm directly." Lin Cheng remained silent. If he had used a knife, this general might not have needed a stretcher at all. Under compulsion, the plump general had no choice but to mobilize his troops towards the Pingyuan mountain range. In the past, he had long wanted to lead his soldiers to eradicate the Pingyuan mountain range, but unfortunately the political scene in Huazhou was too complex. Now with Princess Yun Yao descending with the decree of the noble consort, the bandits and strongholds of Huazhou would surely suffer greatly. However, he still underestimated the determination of Lin Cheng and Yun Yao. They were determined to eradicate them this time. Due to the military nature, when Lin Cheng saw Yun Yao again, it was already noon the next day. At this moment, within the mountains, numerous bandits had united, numbering as many as 3,000. They boldly surrounded Yun Yao and her companions, encircling, but not attacking. But Lin Cheng was not present. Yun Yao was isolated and helpless, forced to hold her ground and wait. "You little girl, aren't you very impressive? Come out and try to fight us again. We have 3,000, you only have 300, the advantage is on our side. If you surrender, we might allow you to be a concubine in our stronghold. But if you continue to resist, you will become our plaything. Let all the brothers experience the taste of a female general." The mountain bandits shouted in front of the camp. Yun Yao's face turned pale with anger, wishing she could immediately send people out to kill these mountain bandits. However, there were also experts in the camp who could not stand it any longer. They rushed out to kill, but faced with the overwhelming attacks of the bandits, they could not take down those who were shouting for. Inside the tent were the bandit leaders gathered. Several leaders frowned tightly. They had a good relationship with Huazhou City, but had never heard of anyone being sent down from above to eradicate bandits. Everyone, do not panic. A bald man rubbed his head and continued, I heard from my men that the Pinyin 18 bandits were defeated by. Upon hearing this, the bandits immediately stood up, their faces showing fear. Among the Pinyin 18 bandits, there were two top-tier existences, the strongest among their ranks. Could it be that they were exterminated by this private army before them? In an instant, their hearts began to feel the urge to retreat. Seeing the retreating expressions on everyone's faces, the bald man quickly said, do you all know about King Pinyin? King Pinyin, who is he? Everyone was momentarily stunned, feeling as if it was their first day being alive, utterly clueless. The bald man felt helpless and continued, since you all know about the Pinyin 18 bandits, let me tell you, King Pinyin is the master of the 18 bandits. Everyone exchanged glances, seemingly shocked by this news. But now the Pinyin 18 bandits have been killed, the bald man said with a sinister smile. King Pinyin will surely take action. If we strike first and eliminate this group while capturing that little girl, do you think King Pinyin would thank us? The crowd fell silent. The bald man had no choice but to unleash his trump card. I heard that King Pinyin is a congenital supreme being. If we have his protection, even the court would not dare to move against us. As soon as these words came out, the bandits rejoiced and immediately expressed their willingness to take an oath of loyalty. Good. The bald man slammed the table and shouted, we only need to take down the camp in front of us to gain King Pinjin's favor. In an instant, the winds changed. The mountain bandits, inspired by his words, began to stir. Thus, Princess Yun Yao keenly noticed that the previously scattered mountain bandits suddenly became unified. This was not a good sign. She hurriedly summoned the Forbidden Army to discuss countermeasures. If these mountain bandits dispersed, they could eradicate them one by one, but if they cooperated, it would pose a threat. 3,000 against 300 is no joke. Even though the Forbidden Army consists of the best facing such a large number of attackers, it would be difficult to avoid casualties. There was even a risk of being overwhelmed. Just as Princess Yun Yao decided to fight to the death, suddenly, with the sound of the military horn, 5,000 troops appeared in overwhelming numbers. The bandits who were originally thinking of counterattacking panicked in the face of the sudden arrival of 5,000 troops. Originally, it was 3,000 against 300 with the advantage on their side. Now, with the sudden emergence of 5,000 troops, the mountain bandits who had just united scattered again. After all, it is better to live to fight another day. Seeing this, Yun Yao immediately ordered to kill the enemy. Thus, with the cooperation of the 5,000 troops, led by Lin Cheng, all the bandits were killed and driven back into the depths of the mountain range. 1,000 corpses were left behind by the 3,000 bandits. The remaining bandits, terrified and demoralized, no longer dared to show their faces. Under Lin Cheng's command, all soldiers began to freely hunt down the bandits in the mountains, finding and slaying those who had originally strayed. Lin Cheng looked at Princess Yun Yao and smiled. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, if anything happened to you, I would have had to hide with my father among the bandits in the Pinyin mountain range. That won't happen. Yun Yao shook her head and comforted, you underestimate the Forbidden Army too much. The two exchanged smiles. As night fell once again, the army set up camp with bonfires all around. Inside the tent, Lin Cheng sat cross-legged on the ground, replaying the events of the day in his mind, feeling that something was amiss. A sense of crisis arose in his heart. With a thought. Host Lin Cheng. Skill Wuxiang Divine Art. First layer Yunya Qingtian Step Entry Tianjuan 9 Blades. First 2 moves Ziki Donglai Skill Fragment. Fourth layer Lin Family Blade Technique. Major Completion. Soyang Bihue Saibu. True Method. Major Completion. Strength Top Tier Peak. Fate Coins 6,000. Looking at the skills and fate coins on the panel, Lin Cheng felt somewhat conflicted. The 6,000 fate coins were obtained from defeating the Pinyin 18 bandits and wiping out some mountain bandits. Both Wuxiang Divine Art and Yunya Qingtian Step were of the same level of supreme skills, with Wuxiang Divine Art currently at the first layer and Yunya Qingtian Step only at the entry level. He had only 6,000 fate coins, enough to upgrade one skill. Wuxiang Divine Art could enhance his cultivation, while Yunya Qingtian Step was a skill for escaping. In case there really were formidable experts hidden in this mountain range, relying on Yunya Qingtian Step would allow him to easily escape, even from those at the peak of congenital strength. After a moment, Lin Cheng finally made a decision. System upgrade Wuxiang Divine Art to the second layer. Immediately 5,000 fate coins disappeared from the panel. But then countless memories flooded into Lin Cheng's mind, all depicting his practice of Wuxiang Divine Art. Soon after, Lin Cheng's temples slightly bulged, his flesh and skin began to ripple layer by layer. The Wuxiang True Qi in his dantian rapidly increased. Streams of Wuxiang True Qi began to circulate within his body, and the previously blocked meridians were opened. Many acupoints in his body were also opened. In that instant, Lin Cheng felt as if he had opened the heavenly eye in the dark. Even though he was still in the tent, he could see everything clearly outside. It was as if he had merged with the heavens and the earth. After a stick of incense passed, Lin Cheng finally stood up, his eyes sparkling like lightning, and with a casual breath, a white mist emerged. He had stepped into the realm of congenital supremacy. Feeling the changes within his body, Lin Cheng revealed a faint smile and whispered, "Indeed, investing all the fake coins into the Wuxiang divine art is worthwhile." At this moment, the Wuxiang true qi flowed through his limbs and bones. Lin Cheng felt as if an endless source of energy was surging within him, and he recalled the transformation technique of the Wuxiang divine art. The Wuxiang divine art is an unparalleled divine skill derived from Buddhism. Now that he had reached the second layer of the realm of no human form, he could freely adjust his physique and alter his appearance, completely truly becoming another person. Lin Cheng activated the Wuxiang divine art. As the Wuxiang true qi circulated, he heard a crisp crack from his bones. His figure transformed greatly, and then he felt a tingling on his face as his features began to shift. In just a moment, a tall and slender youth with fair skin and handsome features appeared in his place, with not a trace of Lin Cheng to be seen. Lin Cheng noticed the change and took out a mirror. Upon seeing the completely unfamiliar young man in the mirror, he laughed, saying, "This is indeed a divine skill. In the future, if I encounter difficulties, I can use this face to act. This body shall be called the Deathly Young Master. In the future, when the Deathly Young Master kills, what does it have to do with me, Lin Cheng?" Not long after, footsteps approached slowly outside the tent. Lin Cheng activated the technique again, returning to his original appearance, sitting upright in a chair as he casually brewed a cup of fine tea. Princess Yun Yao entered directly without announcement, lifting the tent curtain. Upon seeing Lin Cheng, she couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Previously, she thought Lin Cheng was unremarkable, but at this moment, she noticed a mysterious and ethereal aura about him, making it hard to resist. After staring for a while, she found herself deeply captivated. Lin Cheng noticed the unusual look in Princess Yun Yao's eyes, and spoke up, saying, "Princess, you must have come to see me for a reason. What could it be?" Suddenly, Princess Yun Yao came back to her senses, giving Lin Cheng a deep look, and a sense of boundless embarrassment rose within her. What had happened to her just now? As she pondered, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. To avoid being seen through by Lin Cheng, she hurriedly said, "Just now the soldiers captured several mountain bandit leaders. Through interrogating them, I learned that there is a figure known as the King of Pingyun manipulating things behind the scenes in the Pingyun mountain range, and the 18 bandits of Pingyun are forces he cultivated." The King of Pingyun. Lin Cheng, hearing this for the first time, asked, "Since the King of Pingyun can cultivate the 18 bandits of Pingyun, he must be at the innate supreme realm, correct?" "Yes." Princess Yun Yao nodded, her expression concerned. "We have just eradicated the Pingyun stronghold, and now we are sweeping through the Pingyun mountain range. If the King of Pingyun makes a move, we might lose everything we have worked for. Currently, we have 300 elite troops and 5,000 soldiers. However, against an innate supreme, we would be unable to hold them off for even a moment. If they simply charge into the camp and behead the commander, the situation would change drastically." However, Lin Cheng showed no signs of fear on his face. In the past, he might have had a hint of retreat, but now, as an innate supreme himself, how could he shrink back? He looked at Yun Yao, a plan forming in his mind. "There is no need for worry. Those mountain bandit leaders must have been deliberately trying to intimidate us. The Pingyun mountain range has no famous sects or legacies. How could it give birth to innate figures?" Yun Yao pondered for a moment, and then breathed a sigh of relief. "That makes sense." After conversing for a while longer, Princess Yun Yao took her leave. The Pingyun mountain range. In the deep recesses, the forest was dense with countless trees large enough for 5 or 6 people to embrace. In a mountain gorge, the sound of birds and flowers filled the air. During the day, a bald man rode a large horse and stopped at the entrance of the gorge, anxiously rushing inside, his face full of worry. Suddenly, a sharp sword fell from the sky. A girl in green stepped through the air and slowly approached the man, coldly asking, "So it is the leader of Masan's stronghold. What brings you here?" Upon seeing the girl, the bald man knelt down with a thud, exclaiming, "Aunt, save me. Please take me to meet the King of Pingyun. I have urgent matters to report." "Urgent matters?" The girl in green snorted coldly. "If there are urgent matters, the 18 bandits of Pingyun would come on their own. If you do not clarify, you may leave your head behind." Instantly, the man's face turned pale. He hurriedly said, "The King of Pingyun has already perished. The group that killed them is unknown, and they have managed to mobilize the troops from Huazhou. Now the various strongholds in the Pingyun mountain range have been wiped out by them. If this continues, we will soon be at our end as well." The girl in green furrowed her brow. She stared at the bald man for a while, feeling that he did not seem to be lying. "Come with me. My master has just emerged from seclusion and is currently in the process of recuperation. You came at just the right time." The girl led the man into a cave. Inside, it was luxuriously arranged. There were sandalwood tables and chairs, a large bronze mirror, a grand bed of redwood, and various famous paintings and calligraphy. One wondered how the king of Pingyun managed to bring these items into the depths of the mountains. At this moment, a massive figure sat upright on the grand bed. Upon seeing this figure, the girl prostrated herself and said softly, "Master, the leader of Masan's stronghold has arrived. He says he has urgent matters to report." The massive figure nodded and turned around, revealing a visage akin to a golden warrior within a temple. The king of Pingyun stared at the bald man, saying, "Tell me everything that has transpired." The man gazed at the king of Pingyun's unusual physique and dared not hesitate. He immediately recounted all. Half a stick of incense later, the king of Pingyun nodded, signaling for the man to stop his recounting. He reached out and embraced the girl in green, instructing her, "I can only trust half of what this man says. You will go out for me. If there are no innate masters among that group, then deal with their commander. If there are innate masters, return and report to me. I will handle it." The girl leaped out of the king of Pingyun's embrace and knelt on the ground, saying, "I obey." "Go then." The king of Pingyun waved his hand, closing his eyes as if to calm his true chi. The two exited the cave. The girl in green looked back at the bald man trailing behind her, coldly stating, "I hope you are not deceiving us this time. Otherwise I will certainly tear you limb from limb." "I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare." The man hastily shook his head, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. He asked, "That group has over 5,000 people. If there are no innate supremes among them, can you truly kill their commander?" The girl, noticing the man's concern, coldly laughed and said, "My master is the king of Pingyun, an innate supreme. Do not underestimate me." As she finished speaking, a vigorous aura emanated from her, reaching the pinnacle of superclass. The man immediately fell silent. He had seen the 18 bandits of Pingyun, and their main leader and second leader both possessed superclass strength, but their auras paled in comparison to that of the girl before him. The difference between superclass and superclass is also extremely vast. The two exited the gorge and headed west. They arrived near the military camp by midnight. The girl in green looked at the military camp with disdain. Her gaze swept across the various tents, and she said to the man, "There are no innate supremes inside. Just watch how I take the commander's head from this camp." Without waiting for the bald man to speak, the girl in green leaped like a green light towards the military camp. At this moment, Lin Cheng, who was meditating in the camp, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Sensing the strength of the newcomer, a cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "I wonder where this top-tier person came from, daring to invade the military camp." Outside the tent, the girl in green did not conceal her movements. The soldiers lurking in the shadows immediately blew the military horn upon discovering the girl's figure. The dark camp suddenly lit up. The night watch soldiers surrounded the girl in green with spears and shields. A lieutenant stepped forward, saying, "Which little thief are you? Hurry up and surrender." "Humph." The girl in green let out a cold laugh, leaping into the air like a bluebird, ignoring the numerous soldiers and heading towards Princess Yunyao's tent. Whoosh. Hidden archers in the army shot several arrows. The girl, caught off guard, drew her longsword from her waist and knocked down all the arrows. At that very moment, dozens of elite soldiers appeared around Princess Yunyao's tent, blocking the path of the girl in green. Yunyao also completed her dressing and emerged from the tent. Upon seeing the figure of the supposed assassin, Yunyao was taken aback. She had originally thought it was multiple assassins working together, but in front of her was just a girl in green. "Capture her." Her eyes narrowed slightly, her tone laced with murderous intent. Since the opponent dared to infiltrate the military camp at night, there was no need for mercy. The soldiers rushed forward, weapons drawn, and shouts echoed through the air. Lin Cheng also emerged from the tent. He slowly approached Princess Yunyao, gazing at the girl in green who was entangled with the soldiers, and said, "This person is not ordinary. Although her martial arts are unfamiliar, they must originate from a prestigious school." "That's right." Princess Yunyao nodded, then added, "I observe that her swordsmanship carries a hint of barbarism, yet the techniques are distinct. It should be the swordsmanship of the Yuanqing dynasty." Yuanqing dynasty. After hearing Yunyao's analysis, Lin Cheng looked at the girl in green again. She was not very old, yet possessed top-tier strength, undoubtedly from a prominent background. This couldn't help but make him think of the Pingyun king. Could this girl be related to the Pingyun king? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a notification from the system rang in his ears. "Ding, killing the girl in green will reward you with 1,000 fake coins." Lin Cheng had just used all his fake coins to enhance his Wuxiang divine art, leaving him with none. Receiving a system task was akin to a timely help in the snow. At that moment, the girl in green also broke free from the entanglement of the soldiers and abruptly burst out of the encirclement, raising her sword directly at Princess Yunyao. As for Lin Cheng standing beside her, he was ignored. To the girl in green, Lin Cheng emitted no martial aura whatsoever, appearing to be an ordinary person without any martial skills. Princess Yunyao looked at the sword's edge, showing no intention of retreat. The girl in green revealed a cold smile. "Not afraid of death, huh? Then this lady will stab you with 17 or 18 holes, and see if you are afraid." Before the thought could settle, the cold smile on the girl's face froze. Lin Cheng, still an ordinary person, suddenly released an immensely powerful aura, gripping the sword's edge tightly with just 2 fingers. Lingxi finger. The girl looked at Lin Cheng in disbelief, attempting to retract her longsword. But how could Lin Cheng allow her to do as she wished? A slight movement of force from his fingers caused the longsword in the girl's hand to snap into 3 pieces. The girl in green stared at the broken sword, fear etched on her face. She tossed the remaining piece of the sword away and turned to flee. But before she could take a few steps, she felt someone grip her neck. "Little girl, where do you think you're going?" A male voice rang from behind, causing the girl in green to feel her hair stand on end. Before she could make her next move, Lin Cheng's large hand was already resting on her slender neck. Crack! As Lin Cheng exerted force, the sound of bones breaking echoed from the girl's neck. Task completed, reward 1,000 fate coins. Lin Cheng heard the system notification. On the other side, the bald man hid at a distance, his face reflecting terror upon seeing the girl in green killed. It's over. Though the girl in green was said to be the Pingyun King's female disciple, she was more like a concubine. Now that she had lost her life after coming with him, if he returned to the mountain gorge, the Pingyun King would surely take action against him out of anger. In an instant, the bald man had already made up his mind to flee the Pingyun mountain range. Over the years, he had accumulated quite a bit of wealth, enough to comfortably live out the rest of his days without doing anything. But before he could take a few steps, he heard the sound of wind behind him. "After bringing people here, why not stay yourself?" The voice from behind scared the bald man to the core. It turned out that Lin Cheng had already discovered the bald man's presence. After killing the girl in green, he pursued him closely. The bald man knew he was no match for Lin Cheng and exerted all his strength to escape. But before he could run far, Lin Cheng appeared in front of him, smiling at him. "Why are you running so fast?" "Spare me." The bald man suddenly fell to his knees, banging his head on the ground. Lin Cheng did not strike. He looked at the man and said, "Where did you find that girl in green? If you tell me the truth, I might spare your life." Indeed. Hearing this, the man seemed to see a glimmer of hope and hurriedly said, "The girl in green is a disciple of the Pingyun King here specifically to assassinate. Her strength is inferior to the general's. Dying at the general's hands is her fortune." He did not recognize Lin Cheng. However, seeing Lin Cheng's extraordinary strength, he mistakenly believed him to be a general. Lin Cheng was too lazy to correct him and asked, "Do you know the location of the Pingyun King's residence?" I know. The bald man nodded vigorously, but said nothing more. Lin Cheng knew the man intended to use this to threaten him, so he asked again, "You don't seem like an ordinary mountain bandit. Are you the leader of some gang?" "Yes." The bald man quickly nodded. "I am the leader of Masan gang. Over the years, I have accumulated a lot of gold and silver treasures. If the general is interested, I am willing to present them with both hands." "Humph." Lin Cheng scoffed. Now that he was at the innate level, he wouldn't even glance at ordinary gold and silver treasures. Only fake coins could move him. He looked at the pleading man and thought, "Since you are considered a leader, you must know the hiding places of other mountain bandits." "I know." The bald man nodded vigorously, saying, "As long as the general spares my life, I can lead the general to their hiding place, allowing the general to achieve great military merit." Great military merit. Lin Cheng almost laughed. If exterminating the Pingyun mountain bandits was considered great military merit, what about the generals who fought across the land? "Come with me." Lin Cheng grabbed the man, and with a few agile movements reappeared in the military camp. He threw the man to the ground and instructed Yun Yao, "He knows the hiding places of other mountain bandits. Have everyone prepare. Tonight we will completely wipe out the Pingyun mountain range." Half a tea time later in the camp, all the soldiers had finished donning their gear, each sharpening their blades with fervor. Lin Cheng coldly observed the bound bald man and said, "If you wish to live, do not entertain any foolish thoughts, otherwise I will make you wish for death." The bald man replied, I dare not," while glancing at the disciplined armored troops. He deeply regretted not fleeing with treasures to become a landlord, thinking how much better it would have been. Now he had fallen into the hands of others. Even if he could survive, it would likely be in a state of extreme desolation. Princess Yun Yao rallied the troops, inspiring their morale. "Tonight we will surely pacify the Pingyun mountain range, restoring peace to the people and stability to Huazhou, ensuring tranquility for Zhaoyan." The soldiers below gazed at the slender figure on horseback, their eyes filled with reverence. They may not know what kind of person Yun Yao was, but she was working for the people of Huazhou, and they were willing to risk their lives. A soldier dies for a worthy friend. They joined the army not just to achieve military merit and return home in glory, but also for the people of Huazhou. Unfortunately, the officialdom of Huazhou was weak. No one dared to petition the court to eliminate the bandits of Pingyun Mountain. Over the years, which household in Huazhou had not been directly or indirectly harmed by these mountain bandits? Now, with an opportunity at hand to potentially eradicate the Pingyun bandits, who would not be excited? "Kill!" They shouted in unison, their voices breaking through the clouds. The bald man turned pale with fear upon hearing the command to kill, trembling all over, not daring to hold onto any last hope. Lin Cheng felt no turbulence within himself. He merely stood in a corner, holding a long knife, quietly lurking in the shadows, entirely unnoticed. Those among the imperial guards and palace guards who were aware of Lin Cheng's strength understood that the reason Princess Yun Yao dared to act so boldly was entirely due to Lin Cheng's support. While Princess Yun Yao spoke to inspire the troops, she would occasionally cast her gaze towards Lin Cheng. Just seeing him standing behind her made her feel secure. Seeing the morale reach its peak, Yun Yao stopped her speech and ordered the troops to march. The horses were wrapped in animal hides, and the lights of the troop extinguished, quietly advancing towards the bandits' hiding place under the cover of night. 300 imperial guards under Lin Cheng's command swiftly entered the forest, eliminating the bandits' sentries one by one. The night was pitch black. The bright moon offered no light, and the forest was tranquil. After 2 hours, the 1,000-strong troop quietly arrived at the bandits' hideout. By this time, many bandits were deeply ensconced in dreams, entirely unaware that a great army had surrounded them, just waiting for the command to charge. Yun Yao brought the bald man before her and coldly asked, "Is this the only hiding place? There are no other locations, right?" "None at all," the bald man replied honestly. Yun Yao waved her hand, instructing for him to be taken away. "Spare my life." The bald man seemed to realize something. He pressed his hands against the ground and looked pleadingly at Lin Cheng, saying, "You promised to spare my life, General." Yun Yao looked at Lin Cheng, waiting for his response. Lin Cheng smirked slightly and tossed paper and pen in front of the bald man, saying, "Draw the location of the Pingyun King." With his life hanging by a thread, the bald man felt like a fish on the chopping block. Having already lost all spirit from fear, he hurriedly began to draw. Moments later, a detailed map appeared in Lin Cheng's hands. Ding, eliminate the Pingyun King, reward of 6,000 fake coins. Lin Cheng smiled, folded the map, and tucked it away. Seeing Lin Cheng put away the map, the bald man hastily asked, "General, can you spare me? I am willing to be your servant to repay your kindness." Lin Cheng turned to Yun Yao and asked, "What do you think, Yun Yao?" "Lord Lin, I will listen to you," Yun Yao replied, looking at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng sighed and approached the bald man, asking, "Let me ask you one question. Have you ever killed innocent villagers from below?" The bald man paused, realizing that as the leader of a bandit group, he surely had killed innocent people. Seeing his expression, Lin Cheng understood immediately. He lightly tapped the bald man's forehead, sending a surge of wuxiang true qi into his mind, crushing the organs inside. The bald man died silently without any pain. Yun Yao waited for Lin Cheng to acquire the map before issuing the order to eliminate the bandits. In an instant, thousands of soldiers charged forward. The bandits, lost in sweet dreams, suddenly woke to see countless soldiers charging at them, causing them to panic. There was no time to dress or grab their weapons. In a flurry they fled, but what awaited them were sharp military blades. On the mountain peak, Lin Cheng and Yun Yao watched the battle below. Yun Yao suddenly turned to Lin Cheng and asked, "Do you want to find the Pingyun King?" Lin Cheng replied, leaning on his long knife with a steady gaze. "He possesses innate strength." Yun Yao continued, then said, "I advise you not to go. When I return to the palace to report this to my father, he will definitely send someone to eliminate the Pingyun King." "You are mistaken. He does not possess innate strength." Lin Cheng deceived her. After all, the Pingyun King was a task assigned by the system worth 6,000 fate coins, enough to elevate his strength to another level. "You are lying to me." Princess Yun Yao gazed at Lin Cheng with deep suspicion. Lin Cheng, thick-skinned, felt no embarrassment from being seen through. Yun Yao continued, "You do not understand the power of innate masters. You know about Lord Zhou from Zhou Jun's residence, right? He is also at the peak of innate strength, and my father specially granted him a first-class marquis title to win him over. Innate masters are beings that even the court fears." Lin Cheng practiced the wuxiang divine art, which specializes in concealing one's presence. Thus, Yun Yao was still unaware of his true strength. Lin Cheng smiled gently without speaking. He looked at the surrounding imperial guards and instructed, "I will be leaving for a while. You all must guard the princess well here." "Understood." The imperial guards responded in unison. "Stop!" Princess Yun Yao shouted as she saw Lin Cheng about to leave. "You must stop him. Anyone who dares to disobey my orders will face severe punishment." Upon hearing this, the imperial guards stood still. Lin Cheng left. Princess Yun Yao clenched her fists, fiercely drawing her long sword from her waist, mounting her warhorse, and charging towards the bandits. Though she was not a warrior, her mere presence steadied the troops' morale like a mountain. The imperial guards hurriedly followed her. Lin Cheng swiftly traversed the forest using the Yun Yi Qing Tian step. From beginning to end, he had never shown this lightness skill before Yun Yao, so even now she did not realize that the dark-clad figure who had abducted her from Zhou Jun's residence was someone she was most familiar with. At this moment, Lin Cheng could freely utilize it to speed up his journey. The Yun Yi Qing Tian step was merely an entry-level skill, yet it was sufficient for him to traverse and leap through the forest like a monkey or bird. After a stick of incense, Lin Cheng was getting closer to the ravine marked on the map, and at that moment, He also heard the system's prompt. Successfully eliminated the Pingyuan Mountain Bandits reward of 3,000 fake coins. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Cheng revealed a hint of a smile on his face, signifying that the bandits in the Pingyuan Mountains had all been eradicated. He glanced at the system panel. The 1,000 fake coins had risen to 4,000. Lin Cheng called forth the system panel, contemplating the imminent confrontation with an opponent of the same level, and said, "Add to Tianju 9 knives. I wish to learn the third style." Tianju 9 knives is an unparalleled sword technique in the world. It consists of 9 styles. The first 3 styles can render Lin Cheng invincible within the innate realm. As the 4,000 fake coins cleared from the panel, countless memories surged into Lin Cheng's mind, depicting his shadow repeatedly honing his sword technique at the foot of the mountain. Tianju 9 knives third style, Long Yin Chong Yun. The sword energy surged like a dragon cutting through the vast river. As he absorbed the memory, Lin Cheng gripped the sword hilt. In that moment, his aura became immense and boundless, akin to a towering mountain. This was precisely the will of the third style of the sword. Once unleashed, it could sever rivers and mountains. Not far away within the mountain gorge, King Pingyuan sat cross-legged on a large bed, suddenly opening his eyes as he sensed an overwhelming intent. He rose and gazed towards the cave entrance, saying, "Is it an illusion?" The earlier overwhelming intent was vast and boundless, instilling immense fear. King Pingyuan descended from the bed, his gaze flickering. Many years ago, he had broken through to the innate realm from a superlative level and had not felt the threat of death since. Masters of the world are exceedingly rare. As an innate powerhouse, he had basked in glory within the Yuanqing dynasty. Had it not been for obtaining an unparalleled divine skill, why would he have willingly ventured into this desolate place? As a top-tier combatant, he had distinctly sensed an overwhelming intent arise, only for it to vanish in an instant. It felt as if it were merely an illusion. King Pingyuan furrowed his brows, his massive body tensing suddenly. Perhaps it was an illusion produced by my practice of the flaming divine skill. This technique is truly bizarre. I have studied it for years, yet I cannot achieve even minor success. Could it be that this skill is truly unsuitable for me? After a long silence, he pinched his fingers to calculate the time and furrowed his brows again, saying, "This little girl has been gone for so long, why hasn't she returned? When she returns, I will have to thoroughly torment and punish her." Outside the mountain gorge, the map, drawn by the bald man, was exceedingly detailed as Lin Cheng stared at the gorge before him. A hint of battle intent flickered in his eyes. Strictly speaking, this was his first encounter with an innate powerhouse. The previous encounter at Zhou Juanfu did not count, as Zhou Jun had underestimated him. Lin Cheng had merely received a palm strike from the opponent. The opponent had intentionally weakened the power to avoid harming Yun Yao. Now, having stepped into the innate realm himself, he finally understood the strength of the innate. In the mountain gorge, flowers bloomed and birds sang. Lin Cheng took a step forward. In an instant, he covered a distance of 100 zhong with the cloud-drifting sky step. He did not use the wuxiang divine skill to conceal his aura and swaggered boldly into the gorge's gaze fixed directly on the cave. "Who goes there?" A deep roar erupted from within the cave as a massive man charged out. "King Pingyuan." Lin Cheng looked at the man's imposing figure and sneered, "What audacity! How dare you claim kingship within Zhaoyan territory? Such a crime deserves death." King Pingyuan remained calm. He looked at Lin Cheng, a hint of caution flashing in his gaze. "You are from that bandit extermination force. My disciple must be dead now, right?" "I killed her," Lin Cheng replied tersely. "You shouldn't have killed her." A trace of sorrow crossed King Pingyuan. He gazed at Lin Cheng, whispering, "I am 60 this year. Had it not been for breaking through to the innate, I would be a withered old man. I have never had a woman I cared for in my life. I have always been cultivating until I achieved the innate. At that time, I saw her at first glance among the refugees. I liked her and took her as my disciple, thinking she would accompany me into old age and bear my offspring, yet you killed her." Lin Cheng remained silent. He silently drew his long knife. There was no point in saying more. "You must die." Upon seeing Lin Cheng's attitude, King Pingyuan suddenly erupted in anger like an enraged lion. His body surged in size once more, his skin radiating a faint golden light, resembling a golden-skinned arhut from a temple. In the blink of an eye, he crossed over a dozen zhong and appeared before Lin Cheng, his fist like a barrel striking heavily. "Come at me." Lin Cheng employed the cloud-drifting sky step beneath his feet, evading this punch like a specter. He turned and appeared behind King Pingyuan. Gripping his long knife, he drew it and slashed out. Tianju 9 knives first style, desert lone smoke. The blade's edge glinted with a cold, fierce light as it swiftly sliced across King Pingyuan's back. Striking true, Lin Cheng's body floated back 10 zhong. "Out!" King Pingyuan, seeing Lin Cheng evade, roared in anger and turned to charge at Lin Cheng like a shooting star. This strike was extremely swift. Lin Cheng, merely relying on the entry-level cloud-drifting sky step, could not evade it. Facing the oncoming golden behemoth, he slashed out again. Tianju 9 knives second style, sunset, over the river. Offense is the best defense. Lin Cheng's blade met King Pingyun's fist, causing rocks to tumble and dust to fill the gorge, scattering countless flowers and plants. The two separated in an instant. Lin Cheng leaped to the mouth of the gorge, blocking the escape route, and looked at the blood flowing from King Pingyun's fist. If this is all you are capable of, then today will be your end. End. King Pingyun had a white mark on his back, staring at the cut on his fist with a cold smile. What a formidable blade technique to be able to penetrate my Como Golden Bodis defense. However, today is not my doomsday, but... He turned his gaze to Lin Cheng and roared, "It is your doomsday." As his voice fell, two flaming primordial wheels appeared behind King Pingyun, one in each hand, as he charged toward Lin Cheng once more. At this moment, King Pingyun was like a deity descending from heaven, his might unstoppable. As the flaming primordial wheels drew near, Lin Cheng felt the true energy within him begin to burn. But how could the Wuxiang true energy be a mundane thing? As the Wuxiang divine skill operated, the burning sensation within him dissipated entirely. Lin Cheng gazed at the incoming primordial wheels, a glint of caution flashing in his eyes. He swiftly retreated, pulling out dozens of willow leaf darts from his pocket, sweeping them forward. These willow leaf darts, empowered by the Wuxiang true energy, emitted a faint golden glow, shooting forward like arrows. Bang! King Pingyun directly met the willow leaf darts with his body, throwing the two primordial wheels he held toward Lin Cheng. At that moment, Lin Cheng did not expect his opponent to actually take the willow leaf darts hidden. He looked at the incoming primordial wheels, gripping his long knife as his aura surged. In that instant, King Pingyun suddenly looked at Lin Cheng. That overwhelming intent appeared once more, and it was emanating from this young man before him. Lin Cheng unleashed the third style he had just learned. Tianju Nine Knives third style, Long Yin Chong Yun. This style's sword energy surged like a dragon, carrying the ultimate intent as it met the two flaming primordial wheels. The blade of light sliced through the fiery chi wheel, extinguishing it. In the eyes of King Pingyun, the blade surged forth akin to an azure dragon charging directly towards him. He instinctively utilized the Chemo Golden Body technique to its utmost. The blade slashed through. A gash several zhang long was carved into the cliff of the distant ravine. Putting away his long knife, Lin Cheng turned to look at King Pingyun. He could see the incredulity and deep fear in the other's eyes, a blood mark dividing his forehead. He remained motionless, already devoid of breath. Lin Cheng stepped forward and gently pushed against his shoulder, splitting him in two. Gazing at this innate supreme being, Lin Cheng felt a sense of emotion within. With a single slash, he created a deep pit in the ground, tossing King Pingyun's corpse into it and covering it with rubble. After completing this, Lin Cheng walked towards the cave, recalling the fiery chi wheel the opponent had unleashed in the final phase, a chill running down his spine. That was undoubtedly a top-tier divine skill. At that moment, Lin Cheng's true chi had ignited. Had it not been for the advanced Wuxiang true chi, he would have long since fled. But unfortunately, King Pingyun had not mastered this divine skill to its fullest. Otherwise, he would not have met such a demise. Lin Cheng looked at the arrangement inside the cave, surprised by its simplicity. However, the items within were all extraordinary. There was a massive bronze mirror, utensils made of sandalwood, and famous calligraphy and paintings rarely seen in the outside world. As Lin Cheng gazed at the calligraphy and paintings, he could vaguely sense a trace of meaning from them, although this meaning was incomplete. He wandered around the cave before his gaze settled on a desk cluttered with various letters. A hint of doubt arose in his heart. If King Pingyun was in seclusion to cultivate divine skills, why was he still in contact with the outside world? The dates on these letters were quite recent, while some were rather old. Driven by curiosity, Lin Cheng opened these letters one by one, and before long their contents left him astounded. Based on the information in these letters, it was revealed that King Pingyun was a royal worshipper of the Yuanqing dynasty. While he was in seclusion in the Pingyun Mountains, he was secretly supporting the bandits of Pingyun Mountain while contacting the Yuanqing court, using them to disrupt Huazhou. If war truly broke out between the two nations, King Pingyun would lead the bandits of Pingyun Mountain to directly seize Huazhou. Moreover, these letters detailed the process of King Pingyun bribing Huazhou and high-ranking officials of the court. After all, cultivating an army in the Pingyun Mountains required dealing with various officials of Huazhou to keep them silent, as well as bribing high-ranking officials of the court to turn a blind eye. Some of these letters even involved officials of the second rank in the court. Lin Cheng collected all the letters, believing they would eventually come in handy. These were the incriminating evidence against second-rank officials. In the vast Zhao Yan with billions of subjects, there were only a few second-rank officials with real power, their authority second only to the emperor. Lin Cheng packed all these letters. He then began searching the cave again. Since King Pingyun was both in seclusion and nurturing bandits, he must have carried techniques with him. While burying the corpse, Lin Cheng had not found any techniques on King Pingyun. Since the techniques were not on him, they must be hidden within the cave. But where could he have hidden them? He searched frantically throughout the cave, checking the bronze mirror, the paintings, the large bed, the tables and chairs, and examined every place. In the end, he found nothing. Lin Cheng could only pace around in frustration, continually considering where he could hide things. Suddenly, Lin Cheng looked up, almost forgetting the top of the cave. King Pingyun's massive body could easily reach the cave ceiling, so it was natural that something could be hidden above. Lin Cheng quickly employed his lightness skill to search the top. Indeed, he found a rolled-up piece of animal skin wedged in a crack at the top. He brought it down and slowly opened it on the desk. Fiery divine skill. This technique was the supreme divine skill of a top tribe within the Yuanqing dynasty. However, as the Yuanqing royal family was slaughtered, tribes either surrendered or were exterminated. That particular top tribe was annihilated. This fiery divine skill could only be cultivated at the innate realm, and the conditions for practicing it were extremely demanding. Thus, for many years no one from that top tribe succeeded in its cultivation, leading to their extinction in the face of the Yuanqing dynasty's slaughter, and this skill ultimately fell into King Pingyun's hands. Lin Cheng hurriedly glanced at the conditions for the technique, cursing inwardly. To cultivate this technique, one must possess exceptionally strong external skills. No wonder the system didn't prompt me to learn. Lin Cheng rolled up the animal skin and tucked it away helplessly, stating, "It turns out my conditions do not meet the requirements. If I ever get the chance, I must cultivate a top-tier external skill." After the confrontation with King Pingyun, Lin Cheng had also recognized the might of external skills. Under the second style of the heavenly absolute 9 blades, King Pingyun had only bled a little from his fist. Had Lin Cheng not executed the third style directly, he might not have been able to subdue him for a while. Thinking of the opponent's external skills, Lin Cheng began searching the cave again. In the end, he found nothing. He could only leave in frustration, while also setting a fire in the ravine to completely erase all traces of King Pingyun. When Lin Cheng returned, Yun Yao was leading her subordinates in raiding the treasures hidden by the mountain bandits, also sending people to continue hunting down the smaller fry. However, from the system's perspective, the mountain bandits had already been eradicated. The smaller fry were not worth counting. Yet Princess Yun Yao would not tolerate any remnants. When she said to eliminate them, she meant not to leave a single one. But when this princess saw Lin Cheng, she deliberately pretended not to notice him, even though he was standing right in front of her, still fuming. "You go move the goods." Princess Yun Yao instructed a young officer, ignoring Lin Cheng, and said to another guard, "You go help too. These mountain bandits have oppressed the common people for many years. They must have accumulated wealth, but it's a pity they can't spend it." "Your Highness." Lin Cheng walked over and called out. Only then did Princess Yun Yao look at Lin Cheng, her tone turning sarcastic. "Lord Lin, when did you return? Are you tired? Did you not slay King Pingyun? You didn't flee in fear upon seeing his strength, did you?" Lin Cheng was at a loss for words. Seeing Lin Cheng staring at her, Yun Yao's tone finally returned to normal. "What are you staring at? If you keep looking at me, I might charge you with a crime of arrogance." "Don't do that." Lin Cheng shook his head, realizing the other was joking. He threw the letters he had found in the cave into her arms, saying, "When I arrived, King Pingyun had already vanished without a trace, leaving only these letters that I do not believe are forgeries." Lin Cheng concealed the fact that he had slain King Pingyun. He did not want Princess Yun Yao to know his strength, lest she suspect he was the mysterious figure from that night. "What are these letters?" Princess Yun Yao held the letters in her hands, speaking as she flipped through them. After reading a few letters, her expression turned serious. These were letters from the officials of Zhao Yin, secretly communicating with the Yuanqing dynasty, containing many matters that endangered the nation's foundation, most notably the officials in Huazhou turning a blind eye to the growing bandits of Pingyun Mountain. If it were 2 years later, the Pingyun Mountain bandits would have the foundation to rebel. By then, even if the court wanted to send troops to exterminate the bandits, they would have to proceed with caution. Moreover, it was not just the officials in Huazhou. Other states and counties were facing similar situations. If the bandits in various regions rose up, Zhao Yin would suffer internal strife. What shocked Yun Yao the most was that a second-rank official was involved in this matter. "I need to send these letters back to the palace." Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Yun Yao quickly took out several thousand-mile birds. These birds were given to Lin Cheng by eunuch when he left the palace. They could travel 1,000 miles in a day and were adept at carrying weight, able to return to the capital in just 12 hours. Yun Yao tied the letters to the birds and released them one by one. The birds shot off like arrows and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Such fast birds. Lin Cheng watched in astonishment as the birds vanished from sight. No wonder they were called 1,000-mile birds. Even a top-tier expert might not be able to catch up to their speed. "Let's wait for a reply." Yun Yao's expression was cold, her eyes carrying a hint of murderous intent. Initially, she thought the officials were colluding with the bandits. Now it seemed that the corruption in Huazhou was deeper and broader. Lin Cheng yawned. He hadn't had a proper rest in these days. Now that the true culprit behind the Duan family had been found, and the Pingyun 18 thieves had been eliminated, discovering the secrets of Huazhou and the court officials in the Pingyun mountain range one after another was exhausting, even for an Iron Man. Seeing Princess Yun Yao directing the soldiers again, Lin Cheng simply slipped into the forest, found a giant tree to jump onto, and comfortably fell asleep. Not knowing how much time had passed, Lin Cheng suddenly woke up abruptly, sitting up and gazing toward a certain thicket. He sensed a faint, lingering gaze from within the bushes. Is it a person? Or something else? It seemed that at the very moment Lin Cheng stood up, that inexplicable gaze vanished. He did not like this unknown scrutiny. Stepping forward, he rushed into the thicket, but after searching for a while he found no traces. Could it be an illusion? Thinking of this, Lin Cheng shook his head. As a preeminent expert, his instincts were exceedingly sharp. It could not be an illusion. Suddenly Lin Cheng's ears perked up as he heard the sound of footsteps in the distance. Found you. Lin Cheng silently executed the cloud shadow sky step, stealthily approaching. After navigating through layers of foliage, he spotted a colorful giant tiger. Upon sensing Lin Cheng's strength, it quietly began to flee. Judging by its size, Lin Cheng deduced that this tiger had lived for over 100 years. A tiger that has lived for a century possesses intelligence comparable to that of a human, able to seek fortune and avoid calamity and understand human hearts. They reside deep within the mountains, rarely interacting with the outside world. This time, due to Yun Yao's crackdown on bandits, a great deal of blood energy pervaded the area, which had lured this giant tiger out from its secluded dwelling. Unfortunately, this giant tiger had chosen the wrong target. Seeing Lin Cheng lying alone on the tree, it intended to come feast on him. But as soon as this thought arose, Lin Cheng, realizing that Lin Cheng was not to be trifled with, it hurriedly fled without a sound. Unfortunately, it had underestimated the strength of a preeminent expert. Lin Cheng closely followed the giant tiger's movements. A 100-year-old tiger must possess extraordinary opportunities, otherwise it would not have lived so long. The giant tiger would undoubtedly guard its opportunity. He just needed to follow it back to its den to see it. After winding for a while, the giant tiger suddenly turned back. Just as Lin Cheng was puzzled, he heard the sound of hooves 100 zhang away. The soldiers were searching the mountains. The giant tiger, hearing the commotion, wanted to have a hearty meal. How could Lin Cheng just stand by and watch? Taking out a willow leaf dart from his pocket, he threw it at the giant tiger. Roar! The giant tiger roared in pain, its gaze darting around the thicket, seemingly trying to find the attacker. But immediately after, several more willow leaf darts came flying from all directions. After taking a few hits, the giant tiger quickly found a direction and slipped away. Though its body was massive, it was extremely agile, comparable to top-tier experts, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lin Cheng followed closely behind. Half a stick of incense later, a very concealed cave appeared before him. This cave was situated on a steep cliff, and the giant tiger, like an antelope, nimbly climbed over stones and cliffs into the cave. Lin Cheng did not hesitate and followed right into the cave. It was extremely deep, leading underground. As Lin Cheng pursued the giant tiger's trail, after many twists and turns, he gradually entered a spacious area. It was a natural cavern. Everywhere was covered in transparent crystals. The colorful giant tiger lay with its eyes closed on a large crystal. Lin Cheng gazed at the cavern before him. He did not sense any special qualities from the crystals, but when he looked down at the crystal beneath the giant tiger, he wondered, is there a treasure hidden beneath the crystal? Stepping forward, his figure flickered. Lin Cheng appeared in front of the crystal beneath the giant tiger. At that moment, he could faintly feel a strong chill emanating from beneath the crystal. Roar! The giant tiger sensed Lin Cheng's aura. Its great eyes opened wide, and its front paw slammed down fiercely. Lin Cheng slightly raised his hand, the Wuxiang true energy swirling around his palm, effortlessly blocking the tiger's paw. With the true energy circulating in his body, the giant tiger was sent flying with a thud. A woo! The giant tiger was thrown 3 or 4 zhang away, howling in pain. Lin Cheng's gaze fixed on the giant tiger, his preeminent aura no longer concealed, released in an instant, causing the giant tiger to bristle in fear. The giant tiger, scared, tucked its tail and fled. Lin Cheng touched the crystal in front of him, and as his palm grew cold, he infused his Wuxiang true energy into the crystal, but found nothing. Indeed, Lin Cheng drew out his long knife and slashed at the crystal. If this chill is not released by the crystal, then there must be something wrong beneath it. The knife energy surged like a dragon. In an instant, the massive crystal was cut in half, each half flying off in opposite directions. Only then did what lay beneath the crystal become exposed. It was a piece of white jade roughly the size of a door panel. As the crystal was moved away, the overwhelming chill from the white jade surged forth, rapidly spreading around. After a few breaths, a thick layer of solid ice formed on the ground and the crystals. Even Lin Cheng, who had already entered the preeminent realm, couldn't help but shrink his neck. This is a good thing. Lin Cheng's face showed some delight. Although he did not know the specific effects of this piece of white jade, just based on the bone-chilling cold it emitted, he could tell that it was undoubtedly priceless. If those who practiced extremely cold techniques saw it, they would surely go mad. Lin Cheng gazed at the white jade before him, pondering how to take it away. The chilling aura of the jade could freeze the surroundings solid for several feet. The commotion was significant. Even though Lin Cheng was not afraid of the cold, it would still be quite troublesome to carry it away unnoticed. However, upon seeing the two split crystals, Lin Cheng suddenly had a new idea. He used a long knife to cut the massive crystal into a long box shape. Perhaps due to Lin Cheng's lack of skill, the box he fashioned looked more like a coffin. Lin Cheng was momentarily speechless and had to accept this reality. He then dug out the embedded white jade from the ground, unsure of how it had formed. This piece of white jade was remarkably regular, almost identical to a door panel perfectly fitting into the coffin Lin Cheng had made. Then Lin Cheng closed the lid. Instantly, the chilling aura surrounding them was tightly bound. As long as no one approached to touch the crystal box, they would not detect any coldness. Lin Cheng carried the box home laden with his prize. Upon returning to the camp, everyone looked at Lin Cheng, who was hauling a coffin, with shock. At the same time, they feared Lin Cheng's strength and dared not approach to inquire. Thus a rumor began to spread within the camp. Lord Lin had prepared a coffin in advance to exterminate the mountain bandits, intending to fight them to the death. What immense courage! What determination! From that day forth, the gaze of the people towards Lin Cheng was filled with admiration. Lin Cheng, however, was indifferent. He often stayed within the tent studying the fiery flame divine art. Although he could not cultivate at present, it did not hinder his research into this unparalleled technique. Meanwhile, Yun Yao remained on the mountain waiting for a reply from the palace. A journey of 1,000 li for the messenger bird would take 12 hours, and a round trip would take a maximum of 36 hours. Yet now 5 days had passed without any response from the palace. Yun Yao grew anxious. At such moments, she often thought of seeking out Lin Cheng. Just as she intended to visit Lin Cheng's tent, Lin Cheng suddenly lifted the tent flap, holding a bird in his hand. It seems the palace has responded. As he spoke, Lin Cheng handed the messenger bird to her. Upon hearing this, Yun Yao felt a weight lift from her heart. They finally had a reply. She removed the letter from the bird, fed it a few grains of rice, and slowly unfolded the letter. Her hands Lin Cheng noticed this detail and swiftly snatched the letter from Yun Yao's hands. "You sit and drink tea, I will open it." As he opened the envelope, he initially expected a piece of paper, but instead it was a narrow strip of paper. Lin Cheng glanced at the strip. Immediately his eyes stung. The note contained 3 words: kill, kill, kill. The murderous intent was overwhelming. Even though Lin Cheng had reached the peak of the innate realm, he was still shaken by the powerful killing intent conveyed by the words on the note. Who had written this? From these 3 words, Lin Cheng sensed that the author possessed extraordinary strength and likely had already broken through to the innate realm. This extreme killing intent was remarkably complete. Perhaps only someone beyond the innate realm could compose such words. What's wrong? Yun Yao noticed Lin Cheng's change and quickly snatched the note from him. Upon seeing the writing, she exclaimed, "This note was written by my father using the royal seal. The imprint carries the essence of martial arts." No wonder. Lin Cheng nodded. Even now, recalling the killing intent that had rushed towards him at that time still chilled him to the bone. The Zhao Yin royal family had stood for 1,000 years, their foundation certainly profound. A mere private seal from the emperor could imbue the written words with overwhelming killing intent. What about the imperial jade seal? Wouldn't a single glance be fatal? Upon receiving the palace's reply, Princess Yun Yao immediately ordered the army to march on Huazhou. They did so until nightfall. 5,000 troops surged into Huazhou city with great force. The officials of Huazhou, who had long received the news, rode out to greet them with joyful expressions. With the complete eradication of the Pingyun mountain bandits, this was a tremendous achievement. If they could receive even a small portion, they might take a step further in their careers. At that moment, Lin Cheng and Yun Yao entered the city together, and numerous officials surged forward. "Congratulations, Lord Lin. Best wishes, Lord Lin." They were unaware of Yun Yao's status and had only heard rumors of Lin Cheng being a palace guard. Thus, in their eyes, Lin Cheng was the true protagonist. "Greetings, esteemed officials." Lin Cheng's expression was warm, but his tone was exceedingly cold. On both sides of the streets, the citizens of Huazhou gathered in droves. They had been oppressed by the mountain bandits for many years, and now learning that the bandits had been wiped out, they were naturally overjoyed. They spontaneously came forward, eager to meet the great hero. However, the great hero was yet to be seen, and they instead witnessed the high-ranking officials being captured by the armored troops and bound with ropes. At this scene, all the citizens were dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Today, the officials of Huazhou had gathered to welcome the army, and this had resulted in a complete sweep. "Lord Lin, what do you mean by this? We are appointed officials of the court. Do you intend to rebel?" The officials of Huazhou shouted angrily. They had come with good intentions to greet him, only to be captured on the spot. If this were to spread, would they still have any face left? Some constables saw the officials being taken and attempted to rescue them, but were surrounded by numerous soldiers. With military power in hand, no one in Huazhou could stir up trouble. Lin Cheng waved his hand, sending all these officials to the jail, deciding that since night had fallen, they would be properly judged the next day. Princess Yun Yao maintained a calm demeanor, showing no change in expression. After the two settled into the Huazhou post, countless relatives of the officials who learned of the news came bearing gold and silver treasures to plead and seek leniency. Lin Cheng, however, refused to meet with any of them. The next day, when Lin Cheng got up, Yun Yao had already vanished without a trace. After inquiring with the guards, he learned that Yun Yao had not slept all night and had hurriedly gone to the jail with the imperial troops as dawn broke. Why didn't she call for me? Lin Cheng wondered, as this was not in line with her character. After he exited the post, he found hundreds of figures dressed like wandering heroes standing in front of the post. As soon as they saw Lin Cheng emerge, they rushed towards him. Lord Lin, we heard you killed the 18 bandits of Pingyun. We do not believe it. Would you be willing to point us in the right direction? The numerous heroes blocked Lin Cheng's path. Lord Lin, why do you not dare to spar with us? Did you not kill the 18 bandits of Pingyun? You can't possibly be a pretender, King Yu. Some began to shout, attempting to provoke Lin Cheng. However, Lin Cheng did not take these people seriously at all. Just by their aura, he could tell that not a single one among them was of exceptional skill. They were merely here to create trouble, likely a show of force from the officials in Huazhou. Even while locked up in the jail, they could not behave. The people from the martial world noticed that Lin Cheng was ignoring them. Some exchanged glances, and after a silent agreement, they suddenly drew their blades and shouted at Lin Cheng, "Please, Master Lin, enlighten us." The soldier beside Lin Cheng saw this and immediately shouted, "You have such audacity." Seeing someone take the lead, all the martial artists rushed forward. They completely disregarded the soldier's warning. Lin Cheng looked at these people, a hint of cold amusement on his face. Since this was the obstacle thrown at him by the officials of Huazhou, he would crush it and tell all factions. He did not care. Lin Cheng gripped the handle of his blade. As he saw a large number of martial artists rushing toward him, he casually swung his blade. A blade aura several feet long shot forth, invisible and formless, slicing through the air. Those at the forefront of the charge were instantly cut in two. Everyone was stunned. They had not expected Lin Cheng to. Although they were not as strong individually, they represented the forces behind them. Attacking them was akin to slapping those forces in the face. You dare to kill? Someone pointed their sword at Lin Cheng, their face filled with disbelief. Do you know who these people in the front row are? They are elite disciples from the Wangjiang sect, Qingyun sect, and the Beast Alliance. Someone started revealing the backgrounds of the deceased, hoping to instill fear in Lin Cheng. After all, even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Lin Cheng, an outsider though he was a palace guard, would find it difficult to leave if he offended the powers of Huazhou. Lin Cheng looked at these people, icy disdain on his face. Now you know fear. Too late. Lin Cheng shouted to his soldiers, these people are attempting to assassinate a court official. Seal all exits. I will take action personally. Immediately, everyone was stunned. Assassinating a court official. What kind of joke was this? How dare? However, as countless soldiers sealed off the exits, fear began to show on their faces. Could it be that Master Lin was truly going to kill everyone present? As this thought arose, Lin Cheng struck again with a blade, and the invisible blade aura swept through the crowd once more. Having learned from the previous lesson, the martial artists present, especially those who dared to face him directly, scrambled to evade, rolling away or dodging in panic. However, some were unfortunate and were cut in two. Lin Cheng continued to attack, countless blade auras slashing through the air. Master Lin, spare us. It was only at this moment that they realized Lin Cheng's strength was not as weak as rumored among the sects and alliances. Was this truly weak? At the very least, he was a top-tier master. Some of them hadn't even reached the second tier, yet dared to challenge such a being. At this moment, all the martial artists present felt regret, pleading for mercy from Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng's expression was indifferent, the long blade in his hand still harvesting lives. He had clearly given them a chance, so why did they not cherish it? Seeing Lin Cheng like a king of death, the martial artists realized pleading for mercy was futile and scattered in all directions to flee. Unfortunately, Lin Cheng had already anticipated this and had stationed men at every exit. In just a few breaths, when faced with the soldiers' long spears, the martial artists unleashed all their strength. In the end, even if they did not die, they would suffer severe injuries. Lin Cheng did not pursue them. He allowed these people to flee in all directions. Once most had escaped, Lin Cheng ordered his subordinates to dispose of the bodies in front of the station, and he sent people to investigate the forces behind these martial artists. He had just thrown the officials of Huazhou into prison when these martial forces came knocking. This revealed how deeply intertwined the Huazhou government was with the martial world. Before his subordinates could finish their investigation, 7 or 8 leaders from various sects came seeking him. Are you Master Lin? One elder stepped in from the door, cupping his hands in respect to Lin Cheng. It is I. Lin Cheng, sitting high in the hall, looked at the leaders before him. Have you come to seek vengeance for your disciples? Humph. Lin Cheng sneered coldly. You do not restrain your disciples and dare to attack an official sent by the court. They deserve to die. Humph. Lin Cheng sneered coldly. You do not restrain your disciples and dare to attack an official sent by the court. They deserve to die. How dare you? Someone shouted angrily. They never attacked Master Lin. They merely sought your guidance after hearing of your reputation. But who would have thought you would act so ruthlessly and take their lives? Lin Cheng merely smiled and said nothing. He had just dispatched his subordinates to investigate when these people came knocking, indicating they had likely made preparations in advance. Unfortunately, they all believed he was a top-tier master. They thought they could easily handle him. Seeing Lin Cheng silent, the initial elder assumed Lin Cheng was afraid and said with a smile, "Master Lin, you underestimate the martial world of Huazhou. You came from the capital and may not understand some matters. Let me explain. The Huazhou government lacks top-tier masters, but our sects have many. If Master Lin is willing, please release the officials in jail, and we will treat this as if nothing happened." After the elder finished speaking, he fell silent. The others followed him, staring at Lin Cheng, as if to say that if Lin Cheng refused, they would rush at him. As martial artists, even if they killed court officials, they could simply escape. If they could not stay in Zhao Yan, they would go to the Yunqing dynasty. If they could not stay in the Yuanqing dynasty, they would go to the Beitang ancient nation. This world is vast, and as martial artists, there would always be a place for them. "You have quite the audacity." Lin Cheng slowly stood up, sneering. "You dare threaten this official? It seems the officials and the martial world in Huazhou are in chaos." "Master Lin, what are you saying?" The elder shouted as he saw Lin Cheng approaching. "This fellow wants to attack. Let's all join together and take this corrupt official down." In an instant, these top-tier masters unleashed their best skills. Some used swords, others used blades, some wielded whips, and others came at him with bare hands. Lin Cheng was enveloped in strands of purple energy which shielded him entirely, and he met them with bare hands. This purple energy was the protective aura of the purple chi east comes technique. In the past, Lin Cheng typically refrained from using such methods against formidable opponents, but facing these top-tier individuals, he naturally would not resort to techniques like the formless true chi or the heavenly destruction 9 blades to deal with them. For dealing with this group, the purple chi east comes technique was sufficient. The elder wielded a soft sword, thrusting it toward Lin Cheng's eyes. Lin Cheng, relying on the aura in his hands, caught the soft sword and yanked it hard, pulling the elder toward him. The elder dropped his sword, attempting to flee. How could Lin Cheng allow that? He swiftly turned the soft sword and plunged it into the elder's neck. Seeing this, everyone was terrified. They had roamed the martial world for years, but had never encountered Lin Cheng's methods. Only that middle-aged woman, upon seeing the purple energy around Lin Cheng, turned pale. "Are you practicing the purple chi east comes technique of the Huashan sect? Are you from the Huashan sect?" Upon hearing the words purple chi east comes, the others immediately felt a wave of fear. The Huashan sect was a well-known sect in the martial world. As the signature technique of the Huashan sect, the purple chi east comes is extremely powerful, while these people practiced techniques from small sects which were worlds apart. Realizing they had underestimated Lin Cheng, they scattered in panic to flee. Thinking of escaping, Lin Cheng smiled lightly. Taking a step forward, he appeared behind the middle-aged woman. "Since you've come, leave your life behind." The woman swung her whip behind her, trying to seize the opportunity to escape. Lin Cheng's figure flickered, blocking her path. With no time to dodge, she was struck in the forehead by Lin Cheng's finger and died on the spot. A few breaths later, Lin Cheng dealt with everyone and returned to his seat. The soldiers carried away the bodies of these people. Throughout the process, they did not dare to look up at the high-seated Lin Cheng, who had left a deep impression on them after he single-handedly stormed the military camp. Now Lin Cheng had slain several top-tier masters, once again reshaping the soldiers' understanding. Truly, he was a master sent by the court, deeply concealed. Before long, the soldiers dispatched to gather intelligence returned, having thoroughly investigated the forces behind the troublemakers at the station. These forces were not unknown in Huazhou. Their clothing and martial arts could easily reveal their affiliation. Lin Cheng noted these forces and instructed his men, "Since they have used martial world tactics against me, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. I will let them taste the methods of the court." He personally led hundreds of soldiers, following the list in order, seeking them out one by one. First it was the Qingniu gang, then the Wenxiu Pavilion. In just one day, Lin Cheng led his troops to kill or incapacitate the leaders of these forces, utterly suppressing the martial factions in Huazhou, so they dared not rise. Meanwhile, Princess Yun Yao was also not idle. She interrogated Huazhou officials from top to bottom. Faced with the methods of the imperial guards, even an Iron Man would have to speak, let alone these pampered officials. That night, under the protection of the imperial guards, Princess Yun Yao returned to the station. She entered Lin Cheng's room and teased, "When I left the government office, I saw over 100 first-tier masters kneeling at the door reporting you." Due to the ruthlessness of both of them, their reputations had spread throughout Huazhou in just one day. In the eyes of the martial artists and officials, these two were like yukshas and rakshasas. However, for the common people of Huazhou who suffered under the oppression of officials and martial artists, they were like parental figures ridding the world of harm. These people have some guts. Lin Cheng was taken aback and chuckled. Those who went to Yun Yao to report were merely relatives and confidants of the leaders of various forces. They were merely seeking revenge. Among these forces, some were worried while others were delighted. Some had been leaders or heads of their factions for many years without stepping down, but now that they were killed or incapacitated by Lin Cheng, it created opportunities for others to ascend. Aren't you afraid the martial world will hate you? Princess Yun Yao looked at Lin Cheng, frowning. Them. Lin Cheng smiled, lightly saying not worth fearing. The two exchanged smiles. A few days later, the court sent an envoy to take over affairs in Huazhou. Upon seeing the martial and official world of Huazhou after Lin Cheng and Yun Yao had dealt with it, they were all incredulous and found it hard to believe. It might be easier to manage the officials in Huazhou, but subduing the martial forces there would not be so simple. On the other side, in the deep ravines of the Pingyuan Mountains, several lean men, dressed in animal skins with top knots on their heads, looked at the charred cave before them, their expressions grim. The flame divine skill is gone. One lean man gazed at the several foot-long blade marks on the cliff and murmured, the one who could take down the Pingyuan king must be a congenital master. In recent days, Princess Yun Yao and her guards had been the most talked about. Perhaps the technique was in their hands. At this time, Lin Cheng and Yun Yao were already on their way back to the capital. In the capital city, Lin Cheng gazed at the sprawling mountains before him, the city walls of Kyoto stretching like a dragon for hundreds of miles. Yet a sigh welled up within him. This magnificent wall, this seemingly invincible dynasty, was on the brink of collapse. His journey to Huazhou revealed to Lin Cheng the rot beneath the surface of prosperity. The political arena was murky, the martial world was rife with conflict, and banditry flourished among the common folk. The chaos and darkness of these three elements rendered the people destitute. Furthermore, in the past 2 years there had been frequent floods and droughts leading to disaster victims surrounding every city, and even outside Kyoto some had turned into robbers. On the way back to the capital they encountered a considerable number of bandits. However, the bloodthirsty Princess Yun Yao seemed oblivious to the bandits lurking outside Kyoto. At this moment, even during the day, Lin Cheng could guess that inside Kyoto there must be scenes of revelry and merriment. The high-ranking officials in the court had never witnessed the tragic sight of starving corpses scattered across the land. They would only impose hardships on the common people savoring a taste of the carp. Lord Lin, Princess Yun Yao approached on horseback following Lin Cheng's gaze toward the endless city walls and continued, "What are you thinking about? You have made great contributions this time, eliminating bandits, cleaning up the officials in Huazhou, and suppressing the martial world there. Each of these is no small achievement." Hehe. Lin Cheng chuckled softly, looking at Princess Yun Yao's exquisite features, and said, "Why do you attribute all the credit to me? This time the credit should go to you, Princess." "What do you mean by credit?" Princess Yun Yao shot Lin Cheng a sideways glance. She spoke softly. "If it weren't for you as a delicate woman, how could 300 elite soldiers obey me, and how would 5,000 troops in Huazhou be willing to serve me? Lord Lin, you can just take the credit for yourself." "Delicate woman." Lin Cheng inwardly scoffed. This princess was quite ruthless against the mountain bandits and the officials of Huazhou. She had killed every single mountain bandit without leaving a trace. Even the small fries that escaped 100 miles away were hunted down and decapitated. The corrupt officials in Huazhou. Before the imperial envoy arrived, they had already suffered several rounds of severe punishment at the hands of Yun Yao. If any survived, it would be a great blessing. For this reason, he was quite puzzled when he saw Yun Yao turning a blind eye to the bandits outside Kyoto. Was it possible that the bandits outside Kyoto were different from those in the mountains? Lin Cheng did not intend to ask in detail, but what puzzled him more was, why was she willing to let him take credit for these accomplishments? "If the princess has any inconvenience, please speak freely." Lin Cheng did not want to play games with her, but he was not afraid of her setting a trap for him. In his view, this princess had good character and was certainly not the little fairy of his past life. "Lord Lin, there's no need to worry too much." Yun Yao smiled bitterly, a hint of melancholy on her face. "Even if I take it, it would be useless. It's better to give it to those in need." Lin Cheng frowned. Seeing that Lin Cheng still wished to inquire further, Yun Yao simply urged her horse forward, saying, "Lord Lin, come chase me." Lin Cheng remained motionless, leisurely riding along. He allowed her to run far ahead. As a congenital powerhouse, it would be too embarrassing to chase after a woman. Yun Yao did not care whether Lin Cheng followed her. She kicked up dust as she vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. A palace guard witnessing this hurriedly reminded Lin Cheng, "The princess has no martial skills. Oh, Lord Lin, hurry and catch up. If anything were to happen to her, we cannot bear the consequences." As soon as these words were spoken, a scream echoed from the distance. Lin Cheng shot a fierce glare at the guard, dismounted, and in just a few breaths he had covered several hundred steps. It was as if he was flying. The many guards and elite soldiers behind him stared in astonishment. What kind of lightness skill was this? Moreover, could it be that Lord Lin was truly an unparalleled master, not hiding his strength? Though everyone thought this way, they hurriedly pursued. 100 yards away, amidst the dense forest, Lin Cheng landed and saw the horse that Yun Yao had been riding calmly grazing, but the figure of Yun Yao had long since vanished. Lin Cheng's expression remained steady. He surveyed the area from above, but found no traces. There were no footprints, no hair, no torn clothing. Only someone skilled in lightness techniques could achieve such a feat, and Yun Yao had not put up any resistance, otherwise the scene could not have been so clean. A hint of anger gradually appeared on Lin Cheng's face. Someone had taken her right under the nose of this congenital powerhouse without him noticing. How could he not be furious? This was a slap in his face. Lin Cheng's aura surged like a furious beast. The horse grazing peacefully sensed Lin Cheng's aura, let out a cry, and crouched down trembling in fear. As the Wuxiang divine skill circulated, the surrounding auras became clear before his eyes. The Wuxiang divine skill has no self, no one, no sentient beings, and no lifespan. It could disguise others and mimic the true qi of the world, making it extremely sensitive to auras. In an instant he discerned hundreds of distinct auras in the forest. Lin Cheng identified these auras one by one. Having spent many days beside Yun Yao, he was particularly familiar with her aura. In just a few breaths Lin Cheng found Yun Yao's presence, along with a strange aura. He quickly pursued the direction of the aura using the Yun, Yi Qing Tian step. Several miles away, on a solitary peak, two figures stood. These two were Princess Yun Yao and a masked figure in black beside her. Uncle Zhou. Yun Yao's eyes held a hint of worry as she spoke with concern. Will my father punish these people for my disappearance? The black-clad man chuckled softly. He looked at Yun Yao and calmly said, Princess, you still have a kind heart. Not only did you spare the bandits outside Kyoto, you even don't wish to sacrifice your subordinates. But compared to being married off to the Yuanqing dynasty as a plaything, which choice would the princess prefer? Uncle Zhou, please be careful with your words. Yun Yao shot a cold glance at him, slowly saying, I am never kind. The bandits outside the city are all a result of the court's negligence, turning from people into thieves. I have no reason to kill them. As for my subordinates, they are the elite soldiers and guards of the palace devoted to Zhao Yan. I have no reason to sacrifice them. Uncle Zhou, there's no need to test me. Upon hearing this, the black-clad man was taken aback, falling silent for a moment. When he regained his composure, his tone became exceedingly respectful. Princess, they have achieved merit this time. The emperor might blame them, but he will not punish them. Good. Yun Yao nodded slightly, her tone softening considerably. She seemed to think of something, turning to look at the black-clad man, hesitating to speak. Please speak, princess. The black-clad man noticed this and asked proactively. Yun Yao hesitated for a moment, and then said, If Lord Lin is punished by my father, I would feel guilty towards him. Uncle Zhou, do you have any way to help him? It seems you are particularly concerned about Lin Cheng. The black-clad man looked at Yun Yao with curiosity. Not at all. Yun Yao shook her head with an indifferent expression and added, He is highly skilled and possesses great strategy. He is a rare talent for Zhao Yan. Hearing this, the black-clad man rubbed his forehead. After thinking for a moment, he said, Princess, rest assured, Lin Cheng is merely an outstanding individual. This time, he has made great contributions. I only need to severely injure him, and the emperor will not only not punish him, but might even reward him heavily. No, that's not what I meant. Before Yun Yao could object, the black-clad man leaped away, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind a flustered and helpless Yun Yao. Lin Cheng was following the aura when he encountered a figure. In an instant their eyes met. The black-clad man was surprised to see Lin Cheng chasing after him. He had excellent lightness skills and had set up beforehand, yet the other party managed to catch up. Truly a rare talent for Zhao Yan. He felt some reluctance to use heavy hands. Opposite him, Lin Cheng saw that the other dared to return and provoke him, his tone icy. You have some guts. You dared to kidnap the princess and still have the audacity to come back. You really don't regard Lin Cheng as anything. Saying this, he did not wait for the black-clad man's response and drew his sword to strike. Lin Cheng struck out with his knife. The blade's aura, cloaked in the formless true energy, was indistinct and seemed like a gentle breeze at first glance. Good lad. The black-clad man scoffed coldly within. He initially thought the young man before him was an exceptional talent, but now it appeared he was merely a martial brute skilled in combat. Moreover, his martial prowess was mediocre. The blade's aura flowed like water, lacking any dominance or invincibility. It was simply full of flaws. How could a princess with such discerning taste appreciate this man? Could it be that he was deceived? With this thought, the black-clad man extended a hand, intending to catch the blade's aura barehanded and show the young man what invincibility truly meant. But the next moment, the blade's aura, initially as gentle as wind and water, suddenly transformed dramatically upon close proximity, becoming utterly rigid, powerful, and overwhelming. The black-clad man's eyelids twitched, but it was too late to prepare. He could only catch the blade's aura with his bare hands. With a loud bang, the young man before him was hiding his true power. This slash clearly carried the aura of an innate level. Did he intend to slice me in one blow? How infuriating. The young man before him was hiding his true power. This slash clearly carried the aura of an innate level. Did he intend to slice me in one blow? How infuriating. I was actually deceived by this brat. The black-clad man's heart felt like a volcano erupting. If he were to remove his mask, now his face would be filled with fury and unwillingness. At this moment, Lin Cheng's gaze also held a trace of disbelief. Just now he had only used 50% of his strength with that slash. A warrior below the innate level would be reduced to halves even with a single hit. Even innate experts would not dare to take it barehanded, unless one were an external martial arts expert. The black-clad man had merely injured an arm, proving his exceptional external martial arts skills. "My apologies, esteemed guest," Lin Cheng said with a hint of regret. "I initially thought you were arrogant upon your return, but now it seems you indeed possess the strength to be so." "You?" The black-clad man pointed at Lin Cheng, but was left speechless. Lin Cheng ignored the black-clad man's silence. He regarded the man seriously, raising his knife. "That slash was merely 50% of my strength. This time, I will not hold back." Under the black-clad man's gaze, Lin Cheng no longer concealed his innate aura, preparing to unleash the 9 blades of Heaven's End. "Let's use the third style, Dragon Smoke Long Cloud." The previously skilled external martial artist King Pingyun had also perished under this move, proving its might. "Damn!" The black-clad man cursed as he sensed the terror of this blade. "This brat is actually innate level. He can't be older than 18. Initially, he thought Lin Cheng merely grasped innate techniques, but to his surprise, the other party was actually a supreme innate expert. He had no time to curse anymore. All he thought about was fleeing for his life. If he were hit, even once, even as a supreme innate, he would certainly perish on the spot. This brat is truly a freak. Princess Yun Yao has an exceptional eye for talent. He is truly a rare gem. The black-clad man felt that Yun Yao had underestimated him. This was clearly a talent among talents. Before Lin Cheng could deliver the slash, the black-clad man no longer concealed his aura. The energy around him surged, reaching the level of supreme innate. Lin Cheng was slightly taken aback, but did not mind. With this slash, even a supreme innate would meet their end. "Ha ha ha." The black-clad man laughed at Lin Cheng, arrogantly declaring, "A mere knife technique, not worth mentioning. Today I will let you see what true invincibility is." Saying this, he feigned an attack, but turned into a shadow, vanishing without a trace. Lin Cheng was speechless. He was initially surprised that the other party was also innate, thinking it would bring him some thrill, but unexpectedly this supreme innate actually turned and fled. Lin Cheng regretted that he had struck too late. Unable to help it, he retracted his knife and hurriedly utilized the cloud-skimming step to pursue. The black-clad man seized the opportunity to turn around. Seeing Lin Cheng chasing after him with his knife raised, he immediately laughed. "You little brat probably don't know that my specialty is lightness skills." He accelerated once more. In the blink of an eye, he had already put some distance between himself and Lin Cheng. Perhaps to take revenge for that slash, the black-clad man deliberately stopped to wait for a moment after shaking Lin Cheng off. Seeing Lin Cheng chasing again, the black-clad man taunted once more. "Kid, you're too slow. With your abilities, you think you can save the princess? Ha ha ha, dream on." After saying this, his speed surged again. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. Lin Cheng stood still, his gaze filled with fury. Having grown up this long, no one had ever toyed with him like this. It was simply like being made a fool of. "System." Lin Cheng gritted his teeth and opened the system panel, commanding, "Enhance the cloud-skimming step to the small success stage." Ding, estimated need of 5,000 points. Ding, learning successful. As the fate coins on the panel decreased, a flood of memories surged like a tide in Lin Cheng's mind. They were all images of his diligent practice. He trained silently on the land, then practiced in the mountains and rivers without a trace. Finally, he trained in the snow and sand, leaving no mark. Silence, no trace, no shadow. Only with the mastery of these three could the cloud-skimming step reach the small success stage. Lin Cheng looked towards the direction the black-clad man had departed. He lightly leaped, and his whole body flew 100 zhang away, taking only 2 breaths. In this world, a high monk could cross the river with just a reed. But how wide is the river? After Lin Cheng's cloud-skimming step reached small success, he could leap over any river within 100 zhang. Following the aura left by the black-clad man, Lin Cheng had already spotted his back within just a few breaths. As if sensing the change behind him, the black-clad man glanced back casually, and the next moment the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He actually caught up. The black-clad man knew how fast his own speed was, otherwise his elder brother wouldn't have sent him to rescue the princess. But now his proud lightness skills were actually being chased. Impossible. The black-clad man hurriedly rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. But before he could finish rubbing his eyes, Lin Cheng had already swung his knife towards him. The overwhelming blade intent surged into the sky. Even Yun Yao, not far away, felt an inexplicable dread in her heart. She no longer hesitated and rushed down from the solitary mountain. The black-clad man was Zhou Jun's younger brother. Both were supreme innate. The last time she had been captured by a mysterious person while hiding in Zhou Jun's manor. Now she utilized the 1,000-mile bird to request her mother in the palace to take action. Thus this abduction plan was set in motion. But now she felt very uneasy. Zhou Jun's brother was a man of the rivers and lakes who harbored deep hatred towards the court's henchmen. The other party had mentioned going to deliver a serious injury to Lin Cheng. She was worried that the opponent might be too forceful. In the forest, the black-clad man dodged Lin Cheng's numerous slashes, his mental state already in shambles. Each slash was more ferocious than the last. Let alone he alone. Even if his elder brother Zhou Jun came, the two of them together might not withstand Lin Cheng's blade techniques. Just after the black-clad man dodged one slash. Before he could catch his breath, he heard Lin Cheng's voice from behind. You toyed with me, now it's my turn to toy with you. Next I will be serious. I will slice the flesh off your body piece by piece, making you watch as you turn into... Lin Cheng hated being toyed with the most. At this moment he was going to play with the opponent until he understood the consequences of provoking him. The black-clad man completely broke down. He no longer fled, directly kneeling on the ground with a thud, crying out, "Brother, don't strike. We are one of our own." Humph. Lin Cheng coldly interrupted him with a sneer, saying gloomily, "Do you think you can use words to make me let my guard down? You underestimate me. It's over." The man in black gazed at Lin Cheng, whose face was filled with murderous intent, regretting deeply. How foolish was he to provoke this monster? Now he was in a dire situation. He was unable to fight back or escape. Seeing the despair on his opponent's face, Lin Cheng couldn't help but let a cold smile slip. He swung his blade, removing the mask from the man in black, revealing a remarkably familiar face. Zhou Jun. Lin Cheng stared at the man in black, whose face was filled with collapse and fear, recalling the innate supreme powerhouse he encountered that night at Zhou Jun's manor. Zhou Jun. The two men's appearances were not identical, but they bore a resemblance of about 70 or 80%. Staring at this familiar face, Lin Cheng was momentarily stunned. "What is your surname?" He looked at the man in black, not continuing to strike. "Zhou." The man in black hurriedly replied, fearing the blade. "I am Zhou Jun's brother, his real brother. We are on the same side as the princess. Please don't attack immediately. You can verify this with the princess." Lin Cheng stared deeply at him before sheathing his sword. The princess had gone missing once before. After extensive investigation, he discovered that Zhou Jun was manipulating everything behind the scenes, but when he barged into Zhou Jun's manor that night, he found Princess Yun Yao reading leisurely. Where was the slightest sign of being bound? Lin Cheng speculated about the intentions of Princess Yun Yao and Zhou Jun's faction, but had no evidence. Now, Princess Yun Yao was kidnapped again, and the perpetrator turned out to be Zhou Jun's own brother. While Lin Cheng was unaware of what Princess Yun Yao was plotting, the series of disappearances were indeed connected to Zhou Jun's influence. It seemed that the man in black was not lying. He was indeed affiliated with Princess Yun Yao. However, what puzzled Lin Cheng was, why did Princess Yun Yao want to escape? Was being a princess not a good thing? Lin Cheng was baffled, looking at the man in black before him. His heart stirred. "Speak up, what are you plotting?" The man in black knelt, looking up at Lin Cheng. His face was filled with fear, yet he did not utter a word. "Not going to speak." Lin Cheng slightly pressed the blade, and under the enhancement of the Wuxiang True Qi, it effortlessly sliced through flesh. A trickle of blood seeped out. Feeling the icy chill at his neck, the man in black turned pale. "You can ask Princess Yun Yao about this. Why must you torture me?" Lin Cheng frowned, about to increase the pressure. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from a distance. "Stop!" Hearing the familiar voice, the man in black revealed a glimmer of hope. "The princess is coming. You cannot kill me. If you doubt my identity, you can directly ask the princess." Lin Cheng remained silent. However, he soon heard the sound of hooves approaching. His keen ears recognized it as the Imperial Guards arriving. The Imperial Guards were palace personnel. Strictly speaking, this batch of guards was sent by the Empress, and each one was an informant for her. The matters regarding Princess Yun Yao and Zhou Jun's faction must not be disclosed to the palace. Lin Cheng kicked the man in black. "Get lost quickly, and remember to stay far away when you see me next time. Consider this a warning." The man in black felt as if he had been reborn. He glanced in the direction where Princess Yun Yao was calling, then, without hesitation, he vanished swiftly. Lin Cheng allowed him to leave. Finally, under his watchful gaze, Princess Yun Yao's figure slowly appeared. As the two approached, seeing that Lin Cheng was unharmed, Princess Yun Yao first breathed a sigh of relief, then asked, "What about that man in black?" "He ran away." Lin Cheng rubbed his nose. "Ran away?" Princess Yun Yao's eyes widened, her face showing disbelief. "Lord Lin, are you trying to deceive me?" That man in black was incredibly powerful. How could he escape? She was aware of the man's strength. He was indeed at the innate supreme realm. Although his strength was inferior to his brother Zhou Jun, he was still not someone Lin Cheng could contend with. She felt that Lin Cheng was deliberately hiding something. Under Princess Yun Yao's piercing gaze, Lin Cheng felt a bit awkward. "I truly don't know. The moment that man in black saw me, he fled like he had seen a ghost." It was a rather helpless situation. Princess Yun Yao had planned 2 disappearances, yet each time she got herself back. If the other party knew all this, would they come after him? Lin Cheng thought to himself. However, it was his responsibility to guard the princess. If anything happened to her, he could not escape blame. Forget it. Princess Yun Yao sighed, deeply murmuring, "Perhaps this is fate." "Fate?" Lin Cheng frowned, confused. "Princess, what do you mean? If you could share, perhaps I can help you." No need, you cannot help me. Princess Yun Yao shook her head. Lin Cheng wanted to continue questioning, but the Imperial Guards had already arrived on swift horses. They did not forget to bring along Lin Cheng and Yun Yao's mounts. Upon seeing the two, the Imperial Guards dismounted in unison. Princess, Lord Lin, please forgive us, we arrived late. It's no problem. Princess Yun Yao nodded gently, then continued, I have done many things in Huazhou, thus being resented by many factions. If it weren't for Lord Lin arriving in time to rescue me, I can't imagine what might have happened. Princess, forgive us. The Imperial Guards knelt again, saying, After we return to the palace, we will certainly report this to the Empress, and plead for mercy for the Princess and Lord Lin. Very well. Yun Yao held the reins, and leaped onto her horse. She cracked the whip in her hand, and rode off again. This time, under the watchful eyes of the Imperial Guards, Lin Cheng had no choice but to mount his horse, tightly pursuing after her. Once the two had shaken off the Imperial Guards, Princess Yun Yao slowed her pace, waiting for Lin Cheng to catch up. Lin Cheng caught up and laughed. These Imperial Guards are quite perceptive, they know we have something to discuss, so they deliberately kept their distance. Indeed, Princess Yun Yao nodded, a bit emotional. In the palace, who isn't a clever person? As she spoke, she gazed at Lin Cheng with a hint of deeper meaning. Why do you look at me like that, Princess? Rather than being passive, Lin Cheng chose to take the initiative. Lord Lin, I am quite aware of your strength. Yun Yao felt a bit embarrassed at Lin Cheng's words. She turned her head away and continued, That man in black is at the innate realm. How could he possibly escape from you? Lin Cheng hesitated. After pondering for a moment, he looked at the girl before him and said earnestly, He is at the innate realm, and so am I. As soon as these words were spoken, Princess Yun Yao was immediately taken aback. This declaration was like thunder in her ears. Innate. Lin Cheng is also an innate master. At this moment, she gazed deeply at Lin Cheng, her eyes filled with doubt. Lin Cheng said no more, directly releasing his aura, and the innate energy instantly spread between them, startling countless birds in the forest. You? Princess Yun Yao seemed to want to say something, but couldn't find the words. Are you wondering when I broke through to the innate realm? Lin Cheng, seeing through her thoughts, smiled lightly. Actually, I was innate from the beginning. It's just that my cultivation method is special and ordinary people cannot detect it. At that moment, Princess Yun Yao looked at Lin Cheng's figure and suddenly understood. So that's how it is. The man in black who snatched him from Zhou Jun's manor that night is actually the same person as the one before her. No wonder she always felt a sense of familiarity with Lin Cheng. It turned out that Lin Cheng was the man in black. At this moment, she confronted him. Yun Yao no longer pretended to be foolish as she directly asked, That man in black who kidnapped me that night, was it you? Are you a person of the Emperor or a person of the Empress? What do you think, Princess? Lin Cheng did not answer directly. Yun Yao smiled and looked at Lin Cheng. I believe you must be the man in black from that night, but you are neither a person of the Emperor nor a person of the Empress. The princess is truly clever. Lin Cheng no longer pretended to be mysterious and said, I am not affiliated with any faction. I was arranged into the palace through my father's connections, but unexpectedly, due to a twist of fate, I became the princess guard. Such is the unpredictability of life. Princess Yun Yao tilted her neck, riding on her horse, her face filled with delight. Let's return to the palace. She looked at Lin Cheng and smiled. I don't plan to run away anymore. After all, it's just a rumor. However, I keep my word. Oh, all the credit goes to you. Lin Cheng ignored the latter part of her statement. He looked at Yun Yao and asked, I want to know what the rumor is that scared you into not wanting to be a princess anymore. Yun Yao frowned, seeming hesitant. If you don't want to say, then it's fine. Seeing her difficulty, Lin Cheng decided he didn't want to hear it either. It's not that I just don't want you to misunderstand. Princess Yun Yao glanced at Lin Cheng and revealed, Our dynasty has been in open and covert conflict with the Yuanqing dynasty for several years, but natural disasters and man-made calamities have continued to plague us, and Zhaoyan is no longer a match for Yuanqing. I know. Lin Cheng nodded, signaling her to continue. I don't know what the Yuanqing dynasty is thinking, but they are unwilling to continue fighting with us. They secretly dispatched envoys to seek a marriage alliance with the emperor, which he naturally agreed to. The envoy from the Yuanqing dynasty selected among many princesses and chose me. Why not speak up if the princess is unwilling? Lin Cheng looked at Yun Yao's stunning face and suggested, This matter is quite difficult to resolve. Princess Yun Yao sighed and explained the envoy from the Yuanqing dynasty favored two people. One was the empress daughter, and the other was me. I understand now. Upon hearing this, Lin Cheng realized that one of them must be chosen. If Yun Yao does not go, then the empress daughter must go. Among the factions in the harem, the empress influence is the strongest. Even if Yun Yao's mother is a noble consort, she cannot compete with the empress. Naturally, the empress does not want her daughter to marry into the Yuanqing dynasty. Thus, she pushed Yun Yao forward. This was also the reason for Yun Yao's two plots to go missing. As long as she disappeared, no matter how powerful the empress faction, they would have to send their daughter away. However, her two escapes were thwarted by Lin Cheng. And this time, she was under the watchful eyes of the Imperial Guards. Once back in the palace, it would inevitably be reported to the Empress, and she would no longer have a chance to escape. Princess, if you do not wish to marry, Lin Cheng thought for a moment, and continued, I can help you. Oh, Yun Yao chuckled, and then asked, how do you plan to help me? It's quite simple. Lin Cheng smiled, revealing his white teeth, casually saying, all I need to do is intervene during your marriage procession and take you away. With my strength, I should be able to manage that. No way. Yun Yao quickly interjected, her expression serious. The marriage is a matter of great importance between two countries. If I were to be kidnapped within Zhaoyan, it would likely ignite conflict between the two nations. Though I do not wish to marry, I also do not want to see the common people suffer. So the princess is afraid of this. Lin Cheng maintained his smile, speaking arrogantly. Then I want to kidnap you within Zha. I'll wait until you reach the Yuanqing dynasty and take you in front of everyone. How does that sound? You? Yun Yao looked at Lin Cheng, falling silent. Although Lin Cheng was powerful, he was still just a congenital warrior after all. The Yuanqing dynasty certainly has masters among them. How could it be so easy to kidnap? The two stopped discussing this topic. In Princess Yun Yao's view, this matter was already determined. But in Lin Cheng's view, this matter was too simple. All it required was enough fake coins to easily ascend to the master realm. An hour later, the two led the Imperial Guards back to the capital. The capital remained prosperous, with pedestrians on the streets treating the Imperial Guards as if they were invisible. Let's part ways here. Princess Yun Yao looked at Lin Cheng, but then said, Lord Lin, if there's a chance, you should not be a guard anymore. It's too much of a waste of talent. I can suggest to my father to make you a general or a lord of a region. Then I thanked the princess. Lin Cheng was indifferent whether he was a guard or a general, it was all the same to him. Seeing Lin Cheng respond graciously, Yun Yao's face lit up with a smile once more. Then, supported by the Imperial Guards, she walked toward the palace. Suddenly Yun Yao's ears twitched as Lin Cheng's voice reached her. Princess, I keep my word, but just wait for the day I take you out of Yuanqing. When she looked back again, Lin Cheng had already vanished into the vast sea of people. At the eastern end of the capital, within a dilapidated courtyard, Lin Xiao invited a large group of brothers from his youth over, drinking and laughing. Have you heard about my son? He's quite impressive now. What happened? Someone asked in confusion. Isn't your son placed in the palace through your connections? How has he become impressive? You all are getting old. Lin Xiao muttered a bit and raised a bowl of wine. Recently, many events have happened in the martial world, and my son has accomplished much in Huazhou. He recounted how Lin Cheng eradicated the bandits of Pingyun Mountain, suppressed the martial world in Huazhou, and cleaned up the officialdom there. Upon hearing this, the dilapidated courtyard fell silent. Everyone was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, someone burst out laughing. Old Lin, did you redeem Yun Yang's freedom during this time? Are you losing your mind? What do you mean? Lin Xiao suddenly stood up, glaring at the laughing person. Old Su, you don't believe me. Old Su chuckled, took a sip of wine, and shouted, Old Lin, your son isn't bad. At such a young age, he's already a third-rate warrior. You nearly lost your face trying to secure a marriage for him, and now he's so impressive. Why haven't you seen your in-laws come to celebrate? Yeah. Everyone began to tease. Old Lin, if your son is really this impressive, why doesn't the Chui family hurry to send their daughter over? Someone retorted. Lin Xiao's face darkened, seemingly unwilling to say more. The others laughed heartily. Lin Xiao felt somewhat embarrassed. He slammed the table angrily. If you all don't believe it, fine, but when my son returns, don't come asking him for favors. As soon as he said this, everyone was about to laugh, but they saw the door of the dilapidated courtyard being pushed open. Dozens of Imperial Guards surged in together. The leader scanned the courtyard, and upon seeing Lin Xiao, immediately bowed. Greetings, Old Master Lin. Greetings, Old Master Lin. Dozens of Imperial Guards bowed in unison. In an instant, everyone in the courtyard fell into a stupor. Get up. Quickly. Lin Xiao, seeing this scene, felt his drunkenness fade somewhat. How could he have encountered such a situation with the palace guards? He hurried forward to help the leading guard up. What are you doing? Quickly get up, have you mistaken the wrong place? Lin Xiao knew what Lin Cheng was doing, and was aware that the court would greatly reward him. Yet now he faced so many palace guards bowing before him. He found it difficult to accept, as if he were in a dream, or as if all this did not belong to him. Old Master, how could this be a mistake? The leading guard held Lin Xiao's hands, and said gratefully, we have come specifically to thank Lord Lin. If it weren't for you, how could we have the chance to earn military merit? This. Lin Xiao didn't know what to say. The leading guard, fearing Lin Xiao would refuse, waved his hand urgently. Brothers, bring the thank you gifts from our small team. Following that, several guards carried a large box over and placed it heavily on the ground. The leading guard pulled Lin Xiao over and opened the box. Inside this box is 10,000 taels of silver, a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it, Old Master Lin. No. Lin Xiao, upon seeing the pile of silver inside the box, was so shocked that he hurriedly stepped back. 10,000 taels of silver was an astronomical sum for him. It was enough to redeem Yun Yang several times. In the capital, a skilled craftsman earned only about 10 taels per month. A household if frugal would spend at most 3 taels of silver in a month. For an ordinary family, 10,000 taels was an amount they could never earn in 10 lifetimes. Lin Xiao practiced the Lin family sword technique to perfection, but even when he helped escort goods or guard yards, he earned only a little over 100 taels a month. Even if he did not eat or drink, it would take him years of hard work to save up that much. Faced with such a large sum, how could he dare to reach out? The guards, seeing Lin Xiao shake his head, were somewhat at a loss. This time, following Lin Cheng to eliminate the bandits of Pingyun Mountain, each of them had gained a lot of benefits, and this mere 10,000 taels was just a token of appreciation. Seeing Lin Xiao refuse, the leading guard thought it wasn't enough. He gritted his teeth, pulled out another 30,000 taels in banknotes from his pocket, and directly stuffed them into Lin Xiao's hands, instructing his men, "Take the silver into the old master's room." Lin Xiao, seeing them carry the box into the room, cried out, "What are you doing? I don't want it, it's too much. In the end, the guards left. Lin Xiao slumped into a chair, holding the thick stack of banknotes, his face filled. The onlookers, having witnessed all this, were already stunned into silence. 10,000 taels of silver. A thick stack of banknotes. How much could this possibly be? Could it be that Lin Xiao's son really had the capability? Old Su, who had previously quarreled with Lin Xiao, stood up and approached him. "Brother, I was wrong. Don't hold it against your younger brother. He was just looking down on you." Yes. Others followed suit, hurriedly apologized. Lin Xiao looked at these people, about to say something, when suddenly the gate to his courtyard was pushed open again. This time the visitors were not palace guards. Instead, it was a group of armored elite troops. There were about 30 of them. They scanned the crowd, and then walked towards Lin Xiao. "We pay our respects to Old Master Lin, wishing you longevity and fortune." "What brings you here?" Lin Xiao asked the leading armored man in front of him. "Old Master, we have come specifically to thank Lord Lin for bringing us wealth and merit." The elite troops were more straightforward than the palace guards. As soon as this was said, someone came in carrying 3 or 4 boxes to send inside. No. Lin Xiao hurriedly stepped forward to obstruct them, but how could he withstand the enthusiasm of the elite troops? They placed the boxes inside the house. Lin Xiao looked at the leading armored man, his face filled with despair. "I have been poor my entire life, and this is the first time someone has brought me boxes of money. I just can't handle it." The elite troops were startled. They dropped the silver, didn't dare say a courteous word, and hurriedly took their leave. After everyone had left, the small courtyard returned to calm once more. The guests were already in shock, each looking at Lin Xiao, as if they had seen a ghost. "Brother Lin, did your son really eliminate the bandits of Pingyun Mountain, suppress the forces in Huazhou, and cleanse the officialdom of Huazhou? Why would I lie to you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao slammed the table and stood up. "Although I am incapable and have achieved little in my life, I have a good son." The others did not dare to speak. The 2 groups that had just come had brought real gold and silver. In just a short while, the Lin family house was piled with 50 to 60,000 taels of silver. Although they did not believe Lin Xiao's words, the silver in the house was undeniably real. Soon, the courtyard door was opened again, and another batch of elite troops walked in. This time Lin Xiao was too lazy to get up. He let them carry boxes of silver into his house, and only when they left did he rise and bow to send them off. Thus, in just a short time, another 7 or 8 batches of elite troops came to visit, all carrying tens of thousands of taels of silver into the house. Lin Xiao was numb. The guests were also numb. Initially, they had doubts about Lin Xiao's words, but at this moment, they truly believed in Lin Cheng's accomplishments in Huazhou. Whether it was eliminating the bandits of Pingyun Mountain, suppressing the forces in the Jianghu, or cleansing the officialdom of Huazhou, every single one of them was a tremendous achievement. At this moment, they realized that the previously unremarkable Lin family was about to rise. The crowd waited for another short while. This time, no one came to deliver gifts, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiao also sighed in relief. If more people came, there wouldn't be enough room to fit all the boxes of silver. He looked at his old friends beside him and sighed. "It's getting late, you should all head back soon." "Don't." Someone became anxious, grabbing Lin Xiao's arm. "Brother, we haven't had enough to drink yet." "Yes." Another person brought over a bowl of wine and toasted Lin Xiao in one go. "Little brother congratulates you, elder brother." After someone led the way, the crowd in the courtyard began to toast and congratulate Lin Xiao. Looking at these people before him, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a bit strange. Everyone started calling him elder brother, but Lin Xiao knew very well that some of these people were even older than him. Among them, there were those who had once looked down on him. But now these people were toasting him one by one, fearing they would drink less than others. Lin Xiao sighed, took a bowl of wine for himself, took a sip, and sang loudly, 18 years my son has grown into a towering tree overshadowing the capital." Hearing a familiar voice, Lin Xiao hurriedly put down his wine bowl. He approached the door and saw a thin eunuch with gray hair standing outside, staring at the familiar face. Lin Xiao exclaimed, "Master Bai, what brings you here?" "I came to congratulate the madam," Master Bai said while pushing the door open. Upon seeing the people in the courtyard, he coldly asked, "Who are you all?" The crowd stared at Master Bai, momentarily at a loss for words. They were just ordinary martial artists, and in the presence of palace officials, they always felt overwhelmed. Lin Xiao quickly intervened, saying they are all my friends. I see. Master Bai waved his feather duster and sat down boldly. Since they are friends of old Master Lin, I won't chase them away. While saying this, he glanced inside the house. Oh. After searching for a while, Master Bai looked at Lin Xiao and asked, where is your son? The princess has returned to the palace. Why hasn't he come back yet? This. Lin Xiao looked bewildered. Never mind. Seeing that Lin Xiao couldn't answer, Master Bai poured himself a bowl of wine. Since he hasn't returned, I'll wait a bit. Old Master, I toast you a cup. You've suffered enough, and if you enjoy the finer things in life, don't forget your old servant. How could I dare? Lin Xiao raised his wine to clink glasses and quietly slipped a few banknotes into Master Bai's hand. Master Bai initially seemed indifferent, but upon seeing the denomination of the banknotes, his pale face flushed bright. Red. Old Master, I'll drink with you until we're both drunk. All right, until we're both drunk. Lin Xiao laughed heartily, raising his wine bowl. The crowd immediately followed. After a few rounds of drinks, Master Bai put down his bowl and meaningfully said, Old Master, does your Lin Cheng have a marriage arrangement? Well, there's one. Lin Xiao hesitated before responding. What a pity. Master Bai sighed and shook his head. Lin Cheng has achieved great merit this time, and with the recommendation of the imperial concubine and the princess, he can become a fourth-rank official in the capital. Lin Xiao's eyes widened. He never imagined Lin Cheng could hold an official position. To him, Lin Cheng should just serve as a guard in the palace for his whole life, living safely. Now hearing that his son could attain a fourth-rank position made Lin Xiao feel dizzy. It was too blissful. Suddenly someone among the crowd stepped forward and approached Lin Xiao. Brother Lin, forgive me for speaking bluntly. That young lady from the Cui family is not a suitable match. You should let your son break off the engagement. Lin Xiao looked sharply at him. What did you say? The person was startled by Lin Xiao's intensity, but continued, if I speak, Brother Lin can't blame me. Lin Xiao gulped down a mouthful of wine and declared loudly, if you have evidence, not only will I not blame you, but I will also owe you a favor. Though the Cui family has made a marriage pact with your family in recent years, their young lady has been quite fortunate, joining Chiu Mei Mountain and mastering various martial arts. Recently I heard that this young lady not only returned alone, but also brought back a senior brother from her sect. It's said that they are extremely close. After this person finished speaking, he did not elaborate further, but awaited Lin Xiao's response. However, before Lin Xiao could speak, another person stood up. It was old Su, who looked at the dark-faced Lin Xiao and said, I also saw it with my own eyes. The Cui family young lady was shopping with a man, and they appeared quite intimate. Humph. Lin Xiao smashed a wine jar on the ground, sneering, I didn't expect the Cui family to be so shameless, not even bothering to hide it. How could you all know about it? This is deliberately slapping our Lin family's face. What a disgrace. Good. Master Bai also exclaimed sharply, sneering, people from the Cui family do not recognize true worth, treating a toad as a treasure. Old Master Lin, I advise you to quickly break off this marriage. Suddenly the courtyard door was pushed open. Break off what marriage? Lin Cheng entered with 3 jars of wine in hand. Seeing so many people in the courtyard, he said, I don't have enough wine to share. An hour earlier, after parting with Yun Yao, Lin Cheng intentionally went to a tavern in the west of the city to buy wine. The wine from this tavern is very rich. It was also Lin Xiao's favorite, but due to its high price it was hard to drink regularly. Now that Lin Cheng had some money, he thought to reward his old man, but unexpectedly it took a considerable amount of time. What are you drinking for? Lin Xiao lost interest in drinking. He pulled Lin Cheng and said, come, let's go break off the engagement. Engagement? Lin Cheng was taken aback and retorted, what engagement do I have? Old man, you must be mistaken. As soon as these words left his mouth, Lin Cheng suddenly recalled a beautiful silhouette in his mind. It was a tall, delicate young girl. As this silhouette emerged, a memory long buried suddenly surfaced in Lin Cheng's mind. Back then, when he was only 15, Lin Xiao took him to the Cui family to arrange a marriage. At that time, Lin Xiao saved the life of the old master of the Cui family, so the two families made an engagement. Lin Cheng was quite resistant to this, and thus did not take it seriously. Over time, he forgot about it. Now being reminded by Lin Xiao, he finally recalled. You brat, are you pretending to be foolish? Seeing his son's oblivious expression, Lin Xiao scolded angrily, that young lady from the Cui family has already brought a man home. Aren't you at all anxious? What are you talking about? Lin Cheng looked confused. Then with the crowd's explanation, Lin Cheng finally understood. Good heavens. The fool was actually me. Lin Cheng's face flushed. Although he was not particularly interested in this engagement, he had never brought a woman home either. The Cui family not only brought someone home, but also dared to openly stroll the streets. Isn't this slapping Lin family's face? If you are dissatisfied with this engagement, just come and break it off. Why make it so disgusting? Seeing Lin Cheng's grim face, Master Bai stood up and said, I came today intending to teach Lord Lin the etiquette for meeting the Emperor. But now Lord Lin probably has no mind to learn. How about this? I'll accompany you to break off the marriage. Lin Cheng's face darkened. He knew this matter might not be simple, but it was a good opportunity to finally sever ties with the Cui family. Thus a large group of them headed towards the west of the city. The Chui family in the west of the city had a large estate covering several acres with rockeries and lakes in the courtyard. In a pavilion, a man and a woman were discussing something. Is what you said true? Chui Linlin looked at her senior brother with a hint of charm on her face. Is Lin Cheng really as formidable as the rumors say? Junior sister, the man said with a serious expression. Lin Cheng is your fiancé, or do you really not know anything about him? He's just a toad, shamelessly seeking a marriage proposal. Chui Linlin was somewhat angry as she looked at the man before her. Linlin likes my senior brother. As they were talking, a servant rushed in breathless. Miss, someone from the Lin family has come. The master wants you to go over. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances in the pavilion. The man looked at Chui Linlin with a peculiar expression, questioning, why has the Lin family come here? Could it be that Lin Cheng feels he has earned merit for the court and wants to marry my junior sister ahead of time? Nonsense. Chui Linlin quickly shook her head, reaching out to stop the man's arm. I have only met Lin Cheng a few times. Yet I can tell that his intelligence and martial arts talent are merely mediocre, a stark contrast to my senior brother. Then what about the rumors in the martial world? The man with a sullen face seemed hesitant. As a descendant of the Chomei Mountain Elder, he naturally had the quickest access to the latest happenings in the martial world. Lin Cheng had accomplished 3 significant things in Huazhou. He eradicated the bandits of Pingyun Mountain, suppressed the martial forces in Huazhou, and cleaned up the official circles in Huazhou. If these are true, even with 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare touch Lin Cheng's fiancée, even if the two had never met, merely connected by matchmaking. That must be false. Chui Linlin said with certainty, then added, perhaps this news is true. But the Lin Cheng in the rumors is definitely not the one I know. The man opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to argue. But Chui Linlin interrupted him, speculating. Perhaps the Lin family has also heard this rumor and is deliberately trying to deceive us, wanting to bring me into their family ahead of time. That is indeed possible. The man's eyes lit up as he wrapped his arms around Chui Linlin, saying, there are many people named Lin Cheng in this world. That Lin Cheng who dominates Huazhou is certainly not your fiancé. A smile appeared on Chui Linlin. She clung to the man's arm and said playfully, the Lin family must be here to discuss the marriage. I do not wish to become a yellow-faced woman from the past. Senior brother, you must help me. All right. The man encircled Chui Linlin's slender waist, laughing. I will go meet this Lin Cheng. If he truly intends to impersonate that Lin Cheng, I will teach him a lesson. Led by a servant, the two arrived at CYS family reception hall. While joking, Chui Linlin showed no hesitation, appearing brightly while holding the man's arm in front of everyone. In the hall, upon seeing his daughter act so recklessly, the head of the Chui family's face darkened. Linlin let go at once. You are already betrothed. How can you flirt with outsiders? Father, Chui Linlin clung to the man stubbornly, saying, how could my senior brother be considered an outsider? You, the head of the Chui family, pointed at his daughter coldly, saying, do you think that because you have become a direct disciple of Chomei Mountain you can disregard your father? Upon hearing this, Chui Linlin reluctantly loosened her grip. Oomph. Sitting aside, Lin Xiao snorted coldly, angrily, saying, Chui family head, you have raised a good daughter. At such a young age, she has become a direct disciple of Chomei Mountain, truly a martial heroine, yet even in front of an old man like me she shows no restraint. Brother Lin, you misunderstand. The head of the Chui family, feeling ashamed, pointed at his daughter and angrily said, this is your future father-in-law. Shouldn't you go pay your respects? Chui Linlin glanced at Lin Xiao, but did not take action. At this time, she noticed over 20 elders sitting behind Lin Xiao, among whom were several familiar uncles, all looking at her with displeased expressions. After hesitating for a moment, she approached Lin Xiao and bowed, saying, I greet Uncle Lin and all the other uncles. The crowd did not respond. Chui Linlin awkwardly stood up, her face tinged with annoyance. Serve tea. Seeing the atmosphere mellow, the head of the Chui family immediately called for the servants. After the tea was served, the head of the Chui family slowly took a sip, first glancing at the man beside his daughter, then turning his gaze to Lin Xiao. Where is Lin Cheng? Has he not come? Uncle Chui, Lin Cheng stood up from the back of the crowd and cupped his hands, saying, as I am still young, I won't sit up front in front of the uncles. Seeing Lin Cheng stand up, Chui Linlin focused her gaze on him, frowning. Meanwhile, the man sitting beside Chui Linlin also scrutinized Lin Cheng, his eyes revealing disdain. He had originally worried that Lin Cheng was the one from the rumors. Now it seemed his concerns were indeed unfounded. The head of the Chui family gestured for Lin Cheng to take a seat, then looked at Lin Xiao, asking, Brother Lin, why have you brought so many brothers here? What is your intention? What intention? Lin Xiao sneered, tipping over the teacup beside him. Brother Chui, don't you know what I'm here for? Do I have to spell it out? The head of the Chui family glanced at the overturned teacup, not rushing to speak, but gently sipped his tea. He looked at Lin Cheng and then said, it seems Brother Lin has come with ill intentions. Let me speak frankly, your son is not worthy of my daughter, so the Lin family should give up on this idea. Without waiting for Lin Xiao to respond, he quickly added, bring in the Lin family's betrothal gifts. My Chui family does not lack a few hundred taels of silver. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 servants appeared with trays on which lay several pieces of silver. They placed the trays in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was not angered, slamming his hand on the table. Since your Chui family does not wish to proceed, then please provide me with pen and paper so my son can write a letter of divorce, and we will just let this go. At these words, Chui Linlin's face changed dramatically as she suddenly stood up. Hasn't my father already returned the betrothal gifts? Why must there be a letter of divorce? Are you trying to take advantage of the crowd today to bully my Chui family? The head of the Chui family, sitting high above, did not speak, clearly defaulting to his daughter's attitude. Lin Xiao also remained silent. As an elder, how could he argue with a junior? Wouldn't that be disgraceful? Bullying your Chui family. Lin Cheng stepped out from the back row, sneering. Since you know you have a betrothal, why are you flirting with this man in public? I want to ask you who is actually bullying whom. What do you mean flirting? Chui Linlin widened her eyes, pointing at Lin Cheng. Are you blind? This is my senior brother, and to me he is like my own brother. How dare you slander us? Slander you? Lin Cheng pointed at the more than 20 people in front of him and questioned Chui Linlin. Do you know why these over 20 uncles came here today? Could it be that you think they are blind as well? Chui family's young girl just admitted. I have personally seen you two flirting on the street. How is that like normal siblings? I have seen you two kiss. Upon hearing Lin Cheng speak, these old schemers stood up one by one to criticize Chui Linlin and the man. At this moment, the head of the Chui family sitting in the hall had a red face. Although Chui Linlin was shameless under so many accusations, she too felt her face flush. However, the man sitting beside her remained unperturbed. He stood up and looked at everyone. My surname is Lu, the son of the elder of Chiomei Mountain. Mind your words, Chiomei Mountain is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed. Chiomei Mountain. Lin Cheng was taken aback and then asked the white-haired elder beside him, what kind of force is that? I have only heard of Huashan anime. What is the background of Chiomei Mountain? It's just a small force relying on a few top-tier experts using their power to bully others. White elder shook his head and commented, his tone filled with disdain. Bai Gongong's voice was not loud, yet it carried so that everyone present could hear. At his words, the man surnamed Lu bristled. He rose and stared at Bai Gongong, a minor sect. Do you presume to give your name? You are not worthy. Bai Gongong's eyes narrowed. He would not deign to give the man a sect. Though he was only a top-tier expert, he was a trusted retainer of the noble consort, and thus embodied the dignity of the imperial household. Even disciples from Chiomei Mountain, much less its elders, would bow when they saw him. Therefore, in his estimation, Chiomei Mountain was but a petty faction. Humph. The man surnamed Lu snorted coldly and sat down. I will say it once more, my relationship with junior sister Chui is pure. If you persist in slander, do not blame me for turning hostile. Very well. Lin Xiao looked at Lord Chui and sneered. Your Chui family is clever to rely on intimidation. But the divorce document for my son is already written. A divorce document can be written. Chui Linlin suddenly rose and pointed at Lin Cheng. But this marriage was arranged between the two of us. Let us settle it ourselves. In the Jianghu, might makes right. We can follow its custom and duel. If you win, the divorce will be written. If I win, then I will dismiss you. As someone of innate preeminence, he had expected to exercise force to subdue the Chui family. He had not anticipated that Chui Linlin would propose a contest instead. I will not bully you. You only need to withstand 3 of my strikes to count as victorious. Agreed. Lin Cheng hefted his long blade and stepped into the center of the hall. As someone of innate preeminence, he had expected to exercise force to subdue the Chui family. He had not anticipated that Chui Linlin would propose a contest instead. This would save him some trouble. Chui Linlin looked at Lin Cheng with a trace of contempt. She did not wait to see whether he was prepared. She drew the long sword at her waist and, using full strength, lunged at him. Whoosh! The long sword flashed with blistering speed toward Lin Cheng's throat. As a second-tier practitioner, this thrust demanded the utmost caution even from peers, let alone a third-tier fighter. Whoosh! The long sword flashed with blistering speed toward Lin Cheng's throat. As a second-tier practitioner, this thrust demanded the utmost caution even from peers, let alone a third-tier. Across from her, Lin Cheng watched the incoming blade. He was too lazy to wield brute force. Instead, he employed the Lin family blade technique. Blade chi suffused his fingertips, and with a delicate pinch, he caught the sword's edge, holding it suspended before him. At once, the seated Lord Chui rose and exclaimed, that's blade chi. The Lin family's heir has perfected their ancestral saber art. The Chui patriarch knew something of the Lin blade technique. Seeing Lin Cheng hold the sword between 2 fingers, he understood that his daughter was doomed to fail. Surprise flickered across Chui Linlin's eyes at her father's words. The Lin blade technique was arduous to master, but once perfected, it could emit blade chi and grant power comparable to a first-tier expert. You cheat. Chui Linlin flew into a rage and flung her sword aside. You clearly possess strength equal to a first-tier master. Why agree to this duel? Lin Cheng was speechless. He had never encountered such a woman. She had proposed the duel, yet now complained about her opponent's prowess. Shall we continue? Lin Cheng regarded Chui Linlin. If she admitted defeat, matters could be settled. I will not concede. After seeing Lin Cheng's skill, Chui Linlin refused to strike again, yet would not acknowledge defeat. Helpless Lin Cheng looked to the Chui patriarch and asked, shall this duel press on? I will show no mercy. The Chui patriarch hastily shook his head and ordered, we have lost. Bring ink, brush, paper, and seal. Soon afterwards Lin Cheng penned the divorce paper. Well written. Lin Xiao glanced at it and handed it to Lord Chui. The marriage was arranged by our elders, so it is only proper that we have fixed the seals. After the two stamped the documents, Lin Cheng led his companions away. Once outside the Chui residence, Bai Gong sidled up to Lin Cheng and shook his head. We thought Lord Lin might draw his blade and slaughter the entire Chui household. Am I that violent? Lin Cheng shot Bai Gong a look and said, eunuch, do not sully my reputation. I always distinguish kindness from grievance. How could I ever massacre a family? Bai Gong forced a dry laugh and fell silent. Back inside the Chui mansion, after everyone had departed, Chui Linlin glared at her father in discontent. How could you let them have that divorce paper? How am I to marry in the future? The Chui patriarch sighed and looked at his daughter. You proposed the duel yourself. With so many watching and your skill inferior, whom can you blame? This is the Chui household. Chui Linlin protested, stung and furious. Father, if you do not contest, foolish. The Chui patriarch scolded his daughter, swept his sleeve, and left. Now only two remained in the reception hall. Chui Linlin turned her pleading gaze to the man surnamed Lu. Senior brother, you must speak for your junior sister. I cannot swallow this humiliation. The man surnamed Lu smiled faintly and drew the slender waist of Chui Linlin toward him. Rest assured, Chui Linlin beamed. She coquettishly reminded him Lin Cheng has perfected his ancestral blade art and can emit blade chi. His strength rivals a first-tier master. Senior brother, be careful. No matter. The man chuckled scornfully. He may be comparable to a first-tier master, but he is far from truly one. Tonight, I will let him witness the true might of a first-tier expert. Night slowly fell over the Lin residence. Bai Gong yawned and told Lin Cheng the etiquette for an audience with the emperor is much like what you already practice, only stricter. When will the audience be? Lin Cheng asked, looking at the weary Bai Gong. Well, Bai Gong frowned and thought for a moment. The court holds morning audiences daily, but the Yuanqing dynasty has recently dispatched envoys. You will likely have to wait a few days. At the mention of the Yuanqing dynasty, Lin Cheng's heart stirred. Are they here for marriage negotiations? Bai Gong's face showed surprise as he studied Lin Cheng. Lord Lin, you seem well informed. The noble consort has been fretting these past days. Could it be that the Yuanqing dynasty truly has set its sights on Princess Yunyao? Lin Cheng pressed. Bai Gong shook his head and offered no answer. Seeing Lin Cheng determined to probe further, Bai Gong rose abruptly. Lord Lin, we should take our leave. The noble consort still waits. Saying so, he hurried away. Lin Cheng watched him depart in an anxious flurry and could not help but smile inwardly. He had only asked a question. There was no need for such fear. The moon hung bright. Lin Xiao was tidying the courtyard's aftermath and, noting Lin Cheng was unhurt, asked, son, today the inner palace guards and the imperial garrison delivered a great deal of silver. How shall we deal with it? Put it away, Lin Cheng answered calmly. Our household is not small. How can we simply stash it? Lin Xiao shook his head and muttered, when we had no money, I always dreamed of how I would spend it. Now that 20,000 taels have suddenly been given, I do not even know what to do. Lin Xiao muttered under his breath. Suddenly he turned to Lin Cheng and shouted, why don't we buy a proper residence? This shabby courtyard is far too small. Let us acquire a mansion larger than the Chui residence. No need. Lin Cheng looked at Lin Xiao and explained calmly. Eunuch, I just said the court will likely grant me a residence and even a fief. That's the end of that. Lin Xiao sank into a chair in vexation. I finally thought of somewhere to spend money, and the court has blocked it all. Lin Cheng offered a faint smile and was about to step inside when he suddenly paused, gazing toward the courtyard. In a cold voice, he said, someone arriving at midnight on lightness skill is either an assassin or a petty thief. At Lin Xiao's words, he sprang to his feet. Someone else. Under their watchful eyes, a figure emerged from outside the gate. It's you. Seeing the newcomer, Lin Xiao immediately spat. What are you doing sneaking in at midnight, you brat? Could the Chui mansion not stomach this and send you? The man was the one surnamed Lu. He carried a long sword, his gaze fixed on Lin Cheng, murderous intent radiating from him. At Lin Xiao's taunt, the man let out a cold sneer. Heh. You had no business here, yet you had to provoke my junior sister, so I cannot leave you alive. A system prompt sounded in Lin Cheng's ear. Slay the man surnamed Lu. Reward 200 fake coins. At that moment, the man drew his long sword and faced Lin Cheng. You have had your share of the limelight today. I take my blade and see what you can do with it. Under the moonlight, his swordplay fell like spring rain as he surged at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng offered a terse assessment, mediocre swordsmanship. Die. The man, enraged at Lin Cheng's calm, lashed out. His long sword became a rain of stabbing thrusts toward Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng watched the incoming strikes and with unhurried grace extended two fingers. For a moment the air seemed to still. In an instant he wrenched the long sword from the man's hand and sneered. With such skill you come to assassinate me. The man's face drained of color. Staring at his empty palm, he whispered, impossible. I am first rate. How could you take my sword from me? Then, as if a realization dawned, he shouted at Lin Cheng. You were hiding your strength. Are you a transcendent? Lin Cheng, too indifferent to explain, hurled the long sword as a thrown weapon. The man watched it come, and tried to flee only to find his escape cut off by the speeding blade. A flash of cold steel, the sword pierced his throat. He collapsed powerless. Gazing up at the bright moon, regret flickered across his eyes. Only then did he understand that Lin Cheng before him was the man of rumor. Lin Cheng looked down at the corpse as a succession of system notifications chimed in his ear. The system announced, task complete, reward 200 fate coins. A moment later, eliminate cremation, reward 1,400 fate coins. Lin Cheng frowned at the latter sum. In the past, wiping out the Pingyuan 18 thieves and the bandits of Pingyuan Mountain had earned rewards in the thousands. Perhaps the system apportioned fate coins according to difficulty. Now that he was innate supreme, defeating a small faction should be effortless. He did not dwell on it. Returning indoors, he sat cross-legged and set the Wuxiang divine art in motion. The next morning, dawn filtered through the wooden lattice, casting warm light into the room. Lin Cheng opened his eyes slowly. After a night of cultivation, he felt no fatigue, only a surging vigor. He stepped out of the room. The courtyard was immaculate. A last night's corpse had long since vanished, probably disposed of by the old man. Hearing movement outside, Lin Cheng opened the gate and saw a familiar figure lingering beyond it. It was Cui Linlin. When she recognized Lin Cheng opening the gate, a flash of surprise crossed her face. After a moment, she strode forward, her expression fierce. Lin Cheng, have you seen my senior brother? Has he come to look for you? I saw him, Lin Cheng replied coolly. Cui Linlin's face soured at the answer. Yesterday her brother had promised to kill Lin Cheng and his father, yet Lin Cheng was unscathed, and her brother was nowhere to be seen. She had waited all night with no sign of him, so she had come to inspect the Lin courtyard herself. The scene before her left her uncertain and ill at ease. Lin Cheng is not dead, but my senior brother has vanished. Could he have changed his mind? Her brother was the strongest disciple of cremation, second only to the elders on the mountain. Unless he deliberately held back, the Lin father and son would not be alive now. Anger and resentment rose in Cui Linlin's chest. She glared at Lin Cheng and said coldly, good that you saw him. My senior brother only came to teach you a lesson. The Cui family is not to be trifled with. Oh, Lin Cheng inclined his head and asked, why did you not ask where your senior brother went? Why would I tell you where he went? Cui Linlin left him with a haughty turn and hurried away. Lin Cheng watched her retreating figure, drew a willow leaf dart from his bosom, and hesitated whether to take the woman's life. Suddenly the clatter of hooves rose ahead as several armored riders on swift horses brushed past Cui Linlin. She halted in her tracks. Curiosity tugged at her. These armored men were the Imperial Guards. Why were they here? The leader, upon seeing Lin Cheng, hurried forward. He cupped the scroll respectfully and cried, Lord Lin, receive the Imperial Edict. His Majesty commands your immediate presence at the palace. So soon? Lin Cheng was taken aback. Hadn't eunuch Bai said he would wait a few days? With no choice, he replied, wait for a moment, I will bring my horse. No need, Lord Lin. The armored leader shook his head and had his men dismount. The Imperial command is urgent, please ride one of our mounts. Very well. Lin Cheng mounted and signaled the guards to clear the way. Cui Linlin stood in the street, her face suddenly ashen. Lord Lin. The Imperial Guards addressed Lin Cheng as Lord Lin. Could he be the rumored man? If so, his strength must far surpass her brother's. Fear flickered in Cui Linlin's eyes. Her senior brother might be lost. The guards thundered past. Lin Cheng followed at an even pace and brushed by her as he went. When Lin Cheng rode away, Cui Linlin exhaled in relief. She had guessed his true identity. But before she could steady herself, the sound of hooves returned. She looked up to see Lin Cheng return and halt before her. What do you want? She stammered, taking a frightened step back. The armored guard, seeing Lin Cheng had come back, hurried over. Lord Lin, why have you returned? Lin Cheng's expression was impassive as he replied with a small smile, a man in black attempted to assassinate me last night and has been slain. I suspect this woman colluded with the attacker. I didn't. Cui Linlin interrupted, trying to flee. Lin Cheng sneered. With a flick, he snapped his long whip and lashed Cui Linlin hard. With a dull thud, she was thrown 3 or 4 zhang away. Whether she lived or died was uncertain. The lead guard, seeing this, left 2 men to watch her and said to Lin Cheng, we will keep an eye on her. Lord Lin, accompany us to the palace. When you return, we will deal with her. Very well. Lin Cheng followed, spurring his horse toward the Imperial Palace with the armored guards clearing the way. The road ahead was unimpeded. Under their escort, he was brought to the outer hall of the Imperial study. Lord Lin, I will go inform His Majesty. The armored guard said briefly before hastening away, but once he left, he vanished without a trace. Lin Cheng waited in silence, growing a little bored. Lord Lin. A sweet, playful female voice called from behind. He turned. A slender maiden in a scarlet dress, her features exquisite, regarded him with lively interest. Lin Cheng bowed. Your Highness. From her attire he recognized her rank. She smiled coquettishly, no need for formalities. Her eyes never left Lin Cheng. Under her gaze Lin Cheng felt awkward. May I ask, Princess, why do you inspect me so? She replied with a grin. I have heard the rumors about you. The girl continued, still smiling. I am Princess Yunji. Even Princess Yunyao must call me sister. From now on, come and be with me, will you? Princess Yunji. Lin Cheng hesitated. He knew who she was. The Yuanqing court sought a marriage with Zhao Yan and had chosen two brides. One was the consort's daughter, Princess Yunyao. The other was the Empress' daughter, Princess Yunji. This maiden before him. Lin Cheng found himself at a loss, for this was a matter of choosing sides. He served as Princess Yunyao's guard. Though his recent deed might free him from that duty, everyone still regarded him as allied with the consort's faction. Now Princess Yunji came to charm him on behalf of the Empress faction. This could embroil him in the imperial consort rivalry, and Lin Cheng had no desire to be swept into such a whirlpool. At that moment the armored guard returned, calling to Lin Cheng, His Majesty summons you. Hurry and present. Very well. With a sense of relief Lin Cheng strode off. Princess Yunji watched his retreating figure and hurriedly called, Lord Lin, wait for me. We'll come with you to see father. Hearing that, Lin Cheng quickened his pace and left the princess behind. Escorted by eunuchs, he was led through layers of inspection before being brought into a palace chamber. The chamber was not large. Lin Cheng lifted his eyes to find a middle-aged man in plain clothes seated above, studying him intently. This was the emperor of Zhaoyan. Lin Cheng realized. To the emperor's left sat the consort and Princess Yunyao. To the right, a dignified woman in phoenix robes, presumably the empress, sat with composed grace. All eyes were turned on Lin Cheng, and he felt the weight of their scrutiny. He hurriedly bowed and intoned, I pay respects to His Majesty the Empress, the consort, and Princess Yunyao. Wait. Princess Yunji hurried over, casting Lin Cheng a glance. What about me? Seeing that the other party followed him, Lin Cheng was speechless. There was nothing he could do. After all, this was their territory, so he could only greet her and say, I have met Princess Yunji. Princess Yunji was quite satisfied with Lin Cheng's attitude. She then hopped to the emperor's side and said in a spoiled tone, Father, I haven't seen you in a long time. The emperor helplessly patted Princess Yunji's head and said, You always give me a headache every time you come. You are talking nonsense, father. You just dislike Yunji. Princess Yunji clung to the emperor's arm, shaking it in dissatisfaction. Stop being naughty. The woman in phoenix attire sitting to the right frowned and reproached, Your father still has important matters to attend to. Sit down quietly over there. Princess Yunji shook her head. She gazed longingly at the emperor and insisted, I don't want to sit next to my mother, I want to sit beside father. All right. The emperor had no choice but to let Yunji sit beside the dragon throne and said to the woman in phoenix attire, Empress, look at this. If Yunji were a boy, I might have to give her my throne. The woman's expression changed. She quickly stood up and admitted, Your Majesty, forgive me. After I go down, I will definitely teach Yunji some manners. Yunji was stunned. The emperor shook his head and patted her head again, saying, Your mother is just joking. Look at how scared you are. While speaking, he turned his gaze to Lin Cheng and said in a deep voice, Lin Cheng, I've heard about your deeds in Huazhou. I commend you for your great merit, so tell me, what do you want? Everyone in the hall looked at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng cautiously glanced at the emperor and then casually glanced at Yun Yao, only to find her expressionless gaze fixed on him. As a humble servant, I did not think about what I would gain before doing my work. Lin Cheng thought for a moment and felt assured, then continued. While outside Huazhou City, I encountered several groups of mountain bandits and robbers who had bullied the common people for years, disregarding the government and the court acting lawlessly. Thus I had to eliminate this malignant tumor for the people and the court. You did well. The emperor nodded and added, With your courage and ability, the court will certainly not let you be tarnished. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Cheng hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Your Majesty. The concubine Duan, who was sitting beside them, spoke up. She looked at Lin Cheng and continued, Guard Lin is both brave and wise. If Your Majesty wishes to cultivate him, I have heard that the capital is currently lacking a deputy general for the city defense. My beloved is quite well informed. The emperor glanced at the concubine and said, Recently many in court have recommended candidates for the deputy general position to me. Lin Cheng is indeed qualified for it. The capital city defense is only a fourth-rank position, but it is a position of real power, commanding tens of thousands, not inferior to the third-rank generals guarding the borders. This matter is not appropriate. The empress suddenly spoke up. What is inappropriate? The emperor looked at the empress and said lightly, I believe the concubine is right. Lin Cheng is both brave and wise, and given time, he will surely become a great general of the court. Unless the empress has a better arrangement. I think so too. The empress, clad in phoenix attire, glanced at Lin Cheng. This deputy general of city defense is quite a coveted position. Many in court want to push their own people into it. Lin Cheng being unsupported will likely attract dissatisfaction. In my opinion, it would be better to first arrange Lin Cheng in the court and then gradually promote him. Concubine Duan glanced at the Empress, but did not speak. Yun Yao lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought. Princess Yunji sat beside the Emperor, looking around as if she were watching a spectacle. At this moment, Lin Cheng finally sensed the rivalry between Concubine Duan and the Empress. The concubine intended to place him in a position of real power, while the Empress seemed unwilling to let the deputy general position be taken by someone else. Lin Cheng, the Emperor called out. Present. Lin Cheng quickly refocused. The Emperor's gaze swept over the two concubines and then settled on Lin Cheng. Do you wish to be a deputy general, or do you prefer a position within the court? Lin Cheng felt the focus on him once again. He did not hesitate for a moment and immediately said, I will follow the Emperor's wishes. Before the Emperor could speak, Princess Yunji chimed in. She looked at Lin Cheng and suddenly said to the Emperor, Father, why not let him be my guard? As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Nonsense. The Emperor slammed the table and said angrily, Lin Cheng has made great contributions to the court. If I let him be your guard, many in the court would surely criticize me. Princess Yunji stuck out her tongue. The Empress sighed helplessly, wondering how she ended up with such a daughter. She had originally planned to undermine Concubine Duan's plan and have Lin Cheng serve as a minor official in the court. But her daughter actually suggested that he become a guard. If this were to spread, the officials in the court would likely think she was foolish, tarnishing the family name. Helpless, she had to adjust her strategy. After a moment, she slowly suggested, it definitely won't do to let Lin Cheng become a guard. If this were to get out, people would think the court lacks talent. How about this? She looked at Lin Cheng and slowly said, you are a martial artist. Placing you in the court may cause you to stagnate. Why not become a commanding officer in the Qingguan Guard, which is also a fourth-rank position? Upon hearing this, Lin Cheng's heart sank. The Qingguan Guard is essentially the Emperor's eyes and is responsible for supervising the officials. It is also a powerful department. However, over the years, the Qingguan Guard has long lost its former glory and has become almost ornamental. This doesn't sound too bad. The Emperor nodded and then looked at Concubine Duan. My beloved, what do you think of the Empress arrangement? I will listen to the Empress. Concubine Duan, unable to place Lin Cheng in the deputy general position, seemed to have given up. Inappropriate. Yun Yao suddenly stood up, ending her silence. She looked at the Emperor and respectfully said, Father, the Qingguan Guard is not suitable for Lin Cheng. He has a heavy killing intent and may harm the officials. I suggest placing Lin Cheng in Zhenjiang Prefecture as a commanding officer to supervise the forces in the martial world. Upon hearing this, the Emperor recalled Lin Cheng's deeds. He had suppressed the martial forces in Huazhou and had killed many people, bringing the once arrogant martial practitioners under control. If Lin Cheng were placed in the Qingguan Guard, his killing tendencies might result in half of the officials in court being arrested. As the Emperor, he was well aware of the power dynamics in the court. He had worked hard to maintain a balance among various factions, and at this moment he feared nothing more than someone disrupting the court's order. I also think Zhenjiang Prefecture is a good choice. The onlooking Princess Yunji spoke up, looking at Lin Cheng and smiling. I heard that people in the martial world have already started calling you the blood hand of the court, and your reputation is quite fearsome. Lin Cheng was taken aback. Why hadn't he heard of this? The Emperor was intrigued. He could neither place Lin Cheng in the deputy general position nor in the Qingguan Guard. From this perspective, Zhenjiang Prefecture seemed quite suitable. Moreover, neither of the two beloved consorts had objections. He looked at Lin Cheng and declared, I hereby appoint you as the commanding officer in Zhenjiang Prefecture, holding a fourth-rank position. Ding, suppressing the various forces in the capital. Reward 8,000 fate. Coins the system. Prompt immediate. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. Lin Cheng quickly bowed and expressed his gratitude. After the official position was settled, the Emperor promptly granted Lin Cheng a house and 100 acres of land, then sent him on his way. Stepping out of the palace, Lin Cheng breathed in the fresh air, feeling the oppressive weight on him dissipate. Inside the palace, he always felt a sense of pressure. This pressure did not come from the Emperor, but from some hidden corner. Lin Cheng couldn't help but recall the rumors from the martial world. There was a master within the Zhao Yin Palace tasked with protecting the Emperor's safety. This invisible pressure must have originated from the hidden master. Master Lin. Suddenly a crisp voice rang out from behind. Lin Cheng turned around to see Princess Yun Yao, also emerging from the hall, slowly approaching him. Princess, why have you come out? Looking at her exquisite features, he questioned. Yun Yao smiled brightly, self-deprecatingly, saying, They are arranging matters for my marriage within the palace. How could I possibly stay there as the main party? Do you remember what I said before? Lin Cheng gazed at Yun Yao and slowly spoke. What did you say? Yun Yao feigned confusion. Lin Cheng looked at her seriously and said, If you do not wish to marry, I can help you. Master Lin, don't. Yun Yao's eyes sparkled with joy, seemingly pleased, but then added, I know that Master Lin has an exceptional talent in martial arts, having reached the innate peak at such a young age. However, if you wish to help me, you must at least possess the strength of a master. The marriage is a significant matter between two nations. Zhao Yin will dispatch a master, and Yuan Xing will also send one. If Master Lin wishes to assist me, you would need to confront both masters. Thus, there is no need to help me. A faint bitter smile appeared on Yun Yao's face. She did not give Lin Cheng a chance to speak, and suddenly said, I still owe you 2 manuals. The 2 I selected for you last time were not to your liking. This time, I will personally take you to find them. Lin Cheng noticed that she did not wish to discuss the marriage further, so he chose not to ask. The 2 walked through the palace resembling a couple. Looking at the silent Lin Cheng, Yun Yao suddenly said, Do you harbor any grievances about me placing you in the Zhenjiang prefecture? Moi. Lin Cheng looked at Yun Yao and shook his head saying no. I believe the Zhenjiang prefecture suits me quite well. After all, he had just taken up the position of the deputy commander of the Zhenjiang prefecture. The system tasks had begun. It is evident that as long as one interacts with the martial world, system tasks are inevitable. The fate coins are naturally unavoidable. The Qianguan Wei in the time of your grandfather held great power over the court, compelling all officials to swallow their grievances. Later, when the emperor took power, the commander of the Qianguan Wei began to feign compliance, and the emperor utilized the officials to launch an attack on the Qianguan Wei. In just a few years, the Qianguan Wei had transformed into a mere facade. If you are arranged to the Qianguan Wei, you can forget about any promotions in this lifetime. In a few short sentences, Yun Yao narrated the rise and fall of the Qianguan Wei. I didn't know this before. Lin Cheng feigned surprise and quickly cupped his hands to Princess Yun Yao, saying, If it weren't for your support, I would have likely fallen into a quagmire by now. Poverty. Yun Yao shot Lin Cheng a glare. Soon after they arrived at the royal library. Yun Yao composed herself and said to Lin Cheng, My Zhao Yin has established a nation for 1,000 years. This library contains countless books, including exceptional martial arts teachings. The cloud shadowing the sky that you learned from me originally also came from this library. The 2 entered the library. A young eunuch saw Princess Yun Yao and hurriedly approached, saying, Princess, several batches of martial arts have arrived in the library recently, including a secret technique that may be useful to you. Take me to see it. A hint of excitement appeared on Yun Yao's face. The young eunuch hurriedly led the way with Yun Yao pulling Lin Cheng along. After walking 100 steps, they stopped in front of a bookshelf. The young eunuch took a book from the shelf and handed it to Yun Yao, saying, This technique is called the Repairing Heaven technique, which can compensate for the princess' innate shortcomings. Yun Yao immediately began to flip through the book, casting aside thoughts of Lin Cheng. Seeing Yun Yao's eagerness, Lin Cheng felt reluctant to interrupt. He approached the young eunuch, saying, What is the situation here? How does the princess lack innate talent? The young eunuch lowered his head, not responding. Lin Cheng repeated his question, but the young eunuch continued to ignore him. With no other option, Lin Cheng took out a piece of silver. The young eunuch's eyes lit up upon seeing the silver. Sir, please come with me. They went to a corner. The young eunuch accepted the silver, and seeing no one else around, quietly said, The princess has long desired to practice martial arts, but due to her innate shortcomings, she is unable to cultivate. Therefore, the princess often comes to the library to search for relevant books, hoping to find a way to compensate for her deficiencies. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lin Cheng finally understood why Yun Yao often clutched the manuals. It seemed that upon realizing the young eunuch was not ordinary, Lin Cheng continued to ask, Is the Repairing Heaven technique effective? The young eunuch fell silent again. Seeing this, Lin Cheng could only take out another piece of silver. It is effective. The young eunuch bit the silver, shaking his head as he said, This Repairing Heaven technique can compensate for innate deficiencies, but it requires extremely cold and true energy as fuel to achieve its effect. Without waiting for Lin Cheng to ask, the young eunuch continued, This extremely cold and true energy is rare in the world. Even if someone manages to cultivate this true energy, they must reach the master level to do so. It seems difficult, Lin Cheng murmured. This extremely cold and true energy is scarce in the world, and even if it exists, it is challenging to reach the master level. After a moment, Yun Yao set down the Repairing Heaven technique and sighed, saying, This secret technique is indeed feasible, but finding the master level extremely cold and true energy is a challenge. She approached Lin Cheng and said, It's my fault for being so eager and leaving you behind. Come, I will take you to find a technique. Wait a moment. Lin Cheng remained in place, looking at the young eunuch. Do you know if there are any techniques for cultivating extremely cold and true energy in this library? There are, the young eunuch nodded, then smiled, saying, But I advise you not to think about it. These techniques require assistance from ice that has been around for 10,000 years, otherwise they cannot be successfully cultivated. Upon hearing this, images of the mysterious white jade discovered in the Pingyun mountain range floated in Lin Cheng's mind. Could it be the ice of 10,000 years? With the ice of 10,000 years plus the system reaching the master level would be a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Lin Cheng tossed another piece of silver into the young eunuch's hand. Take me there, and this silver will be yours. All right. The young eunuch turned and left. Seeing Lin Cheng leave with the young eunuch, Yun Yao had no choice but to follow. After another few hundred steps, the young eunuch stopped in front of a bookshelf and took out 3 manuals. These are all techniques for cultivating extremely cold and true energy, but for hundreds of years no one has ever been able to successfully cultivate them. The cold ice divine skill, the supreme divine palm, the heavenly frost true chi. Lin Cheng looked at the 3 techniques frowning. Young eunuch, are you trying to make a fool of me? These 3 techniques are either extremely cold or extremely To merge them into extremely cold and true energy, one would need to cultivate both at the same time. The process is quite troublesome. What are you in such a hurry for? The young eunuch noticed Lin Cheng's dissatisfaction. He returned the 3 manuals to their original place, then quietly pulled out a piece of animal hide from the shelf. This is a divine skill from a top tribe of the Yuan Qing dynasty, called the Great and Great Cold Skill. This technique, Lin Cheng's fingers caressed the beast's skin, feeling the familiar texture. He thought of it along with the Great and Great Cold technique in his hand. Both originated from the Yuan Qing dynasty. They are the clan's supreme sacred arts. The former can refine fiery true chi, condensing a flame true wheel that burns the true chi within enemies, incredibly domineering. The latter can refine the ultimate and cold true chi. Both are sacred clan techniques. Their powers are probably on par. The little eunuch, unaware of Lin Cheng's thoughts, fearing the technique would be slighted, added, this technique was obtained from a master in the palace after slaying an assassin, and it's a complete edition. Assassin. Lin Cheng caught this word and asked deeply, was it an assassin sent by the Yuan Qing dynasty? Yes. The little eunuch nodded. A hint of nostalgia appeared on his face as he said, that assassin was only at the innate realm, but the true chi was exceedingly cold, capable of freezing the forbidden army in large swathes. Even a master of the same tier wouldn't dare to engage him, otherwise their true chi would be frozen, becoming a lamb to the slaughter. In the end, it was the palace's master who took action and killed him. Such a peculiar technique exists. Yun Yao couldn't help but exclaim. She had read thousands of manuals, but had never heard of a technique that could freeze the true chi within others. The techniques of the Yuan Qing dynasty are always strange. The little eunuch shook his head dismissively. The martial arts of my central planes are all created by humans, allowing for continuous inheritance. Only the techniques within the Yuan Qing dynasty are quite bizarre, requiring bloodline and talent to cultivate, which leads to an inability to pass them down. Naturally, they are not as prosperous as the martial arts of the central planes. After speaking, he looked at Lin Cheng and smiled. My lord, this technique can cultivate both the ultimate and cold powers, but you won't be able to learn it. Just obediently choose from those few books earlier. Lin Cheng shook his head, firmly clutching the beast's skin. Yun Yao saw this and silently shook her head. She reached for the beast's skin while saying, Lord Lin, I know you want to help me, but the techniques of the Yuan Qing dynasty require bloodline and talent, which we people of the central plains cannot cultivate. Lin Cheng dodged the grab and placed the beast's skin in his bosom. He looked at the little eunuch and commanded, I want to choose this technique, and also take me to find another external technique. All right. The little eunuch was not verbose and led the way again. Lin Cheng and the others followed behind. Yun Yao continuously advised, you only have 2 chances to pick books, you must cherish them. Lin Cheng halted his steps. He looked at the anxious Yun Yao and said seriously, I can cultivate this technique. The little eunuch in front stopped. He gazed deeply at Lin Cheng, then turned to look at Yun Yao. This master does not listen to advice. Princess, don't waste your breath. Let him hit the south wall, and then he'll understand. Lead the way. Lin Cheng frowned and reprimanded. Some people in this world will take advantage if given a little face. The little eunuch was not angered and continued to lead the way. Yun Yao grabbed Lin Cheng's arm and stopped in place. After the little eunuch walked a distance, she whispered, this little eunuch is unusual. I suspect he is a master. Why do you say that? Lin Cheng glanced at the little eunuch, estimating from his back that he looked to be around 11, or when I was little he looked just like this. After more than a decade, he hasn't changed a bit. It is said that a powerful being who reaches the master realm can reverse aging, and even their lifespan can extend to hundreds of years. Yun Yao whispered in Lin Cheng's ear. Upon hearing this, Lin Cheng's expression changed, and he hurriedly took out 2 silver notes from his bosom and chased after him. The little eunuch was stunned at the sight of the silver notes Lin Cheng handed over. He blankly accepted the silver notes, his face filled with joy. Thank you for your reward, my lord. I am immensely grateful. My lord, would you like me to bow to you twice? No need, no need. Lin Cheng retreated a few steps, saying, I spoke a bit harshly earlier, just don't take it. Not taking it to heart, not taking it to heart. The little eunuch tucked the silver notes into his bosom, walking while saying, there are many external techniques in the world, from iron cloth shirt to golden bell shield, and to golden indestructible divine art, each with its own wonders. Lin Cheng's heart moved. It seems the silver notes had an effect. When they first met, he felt a unique aura from the little eunuch, Now, with Yun Yao's guidance, he realized that the little eunuch before him was the legendary master. At this moment, hearing the other party actively speak of external techniques, Lin Cheng hurriedly asked, "I only know that external techniques can be divided into various grades. Why do they each have their own merits?" "It's simple." The little eunuch smiled, faintly shaking his head. External techniques are divided into rapid and slow cultivation. Techniques like iron cloth shirt and iron crotch technique can be cultivated quickly, but they only protect parts of the body. Techniques like golden bell shield and indestructible body can protect the entire body, but they cannot be cultivated quickly and also have risk points. If the enemy finds the risk point, it could be dangerous. Lin Cheng understood. He continued to ask, "Are there any techniques that can protect the whole body without risk points?" The little eunuch paused his steps. He frowned and scrutinized Lin Cheng. "Of course there are, but they are very slow to cultivate, and it is likely that one will not achieve great success even in a lifetime." "What technique?" Lin Cheng asked curiously. "The Vajra Buddha technique of the Daling Temple has 9 levels. It requires thorough reading of scriptures to refine the murderous aura within the technique, or else it cannot be advanced. This Vajra Buddha technique has increasingly severe murderous aura with each level. But if one truly manages to cultivate this technique to great success, even the legendary Earth Immortal cannot breach its defenses." The little eunuch, fearing Lin Cheng would be tempted, quickly warned, "Lord Lin, as an ordinary person you should not think about it. Even a holy monk cannot achieve great success. Take me to take a look." Lin Cheng was indeed tempted. Just because others cannot achieve great success does not mean he cannot. As long as he has enough fake coins, any technique could be mastered instantly. All right. The little eunuch, seeing the silver note's effect, wisely refrained from further persuasion. After taking Lin Cheng to the location, the little eunuch searched for a while, handed Lin Cheng a book made of gold leaf, and said, "The Buddhist sect has always loved gold. Even the scriptures are engraved with gold leaf." Lin Cheng took the technique, pretended to read. He felt a movement in his heart and summoned the system. "Beep detected Vajra Buddha technique. Do you wish to learn?" "Beep detected great cold technique. Do you wish to learn?" "Beep detected sunflower manual. Do you wish to learn?" Beep. In an instant, Lin Cheng's mind echoed with a flurry of prompts. He forgot. This was in the royal library, and the system would intelligently fall into dormancy when it sensed the vast martial arts. At this moment, the system was awakened by Lin Cheng. It began to scan and listed the techniques it sensed in the surroundings. "Stop!" Lin Cheng shouted in his heart. Lin Cheng was not surprised. Most of the 6,000 fake coins obtained from slaying King Pingyun had been used to enhance the Yun Yiqing Tian step. Now Yun Yiqing Tian had reached a minor success. However, he only had around 1,200 fake coins left. It was certainly insufficient to learn 2 more skills. Lin Cheng looked at the fake coins on the panel and said, without hesitation, "Learn the Diamond Buddha technique." Beep system is learning. As the system prompt sounded, the more than 1,000 fake coins on the panel vanished. Diamond Buddha technique learned. First level Diamond Buddha technique learned. Second level, currently learning the 3rd level of Diamond Buddha technique. Beep still needs 3,000 fake coins. Current progress saved. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Cheng was taken aback. He didn't expect the system could do this. He had learned the 3rd level, but hadn't fully mastered it. In Lin Cheng's bemusement, countless memories flooded into his mind. In the memories, Lin Cheng had long since shaved his head and become a monk. He silently recited scriptures from youth to middle age, spending decades just to touch the threshold of the 3rd level of the Diamond Buddha technique. Immediately after, Lin Cheng discovered a thumb-sized pearl within his dantian. This was a relic. Although the system expedited the Diamond Buddha technique during the simulation process, Lin Cheng had indeed studied Buddhism for decades. His understanding of Buddhism was on par with that of the high monks in the temple. Coupled with the effects of the Diamond Buddha technique, it naturally evolved into a relic. The little eunuch looked at Lin Cheng, his expression changing. He keenly sensed that some changes had occurred in Lin Cheng, who now exuded a clear sense of compassion and benevolence. It was as if the person before him was no longer a palace guard, but rather an enlightened monk. The little eunuch scrutinized Lin Cheng and blurted out, "Sir, how has your demeanor changed?" "Oh." Lin Cheng quickly reacted and used the Wuxiang divine technique to simulate his previous demeanor, asking, "How about now?" Under the influence of the Wuxiang divine technique, Lin Cheng transformed from an enlightened monk back into an ordinary youth. "Much better now." The little eunuch nodded, glancing at Lin Cheng again. "I wonder what technique you are practicing that is so peculiar." "Just a family inheritance technique." "All right then." The little eunuch did not press further and summarized, "So you have chosen the great cold technique and the Diamond Buddha technique." Lin Cheng nodded. On another note, Yun Yao noticed that Lin Cheng was resolute in his choice of these 2 techniques and refrained from persuading him further. She stepped forward and grabbed Lin Cheng's arm, reminding him, "You can take these 2 books back, but return them after you have noted them down. However, the techniques must not be shared with outsiders." "Understood." Lin Cheng nodded. Subsequently, with the little eunuch seeing them off, the 2 exited the library. The little eunuch stood at the door. He gazed at the departing figures, a hint of weariness appearing on his face. This kid is truly strange. The technique he practices is quite peculiar. I must find a time to test it out. In the next moment, a sharp voice sounded from behind him. Xiao Wanzi, hurry up and come over to wipe the floor once you're done. Coming. The little eunuch turned and ran over with a smile. The two arrived at the palace gate. Yin Yao looked at Lin Cheng and smiled. Lord Lin, congratulations. I will call you the deputy minister from now on. You jest, your highness. Lin Cheng shook his head and sincerely said, if it weren't for your words, I might have been assigned to the Qian Guan Wei by the empress. You shouldn't say that. Yin Yao shook her head and looked at Lin Cheng. The empress has great power. You must be cautious in speaking about her in front of outsiders. How powerful is she? Lin Cheng asked with sudden curiosity. Yin Yao did not hide it. The empress's surname is Wang. She is from the Yunze Wang family. Got it. Lin Cheng was aware of the Yunze Wang family. The Zhao Wang and Deng families are the three surnames in Zhaoyan. The Wang surname refers to the Yunze Wang family. The Wang family has a profound heritage. Within the clan, there are not only master-level old monsters, but also more than a dozen innate powerhouses. Perhaps due to the uniqueness of their techniques or other opportunities. In every generation of the Wang family, regardless of strength, several innate powerhouses will emerge. Such a formidable family, who wouldn't fear them besides the court? Seeing that Lin Cheng had some understanding, Yin Yao smiled. As long as you understand. You should head back now. Oh, I estimate that the eunuchs have already sent your official robes and seals over. All right. Lin Cheng nodded. The two said their goodbyes. After exiting the palace gate, Lin Cheng requested a horse from the imperial guards and rode home. By the time he returned to the familiar street, it was already noon. Suddenly, a cacophony mixed with cries reached Lin Cheng's ears. Riding past the street, he arrived at his home, where he saw the head of the Chui family kneeling at the door, crying, Brother Lin, please save my daughter. The head of the Chui family, who had sat at the top the day before, now showed no trace of his former authority. Lin Xiao sat on the threshold looking at his kneeling friend and said helplessly, your daughter was captured by my son. It's useless to plead with me. Hearing this, Lin Cheng recalled the events of the morning. Chui Linlin had been knocked unconscious by him with a whip. He had left in a hurry and hadn't had time to deal with it, so he handed her over to the imperial guards. It seemed that the head of the Chui family had received the news and specifically come to plead for mercy. At this moment, the Lin family was already surrounded by onlookers, including nearby neighbors and passersby. At that moment, a neighbor shouted, Old Lin, your son is ruthless. After breaking off the engagement, he even captured someone and sent them to the Zhenjiang prefecture. Truly worthy of being a court official. Lin Xiao felt a few black lines appear on his forehead. He had gotten up early in the morning to find Chui Linlin being detained by the imperial guards and had sent someone to notify the head of the Chui family to come and take her away. However, before the head of the Chui family could arrive, the eunuchs from the palace had come instead. He only then realized that his son had been personally appointed by the emperor as the deputy minister of Zhenjiang prefecture, a fourth-rank official. The eunuchs delivering the decree were meddlesome. Upon hearing that Chui Linlin was captured by Lin Cheng himself, they ordered the imperial guards to take her to the prison of Zhenjiang prefecture. This was exactly what the head of the Chui family had witnessed upon arriving, which created this situation. Facing his friend's plea and the teasing of the onlookers, Lin Xiao could only wait for his son to return to handle it. Suddenly, he saw Lin Cheng coming out from the alley and shouted, You little brat, are you taking revenge? You captured your Uncle C's daughter. Hurry and release her. At these words, everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Cheng. Several older elders began to reprimand him. Lin Cheng, you're being too petty. Indeed, you've already broken off the engagement. Why must you imprison her? Lin Cheng, leave some room for others. In the face of numerous accusations, Lin Cheng maintained a calm demeanor. He dismounted and carefully scrutinized each elder who had spoken up for leniency. A hint of coldness appeared on Lin Cheng's face. He smiled faintly and said, Last night someone attempted to assassinate this official. Chui Linlin was the mastermind. Attempting to assassinate a court official is a capital offense. Do you all understand? Instantly, the accusations ceased. The crowd looked at the unfamiliar yet familiar Lin Cheng, feeling a chill in their hearts. Was this still the honest and simple youth they once knew? Lin Cheng walked to the door. He looked down at the head of the Chui family, letting out a cold laugh. You are indeed smarter than your daughter, knowing to use the neighbor's words to try and make me yield. But you have underestimated me. Just wait to collect the corpse. The head of the Chui family turned pale. Lin Cheng did not waste any time and pushed the door to return home. The head of the Chui family watched Lin Cheng's back, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes, only to quickly fade away. The person before him was no longer the frail youth. The opponent had grown into a towering tree. How could he, with his meager strength, hope to shake it? Even if he tried desperately, it would only be akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. With this thought, the head of the Chui family knelt on the ground, crawling on all fours, quickly catching up to Lin Cheng. He clutched Lin Cheng's thigh, weeping, Sir Lin, I have but one daughter. For the sake of our past friendship, please spare her. I beg you. Lin Cheng kicked him away. The coldness on the youth's face remained unchanged. He looked at the disheveled head of the Chui family and slowly said, "Head Chui, the reason I can stand before you now is that I am strong. But have you ever considered that if I were weaker it would have been me who died last night?" The head of the Chui family was left speechless. Seeing that he could not persuade Lin Cheng, he could only look towards Lin Xiao with a hopeful gaze. Lin Xiao snorted coldly. If it weren't for his son's sudden rise in strength, the Lin family might have faced extinction. He looked at the head of the Chui family and said, "Don't look at me. This world operates on an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Your daughter tried to kill my son. How could my son let her go?" The head of the Chui family saw the firm attitudes of the two and no longer knelt on the ground. He stood up and laughed sinisterly. "Sir Lin, don't forget my daughter is a disciple of Chumei Mountain. The man you killed last night was the son of an elder." "Go on," Lin Cheng said, looking at him. A hint of madness appeared on the head of the Chui family's face as he threatened, "I cannot afford to offend you, but Chumei Mountain is another matter. Can you guess what they would do if they found out you killed the elder's son?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a tightness in his chest. Chumei Mountain was a powerful force in the capital with many top-tier experts within. If they targeted his son, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing the worry on his father's face, Lin Cheng let out a light laugh. His father probably had not yet accepted the fact that he had become the deputy commander of the Zhenjiang Prefecture and needed a reminder. The Zhenjiang Prefecture oversees the martial world. The deputy commander of the Zhenjiang Prefecture holds the 4th rank and can command over 1,000 court experts. At this level, why should he fear the small sects of the capital? Lin Cheng looked at Lin Xiao and asked, "Has the eunuch from the palace left?" "He has." Lin Xiao nodded and continued, "That eunuch was quite arrogant. Seeing you delayed, he left behind the official robe and the token." Lin Cheng looked at Lin Xiao and smiled. "Did that eunuch inform you of my current official position?" Lin Xiao hurriedly brought out a tray and said, "You are now the deputy commander of the Zhenjiang Prefecture, holding the 4th rank. Here is the official robe and the token. I checked the official attire fits you well." Lin Cheng did not shy away. He took off his outer clothes and directly changed into the official robe, fastening the golden token at his waist. At this moment, Lin Cheng, under the backdrop of the official robe, appeared even more imposing, every movement exuding authority. Lin Xiao involuntarily took a step back. Who in the martial world does not fear the Zhenjiang Prefecture? At this moment he realized that his son was no longer an ordinary person, but the deputy commander of the Zhenjiang Prefecture overseeing the martial world and its affairs. Now it should be Chumei Mountain that fears him. If a disciple of Chumei Mountain assassinates a deputy commander of the Zhenjiang Prefecture, it is a provocation against the Zhenjiang Prefecture, a contempt for the court. It is a grave crime. Seeing that his father had adapted to his identity, Lin Cheng slowly walked towards the head of the Chui family. He approached him and smiled. "Repeat what you just said. What will Chumei Mountain do? Will they seek revenge on this official?" The head of the Chui family took several steps back. Looking at the official robe on Lin Cheng, he shook his head and said, "You are the deputy commander of the Zhenjiang Prefecture. How could it be? You are so young." He knelt down again. He knocked his head on the ground, saying, "I was wrong. I should not have threatened Sir Lin." Lin Cheng kicked him away once more. He looked at the head of the Chui family and slowly said, "Your daughter is in the Zhenjiang Prefecture's prison. Do you wish to see her?" "Yes." The head of the Chui family thought Lin Cheng had softened and quickly responded. Lin Cheng smiled and took him outside, mounting a swift horse and galloping away. The head of the Chui family dared not ride, but hurriedly chased after him on foot. Riding on horseback, Lin Cheng's mind was already formulating a plan to eradicate Chumei Mountain. Merely relying on the crime of assassinating the deputy commander of the Zhenjiang Prefecture would not be enough to bring down Chumei Mountain. At most, it would only kill a batch of scapegoats. Therefore, he needed to make good use of Chui Linlin. Before long, Lin Cheng arrived at the gate of the Zhenjiang Prefecture. Though the dozens of guards at the entrance did not recognize Lin Cheng, they recognized the official attire and the golden token. They all bowed in unison. "We greet the deputy commander, my lord." Lin Cheng had someone lead his horse away. When the head of the Chui family arrived panting, Lin Cheng called over a guard saying, "Take me to the prison." Understood. The guards did not dare to be negligent and quickly led the way. The interior of the prefecture was extremely strict. Every 5 steps was a small post, every 10 steps a large post with patrol teams constantly checking the arrivals. Lin Cheng moved through the prefecture without obstruction. But after a while 7 or 8 people chased after him from behind. Judging by their clothing, there was a town pacification envoy and 7 captains. These people all reported to Lin Cheng. Upon hearing that the new deputy commander had entered the prefecture, they hurriedly rushed over. Lin Cheng stopped. They hurriedly stepped forward and all bowed. "We are the town pacification envoy and captains greeting the deputy commander, my lord." Lin Cheng nodded and continued forward. These people did not dare to leave and could only obediently follow behind Lin Cheng. This scene deeply frightened the head of the Chui family. He trembled as he followed Lin Cheng, not daring to breathe loudly. Looking at Lin Cheng's grandeur, he felt boundless regret in his heart. Had he known Lin Cheng would achieve such glory today, he would never have allowed his daughter to go to Chomei Mountain to practice martial arts. Isn't it more appealing to be a refined young lady and marry the deputy commander of the Zhenjiang prefecture? But there is no remedy for regret in this world. The group arrived at the prison. The guards at the prison had never seen such a scene before. The lofty deputy commander would actually bring along his subordinates, the commandants and captains, to the prison. Could it be that a big shot is locked inside? They hurriedly opened the prison door and welcomed Lin Cheng inside. The prison was vast, cold, and damp. The sounds of tortured screams echoed in the air. Lin Cheng's arrival startled the officials inside the prison. They all gathered and bowed to him. Lin Cheng looked at the head of the prison and asked, "Is there a woman who was imprisoned here today?" Yes. The head of the prison nodded hastily. "Take me to her," Lin Cheng commanded. Under the head's guidance, Lin Cheng saw Cui Linlin in a specially constructed cell. Cui Linlin was suspended in the air, unable to move. Upon seeing Lin Cheng approach, she immediately shouted angrily, "You little man, if you have the guts, kill me. You think that by locking me up here I would be afraid?" Lin Cheng frowned. The head of the prison, seeing the situation, hurriedly explained, "She was sent in by a eunuch from the palace. We did not dare to be negligent." Seeing Cui Linlin becoming more and more fierce and her cursing, Lin Cheng grabbed the head of the Cui family and pinned him against the wall, looking at the shouting Cui Linlin and saying, "Look clearly, who do I have in my hand?" Cui Linlin displayed a look of disdain. However, upon catching sight of the head of the Cui family, her expression changed dramatically as she shouted angrily, "Lin Cheng, do you dare to seize my father? Are you not afraid that I will seek revenge on you from Maishan?" Lin Cheng remained silent. He tightened his grip on the hand of the head of the Cui family. The head's face turned red, but he found himself unable to resist, feeling utterly powerless. Hearing the sound of cracking bones, Cui Linlin grew fearful. She looked at Lin Cheng and shouted, Stop it. Let my father go. Whatever you want to do, I will comply with it," Lin Cheng said, releasing his grip and tossing the head of the Cui family onto the ground. Cui Linlin's weakness had been grasped by him. Lin Cheng ordered the cage door to be opened and had Cui Linlin transferred to an execution chamber. Cui Linlin found herself bound to an iron chair. One of Lin Cheng's subordinates spoke up, pointing at Cui Linlin with confusion and saying, "Sir, may I ask why you wish to interrogate this woman? You cannot abuse your authority." "Yes, indeed, sir." The leading town guard stepped forward to remind Lin Cheng, "This woman is a disciple of Maishan. You just arrived and do not understand. Why don't you tell me first?" Lin Cheng gazed at the two with a penetrating look. He knew it was his first day on the job and had expected colleagues and superiors to make it difficult for him, but he had not anticipated resistance from his subordinates. New officials always bring their own fire. If this fire is not lit, some people will be dissatisfied. Meanwhile, Cui Linlin saw someone speaking up for her. Thinking she had found a lifeline, she threatened Lin Cheng, saying, "Lin Cheng, do you see? Even your colleagues do not respect you. If you let me go, I can help you cover up your senior brother's issues. Otherwise, be prepared for Maishan's revenge." Lin Cheng laughed. He slowly approached Cui Linlin. "You are mistaken," he corrected her, pointing at his official robes. "They are not my colleagues, they are my subordinates." Cui Linlin was taken aback. She saw the patterns on Lin Cheng's official robes in the candlelight and exclaimed, "You are the Qianshi of Zhenjiang. Impossible, this can't be. You are so young." Lin Cheng smiled with satisfaction and walked up to the town guard who had challenged him. "Sir." The other party tried to speak. Lin Cheng did not give him a chance to respond, slapping him hard across the face. "A female prisoner knows I am the Qianshi of Zhenjiang, and you do not. You want to teach me how to do my job, do you?" Lin Cheng slapped him again. Seeing the town guard receive a slap, the 7 subordinates displayed anger in their eyes. "I do not need your approval to carry out my duties." Lin Cheng's smile widened as he approached the subordinate who had questioned him. "Did you not ask me why I captured her?" "Sir, please mind your tone." This subordinate stared at Lin Cheng with a stern expression. Lin Cheng did not resort to violence, but asked, "Tell me, what is the crime for a martial artist attempting to assassinate the Qianshi of Zhenjiang?" Upon hearing this, the subordinate was taken aback. He glanced at Cui Linlin in shock and hurriedly said, "This woman dares to assassinate you, sir. According to the current laws, that is punishable by death. Can I carry out the execution?" Lin Cheng continued to inquire. The subordinate looked at the town guard beside him. Seeing he did not speak, he hesitantly said, "Yes, you can." After receiving the desired answer, Lin Cheng turned to the town guard, whose face was half swollen, and asked, "I have another question for you. This woman is a disciple of Maishan. According to the law, how should Maishan be dealt with?" The town guard did not speak. However, under Lin Cheng's pressure, he slowly replied, "Maishan has connections with Qin, sir. If you wish to deal with this woman, please feel free to do so. But if you intend to take action against Maishan, I advise you to think twice." Lin Cheng did not take action. He pointed to another subordinate and asked, "According to the law, how should Maishan be?" This subordinate was rendered speechless. He looked at the town guard, then at Lin Cheng, and could only helplessly say, "Maishan has failed to manage effectively and should be severely punished." Lin Cheng nodded. He looked at everyone and softly said, "What if Meishan intends to rebel?" In the secret chamber, everyone was stunned. If Meishan was truly accused of rebellion, they would have to be eradicated. But how could Meishan rebel? Lin Cheng sat down in front of Cui Linlin and said kindly, "As a direct disciple of Meishan, you should know if they intend to rebel, right?" Cui Linlin understood Lin Cheng's implication. She exclaimed in fury, "You are fabricating charges. You corrupt official, you deserve to die." Lin Cheng was not angry at all. He called over the prison head and ordered, "Bring me a prisoner sentenced to death. I want to see your methods." The prison head was confused but did not want to get slapped, so he hurriedly arranged it. Soon several jailers carried a robust man who was also bound to an iron chair. The prison head approached Lin Cheng and whispered, "This man has practiced iron shirt for 10 years and has raped and killed dozens of innocent women. He was just captured yesterday. Let us begin," Lin Cheng urged. Immediately the jailers took a red-hot iron brush from the coals and applied it to the male prisoner. With a sizzling sound, the fiery brush met the man's skin, producing billowing black smoke. The man howled in agony. The prison head explained, "We deal with martial artists directly and decisively." The red-hot iron brush continued to scour his flesh, reducing him to a bloody mess. The man's cries diminished, his flesh and blood dwindled, and many bones became exposed. Lin Cheng's expression remained calm and unchanged. However, the town guard beside him and several subordinates felt uneasy. They were not afraid of the torture before them, but felt intimidated by the new Qianshi. Cui Linlin turned pale with fear. Though she was a martial artist, she had never witnessed such a scene. The thought of potentially experiencing such torture caused her to lose control. The head of the Cui family was frightened to the point of weakness. He looked at the man's horrific state and immediately knelt before Lin Cheng, pleading, "Do not harm my daughter. No, I am willing to offer all my wealth. Please show mercy," he continued. "Father." Cui Linlin called softly, wanting to stop her father, but was scared into silence by a single glance from Lin Cheng. "How much wealth do you have?" Lin Cheng was not lacking in money, but he did not despise it either. 100,000 taels of silver, the head of the Cui family said, glancing at his daughter. "If I sell the shop in the fields, I can gather another 50,000 taels." Suddenly a sharp scream rang out. "I will speak, I will tell everything." Cui Linlin looked at her distressed father, then at Lin Cheng, her eyes filled with resentment. "You want evidence of Meishan's rebellion? Oh, I can tell you. But do you dare to listen? Speak." Lin Cheng narrowed his eyes, instructing the prison head to take out paper and pen to record. "Haha," Cui Linlin laughed loudly, declaring, "You will regret this. You know about the Holy Lotus sect, right? Meishan is a branch of it." With her words, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. The Holy Lotus sect was the most notorious evil sect in Zhaoyan and had existed since the founding of Zhaoyan. Its purpose was to overthrow Zhaoyan. Therefore, the court had always sought to eradicate it. However, the Holy Lotus sect was not to be trifled with. They could not deal with the court, but would target officials. Any official who dared to attack them would find their family annihilated in retaliation. Lin Cheng had naturally heard the rumors about the Holy Lotus sect. However, under the suppression of Zhaoyan, the sect's influence mostly hid along the borders. Hearing Cui Linlin's words, Lin Cheng's heart trembled. The Holy Lotus sect had actually infiltrated the capital. Indeed, it was the foremost devil sect of Zhaoyan. Such boldness. Although he thought this, Lin Cheng did not fully trust Cui Linlin's words, and instead reminded her, "Do you know the consequences of deceiving the Zhenjiang prefecture? The lightest punishment is your death, and the heaviest is implicating your father." Cui Linlin immediately became anxious. She first glanced at the head of the Cui family, then fixed her gaze on Lin Cheng's face. You dog official, do not threaten me with my father." Lin Cheng remained unperturbed. He looked at the head of the Cui family, chuckling lightly. "Am I a dog official?" No. The head of the Cui family shook his head in fright. He looked at Cui Linlin and hurriedly scolded. Lin quickly apologized to Lord Lin. Cui Linlin knew she could not escape death. How could she possibly apologize? But for the safety of her father, she did not dare to curse anymore. Lin Cheng knew that the Holy Lotus sect was a serious matter and needed to be investigated thoroughly. He continued to interrogate Cui Linlin. "You are merely a personal disciple of Chusui Mountain. How did you come to know such confidential information?" "My senior brother told me." Cui Linlin first stated this, and then continued, "My senior brother revealed it inadvertently after drinking once." Lord Qianshi, the Jinfu envoy, hearing this, stepped forward. "This woman's words cannot be trusted." "Why is that?" Lin Cheng looked at the other party's swollen face and retorted. Although the Jinfu envoy had received 2 slaps, his attitude remained obstinate. He pointed at Cui Linlin and objected. "This woman merely took her drunken senior brother's words at face value. Is it truly acceptable to conclude that Chusui Mountain is a branch of the Holy Lotus sect based on drunken remarks? That is simply too childish." Lin Cheng's gaze sharpened. Did he really believe Cui Linlin's words? He was merely seeking a pretext to deal with Chusui Mountain. However, for this Jinfu envoy as his subordinate to dare to be so uncooperative was clearly not taking him seriously. This was only the first day of his appointment, and this person was acting like this. If he did not deal with it promptly, wouldn't the other party become increasingly reckless as time passed? What is your surname? Lin Cheng asked the Jinfu envoy. My surname is Chen Wentian. Chen Wentian looked at Lin Cheng, showing no signs of respect on his face. Lin Cheng continued, what is my dynasty's attitude towards the Holy Lotus sect? Better to kill the wrong person than let one go. Chen Wentian replied succinctly. Very good. Lin Cheng smiled and asked, Chen Jinfu, who pays your salary? It comes from the court. Chen Wentian, unsure of Lin Cheng's intentions, could only answer honestly. Lin Cheng heard the answer he wanted. He looked at Chen Wentian and the other subordinates. You all are holding the court's bowl and eating the court's food. Now that you have obtained clues about the Holy Lotus sect, what you should do is investigate immediately. Better to kill the wrong person than let one go, rather than tell me that drunken words cannot be trusted. Chen Wentian was taken aback. So this was what he was waiting for. He looked at Lin Cheng, finding it hard to speak another word. The remaining 7 Qianhu also looked at Lin Cheng in shock. It seemed this new superior was not simple. On the other side, seeing his subordinates obedient, Lin Cheng immediately had the jailer record Chui Linlin's testimony and made her sign it. Everyone. Lin Cheng looked at his subordinates and spoke. I plan to visit Chiosui Mountain. Who among you is willing to go? No one spoke. Chen Wentian and the 7 Qianhu seemed deaf. Seeing their attitude, Lin Cheng coldly said, does no one? At this moment, an older Qianhu stepped forward. He looked at Lin Cheng with a troubled expression and said, my lord, Chiosui Mountain has a good relationship with the Qi commander's deputy. Should we notify Deputy Qi? If Chiosui Mountain is innocent, we would also have room for maneuvering. There were 2 deputy commanders set up in the Zhenjiang prefecture. In addition to Lin Cheng, there was another. The other was of equal rank to Lin Cheng with equivalent power. Lin Cheng seemed to understand. He looked at his subordinates and chuckled. No wonder you are unwilling to go to Chiosui Mountain. It turns out you are afraid of Deputy Qi. Everyone remained silent. Lin Cheng did not mind and immediately ordered, as the deputy commander, I command you all to quickly gather your subordinates and follow me to Chiosui Mountain. Chen Wentian glanced at several Qianhu. They realized there was no retreat and could only reply in unison, yes, sir. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from outside the execution room. Good. The new deputy commander has truly opened my eyes. It turns out one can forcefully command subordinates like this. No wonder he has connections in the palace. Impressive, impressive. The execution room was opened from the outside. Immediately, several Qianhu rushed in. Following closely was a man dressed in the official attire of a deputy commander. This person was indeed Deputy Qi. He did not even glance at Lin Cheng, but instead walked towards Chen Wentian. Old Chen, what happened to your face? Who dared to hit you? As he spoke, Deputy Qi glanced at Lin Cheng, his gaze scrutinizing. My subordinate was disobedient. Lin Cheng looked at him and continued, as a superior, isn't it necessary for me to teach him a lesson? Lin Cheng, how could there be a mistake? Deputy Qi retorted. Without waiting for Lin Cheng to speak, he walked directly to Chui Linlin. So you said Chiosui Mountain is a branch of the Holy Lotus sect? Chui Linlin, sensing Deputy Qi's murderous intent, did not dare to speak. Such audacity. Deputy Qi suddenly erupted, drawing a slender sword from his waist. I have ties with Chiosui Mountain. Since you claim Chiosui Mountain is a branch of the Holy Lotus sect, what does that make me? Am I also a member of the Holy Lotus sect? Daring to frame me deserves death. He thrust his sword towards Chui Linlin. Ding. A clear clash echoed within the room. Deputy Qi, it would not be wise to kill someone in front of me. Lin Cheng wielded his long knife, resting it against Deputy Qi's slender sword, preventing him from killing. This woman attempted to frame me. Deputy Qi glared at Lin Cheng, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Thus I want her dead. I asked Deputy Lin not to stop me. What if I do stop you? Lin Cheng asked calmly. Deputy Qi's face turned ashen, laughing in anger. Do you really think of yourself as a person? If it weren't for the favor of Princess Yun Yao, how could a little brat like you be on par with me? After saying that, a tremendous aura erupted from him. The people in the execution room involuntarily took several steps back, their expressions horrified. This was the aura of an innate expert. Deputy Qi was an innate master. Chen Wentian looked at Deputy Qi in disbelief, exclaiming, Deputy Qi has broken through. Congratulations, Deputy Qi. Congratulations, Deputy Qi. Subordinate extends congratulations to Lord Qi. Instantly, the execution room erupted with voices of congratulations. A hint of pride appeared on Deputy Qi's face as he looked at Lin Cheng. Deputy Lin, do you still want to stop me? Lin Cheng remained calm. He was not intimidated by the other party. He had also killed innate masters. Ding, teach Deputy Qi a lesson, reward 1,000 fate coins. Hearing the prompt in his ear, Lin Cheng looked at Deputy Qi coldly. If you do not step back, do not blame me for being merciless. Upon hearing these words, Investigator Zhou stared at Lin Cheng in utter disbelief. Do you even realize what you are saying? He suspected Lin Cheng had lost his wits from sheer terror. Otherwise, how could the young man utter such senseless words? Lin Cheng remained silent. His long saber steadily pressed forward inch by inch, forcing back the opponent's slender sword. At that very moment, Investigator Zhou's expression shifted. Perhaps others failed to perceive it, but he himself felt the extraordinary strength surging through Lin Cheng's arms. Could this force truly overpower him? He gazed at Lin Cheng with astonishment and said, "Well now, you've earned my respect, boy." And with that he prepared to draw his blade. His martial art was the drizzle sword technique. When wielded with a supple, slender blade, its strokes descended like torrential rain, dense, ceaseless, and utterly inescapable. Investigator Zhou hold. Chen Wentian rushed forward, gripping his arm and whispering urgently, "This youth stands under the patronage of noble consort Fei. Tread lightly. Do not invite trouble upon yourself." "Do you think I fear that noble woman?" Zhou swept Chen Wentian aside with a sharp motion, his gaze locked onto Lin Cheng as he spoke coldly. "I care not whose protege you are. I will discipline you today." "You speak with remarkable arrogance, sir," Lin Cheng murmured, narrowing his eyes, and intensified his pressure. Instantly, Investigator Zhou staggered backwards several paces. The onlookers watched in stunned silence. Lin Cheng had actually forced Investigator Zhou to retreat. How immense must his strength be? Could he possess innate divine might? They would sooner believe that than entertain the notion he had reached the nascent realm. Seeing neither side willing to yield, Chen Wentian hastily seized a battalion commander and urged, "Quickly fetch Lord Li. He holds the rank of 3rd senior grade, and both Lin and Zhou must answer to him." "Understood." The commander nodded and hurried off. Yet after walking some distance, he suddenly halted. He crouched behind cover, eyes fixed upon the nearby execution chamber. A faint, chilling smile curled his lips as he murmured, "That Lin fellow deserves a lesson. I'll wait until he's thoroughly humbled. Then I'll summon Lord Li." Inside the dim execution chamber, Investigator Zhou flicked his wrist. The slender sword slipped free from beneath Lin Cheng's long saber. In an instant, he unleashed it, a cascade of shimmering steel, like drizzle turned lethal, descending upon Lin Cheng with overwhelming force. In the gloom of the chamber, waves of sword light blazed forth, vast as mountains, collapsing fierce as gales and monsoons. Lin Cheng's eyes gleamed with sudden fierce delight. He had witnessed Prince Pingyun's peerless body cultivation of the nascent realm and observed the formidable skills of the Zhou brothers. But this was his first encounter with a nascent realm master whose mastery lay solely in swordsmanship. Lin Cheng stepped back lightly, easily evading the first volley of sword rain. Investigator Zhou blinked in surprise. He had fully expected to wound Lin Cheng outright with that opening strike. Yet the youth had dodged it effortlessly. "Ah!" A murmur rose from the crowd. "Master Lin possesses extraordinary footwork." Hearing those words, Zhou's fury flared inward. He had deployed only 1/3 of his true power, confident it would suffice for chastisement, only to see his target slip away unscathed. Worse still, it had bolstered Lin Cheng's prestige before all witnesses. Now he resolved to hold nothing back. At worst, Lin Cheng would spend a year or more convalescing at home. With that, he unleashed his full might. His slender sword seemed to vanish, then reappeared as lightning. Its radiance flooded the chamber, transforming the oppressive gloom into blinding daylight. "It's over," someone cried out. "Investigator Zhou has gone all out. Master Lin will surely need months of recovery." Another whispered, transfixed by the searing light. Lord Shui crouched in the shadows, eyes fixed on Lin Cheng, eagerly awaiting his decapitation. Shui Linlin watched too, her heart beating with the same grim hope. A magnificent sword technique. Lin Cheng laughed aloud, swinging his long saber like a phantom, blocking every stroke before the astonished eyes of the crowd. As their duel intensified, Investigator Zhou's face darkened. While striking, he growled, "Master Lin, you've concealed your strength most skillfully." "You are mistaken," Lin Cheng countered, pressing back against the flurry of blades. "I have hidden nothing." Even as the words left his lips, Zhou froze. His previously flawless, impenetrable sword formation suddenly fractured, revealing the faintest opening. Lin Cheng seized it without hesitation. Qi surged through his meridians, his saber blazed with razor-sharp aura. The 9 heaven-defying saber art. First form, solitary smoke over the desert. A serpentine slash pierced through the sword range, striking Investigator Zhou with crushing force. Boom! A thunderous detonation echoed from Zhou's body. He stood frozen. His upper garments shredded, his torso crisscrossed with dozens of fine, deep gashes. Before anyone could react, something erupted from within Zhou's body, hurling him violently backward several zhang across the chamber. Crash! His body slammed into the execution chamber's stone wall. Then came a rapid series of explosive impacts. Zhou's body punched clean through the wall, crashing outside with a final lifeless thud. Silence fell upon the chamber, absolute, suffocating. All eyes locked onto Lin Cheng, as if beholding a specter. Investigator Zhou was a supreme, nascent realm master. Yet before Lin Cheng, he had crumbled like a child. Zhou's subordinates, too stunned to react, rushed outside. "He still breathes. Fetch the heart-protecting pill, hurry." Their panicked cries echoed beyond the shattered wall. Chun Wentian listened to the commotion outside, then turned to Lin Cheng, his voice trembling with awe. Master, you too have attained the nascent realm. Instantly, the 7 battalion commanders behind him also turned, staring at Lin Cheng in dawning reverence. What do you think? Lin Cheng sheathed his saber and replied coolly. Forgive us, master. Chun Wentian immediately dropped to his knees, followed by his men, shouting in unison. We failed to recognize the true dragon before us. We mistook you for a spoiled scion reliant on connections. We beg your punishment. Will you accompany me? Lin Cheng asked, his subordinate's voice calm and measured. Wary. Chun Wentian paused, then instantly understood. Mount Xiaomei. Your servant is ready to go. Under Chun Wentian's lead, the remaining battalion commanders dared not object. We pledge to join you. Gather your forces immediately. Lin Cheng regarded the 8 men and said quietly, if Mount Xiaomei truly harbors ties to the Holy Lotus sect, sending too few men may prove insufficient to secure it. Yes, sir. Chun Wentian hurried out with his men. At that moment, a system prompt chimed softly in Lin Cheng's mind. Mission completed. Reward 1000 fate coins. A subtle thrill stirred within him. He commanded the system, upgrade the Vajra Buddha art to level 3. Previously insufficient fate coins had left the 3rd level only partially attained. This time the balance should be enough. Ding, upgrade complete. Vajra Buddha art level 3. New memories flooded Lin Cheng's consciousness. Silently, he activated the art. His skin transformed into burnished bronze, gleaming with metallic luster. Lin Cheng flexed his hands, still supple, still powerful. He stooped, retrieved Zhou's discarded slender sword, and pressed its edge firmly into his palm, drawing it sharply across. A sharp, grating metallic shriek echoed. This flexible blade is indeed a treasure. Lin Cheng studied his unblemished palm and murmured, only at level 3, and already I am impervious to edged weapons. At the 9th level, the grand perfection, perhaps no force in this world shall ever harm me again. Ding, cultivator meets prerequisites for the flaming god art. Automatic acquisition upon sufficient fate coin. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Cheng felt a flicker of hope in his heart. He had experienced the power of the flame divine art when he nearly got ignited by the true chi within him during his battle with Prince Pingyun. The memory was still fresh in his mind. After acquiring the flame divine art, Lin Cheng wanted to learn it through the system, but there was no response from the system. He browsed through the content of the martial arts instead. Lin Cheng then realized that to cultivate this divine art, one must possess exceptionally strong external martial arts skills. At present, his Diamond Buddha skill had broken through to the 3rd level, meeting the requirements for practice, and the system automatically prompted him. Unfortunately, he lacked enough fate coins. He couldn't learn it immediately. I will have fate coins soon. Lin Cheng looked at Chui Linlin and asked, if Xiaomei Mountain is a branch of the Holy Lotus sect, there should be a formidable innate master stationed there, right? Chui Linlin looked at Lin Cheng, her expression dazed. The scene of Lin Zhou and the other fighting still lingered in her mind. The Zhou family official was indeed an innate master. She had hoped that the opponent would accidentally kill Lin Cheng, but the result was that Lin Cheng severely injured him. It seemed that Lin Cheng must also be an innate master. At that moment, Chui Linlin gazed at Lin Cheng with despair on her face. If she had known earlier that Lin Cheng was an innate master, how would she have dared to flirt with her senior brother, let alone ask him to take revenge on the Lin family for her? Now it was all too late. She had provoked someone she shouldn't have. Lin Cheng looked at the dazed Chui Linlin and slapped her face with the long knife, saying, do you understand what I'm asking? Oh. Chui Linlin jolted and hurriedly replied, there are 3 elders in Xiaomei Mountain, all of whom are but I once saw an old man on the mountain, and the 3 elders were very respectful to him. I believe he must be a master of the Holy Lotus sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Cheng felt reassured within. To command the respect of 3 top-tier masters, he must possess either a high status or immense strength. Ding, eliminate the innate master of the Holy Lotus sect, reward 7,000 fate coins under the system's prompt. Lin Cheng understood that he had guessed correctly. This time the system provided a considerable amount of fate coins, indicating that this Holy Lotus sect master was quite powerful. Seeing Lin Cheng's silent, Chui Linlin seemed to see a glimmer of hope and hurriedly said, that old man is very elusive. Besides the 3 elders, no one knows where he is. I can help you lure him out. You. Lin Cheng looked up at her somewhat disbelieving. For the sake of her life, Chui Linlin no longer cared about anything else. She continued, I have a good sister. She was once arranged to serve the old man. If I claim that she is pregnant, I will definitely be able to lure him out. Lin Cheng's expression was somewhat peculiar as he reminded Chui Linlin, if you're lying to me, your father will suffer all kinds of torture in prison. I wouldn't dare. Chui Linlin quickly shook her head, deeply afraid that Lin Cheng would not believe her. Lin Cheng speculated that she wouldn't dare to deceive him, so he ordered the jailer to unshackle her. Immediately after, he asked the jailer to fetch a set of women's clothing. Chui Linlin was so frightened that she lost control. If she didn't tidy herself up before going up the mountain, she might not complete the plan. While Chui Linlin changed her clothes, Lin Cheng ordered the jailer to take the head of the Chui family down. Once everything was ready, Lin Cheng brought Chui Lin out of the execution room. He then discovered that Zhou's official was sitting on the ground with a pale face and vacant eyes, while several thousand households were helping him circulate energy. Wrong. Lin Cheng noticed that their method of treatment was incorrect and said, "Your official was injured by my knife energy. Circulating energy will only worsen his condition." The group remained silent, their gazes fixed on Lin Cheng with a fierce expression as if they wished they could kill him. Seeing their unresponsiveness, Lin Cheng turned and left. "Stop!" A shout came from behind with someone loudly declaring, "Today, you injured our official. In the future, we will not rest until one of us is dead." Huh. Lin Cheng chuckled lightly and did not stop for a moment. Since they did not recognize a good person, then let them wait and see. His knife energy was not so easily resolved if the method was incorrect. Hee. After he emerged from the prison, Chun Wentian and 7,000 households had long been waiting. Behind them stood hundreds of masters from the Zhenjiang prefecture. "Greetings, Lin official." Led by Chun Wentian, hundreds of people bowed to Lin Cheng. "Greetings, Lin official. Greetings, Lin official." The gazes of the hundreds were filled with awe and admiration. Zhou's official was known for his tyranny in Zhenjiang prefecture, yet now he had been completely defenseless against Lin Cheng. How could they not submit? Lin Cheng looked at these people, feeling no waves in his heart. Back when he entered the Pingyuan mountain range with 5,000 troops in Huazhou, what scenes had he not witnessed? His expression remained calm, devoid of any emotion, as he said, "Since everyone is here, let's set off." Just as everyone was about to move, several frail scholars hurriedly rushed over. Behind them followed an elderly man in light purple official robes who in a panic came before Lin Cheng. The old man looked at Lin Cheng and angrily said, "Lin official, what are you doing? Do you not salute when you see this official?" Lin Cheng frowned. This person was merely a civil official, yet dared to display authority in front of a military officer. Does he not wish to live? Chun Wentian quickly stood in front of the old man and respectfully said, "My lord, Lin official has just arrived and does not recognize you. I will salute on behalf of the official." As he spoke, he bowed to the old man. The old man seemed to know Lin Cheng's background, but merely snorted coldly, "Remember this boy. Oh, I am the commander of Zhenjiang prefecture of the 3rd rank. After saying this, he did not wait for Lin Cheng's response and hurriedly went toward the prison. Just moments ago, he had learned of Zhou's official's serious injury and rushed over in a panic. Upon reaching the depths of the prison, the old man saw several jailers gathered around watching something. As he approached, he found several people lying on the ground with Zhou's official among them. "What happened?" The old man shouted in anger. The crowd was startled at the sight of the old man. The jailer hurriedly bowed and explained, "Just now, there was a loud explosion from Zhou's official, and those who were helping him circulate energy fell to the ground." The old man did not speak. He turned to one of his civil officials and said, "Quickly check what happened to them." The official did not dare to slack off. He hurriedly bent down to check Zhou's official's pulse along with several thousand households. After a moment, the official opened his eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. "There is a form of knife energy within them. This knife energy is extremely domineering, yet it is not fatal in the short term." Knife energy. The old man frowned. He only knew that Zhou's official was injured, but was unaware of the background of the matter. "Jailer." The old man looked at the quaking jailer sternly, saying, "You will recount what happened here. I wish to see who dares to harm my officials within Zhenjiang prefecture." The jailer trembled and dared not speak. He feared this lordly in front of him, but he feared Lin Cheng even more. The old man, seeing the jailer's hesitation, immediately threatened, "If you do not speak, I will execute you." Upon hearing this, the jailer was so frightened, he knelt down with a pained expression, recounting the situation. Outrageous. The elderly man's face turned ashen with fury as he pointed at a civil official. "Hurry up. Go fetch Lin Cheng down at once. I shall personally demand to know in what way has investigator Zhou offended him." The official dared not linger. He broke into a sprint, but by the time he reached the prison gate, Lin Cheng and the elite martial artists of Zhenjiang prefecture had long vanished without a trace. "Where are they?" He stared at the jail guards on duty and cried out, "Where has investigator Lin gone?" The guards stood motionless. Only one man, evidently their foreman, stepped forward and shook his head. "Your Excellency, we are not under investigator Lin's command. How could we possibly know his whereabouts?" Powerless, the official returned to report. Upon hearing that Lin Cheng had disappeared without a trace, the elder seethed, his beard bristling, his eyes blazing. His gaze swept back to the warden. "Tell me, where might this magistrate Lin have gone?" "Perhaps he has gone to Chome Mountain." The warden stammered. The elder furrowed his brow, perplexed. Why would he lead men there? Does he imagine himself newly appointed and wish to light 3 symbolic fires to assert his authority? No. The warden shook his head, hesitating before confessing. Magistrate Lin intends to eradicate Chome Mountain. The elder froze, stunned. He fixed his gaze upon the warden and demanded, "Say that again." The warden stamped his foot and declared outright, "Magistrate Lin learned Chome Mountain may be a branch of the Sacred Lotus sect, and set out immediately with troops to investigate." The elder staggered backward. Drawing several deep, ragged breaths, he roared, "Utter lawlessness. Such a grave matter, and no report filed. What does he think he is doing? Does he hold me his deputy commander in any regard whatsoever?" Enraged beyond restraint, he snatched the jade pendant from his waist and hurled it violently to the ground. All present hastily retreated, too frightened to approach. Moments later, having composed himself, the elder smoothed his pale purple official robe and strode resolutely toward the exit. "Your Excellency." Several civil officials rushed forward to support him, fearing he might collapse from sheer rage. "Do not hinder me." He pushed them aside coldly. "Lin Cheng has grown intolerably reckless. He is unfit for service in Zhenjiang Prefecture. I shall petition the commandant to recall him. Send him back, whence he came." With that he swept his sleeve and departed. Shortly thereafter he arrived with attendants at an official residence, and barged in unannounced, bellowing, "Commandant, I bear urgent matters requiring your counsel." Immediately a maid dashed out from within the compound to steady the elder. He strode deep into the residence, heading straight for a private chamber. "Huh!" A middle-aged Confucian scholar in black robes emerged from the chamber, grasping the elder's arm warmly. "Magistrate Li, what brings you to my humble abode today?" "Commandant." The elder disengaged himself from the scholar's grip and bowed deeply. "I come to urge your excellency to root out a grave danger, lest chaos erupt across Zhenjiang Prefecture." "Magistrate Li jests," the scholar replied, his expression hardening as he spoke coolly. "Zhenjiang Prefecture stands impregnable. By whom then could disorder possibly be sown?" Before the elder could reply, the scholar seized his arm again and chuckled. "Magistrate Li, I know your urgency, but do calm yourself. I have here a pot of tea bestowed by His Majesty himself. Pray taste it." They entered the chamber. The scholar poured a cup and placed it in the elder's hands with a smile, truly a peerless elixir. The elder had no appetite for tea. He set the cup aside and hurriedly began, "That newly appointed assistant commandant." At that the scholar slammed his palm onto the table. "Li Jun." He glared fiercely. "I am commandant of Zhenjiang Prefecture, your direct superior. You speak only when I grant you leave. Now, you will drink your tea." Li Jun stared blankly at the scholar. Reluctantly, he lifted the cup and drained it in one desperate gulp. After a brief pause to steady himself, he ventured, "Commandant, may I now speak?" "No haste." The scholar shook his head and signaled for another cup to be poured. "This tea was gifted by His Majesty. We must savor it slowly, mindfully. Magistrately, do not rush." Thus they sat, drinking 3 full pots of tea. At last Li Jun could bear it no longer and excused himself to relieve himself. As soon as he left, the scholar summoned a beautiful woman clad in black and frowned. How did Lin Cheng learn Qiumei Mountain is a branch of the Sacred Lotus sect? It was the woman from Qiumei Mountain who confessed. Her. The scholar tapped the table lightly, sighing. "I intended to let Qiumei Mountain fester. Wait until its misdeeds multiplied, then strike decisively. Alas, I miscalculated. Commandant, shall I?" The black-clad woman glanced at him cautiously. "Go intercept Lin Cheng." "No." The scholar shook his head, closed his eyes in thought, then said, "Let Lin Cheng proceed. Should he succeed, I shall spare him. Should he fail utterly, then he shall be dismissed without mercy." At that moment the black-clad woman noticed Li Jun's return, and silently withdrew, vanishing into the shadows. Li Jun rushed to lodge his complaint, yet before he could utter a word the scholar poured him another cup of tea. "Let us continue our tea." The scholar smiled warmly, extending the invitation. Meanwhile, during their leisurely sipping, Lin Cheng had already led his forces more than 10 li away. Qiumei Mountain lay east of the capital, close yet remote and intent. Their horses galloped swiftly. Lin Cheng rode inside a carriage while Cui Linlin knelt facing away from him. With one hand pressed firmly against her back, he channeled streams of formless true qi into her body. As the true qi surged inward, Cui Linlin's temples bulged with taut veins. Her face contorted in unbearable agony. "Ah!" she shrieked involuntarily. "Endure it." Lin Cheng's hand never paused. His voice remained calm, almost soothing. "You would not wish your father to bury his own child, would you?" Cui Linlin shuddered violently and fell silent. After the span of 1 tea brewing, Lin Cheng withdrew his hand. Instantly Cui Linlin collapsed limply inside the carriage, pale as death, barely breathing. Lin Cheng regarded her, his expression unchanged. "I have infused a portion of my true qi into your body. When you meet that Sacred Lotus sect master, simply follow the method I taught you, and strike when the moment is ripe." "A most ingenious stratagem, Your Excellency." Cui Linlin offered a faint sardonic smile. "This plan serves 2 ends. It uses me to ambush a peerless master, and equally it entrusts him with the task of killing me." "You are not foolish indeed." Lin Cheng neither denied nor evaded, only gazed at her, his tone detached. "I pledge this: if you survive this mission, your life is spared. All rests upon your fortune." Cui Linlin fell silent. Gazing out the carriage window at the passing scenery, she murmured suddenly, "We are nearly there." Thereupon Lin Cheng changed into coarse servant's garb. Once Cui Linlin alighted, he followed closely behind, carrying a large lacquered box. Side by side, yet neither too close nor too distant, they ascended toward Xiaomei Mountain. Half a candle mark later, Cui Linlin led Lin Cheng to a secluded villa halfway up the mountain slope. Raising her voice, she called out, "Elder Master, I Cui Linlin seek urgent audience." Upon hearing the sound, two young men dressed in light blue outer garments and swords at their waists welcomed her from the courtyard. Their faces lit up with flattery. One of them hurried forward enthusiastically, saying, "Senior Sister Cui, didn't you go down the mountain with Senior Brother Lu? Why are you back so soon?" Cui Linlin smiled wryly. She stole a glance at Lin Cheng, afraid to harbor any suspicious thoughts. Seeing the two young men still staring at her, she had no choice but to say, "Senior Brother is at the foot of the mountain. I have urgent matters to discuss with Elder Lu." The two young men exchanged glances. They understood the relationship between Cui Linlin and Senior Brother Lu. Upon hearing that she had urgent matters, they dared not be neglectful. "Please wait, Senior Sister Cui. Master is currently in seclusion. We will inform him." After the two left, Cui Linlin sighed suddenly. She was worried that Lin Cheng might grow suspicious and hurriedly explained, "Elder Lu is the head of the three elders and also my senior brother's father. I can use him to draw out the experts from the Holy Lotus sect." "Are you sure?" Lin Cheng, holding the wooden box, looked towards the courtyard and hinted, "Aren't you afraid Elder Lu might grow suspicious and summon your sister to inquire?" "Lord Lin, there's no need to worry." Cui Linlin shook her head, surveying the courtyard and quietly saying, "Elder Lu trusts me a lot, and this courtyard is far from the Mountain Peak sect. He won't send anyone to verify it." Lin Cheng fell silent. After a moment, two young men approached quickly. One of them looked at Cui Linlin and smiled. "Elder Lu is very happy to hear you have come. He invites you to come in." Cui Linlin forced a smile. "Happy? Perhaps in a little while this Xiaomei Mountain would be in disarray. No one could be truly happy." She lifted her feet and walked in. Just a few steps and she heard the two young men shout harshly from behind, "Stop! Take another step and it'll break your legs." The two young men blocked Lin Cheng, their eyes revealing a hint of disdain. "This place only welcomes honored guests. You stay here and wait for Senior Sister Cui to come out." Cui Linlin inwardly cried out that it was not good. She had actually left Lin Cheng outside, hoping they wouldn't mind. She secretly prayed. Lin Cheng gazed at the young men with hostility, choosing not to confront them, but merely stepped back calmly. He glanced behind the two, directing his gaze towards Cui Linlin. His eyes were calm and unruffled. Cui Linlin's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly turned and approached the two young men, saying, "You two quickly go down. He is someone I specifically brought to meet Elder Lu." Upon hearing Cui Linlin's words, the two young men had no choice but to let Lin Cheng in. Cui Linlin was quite familiar with the courtyard. She sent the two young men away and led Lin Cheng to find Elder Lu. After walking another 100 steps, a stone pavilion appeared before them, where a middle-aged man was seated in meditation. Hearing the footsteps, he opened his eyes wide. His gaze was sharp like a flash of lightning. Upon seeing this man, Cui Linlin snatched the box from Lin Cheng's hands and hurried over. She ran into the stone pavilion. She opened the box and flatteringly said, "I heard Senior Brother say you like osmanthus cake, so I specially brought some from the foot of the mountain." Elder Lu nodded. "Little girl, you are thoughtful." He looked at Cui Linlin, suddenly frowning. "Just now those two little brats said you have urgent matters to discuss. I wonder what it is." "Xiao Zi is pregnant." Cui Linlin bowed her head, not daring to meet Elder Lu's gaze. "Who is Xiao Zi?" Elder Lu picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and placed it in his mouth. Cui Linlin pretended to be troubled and hesitantly opened her mouth. "Xiao Zi is a sister of mine. 3 months ago you sent her to accompany an old man. Just yesterday she sent me a message by carrier pigeon saying she is pregnant with that old man's child and asking whether to keep it." Elder Lu suddenly stood up. A look of immense joy appeared on his face as he fixed his gaze on Cui Linlin. "Is this true? I wouldn't dare to tell a lie." Cui Linlin raised her head to look at Elder Lu. "Good, very good." Elder Lu clapped his hands and shouted, spinning around in place a few times, laughing. "The white messenger is over 60 and has no children. This has been his lifelong regret. Now he has actually fulfilled his wish here at Xiaomei Mountain. I must report this immediately." As he spoke, he disregarded his bare feet and hurried towards a room. Moments later, Elder Lu emerged holding a carrier pigeon, releasing it into the air. He hurried back to the stone pavilion, urgently saying, "Where is Xiao Zi? Hurry and call her over." Cui Linlin seemed to have a plan in mind. She looked at Elder Lu and whispered, "I think it's better to wait for her to come over. We can discuss it afterward." "What if it's a misunderstanding?" "That makes sense." Elder Lu had great trust in Cui Linlin and had never shown any doubt. He still couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Over the years, a stream of envoys from the Holy Lotus sect had come. Each time, he would seek out a dozen female disciples with pure backgrounds, clean bodies, and gentle dispositions to serve. Because of this, he was able to secure his position as the Grand Elder at Xiaomei Mountain. However, no matter how much he fawned over them, the envoys from the Holy Sect ultimately did not grant him the subsequent cultivation methods. He remained stuck at the peak level for many years. Now it was different. As long as he held the child of the holy sect envoy, how could he worry about the subsequent cultivation methods? As his mood gradually settled, Elder Liu's gaze suddenly fell on Lin Cheng, frowning. Chui girl, why did you bring a servant in? Did he hear everything we just discussed? Chui Linlin quickly stood up. She stepped back a few paces and smiled. Elder, he is deaf and can't hear anything. Master. At some point the two young men ran over. As they passed Lin Cheng, they prepared to head towards the stone pavilion. You two stop. Elder Liu called out to the two, pointing at Lin Cheng, and ordered, get rid of this deaf man. Deaf. The two young men were taken aback, glancing at Lin Cheng in confusion, and corrected, Master, he is not deaf, he is a simpleton. As soon as this was said, the stone pavilion fell silent. Elder Liu looked at Chui Linlin, his expression shifting from confusion to doubt, and finally a hint of terror appeared on his face. Not good. A terrifying suspicion rose in his heart. Had Xiao Mei Mountain been exposed? Chui Linlin, already feeling guilty, sensed something was wrong upon seeing the expression on Elder Liu's face. She bolted towards Lin Cheng, trying to run. Elder Liu, as a peak-level expert, swiftly blocked Chui Linlin. His expression was cold, his tone chilling. Little girl, you better explain yourself to me. Chui Linlin could not simply surrender. She shouted towards Lin Cheng, Lord Lin, save me. Lord Lin. Elder Liu thought of Lin Cheng and was just about to turn around to guard against him when he heard a whoosh of wind behind him. It was still too late. Lin Cheng appeared behind him like a wraith. Before Elder Liu could react, Lin Cheng lightly struck his heart, shattering it with the blade's energy. Elder Liu felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked at Chui Linlin, wanting to raise his hand to attack, but found himself powerless. Even the true qi within him had vanished without a trace. Suddenly his vision blurred, and an endless darkness descended. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground like a clay figure, motionless. In a brief moment, which felt like a long winter, the two young men saw their master fall, and immediately drew their swords, rushing toward Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng extended his hands and caught the two long swords with a reverse grip. With a gentle force, a crisp sound echoed as the two swords snapped. The two young men were also sent flying by Lin Cheng's true qi, crashing heavily several meters away. Lin Cheng held the two broken blades. A hint of a smile appeared on his face as he handed the broken blade to Chui Linlin, saying, I do not kill the underage. Do I ask Miss Chui to take action for me? Chui Linlin took the broken blade and walked towards the two young men. They looked at her approaching figure, crying out, Sister, don't. You once brought us down the mountain to play and taught us sword techniques. Oh, please don't kill me. Before the two could finish their words, Chui Linlin stabbed the broken blade into their hearts, whispering, If I don't kill you, how can I live? I hope the two of you have a safe journey. Afterwards, she walked towards Lin Cheng, sneering, You killed Elder Liu. Without him, do you think the Holy Lotus sect's innate would fall for it? Lin Cheng remained silent. He activated the Wuxiang divine art, his body slightly swelling as he shrank 3 inches in height. His face began to twist and change, and his taut skin became shriveled and wrinkled. In just a few breaths, Elder Liu, now indistinguishable, appeared before Chui Linlin. You. Chui Linlin looked at Lin Cheng as if seeing a ghost, wanting to retreat, but stumbled and fell to the ground. Why you? How did you change your face? She stammered, looking at the Elder Liu before her. Lin Cheng, with Elder Liu's face, imitated his tone. Chui girl, hide these 3 people. Chui Linlin took a few breaths to calm down, finally accepting the reality before her. She did not dare to be negligent, hurriedly getting up to clean up the 3 corpses on the ground. Afterward, Lin Cheng sat cross-legged inside the stone pavilion. He held a cup of tea, savoring it slowly, his actions exactly mirroring Elder Liu. Chui Linlin knelt quietly beside him, waiting for orders. Suddenly, Lin Cheng set down the teacup and smiled. They are coming. Chui Linlin looked around, but saw no one, and before she could speak, a shadow appeared out of thin air on the roof. The figure, clad in a black robe, gazed at Lin Cheng in the stone pavilion. Suddenly, he sneered, Elder Liu, do you take me for a fool? What do you mean by that? Lin Cheng rose and stepped out of the stone pavilion. Humph. The man in black lightly descended from the roof and approached Lin Cheng, chuckling softly. Do you have evidence that the girl is carrying my child? If I had no evidence, would I come to find you? Lin Cheng was somewhat puzzled. Did the other party not want to acknowledge? The man in black stared at Lin Cheng for a moment and suddenly sighed. You've been deceived by that girl. When I was young, I was injured and could not have children. Lin Cheng's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated this, but since the other party was here, they would not escape easily. Huh. Lin Cheng laughed heartily, walking towards the man in black. I overlooked it. Please do not blame me, envoy. However, the man in black was extremely cautious. Seeing Lin Cheng approach him, he swiftly jumped back several feet. Elder Liu, have you forgotten our rules? Lin Cheng dryly laughed, stopping in place. After a brief exchange of probing, he realized this innate master was very cautious and skilled in escape techniques. This person was no ordinary character like Zhou Qianshi. He must not be underestimated. Lin Cheng laughed heartily, turning to Chui Linlin. Chui girl, see the mess you've created this time. Hurry and go apologize to the envoy. Chui Linlin replied softly, lowering her head and stepping forward to the man in black, saying gently, I was too eager to achieve merit. please forgive me, senior. The man in black stared at Cui Linlin. He lifted his hood, his greedy gaze surveying her beautiful features. Then he looked at Lin Cheng coldly, saying, this time I can let you off, but I quite like this little girl, may I? Cui Linlin did not wait for him to finish. She sweetly leaned into his embrace, saying softly, you are truly bad, senior. Seeing the lovely girl lean, the man in black quickly stepped forward to hold her, and chuckled at Lin Cheng. I know this is your future daughter-in-law. You are so reluctant. Oh, I am pleased. Lin Cheng smiled, but said nothing. When down the mountain, he had transmitted a portion of true qi into Cui Linlin. This qi could be released immediately with a secret technique. This was just a casual move by Lin Cheng. He did not expect the man in black to be a lustful rogue actively embracing Cui Linlin. With a bang, the smile on the man in black's face froze. A massive surge of true qi suddenly erupted before him, sending him flying despite his quick reflexes. Meanwhile, Cui Linlin was also suffering. The immense shockwave shattered her arms, blood and flesh flying. The man in black realized he had fallen into a trap. He tried to get up and flee, but found his true qi was in disarray, making it impossible to exert his full strength for a short time. It's too late. Lin Cheng appeared behind him, striking down with his palm like a knife, heavily chopping at his neck. Crack! The man in black's head twisted, his neck bone snapping. Lin Cheng then fiercely grasped his shoulder, using true qi to shatter his organs. The man in black had no strength to resist throughout. His face was filled with confusion, dying without understanding why Elder Lu would act against him. Ding, slaying the innate master of the Holy Lotus sect, rewards 7,000 fate coins, abundant learning, flame divine art, achieved first layer, achieved second layer, achieved third layer. Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving minor success in the flame divine art. As the system prompts continued to ring, the fate coins on the system panel vanished completely. Before Lin Cheng could react, a massive influx of memories surged forth. After a moment of digestion, Lin Cheng focused his mind, sensing a new surge of true qi within him, hot and domineering. Within his dantian, the Zixia true qi was pushed to a corner. Only the Wuxiang true qi could barely contend with it. Lin Cheng slowly reached out his hand, his thoughts moving slightly. The fiery true qi gathered in his palm, and in the next moment several flame wheels appeared on his hands, stacking upon one another. Suddenly, Lin Cheng seemed to sense something. He activated the Zixia true qi, which had long been neglected, pouring it into the flame wheels. With a loud bang, the flames erupted into the sky, and the originally plate-sized wheels surged several times in size with the assistance of the Zixia true qi. Each one resembled a millstone. Gazing at the scene before him, Lin Cheng was slightly taken aback. Ever since he practiced the Wuxiang divine art, he had rarely used the Zixia true qi in battle. The Zixia divine art, although a prestigious technique of Huashan, paled in comparison to the Wuxiang divine art. However, compared to the Wuxiang divine art, its power was far inferior. Just now, Lin Cheng felt a flash of inspiration. The Zixia true qi, during its cultivation, required the absorption of the first ray of yang energy from the heavens and the earth, truly embodying the essence of yang. The flame divine art also belonged to the category of supreme yang. It was just more adept at combat and confrontation. The two techniques were quite similar in nature. Thus, Lin Cheng almost by instinct infused the Zixia true qi into the flame yuan wheel. Indeed, it aligned perfectly with his expectations. The combination greatly amplified their power. Lin Cheng halted the Zixia true qi and shifted his focus back to the Wuxiang divine art. The Wuxiang true qi was formless and shapeless. It could mimic all types of true qi attributes in the world, a marvelous skill. Lin Cheng shaped the Wuxiang true qi to resemble Zixia true qi and slowly infused it into the flame yuan wheel on his palm. If the Wuxiang true qi could imitate the Zixia true qi, then he wouldn't need to search for the subsequent techniques of the Zixia divine art. Without the enhancement of the Zixia true qi, the flame yuan will shrank back down to the size of a plate. But as the Wuxiang true qi was infused, boom, the flame yuan wheel on Lin Cheng's palm exploded. Several yuan wheels on his palm detonated like bombs, releasing immense power. Even though he had prepared beforehand, Lin Cheng executed the Diamond Buddha technique, transforming his body into that of a bronze man, yet he was still blasted several meters away. Cough, cough. Lin Cheng emerged from the rubble disheveled and remarked with a strange expression, I can be considered to have mastered the Diamond Buddha technique to a small extent. Relying solely on this external power, I should be able to crush opponents of the same rank, yet I almost got injured by the explosion. In an instant, Lin Cheng gained awareness of the three streams of true qi within him. The combination of Zixia true qi and the flame yuan wheel would exponentially increase power. But the combination of the Wuxiang true qi and the flame yuan wheel produced results akin to a bomb. If it weren't for the pressing matters at hand, Lin Cheng would certainly delve deeper into this, but for now earning fate coins was of utmost importance. He took out a signal flare and shot it into the sky. Even during the day, it was dazzlingly bright. The experts from Zhenjiang Prefecture waiting below Qiumei Mountain could hardly contain their excitement. Upon seeing the signal in the sky, they moved swiftly and silently towards the summit like a pack of hungry wolves. Chumei Mountain. The gatekeeping disciples on the mountain, upon seeing the message in the sky, were quite puzzled. One person gazing at the unusual sight remarked, "This is the first-level signal from Zhenjiang Prefecture. Every time it appears, a sect disappears. Why was it ignited on Chumei Mountain? Perhaps it was lit by mistake." Another person picked their nose and scoffed, "Our Chumei Mountain has a connection with the deputy Zhenjiang Prefecture official. To put it bluntly, we are just external personnel of Zhenjiang Prefecture, all on the same rope." Oh, the gatekeeping disciples suddenly understood. So we have connections up there. They chatted idly. Suddenly, they saw a Zhenjiang Prefecture official rushing up from the mountain below, followed by dozens, then hundreds of experts from Zhenjiang Prefecture descending upon them. The air seemed to freeze. The gatekeeping disciples of Chumei Mountain stared blankly at the officials from Zhenjiang Prefecture. What on earth was going on? Wasn't it said that there were people above? Run! Suddenly someone shouted. In an instant, the gatekeeping disciples scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. At the waist of the mountain inside the courtyard, Lin Cheng washed up and found a new set of clothes. After dressing himself properly, he stepped out of the house. The earlier explosion had turned his still warm official robe into rags. Without washing and changing clothes, he would look no different from a beggar. "My lord," Shan Wentian, accompanied by several thousand households, stood guard outside and asked Lin Cheng as he emerged from the house, "What should we do about that Miss Chui?" "Moi." Lin Cheng was taken aback, incredulously asking, "She's still alive?" He had left a congenital level true chi within her. It was something no ordinary martial artist could withstand. After ambushing the black-clothed man, Chui Linlin had her arm shattered and was sent flying far away. Lin Cheng thought she was dead. Hearing Chun Wenqian's inquiry, now he realized that this Miss Chui had quite a sturdy life. "Your wisdom is commendable, my lord." Chun Wentian first flattered him, then continued, "Miss Chui has lost both arms, over half of her bones are shattered, and her meridians are ruined. Aside from her eyes moving, she cannot move at all." Lin Cheng understood what he was hinting at. He directly replied, "Take this Miss Chui back to Zhenjiang Prefecture and take good care of her. Inform the outside world that she acted out of righteousness and, upon discovering clues regarding the Holy Lotus sect, selflessly reported the sect personally, killed her senior brother, and fully sided with the court, even leading the charge to fight the innate experts of the Holy Lotus sect." As soon as these words were spoken, Chun Wentian and several thousand households were left stunned. They could not fathom why Lin Cheng would act in such a manner. Naturally, Lin Cheng had no intention of explaining. After Lin Cheng left, Chun Wentian suddenly exclaimed, clapping his hands, "Lin Xian's stratagem is truly sinister." "What do you mean?" several thousand households hurriedly inquired. Chun Wentian did not elaborate and hurriedly chased after Lin Cheng. By the time Lin Cheng reached the summit with everyone, hundreds of experts from Zhenjiang Prefecture had already concluded the battle, leaving only countless bloodstains on the ground, silently narrating the tale of slaughter. Zhenjiang Prefecture operates very efficiently. The bodies were stacked in an orderly manner. Of the 1,000 disciples from Chumei Mountain, only about 100 remained, and all were low-ranking disciples. Suddenly, from deep within Chumei Mountain, a furious roar echoed. "I want to see Deputy Zhou." Before Lin Cheng could speak, Chun Wentian was the first to lead people over. Moments later, Chun Wentian brought over an old man, reporting to Lin Cheng, "This person is the third elder of Chumei Mountain. I specifically left him alive." This old man had his wrist pierced by an iron hook and appeared to be in a weak state. However, there was a flicker of hatred in his eyes as he stared at Lin Cheng. "Who are you?" "I want to see Deputy Zhou." Lin Cheng ignored him. He turned to Chun Wentian and instructed, "Have people thoroughly search Chumei Mountain and also distribute." Lin Cheng fixed his gaze on Chun Wentian and the others, continuing, "You must find evidence linking Chumei Mountain with the Holy Lotus sect by any means necessary. Dig 3 feet into the earth, if you must. Do you understand?" "Understood." Chun Wentian and 7,000 households responded in unison. Some began searching room by room with their subordinates, some carried out executions on the spot, while others started cleaning up the scene. Lin Cheng seemed detached from the situation. "Ding, task completed, reward 1,300 fate coins," the system chimed in. Lin Cheng had someone prepare tea and leisurely strolled around Chumei Mountain sipping tea while enjoying the scenery. This scene left everyone feeling a swell of pride and admiration. This newly appointed deputy truly possessed great skill, truly worthy of being the one to eliminate the Pingyuan mountain range. They had thought it was just hearsay, but today they realized that Lin Derun was even more formidable than the rumors suggested. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. Chun Wentian hurriedly approached with several others. Upon seeing Lin Cheng, he knelt before him, presenting dozens of stacks of ledgers, envelopes, and documents that were several feet high. The 7,000 households also knelt down. Among them, a young 1,000 households looked desperate and unwilling, gazing at Lin Cheng. "Please, my lord, support your subordinate." Lin Cheng stared at the scene before him. A sound echoed in his heart. Could it be that something truly has been uncovered? The tea in his hand suddenly became hard to swallow. If Chome Mountain were merely a branch of the Holy Lotus sect, everything would be simple. The powers involved could be dealt with, those to be killed would be killed, and those to be punished would be punished. It would all be straightforward. But what if it involved something deeper? Lin Cheng observed the expressions of Chun Wentian and others enough to guess many things. He first motioned for everyone to rise. Then he pulled Chun Wentian aside. "What is going on?" Lin Cheng asked while glancing at the young thousand households still kneeling in the distance. "His name is Li Cheng." Chun Wentian also looked at the young thousand households and slowly said, "He has exceptional talent and comes from a good family. His wife just gave birth to a pair of twins, and their lives were heading in a positive direction. But suddenly one day both his wife and the two children went missing." Lin Cheng interrupted, directly guessing, "Is Chome Mountain secretly engaged in human trafficking? That's quite bold, daring to kidnap the wife and children of 1,000 households from Zhenjiang Prefecture. Who is backing them?" Chun Wentian hesitated for a moment. "Speak." Seeing his hesitation, Lin Cheng snorted coldly. Chun Wentian, feeling helpless, took out a small booklet from his pocket and solemnly said, "My lord, I have found evidence that Chome Mountain is a branch of the Holy Lotus sect, and we can conclude the case. If my lord takes this account book, you will naturally understand which power is backing them, but that would stir up quite a storm. Is it related to human trafficking?" Lin Cheng looked at him, snatched the account book, but did not open it to check. "Yes." Chun Wentian stared intensely at the account book in Lin Cheng's hands. His expression reflected both anxiety and hope. Lin Cheng was curious. How terrifying could this account book be to make the Zhenjiang Prefecture's inspector look so fearful? Lin Cheng slowly opened the account book. It recorded numerous large-scale transactions, each batch amounting to tens of thousands of taels of silver. Not only did it involve human trafficking, but there were also records of arms and warhorse smuggling. The powers involved were as many as 5 each, on par with Chome Mountain, Kuan Yun Sect, Shaosu Palace, Jin Yun Sect, Seven Heavens Sect, and the well-known Ping Quang Bank in the capital. Lin Cheng felt a headache coming on, or if it were just 1 or 2 powers he could eliminate and settle the matter. But these were 4 sects, along with the extensively involved Ping Quang Bank, which had significant origins and was rumored to have a royal background. "My lord." Chun Wentian saw Lin Cheng frown and stepped forward to remind him, "You should flip to the last few pages." Lin Cheng directly flipped to the last few pages. He stared at the words Jiang Wangfu in the account book, falling into silence. This Jiang Wang was a prince of Zhaoyan, the son of concubine Duan, the biological brother of Princess Yunyao. Lin Cheng felt numb. Chun Wentian noticed Lin Cheng's grim expression and did not dare to say another word. As the inspector of Zhenjiang Prefecture, he knew a lot, such as Lin Cheng was part of concubine Duan's faction. Indeed, this is going to stir up quite a storm. Lin Cheng closed the account book and looked deeply at Chun Wentian. "You know my identity, so why did you still hand this account book to me?" Chun Wentian felt a bit troubled. He looked at Lin Cheng and helplessly said, "This account book was found by Li Cheng. He wanted to use it to take revenge for his wife and children, but I knew this couldn't be done recklessly, so I took it away. I am handing it over entirely to my lord for you to decide." Lin Cheng sighed. He glanced at Li Cheng and instructed, "Let me handle this matter. Tell Li Cheng not to speak carelessly." "Understood." Chun Wentian quickly agreed. Lin Cheng spent an hour organizing the account book's letters and documents gathered by his subordinates into 2 categories. One category did not involve Jiang Wangfu. The other category did involve Jiang Wangfu. The former could be submitted confidently, as it contained all the evidence of Chome Mountain as a branch of the Holy Lotus sect. The latter, however, would cause chaos. Lin Cheng packaged these 2 categories separately and kept them under his strict supervision. Finally, under the backdrop of a great fire at Chome Mountain, everyone left elegantly. This great fire would obliterate all traces. The Zhenjiang Prefecture had extracted a lot of silver from Chome Mountain. Apart from handing over 50%, the remaining 50% was shared among everyone. Lin Cheng did not participate in the distribution of spoils. He only selected a purple fruit from the treasures obtained. This purple fruit was a treasure for top experts to break through. It was worth its weight in gold. Lin Xiao had been stuck at the first-class realm for years. If he didn't have opportunities, he might never break through in his lifetime. But with this purple fruit, Lin Cheng could use innate true qi along with this purple fruit to forcibly assist Lin Xiao in breaking through to super first class. Everyone was very happy. Not only had they achieved merit, but they also gained a lot of silver. How could they not be joyful? Yet Lin Cheng was not happy. Chun Wentian and Li Cheng were equally unable to find joy. When everyone returned to Zhenjiang Prefecture, Lin Cheng ordered over 100 Chome Mountain disciples to be escorted to the prison. He then prepared to head to the palace. Since this matter involved Jiang Wangfu, he naturally had to inform Princess Yunyao. But just then a woman in black accompanied by several subordinates approached. She stopped Lin Cheng with a smile, saying, "Lord Lin, the commander requests your presence." The commander. Hearing this title, Lin Cheng's heart stirred. The leader of Zhenjiang Prefecture was the commander, a 3rd-rank official who could face the emperor at any time, wielding power comparable to a 1st-rank official. It must be about Xiumei Mountain, right? Lin Cheng looked at the woman in black, who wore a half-smile and did not move his feet. You will know after going. The woman in black's expression was cold and icy. All right. Seeing her aggressive stance, Lin Cheng had to set aside his visit to the palace for the time being. The woman in black led the way. Lin Cheng followed closely behind, while the subordinates she brought surrounded him. What are you doing? Chun Wentian hurried over to question upon seeing this scene. It's an order from the commander. The woman in black replied coolly, leaving Chun Wentian speechless. It's fine. Lin Cheng took a few steps and suddenly said, go get those 2 packages and bring them here. I don't trust you with them. Chun Wentian did not dare to be negligent. He quickly handed over the 2 large packages of evidence to Lin Cheng. The woman in black glanced at the packages in Lin Cheng's hands, frowned, but did not say anything. After a while of walking, Lin Cheng followed the woman in black, carrying the 2 packages, and entered the office of Zhenjiang Prefecture. This was the central hub of Zhenjiang Prefecture. The woman led Lin Cheng to a reception room, which was completely empty. She did not say a word, leaving him without a tray. Lin Cheng did not mind. He quietly found a seat and contemplated the matters regarding Jiang Wangfu. He did not know how much time passed. Ha ha. A hearty laugh rang out from outside, and shortly after a middle-aged scholar in a white robe walked in. Lin Cheng looked at him and felt a slight discomfort in his heart. The middle-aged scholar approached Lin Cheng, scrutinizing him closely, and exclaimed, indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Princess Yin Yao certainly knows how to choose talent. I have met the commander. Lin Cheng guessed the identity of the person and immediately paid his respects. There is no need for formalities. The middle-aged scholar took a step forward to support Lin Cheng, chuckling softly. Lin Xinsher, you have accomplished a great feat by eliminating the branch of the Holy Lotus sect for the court. It is I who should pay my respects to you. I dare not, I dare not. Lin Cheng smiled, stopping him. He scrutinized the commanding officer before him, noting his scholarly demeanor. Though he had passed the age of 30, he carried himself with remarkable elegance. Lin Cheng's mind conjured the officer's name. He Fenghua. At first glance it sounded like a woman's name. However, no one dared to mock or ridicule. This commanding officer, despite his imposing appearance and cultured demeanor, was extremely petty in private, his thoughts as cunning as a fox, and he harbored a deep desire for revenge. In his youth he had been ridiculed by a high-ranking court official for having a name that resembled that of a woman. Afterward, this commanding officer spent 10 years climbing the ranks, eventually becoming the commander of the Zhenjiang Prefecture, using legal and proper means to completely annihilate that official's entire family. From then on he became famous. Everyone in the world knew that there was a vengeful He Fenghua in Zhenjiang Prefecture. He Fenghua had a very good impression of Lin Cheng. After the two took their seats and exchanged pleasantries, the conversation gradually turned to the matter of Xiumei. He Fenghua personally poured tea for Lin Cheng, who picked up a cup and took a sip, saying, I've heard that Lin Xinsher has had quite a fruitful harvest this time. May I ask if you could elaborate? Lin Cheng was not in a hurry to reply. He raised his teacup, savoring the fragrant brew as his thoughts began to cook. Lin Cheng leisurely said, You truly are the commanding officer. This time I did indeed reap substantial rewards. I believe Chen Wentian should have sent them over to you by now. He Fenghua was momentarily taken aback. Before he could speak, the previously mentioned woman in black appeared. She entered and glanced at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng immediately sensed the change. He keenly noticed that the woman's gaze was no longer as cold as before. She shifted her gaze and quickly approached, handing a list to the commanding officer. He Fenghua, commander, this is from Lin Xinsher's subordinates. He Fenghua took the list, and upon glancing at it his expression grew rather peculiar. He looked up at Lin Cheng as if wanting to say something, but ultimately turned it into a faint smile. Lin Cheng observed the changes in his expression. Having discerned his thoughts, he lowered his voice and said, Commander, when we exterminated Xiumei Mountain, I'm not sure who the hell set the fire that completely burned down the vast sect. In the end, we only managed to recover 3,000 taels of silver for the court through our desperate efforts. He Fenghua stared at Lin Cheng, saying nothing. Lin Cheng had no choice but to continue. As for the rest, it all rests in your hands, Commander. He Fenghua looked again at the list, which recorded 200,000 taels of silver, 3,000 taels of gold, 2 boxes of agate and pearls, and 18 pieces of superior weaponry. He Fenghua's hand trembled slightly, but he ultimately said nothing. He folded the list several times, carefully placing it into his sleeve, and sternly declared, This shall not happen again. This shall not happen again. Lin Cheng raised his teacup, toasting with tea instead of wine. He Fenghua did the same. The woman in black looked at the two of them, her mind involuntarily drifting to the 20,000 taels of silver in her office cabinet. She knew very well. Everything was arranged by Lin Cheng, sharing the light and the rain together. She felt that Lin Cheng was audacious to the extreme. The treasures hidden in the vast Xiumei Mountain were worth at least 1,000,000 taels of silver, yet he dared to submit only 3,000 taels to the national treasury. It was simply unbelievable. However, she liked it. One must know that as a secretary beside a commanding officer, her annual salary was only a little over 100 taels. Moreover, others feared her identity and had never sent her even a fraction of a coin. Yet Lin Cheng actually arranged for 2,000 taels. This was simply a staggering fortune. She had never seen such vast wealth. Thus, when Fenghua wanted to intervene in the matter of Chumei Mountain, she deliberately stepped in to interrupt. After Fenghua calmed down, he looked at Lin Cheng and said softly, "I will not interfere in the matter of Chumei Mountain. You can handle it yourself. As for Zhou Qianshi, he sent several notes to me, and I have blocked them all for you. That's all, the rest is up to you." "That's sufficient." Lin Cheng nodded, finished the tea in his cup, and continued, "I will take my leave to get busy now." Fenghua waved his hand. After Lin Cheng left, Fenghua's gaze turned to the woman in black, a glint of sternness flickering in his eyes, as he said ominously, "Your appearance today is quite coincidental. How much did Lin Cheng send you?" The woman in black lowered her head and said nothing. Fenghua's eyes flickered as he probed, 5,000 taels perhaps. The woman remained silent. Fenghua's expression darkened further as he continued, "Not 5,000 taels. Could it be 10,000 taels? Lin Cheng is quite bold. He even gave you 10,000 taels, yet he only submitted 3,000 taels to the court." The woman still did not speak. Fenghua fell silent, and after a moment of hesitation, he asked, "How much did he actually give you?" "Father, don't ask." The woman raised her head, finally speaking. Bang! Fenghua slammed the table and looked around to see no one before angrily saying, "What, father? How many times have I told you to address me by my title while working?" "Yes, commander." The woman replied frostily. "You may leave." Fenghua rubbed his temples as if recalling something. He hurriedly stopped the woman and said, "Do not mention this to your mother." "Yes, commander." The woman left in a huff without looking back. After exiting the room, she intended to return to her office when she suddenly saw Lin Cheng standing at the end of the corridor, smiling and waving at her. She frowned, initially unwilling to approach. However, thinking of the stack of silver notes in the cabinet, she decided to give Lin Cheng a chance. The woman walked over. Her tone was no longer as cold as before. "Lin Qianshi, were you waiting for me here on purpose?" "What a coincidence, what a coincidence." Lin Cheng chuckled and suddenly stepped forward, asking, "May I ask your surname?" The woman did not hide her surname. Lin Cheng glanced at her and felt that her features resembled those. He did not think too much about it, and directly said, "Today is my first day on duty. Regarding the matter of Chumei Mountain, I have discovered that there are quite a few forces involved. I would like to ask, based on the personality of the commanding officer, what would he do?" The woman remained silent. She furrowed her brow, seemingly pondering Lin Cheng's meaning. However, Lin Cheng did not give her a chance. He directly took out a crystal-clear jade pendant from his waist, smiling as he handed it to her, a small token of appreciation. The woman gazed at the pendant, her icy demeanor melting away. She reached out to take it, caressing it for a long time before recalling Lin Cheng's question. She quickly said, "Those with backing are let go, and those without backing are killed directly." Lin Cheng casually handed her a slip of paper. He continued to inquire, "This contains several names. Perhaps you could help me mark a few." The woman took the slip of paper. Upon seeing the names on it, she suddenly felt the jade pendant in her hand was somewhat hot. She gazed sharply at Lin Cheng. She saw that he was looking at her with a half smile. Indeed, it is never easy to take someone else's belongings. The woman sighed quietly. However, since she had taken someone else's things, she had to get things done. Looking at the list in her hand, she whispered, "The Pingquang Bank cannot be touched. Behind it is Concubine Duan. The Kunyan sect and the Shaoshu Palace are off limits as well. They are backed by the Jiangwang. The Chitian sect has no backing to it, can be dealt with." "Thank you." Lin Cheng received the answer he wanted and turned to leave. The woman watched Lin Cheng's departing figure, vowing never to accept anything from him again. As Lin Cheng walked, he found the situation quite tricky. He knew that the Pingquang Bank had royal connections, but never imagined that the other party's backing would be Concubine Duan. After all, in Lin Cheng's view, if Concubine Duan couldn't even protect her own daughter, how could she serve as a shield for others? Now it seemed. He realized he was still too young. Lin Cheng sighed, inwardly feeling that this matter would be difficult to handle. If he only dealt with Chumei Mountain without uprooting the entire situation, it would likely provoke discontent. But these forces were basically connected to Concubine Duan and Jiangwang. Did they know what their subordinates were doing? Lin Cheng, carrying 2 bags of evidence, boarded the prepared carriage heading towards the royal palace. After half a day's journey, he finally appeared outside the palace walls as the sky grew dark. This palace was unlike any other. Entry was not permitted without proper tokens. Without a token, one could only wait. Lin Cheng gazed at the towering palace walls, contemplating whether to use his lightness skill to leap over so he could go directly to find Princess Yunyao. He had no idea if Concubine Duan and Zhang Wang were innocent. However, he was very clear that Yunyao would never involve herself or stand by idly. When it came to matters involving the royal family, only one's own people could handle their own affairs. Just as Lin Cheng was about to use his lightness skill, a luxurious and exquisite carriage slowly emerged from the palace. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting the light veil of the carriage window, revealing a familiar face. Princess Yunji. Lin Cheng recognized her and abandoned the thought of leaping over the wall. After all, there were master-level experts within the palace. He feared that if he leaped over he would be discovered and hunted down by those master-level old monsters. Lin Cheng drove the carriage forward quickly. "Princess, please hold on," he shouted loudly while driving. Suddenly, a sound of wind rushed in. Several sharp projectiles descended from the sky, like meteors aimed at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng's eyes flashed as he drew his long knife to deflect the hidden weapons. Clang, clang, clang. Several penetrating needles fell to the ground. Moi. Lin Cheng felt the impact against his knife and gasped lightly, realizing that the person who shot the hidden weapons was actually a formidable innate expert. "Stop!" Inside the carriage, Princess Yunji shouted. Then she excitedly jumped down from the carriage and looked at Lin Cheng with joy, saying, "Lord Lin, I was just about to look for you. Could it be that we share a kindred spirit, and you were waiting for me here?" "Princess, be cautious with your words." Following behind was an elderly matron. "Matron, cautious about what?" "This Lord Lin is charming and a young master of the new generation. You need not worry." Princess Yunji said boldly. The old matron, gathering the several penetrating needles she held, frowned deeper. Lin Cheng dismounted from the carriage. He approached Yunji and saluted, saying, "I have met the princess. Earlier you mentioned you were looking for me. May I ask what it is about?" Princess Yunji excitedly scrutinized Lin Cheng. She looked as happy as a child and cheerfully said, "I heard my mother say that you destroyed a small sect today. How impressive. I want to hear you talk about this matter." Lin Cheng was unsure of what to say. Yun Yao and Yunji were so close in name, yet the difference was vast. This Princess Yunji was like an innocent girl unacquainted with the world. It gave one the feeling that, if she were in his past life, all he would need to do is to coax her properly, to take her home as his wife. "Why are you not speaking?" Yunji looked at Lin Cheng with her big mischievous eyes. "Princess, could you take me into the palace?" Lin Cheng wanted to divert the conversation away from her. This Princess Yunji was not only the biological daughter of the Empress, but also the Emperor's most beloved youngest daughter. If she led the way, it would surely be smooth sailing. "Into the palace." Yunji laughed and waved her hand, saying, "Lord Lin, hurry up and come up, tell me all about today's events." "Princess, how can you let a man board the carriage?" The old matron pulled Yunji while keeping a wary gaze on Lin Cheng, threatening, "Quickly get down, the princess is being foolish. Oh, don't you understand?" Lin Cheng felt somewhat awkward. Yunji, however, was not having it. She squatted down on the ground, crying pitifully like a little fox, saying, "Matron, if you don't let Lord Lin on the carriage, I will board Lord Lin's carriage." Upon hearing this, the old matron's shoulders slumped as if she had aged several years. She looked at Princess Yunji helplessly, saying, "Only this once, Your Highness, next time. It won't happen again, it won't happen again." Princess Yunji stood up and grabbed Lin Cheng's arm, trying to pull him onto the carriage. "Wait a minute." Lin Cheng and the old matron shouted in unison. "What is it?" Princess Yunji looked at the two of them in surprise. "I need to grab a few things." Lin Cheng lifted the 2 bags of evidence. He did not board the carriage, but instead told the old matron, "You accompany the princess onto the carriage, and I will just follow alongside." The atmosphere in Zhao Yin was not as open as in his past life. Moreover, this was still outside the palace, and who knows how many eyes were watching. If the court officials found out that he was riding in the carriage with the princess, it was likely that he would receive various reprimands the next day. The old matron nodded in satisfaction. She pulled the reluctant Princess Yunji onto the carriage while apologizing. "I was rude just now. I didn't know it was Lord Lin, so please don't take it to heart." Lin Cheng remained silent. If it weren't for his strength being sufficient, he would have likely been severely injured by those penetrating needles. Seeing Lin Cheng's silence, the old matron quickly took out a bottle of pills from her bosom and handed it to Lin Cheng, saying, "It's not anything valuable, but after a man consumes it, he can remain strong and powerful." Lin Cheng was taken aback, clearly not understanding. How could an old matron carry such a potent supplement? Nevertheless, he accepted it. Although he had no need for it, the old gentleman back home might find it useful. As the carriage started, Lin Cheng followed closely behind. Princess Yunji sat inside the carriage, resting her chin on her small hand, staring at the top of the carriage, her eyes sparkling. "If I were a boy, I could be like the heroes in stories, wielding a sword to seek vengeance with swiftness." "Princess," the old matron quickly interrupted, correcting her. "Even if you were a boy, you would still have to practice the horse stance. There's no escaping that." Princess Yunji's little face immediately drooped. She indignantly exclaimed, "I see that Lord Lin is very young. How is he so powerful? He must have practiced some skill that doesn't require the horse stance. I want to ask him about it." She lifted the curtain and poked her head out. But behind the carriage there was no sign of Lin Cheng at all. As the night deepened, the lanterns in the corners of the palace lit up, and the patrolling guards increased their vigilance, occasionally encountering solitary maidens and eunuchs whom they would interrogate strictly. Every night the skilled individuals kept in the palace would also spring into action. These people were all top-tier experts. At this moment, there was no place safer in the world than the imperial palace. Of course, this was only true for the nobles. A shadow flitted by. Lin Cheng, carrying 2 bundles, swiftly darted before the palace walls, silent as a whisper. He had gained entry thanks to Princess Yunji. Now that he no longer had her to pave the way, he naturally had to avoid the palace's experts to prevent unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, he had once been a member of the inner palace guards and was quite familiar with the layout inside. He navigated according to the route he remembered. Moreover, with the Yun Yiqing Tian step, Lin Cheng had easily evaded several waves of patrols. Suddenly, Lin Cheng halted, his ears perked up, capturing the faint sounds around him. It was a rapid and dense sound of footsteps approaching his direction. Hurry up. That shadow is too quick. If it weren't for the technique I practice that sharpens my vision, I might not have noticed it. This person does not appear to be a maid or a eunuch. Since we have encountered them, it is a matter of merit. Everyone move quickly, don't let them escape. From the footsteps and conversation, Lin Cheng deduced that this was a small team of 5. These individuals were clearly different from the inner palace guards. They were few in number, but each one was a top-tier expert. Lin Cheng sighed. On ordinary days, he could bring them down in just a few breaths. But now he was in the imperial palace. As soon as they engaged, the fluctuations of their true energy would be sensed, attracting more experts, even masters. Lin Cheng stood still. With a thought, the wuxiang true qi within him began to circulate. In an instant, he transformed from a youth into a tall, slim, middle-aged man with a kind appearance. This new appearance was that of Captain Han of the inner palace guards. This man commanded hundreds of guards, had excellent relationships, and was trusted by the Empress, giving him considerable influence. Lin Cheng waited at his spot. A moment later, the 5 arrived, and upon seeing Lin Cheng, a hint of regret appeared on their faces. Captain Han, what brings you here? The leader of the group asked Lin Cheng. Under their gaze, Lin Cheng weighed the bundles in his hands and replied helplessly, "It seems that I have startled you all. However, a noble had entrusted me with a task, and I had no choice but to come personally." Noble. The 5 were taken aback, instantly understanding who it was. As the trusted confidant of the Empress, who else could Captain Han serve? Everyone understood the implication. Seeing that they remained still, Lin Cheng suddenly asked, "Are you all still going to check my waist token?" No. The leader quickly shook his head, waving his hand. "We are all quite familiar. Since Captain Han has business, we shall take our leave first and drink together another day." After saying that, the group immediately transformed into shadows and vanished into the night. Lin Cheng chuckled softly and continued on his way. Meanwhile, on another side, the 5 stopped after moving a distance away. One of them complained, "So it was Captain Han. I wonder what task the Empress has assigned to him." "Who cares?" Someone replied disdainfully. "We are all top-tier experts. Oh, why should you get to be a trusted confidant of the Empress while we are still patrolling the night? It's unfair." The group discussed, ridiculing Captain Han's connections. "Have you said enough?" A sharp shout. The group turned to look, their faces suddenly filled with embarrassment and shame. The leader gritted his teeth and asked the person who had emerged, "Han, Captain Han, why did you follow us?" Captain Han's face darkened. He looked at the 5, sneering. "What do you mean by following you?" "If I hadn't been wandering around today, I might not have heard your discussions." The 5 felt awkward and confused. How could he be without business? Wasn't he just carrying 2 bundles, looking as if he were in a hurry? Why is he now quietly following us? Everyone looked at Captain Han with puzzled expressions, suspecting he was looking for trouble and could only threaten. "Captain Han, if you are not going to serve the Empress, what kind of conduct is it to follow us?" "What do you mean by following you?" Captain Han was also anxious. These people had just spoken ill of him, and now they were turning the tables. He grabbed the leader and shouted, "If you don't clarify your words, be careful that I might take action." The other 4 saw this and quickly surrounded Captain Han, angrily saying, "Let go. Don't think that just because you are a captain we will be afraid of you. Stop." The leader quickly reprimanded his subordinates, while simultaneously trying to pacify Captain Han. "Just now, when we saw you carrying 2 bundles, we thought you were a thief." He recounted what had just happened. Captain Han's expression grew even darker. As everyone observed Captain Han's expression, they realized something and began to break out in cold sweat. "You fools. Why didn't you check the waist token?" Captain Han scolded, releasing the person. The 5 exchanged glances, hurriedly rushing back to their previous position. Captain Han took out a delicate whistle and blew into it. The sharp sound of the whistle pierced through the silence. Lin Cheng was unaware that his identity had been exposed. He had already left for quite a while, and it wasn't until the sounds of the whistle reached his ears that he realized his identity might have been discovered. However, Lin Cheng remained unperturbed. His figure moved like a ghost, and before the inner palace guards could form an encirclement, he had already slipped away. He arrived outside a familiar palace. Lin Cheng saw that outside the prince's palace, dozens of inner palace guards had already gathered. They were on high alert, watching everything around them. A young female officer emerged from the palace, approaching the leader. "Sir, what is happening?" "It seems someone has sneaked into the palace," the inner palace guard replied briefly. The female officer nodded and hurried back into the palace to report. Anyone who could sneak into the palace was undoubtedly a top-tier expert. Inside the hall, Princess Yun Yao sat gazing down at a game of chess with deep concentration, holding a black piece in her hand, yet unable to make a move. "Your Highness," the female officer gently approached the table and quietly said, "I just inquired. The guard said someone has intruded into the palace." "That is indeed rare." Yin Yao shook her head, placing the black piece aside, and suddenly looked at the female officer, instructing, "Tomorrow, please invite Lin Cheng from the Zhenjiang prefecture for me." "All right." The female officer nodded, remaining by her side, without moving. Yin Yao lost her desire to continue the game. She stood up and began to walk slowly around the hall, lost in thought. "Your Highness," after waiting a while, and noticing that the princess had no intention of retiring, the female officer finally spoke up. "It's getting late. You should rest now. The hot bath has already been prepared." "All right." Yin Yao nodded, waving her hand. "There's no need for you to attend to me. You may go. Remember, go tomorrow morning." "Understood." Yin Yao walked into the bath, surrounded by white mist. She slowly removed her garments, revealing her fair skin, and stepped into the hot spring, comfortably reclining in the pool. Countless petals floated on the water's surface, obscuring everything. Lin Cheng approached the palace, hearing the sound of splashing water, immediately realizing that Yin Yao was bathing. He couldn't help but curse his bad luck. He could only wait idly. Half an hour later, Princess Yin Yao appeared, wrapped in a layer of fine gauze, her slender legs adorned with wooden clogs. Before she could step out of the bathing room, a familiar male voice rang in her ears. "Princess, if I were you, I would dress properly." Yin Yao's expression suddenly turned cold as she picked up her clothes from the ground and appeared slowly in front of Lin Cheng. She didn't even glance at Lin Cheng. Instead, she walked straight to the vanity mirror, looking at Lin Cheng through the bronze mirror, and coldly asked, "Sir Lin, how long have you been here?" Lin Cheng sensed the hostility in her tone. A faint smile appeared on his face as he leisurely replied, "Princess, there's no need to worry. I just arrived. Getting into the palace is indeed quite difficult." Yin Yao gazed at Lin Cheng in the bronze mirror. Seeing his calm demeanor, she relaxed a bit and asked, "You must have a pressing matter to barge into the palace at midnight, right?" Lin Cheng was about to speak when Yin Yao interrupted, pondering. "I received news today that Zhenjiang prefecture has dealt with Chimay Mountain. This wouldn't be your doing, would it?" Lin Cheng nodded. He looked at the princess before him and remarked, "The palace is indeed well informed. I just finished handling it, and it has already spread within the palace." Yin Yao twisted her wet hair up on her head and casually found a hairpin to secure it. Then she turned to face Lin Cheng, frowning as she said, "Though Chimay Mountain isn't a major force, the powers in the capital are deeply intertwined. Do you know who is backing Chimay Mountain?" "I was unaware at the time of the operation," Lin Cheng replied, shaking his head. "I only realized now that this matter is quite tricky." "Tricky?" Yin Yao chuckled in disbelief, looking at Lin Cheng with a hint of sympathy. "I never thought that Sir Lin would encounter a tricky situation. Do tell me about it." Lin Cheng remained silent. He tossed 2 packages in his hand over to her and sighed. "These are from Chimay Mountain. Princess, take a look and you'll understand everything." "All right," Yin Yao nodded. She organized the letters and ledgers from the packages, quickly scanning through them as her expression gradually darkened. Suddenly, she turned her head toward the hall's exit and angrily commanded, "Someone bring me a pot of strong tea." A few moments later, a female official entered holding a pot of tea. She was taken aback upon seeing the documents in front of Yin Yao and asked, "Princess, where did these come from?" Yin Yao said nothing. The female official hurriedly set down the tea and slipped out. Once the person left, Yin Yao poured herself a cup and drank it all in one go. The rich aroma of the tea soothed some of her anger. Lin Cheng descended from the beam and sat beside her, pouring himself a cup of hot tea as he said, "Princess, do you now understand why I came to find you?" "I don't know about these matters," Yin Yao explained, then added, "My mother, though she is the backer of Pinkwang Bank, would never engage in such activities. As for my brother..." She left her sentence hanging. Lin Cheng also remained silent. The two were at an impasse when suddenly Yin Yao looked at Lin Cheng again. "Though my brother has ambition, he is cautious in his actions. I believe he wouldn't involve himself in such businesses. I suspect someone is using his name." Hearing this, Lin Cheng felt reassured and smiled. "I now know how to handle this matter." He stood up and prepared to leave. "Stop right there," Yin Yao called out lightly, continuing, "I am not trying to defend my brother, but I know he wouldn't be foolish enough to do this. This matter I will give you an explanation." With that, she called out to the hall, "Someone prepare the palanquin for me. I need to visit the Jiang Wangfu." The female official hurriedly walked in, looking anxious as she scanned her surroundings, and said, "Princess, there are thieves infiltrating the palace. It is too dangerous to leave at this time." "There are no thieves, just the palace guards being overly cautious," Yin Yao replied as she stood up, looking at the official. Reluctantly, the female official went out to prepare the palanquin. Half a cup of tea later, Yin Yao quickly left the sleeping quarters in the palanquin, with Lin Cheng silently following behind using his lightness skill. Along the way, several groups of palace guards inspected the palanquin, finding nothing amiss, and allowed it to pass. Upon reaching the palace gates, Lin Cheng stealthily boarded the palanquin, successfully exiting the palace under the escort of Yin Yao's palanquin. Looking at Princess Yin Yao, Lin Cheng suddenly said, Princess, you go handle your family matters, I want to accompany you further. Yin Yao was about to respond when she saw Lin Cheng lift the palanquin's curtain and leap down. Sighing, Yin Yao watched as the palanquin sped away into the night, disappearing without a trace. At the Lin residence, Lin Xiao had just woken from a nap. Seeing that his son had not yet returned, he muttered, "Could this brat be staying overnight at the brothel?" "You old fool," said Yun Yang, also waking up. She pinched Lin Xiao's waist. "How can you speak of your own son like that?" Lin Xiao cried out in pain as they playfully tussled. He recalled that in the evening that official surnamed Chun had entered with over a dozen boxes of gold. Through this official, he learned that Lin Cheng had dealt with Chumei Mountain. Having spent most of his life in the capital, Lin Xiao naturally knew that some forces had deep roots not to be easily offended. His son had come in and wiped out a force which would undoubtedly provoke retaliation from other forces, and even some in the court would deliberately target him. However, Lin Xiao was not worried. Lin Cheng's strength was now vastly improved, and there were few in the capital who could contend with him. What Lin Xiao worried about was himself. Having just started a good life with Yun Yang, he didn't want to be harmed by anyone. With this thought, Lin Xiao quickly came up with an idea. He patted Yun Yang's back and whispered, "Let's go back to sleep for a bit longer." Before Yun Yang could react, suddenly a figure appeared in the courtyard. Lin Cheng looked at the couple before him, puzzled, and asked, "Father, why are you both awake so early?" Before Lin Xiao could respond, Lin Cheng grabbed him and hurriedly said, "You've been stuck at the first-rate realm for many years. I just happened to obtain a strange fruit that might help you break through." "What?" Lin Xiao was taken aback. He had been trapped at the first-rate realm for years, and with age his strength was starting to decline. He estimated that in a few years his strength would drop to the second-rate level. Without further explanation, Lin Cheng swiftly slapped Lin Xiao's chest, tossing the purple fruit into his mouth as he opened it. "You brat, what did you feed me?" Lin Xiao shouted in anger, feeling that his son was becoming more reckless. Lin Cheng couldn't be bothered to explain directly, using his formless true qi to assist his father in refining the purple fruit. If left to Lin Xiao to refine it himself, it would probably take several days. However, with Lin Cheng's help, in just a short time, the purple fruit transformed into a massive surge of true qi rampaging within Lin Xiao's body. "It hurts, it hurts," Lin Xiao cried out repeatedly. Listening to the old man's agonizing howls, Lin Cheng remained unfazed. Who among the martial artists in this world besides himself could break through without enduring immense pain? The transition from first-rate to super first-rate is not merely a qualitative change in true energy, but also a transformation of the physical body. If one does not take advantage of the breakthrough opportunity to open and expand the 8 extraordinary meridians within, the meridians will be overwhelmed by the surging true energy after the breakthrough. Yun Yang watched in heartbreak. She did not practice martial arts and was unaware of the underlying principles, thinking Lin Cheng was intentionally tormenting Lin Xiao. She wanted to plead for him, but did not dare, merely gazing helplessly at Lin Cheng. Sighing helplessly, Lin Cheng quietly channeled true energy to render Lin Xiao unconscious. The courtyard then returned to silence. Looking at the anxious Yun Yang, he said, "Go boil some hot water, it will be needed later." "Okay." Yun Yang cast a worried glance at Lin Xiao and hurried off to the kitchen. Time slowly passed. When Lin Xiao awoke, he was surprised to find that his body no longer hurt, and he felt warm and comfortable inside. "Focus your mind." Lin Cheng's voice echoed in his ears. Lin Xiao quickly focused, silently operating the Lin family sword technique to guide the true energy in his dantian along his meridians. With a loud boom, Lin Xiao's aura surged explosively, sending the surrounding fallen leaves swirling. It worked. Lin Cheng withdrew his true energy, clapping his hands, a hint of fatigue on his face. "It worked." Lin Xiao exclaimed in delight, feeling the vigorous true energy within him, unable to contain his joy. "When I was young, I had my fortune told. The master said I had the potential for super first-rate, and indeed the master has true skill. Is that so?" He looked at Lin Cheng smugly, saying, "See." Lin Cheng covered his nose and pointed at the old man. "I don't know if the master is accurate, but you certainly smell terrible." "What?" Lin Xiao was stunned. He felt something sticky beneath him, as if something dirty had leaked out. Lin Xiao widened his eyes and looked at his son. "What's going on?" Lin Cheng could only explain, "After you fainted, your body went limp, combined with the pain of true energy expanding the meridians which caused you." Before he could finish, Lin Xiao dashed towards the toilet. Then Lin Xiao ran out stark naked, glaring at Lin Cheng in despair, shouting, "Yun Yang, prepare hot water, I need a bath." In the kitchen, Yun Yang saw Lin Xiao's appearance and immediately scolded, "You old man, get out of here, this is the kitchen." Lin Xiao had to stand outside the door feeling wronged. He explained the situation. Only then did Yun Yang quickly bring out the hot water, allowing Lin Xiao to handle it himself. As Lin Xiao cleaned himself up, he cursed his unfilial son. Yun Yang promptly handed him a brush. The instigator, however, was already not in the courtyard. Lin Cheng looked at the neatly stacked boxes in his room and casually opened one, finding it full of gleaming gold bars. After just one glance, Lin Cheng closed the box. At his level, wealth was no longer important. At this moment, he yearned for a good night's sleep, waiting for dawn to deal with the aftermath of Chome Mountain. He also wondered how the capital's martial world would react. He had no idea how Yun Yao was handling things. As Lin Cheng's thoughts drifted, he unknowingly fell asleep, still tightly grasping his long blade. The next day, as the roosters from the neighboring houses crowed, Lin Cheng slowly awoke, and after getting dressed and washing up, he finally stepped out of his house. Lin Xiao emerged from the kitchen, his face filled with joy as he looked at Lin Cheng, and said, "Has Lin Qian sure awakened? I made you some pancakes, come try them." After speaking, he picked up a broom and entered Lin Cheng's room. Lin Cheng did not stop him. Thinking about the old man's incontinence, he didn't feel like eating pancakes, and thought it would be cleaner to have a couple of bowls of soup dumplings on the street. Before Lin Cheng could push the door open, he suddenly heard Lin Xiao exclaim in surprise from inside the room. Then Lin Xiao rushed out holding a medicine bottle, grabbing Lin Cheng and questioning, "Where did you get this bottle of elixir?" "What?" Lin Cheng was utterly baffled. It wasn't until he saw the bottle Lin Xiao was holding that he realized it was indeed the one given to him by the maid beside Princess Yunji. He had heard it was something like an unyielding elixir. What happened? Lin Cheng looked at the old man, tightly clutching the elixir bottle, not understanding why he reacted so strongly. After all, when others brought in boxes of silver and gold, the old man had reacted nonchalantly. Why now, seeing a medicine bottle, was he making such a fuss? Lin Xiao stared intently at Lin Cheng, pressing him. "Where did you get this medicine? Did you buy it from that pharmacy?" "It was sent from the palace." Lin Cheng replied briefly. Upon hearing it was from the palace, Lin Xiao's expression fell, and he weakly said, "This medicine is not good for you young people. Oh, it can harm your body. I will keep it for you, do you understand?" Lin Cheng was speechless. He looked at the old man and helplessly said, "Do you even know what this medicine is?" "It is for treating impotence." Suddenly Lin Cheng fell silent. He deeply glanced at the old man before walking out the door. Lin Xiao was enraged, picking up the broom to chase after him, shouting, "You little rascal, it's not what you think." Lin Cheng's realm was such that in the blink of an eye he had left Lin Xiao several streets behind. Seeing he could not catch up, Lin Xiao returned in despair. At this moment Yun Yang had also gotten out of bed. Seeing Lin Xiao's angry appearance, she couldn't help but ask, "Did you argue with Lin Darren again?" As a stepmother, she had a good sense of propriety. "What, Lin Darren? From now on call him Lin Cheng." Lin Xiao muttered, suddenly taking out the elixir bottle from his pocket and pouring out a golden pill, grinning at Yun Yang. "This is a good thing." After walking a few streets, Lin Cheng found a shop that had just opened with dozens of steaming buns at the entrance. The aroma was irresistible. He entered the shop, ordered 2 bowls of noodle soup, and asked the waiter to bring him 2 baskets of buns. Lin Cheng picked up a bun and was about to take a bite when a figure suddenly flashed before him. It was a young girl. She was ragged and covered in dust, staring eagerly at the bun in Lin Cheng's hand. "Is something wrong?" Lin Cheng frowned as he looked at her. Before the girl could respond, the waiter rushed over, apologizing to Lin Cheng and shouting at the girl who let you in here, "You have no money for food. Hurry up and get out." The girl remained silent. Seeing this, the waiter angrily grabbed the girl's arm and began to drag her out. The girl stood still. "Don't pull me." Lin Cheng noticed the girl's predicament, gestured for the waiter to back off, and slowly spoke, "Miss, I can tell by your accent that you are from Huazhou. How did you end up in the capital?" The girl's eyes lit up. She sat down across from Lin Cheng, picked up a bun, and took a bite, saying, "You're also from Huazhou." "I came to the capital to kill someone, but unfortunately I gave away all my money to the disaster victims on the way here, and now I can't get by." "Kill someone?" Lin Cheng feigned horror. The girl stopped eating and looked at him. "You don't seem like a timid person. Why are you so scared?" "Never mind, you don't have to be afraid. I came to the capital only to avenge the heroes from Huazhou." As soon as she finished speaking, the customers in the shop all turned to look. Upon seeing that the speaker was a young beggar girl, they instantly lost interest. Lin Cheng's heart stirred. If there is anyone that the martial artists of Huazhou hate the most, it is none other than himself. The powers within Huazhou City had been nearly annihilated by him, and the grudge runs deep. This girl is determined to avenge the heroes of Huazhou. It seems likely that her target is none other than himself. Lin Cheng is uncertain and attempts to probe further. He gazed at the girl, noting her tall and slender figure, which bore no resemblance to that of a martial artist. Her eyes were lively and sparkling. While eating a bun, she scrutinized Lin Cheng. Seeing him staring at her, a blush arose on her face, and she exclaimed, "Don't look at me like that. I just ate a few of your buns, and I will repay you double in the future." Lin Cheng shook his head. He pushed all the buns in front of the girl and said lightly, "I have no thoughts about you, just eat what." "Oh." The girl choked slightly and hurriedly poured water from the teapot. Seeing her a bit better, Lin Cheng slowly asked, "Who are you seeking revenge against?" The girl paused her chewing. She set down the bun, swallowed her food, and earnestly looked at Lin Cheng. "Since you treated me to a meal, I shouldn't hide it from you. But if I succeed, you will surely be charged with the crime of knowing and not reporting it by the court." "You speak," Lin Cheng said nonchalantly. Someone in the shop couldn't help but laugh aloud. A female beggar really knows how to brag. For a meal, she's blowing quite a big horn. Hearing others laugh at her, the girl suddenly got angry and turned to look at the laughing person. "What are you laughing at?" Unfortunately, no one paid her any mind. Lin Cheng secretly rubbed his forehead, sighing inwardly. If this person truly came to seek revenge against him, with her foolish demeanor, she probably couldn't even find Zhenjiang Prefecture, so why should he care? Thinking of this, Lin Cheng took out several large coins from his waist and tossed them on the table. He stood up to leave. Suddenly, the girl grabbed Lin Cheng's sleeve and angrily said, "Are you also treating my words as a joke?" Lin Cheng pointed to the coins on the table. "Pay for yourself, keep the rest to buy buns to eat. If you wish to return to Huazhou, just buy a broken bowl and fend for yourself." "You." The girl looked at Lin Cheng, and a trace of humiliation flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, she pulled out a 3-foot-long stick from somewhere. The stick was pitch black, wrapped in a layer of dirt. So dirty. Upon seeing the stick, Lin Cheng's eyes flickered. Just in time, the dog-beating stick is ready. Dog-beating stick. The girl gasped, her hand trembling. The dirt on the stick fell off, revealing its true form. It was an oddly shaped sword. The sword sheath resembled the stick. The girl looked at Lin Cheng, posed in a sword-drawing stance, and angrily said, "Let me show you." In an instant, the girl's aura changed. A tremendous pressure emanated from the sword, rendering the surrounding diners unable to move. Everyone looked at the girl with fearful eyes. It turned out she was not boasting. She truly is a master. The girl did not notice Lin Cheng's reaction, as she proudly declared, "Now do you believe me? I tell you, the person I want to kill is the inner court guard Lin Cheng." At this moment, seeing the crowd's astonished faces, she finally put away the sword. The immense pressure dissipated without a trace. Everyone gasped for air, not daring to look at the girl again. However, a few martial artists in the shop, after witnessing the girl's prowess, they approached and bowed their heads, asking, "Master, did you just say you want to seek revenge against the inner court guard Lin Cheng?" "Exactly." The girl continued to eat her buns. The few men exchanged glances, and after confirming Lin Cheng posed no threat, they continued that Lin Cheng is no longer an inner court guard. He has been promoted and now serves as the deputy of Zhenjiang Prefecture. "Where is Zhenjiang Prefecture?" The girl set down her bun, gripping her sword, and was about to stand up. Lin Cheng quickly stepped forward and grabbed her. "I know where Zhenjiang Prefecture is. I will take you there." A few men blocked Lin Cheng's way. One of the burly men stopped Lin Cheng and said coldly, "This girl is a person of the martial world. It is only right for us to lead her. Who do you think you are?" "Exactly. Let go." The others began to shout. Someone saw that Lin Cheng remained unmoving and wanted to take action, but the girl blocked him with her sword. She looked coldly at the few men, sneering, "You all just laughed at me. None of you are good people." After saying that, she turned to Lin Cheng, shaking her head. "You invited me to dinner. I can't take you with me." Lin Cheng laughed. "This girl is quite loyal." He continued, "Then forget it, but I know a place that provides food. You are alone and helpless in the capital. It would be perfect for you to go to that place." The girl's eyes brightened. She hurriedly asked, "Where is that?" "It's the place where I work. I can arrange a relatively large room for you, and 3 meals a day will be provided, so you won't have to worry about food and drink. Take me there quickly." The girl stopped eating buns. She had been in the capital for days, not only not being full, but also not sleeping well. Now that she heard there was a place to stay, she couldn't wait to have a good sleep. "Come with me." Lin Cheng led the way, and the girl hurriedly followed. In the shop, the few martial artists saw Lin Cheng taking the girl away, and a glint of unwillingness flashed across their faces. Suddenly, the leading burly man said to a thin subordinate, "This girl has such high martial arts, she can be utilized. Let's report back to the sect. You are the best at lightness skills. Go follow, and see where that man's workplace is." "Okay." The thin man hurriedly gave chase. On the other side, Lin Cheng was leading the girl toward Zhenjiang Prefecture, during which he continually observed the strange sword in her hand. The aura released by the sword earlier had even made him feel fearful. The girl noticed Lin Cheng's gaze and chuckled lightly. "This sword is the treasure of my sect, and the martial arts I practice are in harmony with the sword. When the sword is drawn, it can slay the innate." "I see." Lin Cheng continued to gaze at the sword. Suddenly, he said, "Could you show it to me?" The girl paused for a moment and shook her head as the ancient said, "Rare and exotic treasures should not be shown to greedy people." After saying that, she worried that Lin Cheng would not take her along, so she quickly explained, "I'm not saying you are a greedy person." Lin Cheng, seeing one plan failing, formulated another. He choked up and said sorrowfully, "I have lived for over a decade longing to practice martial arts, yet I have never succeeded. Now that I see such a precious sword, if I cannot hold it, I fear I will regret it for life." The girl felt pity. After some hesitation, she handed the sword to Lin Cheng. "I'll let you see it for just a moment, but you must return it to me immediately." "Nothing is decided." Lin Cheng quickly grasped the sword. He infused the Wuxiang true qi into the sword's body, attempting to test it. However, no matter how much qi he injected, the sword showed no reaction. His Wuxiang true qi flowed in like countless rivers, merging into the sea, creating no ripples, akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog. If not for having sensed the aura emitted by the sword, Lin Cheng almost thought he had been deceived. Before he could finish inspecting, the girl reached out and demanded, "Now that you've seen it, can you return it to me?" Lin Cheng shook his head. The girl was furious, hands on her hips. "You little brat, how can you go back on your word?" Lin Cheng continued to choke on his words. He looked at the girl. I usually need to write at a desk, and my eyesight has long been impaired. The sun hasn't even risen. I can't see clearly. I can't see this treasure clearly. As he spoke, Lin Cheng's mind turned, and he continued, you are so powerful, why fear a bookworm like me? Let me sigh. The girl saw Lin Cheng's handsome appearance and elegant demeanor, realizing he was not a bad person. She could only silently agree. Moreover, in her eyes, the boy before her was just an ordinary person without martial skills. How could he snatch his own sword? He could subdue it with one hand. The master had said anyone who has practiced martial arts can be discerned. There are only two types of people who cannot be seen through. The first type has never learned martial arts. The other type has reached a certain level of skill, achieving unity with the heavens, making it impossible to perceive their depth. Clearly, the boy before her was of the first type. As for the second type, they were all ancient monsters who had been in seclusion for years. How could they have the leisure to eat breakfast? Additionally, the master had also instructed, if encountering the second type, one must use a sword. Without a sword, one cannot contend. Lin Cheng was unaware of the girl's concerns. He studied the treasure sword while leading the way. Behind them, not far away, the thin man suddenly stopped, looking curiously at the backs of Lin Cheng and the girl, muttering, why are they getting closer to Zhenjiang Prefecture as they walk? Just as he was about to continue following, suddenly several uniformed martial artists appeared and quickly captured the thin man, dragging him into an alley. The leader slapped the thin man across the face. The thin man cried out in pain. This person stared at the thin man and questioned, who are you and why are you following Lin Cheng? The thin man was bewildered. What Lin Cheng? Soon he received another slap. The leader was furious, saying, the boy you were following just now is our Lin Cheng. Speak honestly, and you can die painlessly. As soon as the words fell, the thin man's soul nearly scattered. If that boy was Lin Cheng, then the girl was like a lamb in the tiger's mouth. He just wanted to shout a warning when he received another slap. The girl was completely unaware of what was happening behind her. She looked forward to a good sleep later, then seek revenge on the corrupt official. The world is truly unpredictable. Even corrupt officials can get promoted. Lin Cheng led the girl through twists and turns in the alley, finally arriving at the back door of Zhenjiang Prefecture. We've arrived. He smiled at the girl. The girl gazed in awe at the grand back door, exclaiming, what an impressive door. How much silver do you earn working inside? It should be quite a bit, but I haven't asked. Lin Cheng shook his head, looking at the girl. The happiest time for me was when I worked in the palace. I only earned a few taels of silver a month. Oh. The girl quickly looked toward Lin Cheng's lower body pityingly, saying, you poor thing, isn't it inconvenient? What? Lin Cheng didn't understand what the other was talking about. It's nothing. The girl shook her head, unwilling to expose Lin Cheng's wound. Lin Cheng knocked on the back door of Zhenjiang Prefecture. The duty officer hurriedly opened the door, and upon seeing Lin Cheng, shouted, I've seen Lin. Lin Cheng gave him. The person quickly shut his mouth. The girl was astonished at this scene, exclaiming, you little brat, you have quite a high status here. Yes. Lin Cheng echoed, and explained him, fourth in rank here. The first doesn't manage much, the second and third don't handle affairs, so only I remain. Wow. The girl exclaimed. Lin Cheng paid no attention as he said to the duty officer behind him, bring the equipment. This girl needs it, listen well. The duty officer understood the hint. He hurried back to the duty room to get something. What equipment? The girl looked forward with anticipation. Could it be thick, warm bedding? But she found the person brought over a small package. It turned out not to be. The girl thought in disappointment. Lin Cheng took the small package and gently said, stretch out your hand, I have a surprise for you. What surprise? The girl was curious, but obediently stretched out her hand. The next moment, she felt a heavy weight on her wrist as a dark shiny handcuff was locked onto both her wrists. You. The girl hadn't even spoken when she saw the duty officer quickly slap a pair of shackles onto her ankle. Lin Cheng no longer concealed himself. His aura spread out, exuding pressure. He looked at the girl and said with a faint smile, I am but a humble person. My name happens to be Lin Cheng, currently serving as an official in Zhenjiang Prefecture. The girl felt a daze wash over her. She looked at Lin Cheng and instinctively clutched her chest. How could this be? She stood frozen, gazing at Lin Cheng. Was he not just a little eunuch? How did he become the target of her revenge? How could this be? Before she could react, Lin Cheng pulled the iron shackles and dragged her forward. You. The girl did not resist, her eyes turning red, her voice choked. Why did you deceive me? Why did you deceive me? You are so strong, you could have captured me directly. Why deceive me? Lin Cheng stopped. He looked at the girl and said dryly, I won't kill you. Just like that, Lin Cheng dragged the girl from the backyard of Zhenjiang Prefecture to the front yard. Everyone they encountered upon seeing Lin Cheng, regardless of distance, would obediently run over to pay their respects. I've seen Lin Cheng. I've seen Lin Cheng. I've seen Lin Cheng. The girl looked at the imposing Lin Cheng, her heart already in despair, like a lost dog being led away. She faintly regretted. If she had recognized his identity at first glance, with her skills depleted, she would have had an 80% chance of killing him. What a pity. Now without her sword. Suddenly, the girl heard a furious shout. Immediately after, a stunning girl with a face full of anger ran toward Lin Cheng, followed by several middle-aged men dressed in fine clothes. She rushed to Lin Cheng and cursed, "You dog! How dare you deceive me? Where did you sneak off to yesterday while I was—" The girl felt a jolt in her heart. This girl was truly formidable, even daring to scold this great devil. Lin Cheng took a step back. He looked at He Fenghua, who stood not far away, and smiled. "Commander, quickly escort Princess Yunji away." "Oh, I will." He Fenghua frowned. Suddenly he turned around, exclaiming, "Ah! I almost forgot that I still have several documents that haven't been approved." In the blink of an eye, he had vanished without a trace. Lin Cheng was speechless. The renowned leader of Zhenjiang Prefecture just slipped away like this. Was there really a need to be so afraid? Lin Cheng scrutinized Princess Yunji. Before him, images of her identity, details surfacing in his mind. The emperor's most cherished daughter, the crown prince's younger sister, the heart's darling of the empress. This identity was indeed terrifying. Not to mention He Fenghua wanting to flee. Even those high-ranking officials in the court would secretly run away upon seeing her. Lin Cheng secretly lamented his misfortune. He did not expect this princess to be so petty. Seeing Lin Cheng silent, Yunji angrily said, "Why aren't you speaking? Do you think everyone is a fool just because I didn't come to ask for an explanation?" Lin Cheng quickly shook his head. Just as Princess Yunji was about to speak, an old man dressed in light purple official robes suddenly jumped out. This man was none other than Li Jun, the assistant commandant of Zhenjiang Prefecture. Last time he had failed to report Lin Cheng in front of He Fenghua, and had been harboring resentment ever since. Now he had found an opportunity. He immediately revealed himself, pointing at Lin Cheng and scolding, "Good for you, kid. How dare you deceive the princess? Do you know this is a disrespect to national law and a disregard for the imperial family's authority?" Yunji's attention was diverted. She looked at the old man before her, frowned, and said, "Who are you? This is not your place to speak." Li Jun was taken aback. After hesitating for a moment, he still spoke. "I am Li Jun, the assistant commandant of Zhenjiang Prefecture, a third-rank official, and I have met the princess. Princess, this Lin Cheng is very troublesome and needs to be severely punished." Yunji was too lazy to listen to him. She directly interrupted him, saying indifferently, "This does not concern you, go away." Li Jun dared not be arrogant, and could only stand to the side with a dejected expression. After the commotion from the old man, Lin Cheng had an idea in his mind. He explained, "Last night when I entered the palace, I saw someone sneaking in. Fearing for the prince's safety, I lured him aside and fought him for 300 rounds. Thus Lin Cheng concocted a story filled with elements of battle. Princess Yunji listened intently. Once Lin Cheng finished, Princess Yunji merely let out a cold laugh and said, "Forget it, considering it's not easy to weave a story. I won't hold this against you this time." Lin Cheng gave an awkward smile. He tugged at the girl behind him and gestured to Princess Yunji, saying, "Princess, you should go rest for a bit. I just caught a female criminal and need to interrogate her." Yunji glanced at the girl. Her expression was somewhat strange as she reminded Lin Cheng, "This girl looks fragile. What crime has she committed?" Lin Cheng chuckled. It was quite easy for Zhenjiang Prefecture to pin a crime on someone. He said lightly, "Disturbing the peace and assaulting officers on duty." Hearing the accusation, the girl widened her eyes, looking incredulous. Was she being convicted just like that? Yunji rolled her eyes and said lightly, "Everyone says that Lord Lin is the most fair. You must not disappoint me, Lord Lin." "Princess, rest assured." Yunji rolled her eyes and said lightly, "Everyone says that Lord Lin is the most fair. You must not disappoint me, Lord Lin." He arranged for the girl to stay in the sunniest cell. The conditions were first-rate, with ample space of bed, tables, and chairs, and he even had someone bring in brand-new bedding. "Let's talk." Lin Cheng sat across from the girl and began the interrogation: name, age, and place of origin. The girl replied skillfully, "Shu Qiqi, 16, chief disciple of the Tianjin Palace in Huazhou." Upon hearing this, Lin Cheng glanced at Chen Wentian. Chen Wentian hurriedly stepped forward and whispered, "I haven't heard of the Tianjin Palace. It must be a hidden sect." Lin Cheng nodded and asked Shu Qiqi, "I am here in Huazhou to eradicate the bandits of Pingyun Mountain, clean up corrupt officials, and suppress lawless forces. All of this is for the country and the people. How is it that you want to kill me?" "Nonsense." Shu Qiqi raised her neck and said indignantly, "In the Jianghu, everyone says you are ambitious and that you kill ruthlessly. If someone were to take your head, it would certainly benefit the Jianghu." Lin Cheng sighed. He slowly stood up and instructed Chen Wentian, "Let her stay here for now. Treat her well with food and drink." "Yes." Chen Wentian nodded. Lin Cheng took a few steps and suddenly said, "Investigate the recent activities in the Jianghu. I suspect someone is secretly targeting me. Find out the source. If these people want to make me a target, they must be prepared for annihilation." "Understood." Chen Wentian responded again. Lin Cheng held the strange sword in his hand and turned to leave. Shu Qiqi shouted, "My sword." Just as Lin Cheng exited the prison, a 1,000 household officer rushed over, looking flustered. Upon seeing Lin Cheng, he quickly said, "Sir, the guards from the Jiang Wangfu brought over a few people for us to deal with." Lin Cheng maintained a calm expression. It seemed Yun Yao had played a role. The Zhang Wang had taken the initiative to hand over the people, making things easier for him. When he arrived at the assembly hall, he saw a dozen warriors in brocade robes escorting 6 prisoners. Upon seeing Lin Cheng arrive, the prisoners displayed a strange expression. The leading brocade-robed warrior quickly stepped forward and said, "Lord Lin, we are the guards from Jiang." These 6 individuals were incredibly audacious, actually using the name of Jiang Wangfu to commit crimes outside. If it weren't for Lord Lin's keen insight, they would have continued deceiving His Highness the Jiang Wang. Is it them? Lin Cheng looked at the 6 kneeling on the ground, frowning, feeling that this scene was somewhat familiar. Indeed, the brocade-robed warrior quickly replied. A cold smile appeared on Lin Cheng's face as he approached the 6 individuals and ordered, "Lift your heads." The 6 dared not move. Lin Cheng looked at the brocade-robed warrior. The man immediately shouted, "Did you not hear Lord Lin tell you to lift your heads?" The 6 were startled and hurriedly lifted their heads, their eyes shrinking as they looked at Lin Cheng. Only then did Lin Cheng see their faces. They were pale, their lips devoid of color. Although they wore thick clothing, the marks of whips could be seen through the gaps. Were they coerced into confession? Lin Cheng's mind flashed with this thought, and he finally understood why this scene felt familiar. In Huazhou, during the Duan family incident, the small captain of the Forbidden Army Zhou Gui had specifically found disaster victims to take the blame. "Come here." Lin Cheng turned to his subordinates in Zhenjiang Prefecture and commanded, "Strip these 6 of them." Before the brocade-robed man could intervene, several Zhenjiang guards stepped forward and in a matter of moments stripped the 6 naked. They were covered in whip marks, blood oozing everywhere. If it weren't for the thick clothing concealing them, they would have certainly been discovered. Lin Cheng looked at the brocade-robed man and smiled. "What is going on here?" "They deserve it." The brocade-robed man snorted coldly and explained, "They used the name of Jiang Wangfu to commit crimes. If we don't deal with them, how can we deter others from doing the same?" "That makes sense." Lin Cheng nodded, then asked again, "Are they truly the ringleaders?" As soon as these words fell, the 6 figures kneeling on the ground all turned their gazes toward Lin Cheng, their eyes blazing with sudden, desperate vitality. The man in the brocaded robe froze. He stared at Lin Cheng, alarm flickering across his gaze. What did this man intend? The Jiang prince had already delivered the suspects, offering a graceful way to de-escalate. Why persist so relentlessly? "Senior Investigator Lin." The brocaded-robed man seemed about to speak, but Lin Cheng silenced him with a raised hand. Then, fixing his gaze upon one of the 6, he asked, "Who precisely are you?" The man glanced fearfully at the brocaded-robed official, yet dared not utter a word. Recognizing that terror, Lin Cheng dismissed Jiang prince's guards outright. Once they departed, the 6 kneeling figures visibly relaxed. The one who had earlier remained mute suddenly burst into tears. It was the Jiang mansion's steward. "He is the true mastermind. We were merely scapegoats, meant to placate your honor, while the real operations continued unimpeded once the storm passed." Seeing one confess, the others swiftly followed suit. Lin Cheng's expression remained calm, but fire danced deep within his eyes. He had deliberately kept this matter restrained, intending only for the Jiang prince to resolve his own household's corruption internally. All he demanded was the surrender of the true culprit. With that, the affair would be closed and forgotten as though it had never occurred. Yet now, he had taken but a single step back, and they treated him as a fool to be deceived. Were they truly expecting to close the case by tossing him a handful of expendable underlings? If Lin Cheng acquiesced now, all would deem him easily manipulated, perceiving him not as an authority, but as a paper tiger, hollow and toothless. His hard-won reputation would crumble entirely, his dignity erased, his name reduced to that of a political buffoon, a laughingstock of cowardice and compromise. "Guards." At Lin Cheng's command, several battalion commanders immediately assembled, over 200 Zhenjiang guards. Lin Cheng ordered the 6 scapegoats bound and marched forth in full procession toward the Jiang mansion. Elsewhere, Fenghua, receiving the report, could no longer sip his tea. With a sharp crack, he hurled the cup to the floor, his gaze fixed upon the gates of Zhenjiang Prefecture. Truly, youth knows no restraint. Does he truly believe the Jiang mansion is so easily breached? Having spoken, he bellowed, "Prepare my carriage. I am going to the imperial palace." Upon the city streets, Lin Cheng rode ahead on a swift steed, leading over 200 Zhenjiang guards in thunderous advance. Pigeons erupted skyward in startled flocks. Zhenjiang Prefecture had long been shadowed by spies from every faction. Especially after the Qiumei Mountain incident, all powers watched Zhenjiang with heightened vigilance. Now, seeing Lin Cheng mobilize hundreds, those hidden observers raced to transmit urgent reports to their masters. Before long, Lin Cheng arrived before the Jiang mansion's gates. The brocade-robed man, having trailed them all the way, paled with dread and rushed to block Lin Cheng's path. "Senior Investigator Lin, do not act rashly. This is the Jiang mansion." Lin Cheng ignored him, shoving past without hesitation. Enraged, the man shouted, "Lin Cheng, do not mistake courtesy for weakness. This is the Jiang mansion. You must remember your station." Lin Cheng whirled to face him, then issued a cold order to his men. This man has provoked disorder. Seize him. Resist, and execute on the spot. The brocaded-robed man instantly fell silent, and submitted meekly. By the time Lin Cheng reached the Jiang mansion's main gate, its doors swung open from within, unbidden. Ha ha ha! A booming laugh echoed from inside. An obese middle-aged man emerged, beaming broadly as he strode toward Lin Cheng. Senior Investigator Lin. What brings you here? Who are you? Lin Cheng asked, eyes narrowed. The man chuckled softly and replied, I bear no name, merely a servant of the Jiang prince. Within this mansion they call me steward. So, you are the steward. Lin Cheng lifted his gaze, studying the man with quiet intensity. If the 6 scapegoats spoke truth, then this smiling figure stood before him as the architect of all evil. Indeed, it is I. The fat steward continued to smile amiably. Lin Cheng wasted no pleasantries. Steward, do you know why I have come? The steward's smile vanished. He stared deeply at Lin Cheng, voice dropping to a low venomous murmur. If 6 are insufficient, I can send more. Enough for you to slaughter until your blade grows dull. Haha. Lin Cheng smiled faintly, then brushed past the steward and strode inward. Today he would confront the Jiang prince himself, and see at last what manner of man he truly faced. Halt! The steward cried out sharply as Lin Cheng advanced. Unmoved, Lin Cheng quickened his pace. A flash of fury crossed the steward's eyes. He roared, guards! An assassin breaches the Jiang mansion. Seize him at once. His command rang out, and instantly over 30 elite martial artists blocked Lin Cheng's path. At that moment, the steward dashed forward, hiding behind the warriors, and spat, Do not mistake yourself for someone important. You are nothing but the emperor's hound, raised, trained, and leashed. Now you dare storm the Jiang mansion. Do you seek to bite the hand that feeds you? Hearing this, Lin Cheng's suppressed fury detonated. Suddenly he felt like Sun Wukong himself, a mighty sovereign of Zhenjiang Prefecture, yet deemed by royal bloodlines no more than a dog. A system prompt chimed, ding, eliminate the chief culprit. Reward 200 fake coins. As if sensing its master's wrath, the notification sounded with eerie timeliness. Lin Cheng abandoned all pretense. Gazing upon the 30-odd masters arrayed before him, he spoke in a voice like frozen steel, Step aside, or die. Today I seek only justice, from the Jiang prince himself. Seeing Lin Cheng refuse to retreat, the steward's eyes hardened with lethal intent. Kill him, now. The 30 masters moved as one, each wielding formidable skill. Swords flashed, sabers slashed, spears lunged, a dazzling, deadly storm of varied weapons converging upon him. Lin Cheng gripped his strange sword. Though its blade could not be drawn, its weight and form made it a fearsome weapon in his hands. 3 chi long it whirled like wind incarnate. In moments several masters were sent flying. The blade was indestructible. Under Lin Cheng's swing it struck like the legendary golden circlet weighing 10,000 jin. Any weapon meeting it shattered cleanly in two. Truly a treasure of a reclusive sect. Witnessing Lin Cheng's terrifying prowess, the fat steward recoiled in sheer dread, and fled deeper into the mansion, screaming, Your Highness, save me. Lin Cheng let him run. On his command, 200 Zhenjiang guards had already sealed every exit. As more warriors were flung aside, even the remaining assailants faltered, their courage crumbling. That bizarre rod in Lin Cheng's hands wounded on contact and killed on impact. They were mercenaries hired from the martial world, not soldiers sworn to die. Their purpose was profit, not sacrifice. And so subtly they began to part, creating a narrow path through which Lin Cheng advanced. Glancing back, the fat steward saw Lin Cheng closing in and screamed in abject terror. Halt! Suddenly 2 elders descended from the mansion's inner courtyards, landing before Lin Cheng like twin mountains. Their auras surged, immense, crushing, pressing down like Mount Tai itself. A profound silence settled, thick with unspoken power and gathering storm. Upon seeing the 2 men, the butler's chubby face lit up with joy as he shouted, You 2 esteemed guardians, quickly slay this madman. The 2 elders showed no reaction. They merely stood their ground against Lin Cheng, showing no intention of striking. Lin Cheng halted his pursuit. From these 2 elders, he sensed a trace of pressure. Truly the Jiang royal manner. It actually concealed 2 innate powerhouses. All the innate experts Lin Cheng had encountered before paled in comparison to these 2. On the other side, the 2 elders with their grizzled beards and wearing faint yellow robes each held an iron crutch, their sharp gazes fixated on Lin Cheng. He was utterly astonished. They had seen countless prodigies and geniuses, yet facing Lin Cheng they found it hard to believe that such a young innate powerhouse actually existed in this world. One of the elders finally spoke. He looked at Lin Cheng and said coldly, Boy, which sect are you from? How dare you trespass into Jiang royal manor? Are you seeking death? Lin Cheng, wielding his strange sword, gazed down at the 2. He calmly replied, You 2 should not obstruct me. I only wish to see the Jiang king and have no other intentions. Humph. The other elder scoffed, pointing his iron crutch at Lin Cheng. The Jiang king is busy. How could he have time to see you? However, if you seek the butler's life, I can make arrangements for you. At once the plump butler watching from a distance was dumbfounded. How did our conversation lead to me being sent out? To save his life, he turned to flee deep into the manor. Hearing the commotion, the elder stretched his arm back, revealing a transparent vortex in his palm that generated immense suction. Even after running several dozen meters away, the butler was still dragged back by the overwhelming force. He struggled desperately, his feet firmly planted on the ground. Yet before the elder's strength, he was powerless to resist. Moments later, the elder had the butler by the neck as if he were lifting a dead dog. He looked at Lin Cheng and said ominously, "Now he is in my hands, but you must come to retrieve him yourself. If your strength is lacking, we will show no mercy." After saying this, he held the butler in one hand and threw the iron crutch. Surprisingly, the crutch did not fall, but instead hovered in the air as if it were alive. Seeing this, the other elder also threw his iron crutch. In an instant, 2 iron crutches spun above their heads like venomous dragons exuding a fierce aura. Lin Cheng was somewhat moved. He could tell that the 2 iron crutches were not alive, but were powered by immense true energy, indicating their mastery. The level of these 2 elders far surpassed that of ordinary innate powerhouses. Lin Cheng felt a surge of excitement. He looked at the spinning crutches above them and lightly chuckled, "You two need not hold back. Let me see your strength." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 elders exchanged glances and pointed at Lin Cheng with their fingers like swords. The 2 spinning crutches shot forth like arrows, ferociously attacking. Lin Cheng was already prepared. He activated the King Kong Buddha skill, his entire body turning bronze, with his skin gleaming like metal. Facing the incoming crutches, he struck with his fists. With a clang, the 2 crutches were sent flying. Lin Cheng was forced to retreat a few steps, feeling a dull pain in his arms and sensing foreign true energy invading. This foreign true energy seemed toxic. Under its erosion, his arms gradually grew weak. Lin Cheng suddenly glanced at the 2 elders. The 2 seemed to have succeeded in their scheme, stroking their beards. One of them looked at Lin Cheng with satisfaction, saying, "You actually dared to take on our iron crutches. I forgot to tell you, our true energy carries toxicity. After a while, you'll be like fish on a chopping board at our mercy." After saying this, they burst into laughter. The butler, seeing this, chimed in, "You 2 guardians have a clever scheme. Quickly let me down, and I shall deal with this brat." Listening to the 3's plotting, Lin Cheng remained unfazed. If it were anyone else facing such a situation, they would likely be doomed. But the reason he dared to take on their crutches was his own. Lin Cheng silently activated the Flame God skill. This skill originated from the top tribe of the Yuanqing, a clan's secret technique that could burn true energy as fuel. As the fiery true energy circulated, the invasive true energy affecting Lin Cheng's arms met its nemesis. In an instant, it transformed into fuel. Ding defeated the 2 elders of Yoyun. Reward 5,000 fate coins with the recovery of his arms. The system's prompt sounded. The 2 elders of Yoyun. Lin Cheng looked at the 2 smug men across from him, his gaze cold. He pushed off the ground, his feet exerting force like an arrow rushing toward them. Not good. The 2 elders' expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly used their crutches to defend. But Lin Cheng directly grasped the 2 crutches, channeling the fiery, true energy within him. 2 flames appeared. The crutches were covered with flickering flames. These flames did not stop following the true energy, driving the crutches rushing straight towards the 2 elders. What? The 2 elders had never seen such a scene. They retreated repeatedly, but the flickering flames clung to them like leeches. However, the 2 elders were not simple figures. Seeing the fierce flames, they drew water from a nearby water barrel, attempting to extinguish the flames. Lin Cheng sneered. The flames of the Flame God skill were not ordinary. Sure enough, as they attempted to extinguish the flames with water, they found that the flames could not be put out and grew fiercer, charging straight at them. What on earth is this? The 2 elders screamed, withdrawing their true energy. Watching the flustered duo, Lin Cheng's gaze was icy. He opened his palm and several fiery elemental wheels appeared in his hand, as if a deity had descended. The onlookers were all stunned. Is there really such a divine skill in this world? The 2 elders of Yoyun, exhausted from facing the flames, turned pale upon seeing Lin Cheng still had trump cards. They looked at Lin Cheng, repeatedly shouting, "We surrender, we surrender. Please stop. Mission complete. Reward 5,000 fate coins." The system prompt rang out. Lin Cheng paid them no mind. The methods of the 2 elders of Yoyun were despicable. If he had not practiced the Flame God skill, he might have truly fallen into their trap. Seeing the 2 surrender, how could he be satisfied? Lin Cheng's concealed weapon technique from the Lu sect had already reached great heights. He could easily use the fiery elemental wheels as hidden weapons. With a flick of his hand, the fiery elemental wheels shot out swiftly and accurately towards the 2 men. No. The 2 elders shouted, extending their arms to defend. They gathered their arms with vast, true chi, forming a thick shield. Yet the fiery yuan wheel thrived on true chi. It easily pierced through the thick shield, severing their arms under the incredulous gazes of the 2 elders from Yuyan. In an instant, the yuan wheel turned in the air, intending to completely end the lives of the 2 elders from Yuyan. Finally, Jiang Wang, who had been observing in the shadows, could no longer hold back. These two elders from Yuyun were guards dispatched by his father. If they died before his eyes, it would undoubtedly invite criticism from his other brothers. He rushed out, blocking Lin Cheng, and shouted, "Lin Cheng, stop this at once." Upon seeing the main figure emerge, Lin Cheng found it inappropriate to continue. He could only retreat gracefully. With a thought, the fiery yuan wheel dissipated into the air. Who? Seeing Lin Cheng relent, Jiang Wang breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon seeing the empty arms of the two elders from Yuyun, he became enraged again. He glared at Lin Cheng and said coldly, "Upon seeing me, do you not bow?" "Oh." Lin Cheng replied nonchalantly, "I have met Jiang Wang and wish him great fortune and peace." "Humph." Jiang Wang snorted coldly. Lin Cheng gazed at Jiang Wang, feeling that the latter was exceptionally handsome, his face vaguely resembling Yun Yao's. If he were to be dressed as a woman, he would probably not be inferior to Yun Yao. Lin Cheng looked at Jiang Wang and asked, "Princess Yun Yao must have informed you of everything. If you follow her instructions and hand over the mastermind, naturally today's events would not have happened. So this is all my fault." Jiang Wang glared at Lin Cheng, his face turning ashen. Lin Cheng stepped forward and said lightly, "How could I blame Prince Jiang? I merely thought of Princess Yun Yao and wanted to remind you that you wouldn't want the emperor to know about these matters, would you?" Jiang Wang was momentarily stunned. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Indeed, Lin Cheng was right. If the emperor knew he was ineffective in managing his subordinates, it would be difficult for him to advance further. Thinking of this, Jiang Wang suddenly looked at the steward hiding to the side and shouted angrily, "You have such audacity! How dare you deceive me? How dare you use my name to commit wrongdoing? Today, since Lin Xianshi has come, I will not protect you. You can go with Lin Xianshi." The steward was taken aback, realizing he had been abandoned by his master. He quickly wailed, "Your Highness, please save me. I did all this for you." Jiang Wang's expression darkened. He looked at Lin Cheng and said coldly, "This person I leave to you." "Thank you, Your Highness." A hint of a smile appeared on Lin Cheng's face. Seeing there was no turning back, the steward's heart sank, and he lamented, "Your Highness, I have done so much for you. How can you be so heartless?" Jiang Wang remained totally unconcerned. Suddenly, hearing the steward's words, his expression changed, and he shouted at the two elders from Yuyun, "Shut him up." Before the two elders from Yuyun could act, Lin Cheng waved his blade, directly severing the steward's fat head. The steward fell into despair. This could easily lead to other issues, and if he wasn't dealt with, it would likely stir up further trouble. Lin Cheng picked up the steward's head. The system chimed in. "Task completed, reward 2,000 fate coins." Not bad. Lin Cheng felt secretly pleased. He had earned 7,000 fate coins from this trip, enough to enhance his strength again. He approached Jiang Wang. Seeing Lin Cheng come over, Jiang Wang quickly stepped back a few paces and said coldly, "Do you have something to discuss?" "Yes." Lin Cheng smiled and cupped his hand, saying, "Your Highness, if you hand over the mastermind, you must also realize your mistake. How about you hand over a few more people?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Wang's face stiffened. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. With this incident, he would undoubtedly face scrutiny from his brothers. If he were to hand over a few more people and push the matter entirely away, surely others would have no way to pin this on him. "Do you truly want me to hand over more people?" Jiang Wang stared intently at Lin Cheng, asking earnestly. "Indeed," Lin Cheng replied. Jiang Wang hesitated for a moment and quietly mentioned the names of several factions. After Lin Cheng noted them down, he carried the steward's head and left, saying, "Your Highness has acted justly." Jiang Wang watched Lin Cheng's retreating figure, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. After the others left, he took care of the two elders from Yuyun and hastily boarded his carriage to head to the palace. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng, having obtained the names of several factions, immediately led his subordinates from the Zhenjiang Guard to proceed. After a morning's effort, he captured all the discarded members led by Qitian's sect into the prison, rigorously conducting interrogations, archiving, and closing cases. However, this uproar sent shockwaves through the capital's martial world. All factions were terrified. Their foothold in the capital relied on underhanded means, and none were clean. Now, with Lin Cheng coming on strong, everyone feared the investigation would fall upon them. As the leaders of several factions convened, they decided to give the Zhenjiang Prefecture a warning. Thus, an unprecedented scene unfolded outside the Zhenjiang Prefecture. Thousands of martial artists surrounded the Zhenjiang Prefecture, blocking all entrances and exits. They wielded no weapons and did not curse, merely standing in front of the doors, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Inside the palace, He Fenghua stood in the imperial study, having waited all morning. The emperor simply would not see him. Suddenly a eunuch emerged and advised, "Your Majesty said he would not see you today. If it's not convenient, you might as well come back another time. Why wait here in vain?" Before He Fenghua could respond, Jiang Wang hurried over. Upon seeing the eunuch, he immediately said, "Quickly report to father, saying I have matters to discuss." "All right." The eunuch hurriedly went to deliver the message. Outside the imperial study, Jiang Wang glared at He Fenghua with a sneer, saying, "Commander, you have quite the skill. My residence was almost wiped out by your subordinates. Oh, He Fenghua shook his head. Looking at the furious Jiang Wang, he smiled, and said, Your Highness, you have misunderstood me. Lin Cheng is not my man. He has a good relationship with Princess Yunyao. You can ask if this is the prince's intention. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wang's expression turned odd. Before he could speak, the reporting eunuch came out smiling at the two, saying, His Majesty has time now. You both may enter together. Once the two entered, they saw that besides the emperor, several high-ranking officials were present. At this moment, the officials stood in 2 rows, their expressions extremely grim. Among them, the Minister of Rights angrily said, Your Majesty, this Lin Cheng is audacious beyond measure. He has only held office for 2 days and has already caused chaos in the capital's martial world. I believe this boy is like a wild horse, difficult to tame. It would be better to dismiss him. The emperor nodded but did not express his stance. He then turned his gaze to the other side. Seeing the emperor look over, the Minister of War stepped forward. After hesitating for a moment, he stated, The factions in the capital's martial world have long been disobedient to the court's governance. This time we can use Lin Cheng's methods to suppress them. At that time, Your Majesty can dismiss Lin Cheng, which would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. That would not be appropriate. He Fenghua quickly stepped forward. Everyone turned their gaze towards He Fenghua. The emperor sat high upon the dragon throne, a smile gracing his face. I Ching He, why do you hesitate? Pray speak your mind. He Fenghua stepped forward to pay his respects. Then his gaze shifted to the 2 factions led by the Minister of Rights and the Deputy Minister of War, his expression turning stern. The affairs of Zhenjiang Prefecture do not require your opinions, do they? Upon these words, the room fell silent. He. The Minister of Rights chuckled softly, looking at He Fenghua. No matter how grand Zhenjiang Prefecture is, it still belongs to His Majesty. How it is handled, does it fall under your jurisdiction? He Fenghua remained silent, his gaze deeply fixed on the Minister of Rights. This scene inevitably stirred thoughts among the crowd, recalling some rumors about He Fenghua. The Minister of Rights felt a twinge of fear, but did not back down, pointing at He Fenghua and angrily declaring, Those who fear you may be others, but I do not. Seeing someone take the lead, others began to join in the onslaught. He Fenghua, do not act recklessly. Before His Majesty, it's better to set aside the ways of a martial artist. This is the imperial study, a place for reasoned discourse. Zhenjiang Prefecture has grown increasingly arrogant. It ought to be curbed. Even if the civil officials fought fiercely among themselves, they would unite against a common foe. He Fenghua naturally could not show weakness. Facing the criticisms from the civil officials, he countered each one. As the commander of Zhenjiang Prefecture, he was not only powerful in martial prowess, but also quite eloquent. Alone, he managed to engage in a back and forth with a group of civil officials. As the imperial study erupted into chaos, the emperor could no longer remain seated. He gently cleared his throat, and once silence fell, he looked towards Prince Jiang. I have received news. This Lin Cheng has apprehended people in your residence. What do you have to say about that? Prince Jiang had intended to report to the emperor. Yet seeing the ongoing disputes among the court officials regarding Lin Cheng, especially He Fenghua's stance, he realized that Lin Cheng would not be easily taken down. He had no choice but to set aside the matter of reporting. At this moment, facing the emperor's inquiry, Prince Jiang replied without hesitation, Father, although Lin Cheng acts somewhat aggressively, he has indeed captured an internal traitor for me. Ultimately, I still owe a debt of gratitude to Lin Qianshi. I believe it would be best to let Lin Qianshi handle the current situation before pursuing accountability. He Fenghua glanced at Prince Jiang. Immediately, he also expressed, Your Majesty, I believe what Prince Jiang says makes sense. Let us first allow Lin Cheng to complete his tasks. At that, the emperor nodded. He then turned his attention to the civil officials. The Minister of Rights, seeing the emperor's glance, understood it was not wise to continue arguing, and thus echoed, What Prince Jiang says is reasonable. Seeing everyone express their stance, the emperor's expression softened somewhat, as he gazed around, suddenly sighing. As for Lin Cheng's matter, we shall discuss it later. However, regarding Yun Yao's marriage alliance, I would like to hear your thoughts. Everyone exchanged glances. They had initially come to address Lin Cheng, but now with the topic shifted to marriage alliances, they all bore expressions of difficulty. Within Zhenjiang Prefecture, everyone became busy. Lin Cheng had captured too many people, and since it involved the Jiang royal family, all of Zhenjiang Guard was summoned to participate in the interrogations and case closures. What left Lin Cheng speechless was the farce outside Zhenjiang Prefecture. These martial factions had surprisingly surrounded the front and back of Zhenjiang Prefecture. He had seen such scenes before in Huazhou. However, the martial factions in Huazhou directly confronted him with force, which he justifiably suppressed. Yet now the martial factions in the capital were more cunning. They neither resisted nor insulted. They simply blocked the doors, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. While they posed no substantial harm to Zhenjiang Prefecture, the provocation was quite strong. However, Lin Cheng did not care. These people were targeting Zhenjiang Prefecture, not him. He leisurely sat in the office sipping tea while listening to reports from his subordinates. It was a most pleasurable experience. Yet before he could enjoy it for a moment, a loud commotion erupted. A woman in black rushed in beside He Fenghua. She approached Lin Cheng and coldly stated, "What do you plan to do about those people outside Zhenjiang Prefecture?" Lin Cheng smiled. He looked at the woman and asked, "Why should we do anything about them? If they wish to come, let them come. As long as we ignore them, they will leave when they find it uninteresting." "You..." The woman gritted her teeth indignantly, saying, "They are coming for Zhenjiang Prefecture and for you. If we ignore them, the martial world may think Zhenjiang Prefecture is weak. You must come up with a solution." Lin Cheng rubbed his forehead. He had someone bring the woman a cup of tea, slowly saying, "How about we wait for the commander to return and discuss it together? After all, Zhenjiang Prefecture is not solely under my command." The woman stared at Lin Cheng for a long time. She placed the tea in her hand on the table, coldly saying, "If it weren't for you capturing so many people this time, would they dare to show off in front of Zhenjiang Prefecture? You say it is not solely under your command now that the commander is absent and Deputy Qian is unable to come due to your actions. Who do you expect me to seek help from?" With that, she did not wait for Lin Cheng to respond and left directly. Chen Wentian, seeing the woman leave quickly, said to Lin Cheng, "Qianshi, you must not easily offend this man. She is the daughter of the commander." Lin Cheng sighed. Why was it so difficult to keep a low profile? He had just stirred up trouble at the Jiang royal residence, and that matter was not yet settled. If he were to bring someone to suppress those martial people outside Zhenjiang Prefecture, he feared he would gain notoriety in the capital. Helpless, he had no choice but to rise and chase after her. Chen Wentian and the others closely followed. At this moment, the woman in black was angrily leading a group of over 100 people towards the outside of Zhenjiang Prefecture. Upon seeing Lin Cheng approaching with people, the woman halted. She asked in confusion, "Lin Qianshi, did you not wish to stay out of this? Why have you come over? Do you want to watch the excitement?" Lin Cheng felt somewhat awkward. Chen Wentian immediately stepped forward, addressing the woman in black. "It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Lin Qianshi did not mean it that way. Please do not take offense, Miss He." Lin Cheng pushed Chen Wentian aside. He took a step forward, fixing his gaze on the woman in black. "Do you truly wish to deal with those people outside?" "I do." The woman nodded indignantly, stating, "They believe that by not engaging in force, Zhenjiang Prefecture has no means to handle them. I must make them remember this lesson." Having received the desired response, Lin Cheng no longer hid his intentions. He looked at the more than 100 people the woman had brought, and suddenly had an idea. Since they do not engage in force, we will find a way to provoke them into doing so. This way I can lead people to suppress them. "What method?" the woman quickly inquired. Lin Cheng pointed at the woman's subordinates, smiling. "Have your subordinates change into regular clothes, find a way to blend into the crowd, and provoke them into attacking Zhenjiang Prefecture. Wouldn't that be a form of forceful confrontation?" The woman was taken aback. She stared wide-eyed at Lin Cheng, her tone strange, ingenious. "Lin Qianshi, some call your methods despicable, but I find this unconventional and indicative of a capable general." Lin Cheng was furious. He looked at the woman and said angrily, "As an official, I conduct my duties with integrity. You may not have seen it wrong, but there are still some who harbor bias against me, constantly scheming and slandering from the shadows. It is indeed difficult to be an official." The woman let out a light laugh. Without waiting for Lin Cheng to finish, she vanished with her subordinates. Lin Cheng could only swallow the words he wanted to say. Not long after, over 100 of the black-clad woman's subordinates changed into civilian clothes and discreetly blended into the crowd outside Zhenjiang Prefecture. Inside Zhenjiang Prefecture, Lin Cheng had also summoned several hundred skilled fighters. He led these individuals outside to Zhenjiang Prefecture. In an instant, thousands of martial artists surged forward, undaunted in the face of the armed Zhenjiang guards. Lin Cheng looked at these people. He cupped his hands and slowly said, "Brave heroes, would you please give Zhenjiang Prefecture some face? Quickly retreat and return to your homes, and we can let bygones be bygones." "Pak!" Someone in the crowd shouted angrily. A person pushed through and yelled at Lin Cheng, "What are you? Let that Lin dog official come out and give us an explanation." "Right." Seeing someone stir up trouble, the other martial artists began to curse angrily. "Lin Cheng is lawless. First, he destroyed Qiumei Mountain, and now he's using this opportunity to deal with Qitian sect. Let me ask you all a question. After dealing with Qitian sect, are you planning to come after us next?" "Well asked. Let that dog official come out to face us." Since he became the acting official of Zhenjiang Prefecture, the capital has been in turmoil. The crowd was in an uproar, filled with fury. In their eyes, Lin Cheng was a villain beyond redemption. In the face of the crowd's insults, Lin Cheng's smile did not fade. He asked, "Have you all seen acting official Lin? Do not be blinded by those with ulterior motives being used as pawns." "Pak!" Someone spat at Lin Cheng. He shook his head secretly. Since these people refused to listen to reason, they could not blame anyone else. He gave Chen Wentian a glance. Chen Wentian quickly took out a signal flare from his waist and shot it into the sky. The martial artists saw this scene. Immediately, some people were frightened and hurriedly left, unwilling to linger any longer. However, most of them, someone laughed loudly. "Do you think you can suppress us by force? We haven't used violence, we came here to reason with you." If you dare to strike us, even if it causes chaos in the Golden Lawn Hall, we will still be in the right. Before these people could feel pleased for too long, they noticed some individuals around them starting to cover their faces, followed by drawing their blades and charging towards Zhenjiang Prefecture. Some reacted quickly and hurriedly stopped the masked individuals, patiently advising, "Brothers, we can't use violence, or we will not be in the right anymore." The masked individual immediately cursed, "Zhenjiang Prefecture is too tyrannical. Ooh, I want to rebel. If you stop me again, I'll chop you down too." Saying this, the masked individual charged forward. The next moment, over 100 masked individuals suddenly rushed out from the crowd, brandishing knives, as they charged towards Zhenjiang Prefecture. Madness. Upon seeing this scene, all the martial artists present were dumbfounded. This isn't how the script goes. Lin Cheng, seeing the masked individuals charge forward, immediately shouted, "You dare to invade Zhenjiang Prefecture with such audacity? Kill for me." In an instant, the hundreds of experts behind Lin Cheng sprang into action. However, they did not engage the masked individuals. Instead, they charged towards the rowdy martial artists. The martial artists certainly would not submit easily. They immediately fought with the Zhenjiang guards. Meanwhile, the masked individuals took advantage of the chaos to remove their civilian clothes. One by one, they transformed into Zhenjiang guards. The martial artists had never seen such a scene. Upon seeing others taking action, they too began to fight. As they were not carrying weapons, they were gradually defeated when facing the Zhenjiang guards. In just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, thousands of martial artists were frightened into a panic. They came to cause trouble, not to fight to the death. The originally orderly crowd suddenly scattered. While observing the battle, Lin Cheng ordered his subordinates, "Capture the ones causing the most trouble and interrogate them about the forces behind them. I want to pay them a visit." Half a stick of incense later, there were no more martial artists outside of Zhenjiang Prefecture. The black-clad woman approached Lin Cheng, chuckling. As expected, acting official Lin is impressive. Such a troublesome situation was easily resolved by you. No need. Lin Cheng waved his hand. He looked at the martial artists captured by his subordinates and said to the woman, "These people I captured are the ones causing the most trouble. I intend to teach the force behind them a lesson. What do you think, Miss He?" The woman fell silent. She furrowed her brow and, after pondering for a moment, said, "Since these people resorted to violence, Zhenjiang Prefecture is not made of clay. We must investigate thoroughly and eliminate the threat." Seeing that they had reached a consensus, Lin Cheng straightforwardly ordered his subordinates to administer punishment on the spot. Not long after, these martial artists could not bear it any longer and revealed the forces behind them. Lin Cheng did not hesitate. He took his subordinates and marched these individuals to demand an explanation. The black-clad woman quickly followed behind. However, before they had walked far, several forces came to meet them. They had been observing the situation outside Zhenjiang Prefecture, and upon learning of the conflict, quickly came to plead for mercy. "Who dares to block the way?" Chun Wentian charged forward with a knife. "Do not engage," the heads of several forces shouted. They approached Chun Wentian and whispered, "We have failed to restrain our disciples, creating trouble for Zhenjiang Prefecture, and we are here to apologize." Before Chun Wentian could respond, Lin Cheng rode over. He looked at them and smiled. "What are you apologizing for? Shouldn't Zhenjiang Prefecture be the one to apologize to you?" Hearing this, the heads of several forces were greatly alarmed. They hurriedly took out silver notes from their pockets and respectfully presented them. "We dare not, it is all our fault. Please accept this token of goodwill, my lord." Lin Cheng gave a glance. Chun Wentian took the silver notes they presented, checked them, and quietly reported a number to Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng's expression darkened as he looked at the heads in front of him and coldly said, "You should take back your goodwill." "No, no." The heads hurriedly took out another pile of silver notes, looking miserable. "This is all we have. My lord, we won't dare to stir up trouble again. Please let us go this time." Lin Cheng nodded. The few of them let out a sigh of relief. After these people left, the black-clad woman rode over and sarcastically said, "As expected, acting official Lin knows how to make money in just a short while. You must have earned several thousand taels." "Not at all." Lin Cheng continued, riding his horse forward. The black-clad woman relentlessly followed behind him, finally stating her purpose. "What about my share?" Lin Cheng reached out and took a stack of silver notes from Chun Wentian. He handed it to the woman, speechless. "There's more if you need it." "This is enough." "Enough." The woman accepted the silver notes, her complexion rosy. Lin Cheng, riding his horse, asked her, "I still do not know your name." "Enough." The woman accepted the silver notes, her complexion rosy. Lin Cheng, riding his horse, asked her, "I still do not know your name." He looked at the woman and couldn't help but ask, "Nice name, who gave it to you?" "My grandfather." He Qian was remarkably candid. Lin Cheng no longer asked further questions, gently patting the horse, twice abruptly accelerating. Hundreds of Zhenjiang guards hurried to keep up. He Qian gleefully tucked the banknotes into her bosom, watching Lin Cheng's silhouette with a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. She had spent many years in Zhenjiang Prefecture. Any changes within Zhenjiang Prefecture were beyond her notice. She had discovered something. Those Zhenjiang guards following Lin Cheng seemed to have struck it rich, especially those who accompanied Lin Cheng to exterminate the Chomei mountain. Originally stingy, they suddenly became extravagant. Take Chen Wentian, for instance. The annual salary of this local constable was around 1,000 taels. Even with some underfeedable income, it hardly exceeded 3,000 taels. Chen Wentian's family had over 30 mouths to feed. 3,000 taels seemed significant, but when divided among everyone it didn't amount to much. The capital is not a small place. Excluding the essentials, just preparing a set of seasonal clothing for the family would require quite a bit of silver, let alone funding the younger generation's education and martial training. 3,000 taels simply weren't enough. Yet He Qianqian received news that Chen Wentian's wife had purchased a new residence today. Where did the money come from? Initially, He Qianqian couldn't fathom it, but after following Lin Cheng for just a short while, she had already received over 1,000 taels. She understood everything. This Lin Qianshi was a god of wealth. No wonder when he called hundreds of experts from Zhenjiang Prefecture rushed to raise their hands, it turned out there was profit to be gained. Just as He Qianqian was lost in thought, another force from the martial world appeared ahead. The leader of these individuals approached with a smile, holding banknotes in his hands, hoping that the rumored Lin Qianshi would overlook their minor transgressions. He Qianqian quickly stepped forward. She pushed Chen Wentian aside, took the banknotes from his hand, lightly tapped them a few times, and coldly sneered, "Aren't you all quite bold? Daring to confront the Zhenjiang Prefecture with force, and then offering such trifles to appease us." Upon hearing this, the leader's smile froze instantly. In the end, under He Qianqian's pressure, the other party reluctantly pulled out another stack of banknotes. Yet He Qianqian was relentless. The leader appeared troubled, pleading, "Sirs, we are but a small clan, we truly cannot offer more." Lin Cheng could no longer watch. "This is not how you harvest chives." He pulled He Qianqian aside, addressing the pitiful leader, "Let's call it a day this time. Think twice in the future, and do not let yourself fall into my hands again." "Yes, yes, yes." The other party expressed gratitude while quickly slipping away. He Qianqian watched their fleeing figures, regretfully stating, "They definitely have more banknotes on them." "That's enough," Lin Cheng advised. Had he not intervened, she would have indeed dared to exploit these martial forces to the bone. As they continued on their way, many forces, upon learning that reparations could settle matters, flocked to present stacks of banknotes. Naturally, some forces were still oblivious. As a result, after Chen Wentian's group taught them a lesson, they obediently offered up most of their fortunes. In the end, they collected so many banknotes, they could only use boxes to carry them. He Qianqian went from being excited at the beginning to feeling completely numbed. Lin Cheng, however, felt a hint of surprise. He had initially thought he would encounter some stubborn opposition, but surprisingly, everything went remarkably smoothly. By the time it was deep into the night, Lin Cheng returned to Zhenjiang Prefecture. At this moment, the prefecture was brightly lit. As Lin Cheng and his men entered, Zhenjiang guards came out to take credit. It was no secret that Lin Cheng had collected a lot of money. The reason these people waited until late at night was merely to grab a piece of the pie. Lin Cheng was not stingy. He adhered to the principle of sharing the spoils, distributing a sum of silver to each person. At that moment, Lin Cheng's prestige in Zhenjiang Prefecture reached its zenith. If Lin Cheng were to decide to attack the palace at that moment, these Zhenjiang guards would undoubtedly follow him into battle without hesitation. After all, Lin Cheng did not merely promise rewards, he truly delivered. He Qianqian watched as the silver was distributed, her pretty face filled with pain and reluctance. She approached Lin Cheng puzzled, "But this is all money. Are you really giving it away like this? Don't you feel any heartache?" Lin Cheng shook his head. He had already accumulated dozens of boxes of gold and silver at home, and he too had grown numb. If he truly needed money, Lin Cheng had countless ways to profit. Rather than letting gold and silver rot in his hands while others coveted it, it was better to use it to win hearts. He Qianqian seemed to want to say something more, but then she saw a confidant approaching, whispering something in her ear. After sending the person away, He Qianqian said to Lin Cheng, "My father is waiting for you. I need to take you with me. Do you know what this is about?" Lin Cheng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected He Fenghua to wait for him until late at night. "I don't know." He Qianqian shook her head and added, "If you come with me, you'll naturally find out." The two made their way inside the prefecture, heading to the same room as before. However, this time, He Fenghua had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Lin Cheng, he congratulated Lin Qianshi has struck it rich again. "You are jesting, Commandant." Lin Cheng sat down and continued, "I wonder why you have waited for me until now." He Fenghua did not hide anything. He directly informed Lin Cheng of everything that had happened in the imperial study during the day, revealing the court's attitude towards him. Lin Cheng did not get angry. His expression remained calm. However, He Qianqian beside him was somewhat displeased, bravely saying, "Your Majesty, how can you trust slander? Lin Cheng has been serving the court. Isn't this akin to killing the donkey after it has carried the load? What nonsense are you spouting?" He Fenghua slammed the table, glaring at his daughter. "Humph." He Qianqian snorted, coldly falling silent. Seeing the two arguing, Lin Cheng chuckled softly, "There is no need for you both to be angry. Since the court does not value me, then I shall no longer serve as Qianshi." Don't. He Fenghua's eyes widened as he was about to persuade him. Lin Cheng interrupted him with a wave of his hand, instead, asking, before I leave, could you please tell me which court officials intend to kill the donkey after it has carried the load? He Fenghua shook his head, unwilling to say more. Seeing this, He Qianqian hurriedly pulled out a stack of banknotes and placed them on the table. Father Lin Chenshi has treated me well in Zhenjiang Prefecture. This money is for you. But you cannot neglect your own brothers, otherwise I will have to tell mother about your secret stash of money. He Fenghua pointed at He Qianqian, speechless for a long time, before finally conceding, fine, I'll tell you. Why are you so stubborn, girl? Thus he quickly revealed the names of the Minister of Rights, the Deputy Minister of War, and others. Lin Cheng noted these names. He stood up and cupped his fists towards the father and daughter. Thank you both. Lin Cheng exited the room alone. He gazed into the dim night, and a flicker of anger rose in his heart. Since you all dare to slander me in the court, be prepared to pay the price. As the wuxiang true energy circulated, Lin Cheng's figure transformed, changing into another person, donning night attire and disappearing into the night. After Lin Cheng left, He Qianqian chased after him. For some reason, she had a premonition that something significant was about to happen in the capital. Unfortunately, Lin Cheng was no longer in Zhenjiang Prefecture. He Qianqian searched around, but returned disappointed in the end. Upon entering the house, she saw He Fenghua quietly savoring tea, a look of enjoyment on his face. Can you still drink that? She stepped forward, snatched the teacup, splashed the tea on the ground, and shoved the cup back into He Fenghua's hands. He Fenghua's face darkened. Looking at his daughter, he angrily said, this is a rare pre-rain Lin tea that only produces 10 pounds a year. If you weren't my own daughter, I would have dealt with others differently. He Qianqian was furious. She snatched the cup back and angrily smashed it on the ground. He Fenghua became even more anxious, pointing at He Qianqian and scolding, what exactly do you want to do? Lin Cheng is missing. He Qianqian stared directly at her furious father. He Fenghua, however, looked unfazed and casually said, why do you care about him? Are you worried he will seek out those civil officials? He Fenghua paused. As the military commander of Zhenjiang Prefecture for many years, he made many connections. He stood up and walked in circles. An idea formed in his mind. He hurriedly instructed He Qianqian, immediately prepare a dozen carts of wine. I want to celebrate with the Zhenjiang Guard. Oh, we will not return until we are drunk. Tonight, whatever happens, Zhenjiang Prefecture will know nothing of it. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng was already several miles away. At the Ministry of Rights minister's residence, he gazed at the mansion before him and stealthily slipped inside without disturbing anyone. The mansion housed several fierce dogs. They were sensitive to smell and had sharp hearing. Just a whiff of a strange scent or the slightest sound would send them barking. Ordinary people might find this troublesome, but Lin Cheng was unconcerned. He activated his wuxiang divine art, completely masking his aura, and with the Yunyue Qingtian step, he effortlessly avoided the vicious dogs. At this moment, the lights in the Minister of Rights room had not yet gone out. He sat in a redwood chair, meticulously writing a letter, his expression serious and tense. Suddenly, the candlelight dimmed. The Minister of Rights frowned slightly, continuing to write, without looking up, completely unaware that another person had entered the room. Lin Cheng approached him and smiled. As expected of the minister, you are dedicated to your work. Suddenly, he heard someone speak. The Minister of Rights was startled and abruptly looked up, only to see a young man in dark clothing staring at him. Before he could shout, the young man pointed a finger at him. The Minister of Rights felt a sharp pain in his throat and could not make a sound. He clutched his throat, staring in fear at the young man before him. This young man was Lin Cheng. Ignoring the minister, he reached out and took the letter that the minister was writing. Lin Cheng glanced at the Minister of Rights and smiled. I didn't expect that a high-ranking official in the court would turn out to be a spy. You are even more dispensable now. A blade of energy cut through the air. The head of the Minister of Rights fell to the ground. Lin Cheng did not leave. He picked up a brush from the table, dipped it in the blood on the floor, and smoothly wrote on the white wall of the study, the Deathbringer visited here. The handwriting was crooked, resembling that of a child. It gave a chilling impression. Lin Cheng tossed the brush aside and left nonchalantly. Afterward, he visited each name on the list provided by He Fenghua. Lin Cheng discovered that all these court officials deserved their fates. After each encounter, he would leave the inscription of the Deathbringer visited here. After completing all of this, Lin Cheng felt extremely enlightened. By the time dawn broke, he restored his original appearance and returned to his own courtyard. Lin Cheng frowned as soon as he stepped into the courtyard. It was too quiet. So quiet that it felt as if no one was in the courtyard. Lin Cheng pushed open his father's door and found the room thoroughly cleaned with only a letter on the table. He opened the letter, bracing himself for the worst. As he read the contents of the letter, a wry smile appeared on Lin Cheng. This letter was left by Lin Xiao. In the last couple of days, Lin Xiao had become quite fearful after learning about some of Lin Cheng's actions. To avoid enemies tracking them down, Lin Xiao decisively took Yunyang and left the capital. Lin Cheng sighed. With a flick of his hand, the letter was reduced to ashes under the flames of true energy. He returned to his room. Just as he lay down, he heard someone knocking at the courtyard door, so he had to get up to open it. Outside the door stood a dozen Zhenjiang guards. They reeked of alcohol, their eyes hazy. Leading them was Chun Wentian. As soon as he saw Lin Cheng, he hurriedly reported, "Sir, something big has happened in the capital. Quick, come with us." Lin Cheng was already prepared. He appeared calm and feigned ignorance, asking, "What?" Chun Wentian slurred, "We just received news that the Minister of Rights and the Deputy Minister of War were assassinated last night." "Oh." A hint of surprise appeared on Lin Cheng's face as he hurriedly asked, "Do you know who did it?" Chun Wentian shook his head. He looked at Lin Cheng and bitterly smiled. "This matter is a state secret. Only the commanding officer knows the specific details." Surrounded by these people, Lin Cheng mounted his horse and headed straight for Zhenjiang Prefecture. Upon arriving, He Fenghua proactively approached him, speaking anxiously, "Quick, put on your official robes. We must enter the palace to meet the emperor." "What happened?" Lin Cheng furrowed his brow. He Fenghua sighed. "Last night a murderer appeared and assassinated multiple court officials. Now the emperor is furious and intends to hold Zhenjiang Prefecture accountable." Before Lin Cheng could respond, He Fenghua continued, "This murderer even arrogantly left behind the words, 'The Deathbringer visited here.' At the scene. It's truly outrageous." Lin Cheng changed into his official robes. He Fenghua hurriedly took Lin Cheng to the palace. At this moment the court session had not yet begun. The officials stood in the Golden Lawn Hall, all showing signs of panic. They clustered in small groups, whispering among themselves. "The head of the Minister of Rights has been chopped off, and the Deputy Minister of War too. That thief is incredibly arrogant. Could he be an assassin sent by the Yuanqing dynasty? Impossible. They are about to have a marriage alliance. Have they gone mad?" Listening to the discussions, He Fenghua and Lin Cheng stood in a corner. It was not that they did not want to join the discussion, but all the officials present were quite resistant to Zhenjiang Prefecture. Thus the two enjoyed some peace. However, as an elderly man in deep purple official robes arrived, all discussions ceased. This elderly man was tall and had an extraordinary demeanor. He walked straight up to He Fenghua and said loudly, "I have heard that this criminal is a person from the rivers and lakes. You in Zhenjiang Prefecture manage matters in the rivers and lakes. Oh, do you have any knowledge of his background?" He Fenghua smiled. "We are currently investigating." The old man chuckled lightly, and then asked, "I heard you in Zhenjiang Prefecture drank all night. Now that such a big incident has occurred, you are liable." As the elder spoke, the scene fell silent, and all the officials turned their gazes towards He Fenghua and Lin Cheng, facing the elder's accountability. He Fenghua's expression remained calm as he pointed at Lin Cheng, saying, "Lord Qin, you are overthinking. The officials of Zhenjiang Prefecture were drinking last night to celebrate this young brother's success. Oh, what crime is there in that? As for the perpetrator, what does his killing have to do with our drinking in Zhenjiang Prefecture? If we hadn't been drinking, would he not have killed?" The elder let out a cold laugh. He pointed at He Fenghua, trembling with anger. "You are quite eloquent. I disdain to argue with you. I shall see how you justify yourself before His Majesty." He Fenghua was not angered. He cupped his hands towards the elder politely, saying, "Then there is no need for you to trouble yourself." The elder waved his sleeve and left. The surrounding officials hurriedly approached him, pulling the elder aside with great enthusiasm. Lin Cheng looked at the elder's departing figure and inquired of He Fenghua, "Who is that old man?" He Fenghua withdrew his gaze, moving his lips slightly. "That old man is the Minister of Justice. A few years ago he established a Heavenly Eagle Hall specifically to capture fugitive criminals from the Jianghu. However, lacking the support of His Majesty, he is therefore not as powerful as Zhenjiang Prefecture." Upon hearing this, Lin Cheng understood. So he was a competitor. The Heavenly Eagle Hall founded by that old man has always been suppressed by Zhenjiang Prefecture. Now that he sees an opportunity, he certainly wishes to step on it. I fear that when we enter the court, this old man will cause trouble. Oh, I wonder if He Fenghua can handle it. As Lin Cheng pondered, he caught sight of He Fenghua staring at him intently. "What is it?" Lin Cheng pretended to touch his face and smiled, saying, "Is there something on my face?" He Fenghua shook his head, squinting his eyes, and asking, "Deputy Lin, I did not see you at the gathering last night with the others from the prefecture. Where were you?" Lin Cheng's heart stirred. His face showed no change as he replied, "Lord He, I was there all along. Everyone was drinking in a daze. Did you really not see me?" He Fenghua revealed a slight smile. He patted Lin Cheng on the shoulder and laughed. "I must be getting old and my eyes failing. I think I saw you last night, ha." Lin Cheng laughed along. Their laughter drew the attention of those around them, especially that Qin, the Minister of Justice. He looked at the two of them coldly, saying, "I will make you both cry later." The sound of bells rang in the Golden Lawn Hall. The previously scattered crowd quickly arranged themselves into an orderly line upon hearing the bell. Ascending the steps leading to the Golden Lawn Hall, Lin Cheng followed behind, He Fenghua climbing slowly with the large group until they reached inside the hall. Lin Cheng fixated on the dragon throne in the hall. Amidst a symphony of ceremonial music, the emperor slowly emerged and sat upon the dragon throne. Hundreds of officials saluted. After some commotion before silence could settle, the elder with the surname Qin quickly stood up. Seeing this, the emperor shook his head to stop him, saying, "Minister of Justice, I know what you wish to say. This matter will not be discussed in court today." The elder had no choice but to return to his place. Afterwards, astonishingly, no one in the court mentioned the assassination case, as if it had never happened. By the end of the court session, the emperor finally looked towards He Fenghua and coldly said, "He Fenghua, later you will take Lin Cheng to my study. If others wish to come, they may go together." After the court session, He Fenghua led Lin Cheng through a side door towards the emperor's study. Following closely were the elder with the surname Qin and about 10 officials from the Ministry of Rights, Ministry of War, and Ministry of Justice. In the study, the emperor stared at He Fenghua and angrily said, "The Minister of Rights, the Deputy Minister of War, and several other officials were executed overnight. Do you have any leads?" "No," He Fenghua replied, lowering his head. The emperor picked up a memorial and threw it at He Fenghua, shouting, "Then what use do you have to me?" Seeing the opportunity, the elder with the surname Qin quickly spoke up, saying, "Your Majesty, Zhenjiang Prefecture has been ineffective. You please punish them." The emperor nodded, looking at the elder, and suddenly said, "I know you have a Heavenly Eagle Hall under your command which specializes in capturing Jianghu fugitives. Since Zhenjiang Prefecture has no leads, let the Heavenly Eagle Hall handle this matter." The elder with the surname Qin was delighted and hurriedly bowed, saying, "Thank you for your great grace, Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, He Fenghua's expression changed slightly, but he said nothing. The emperor then looked at Lin Cheng, smiling. "I have heard that you were quite impressive yesterday, that the Jianghu forces in the capital rushed to send you silver notes. How much did you collect?" Lin Cheng was prepared for this. Unhurriedly, he replied, "I collected them on behalf of Your Majesty. Once I return, I will certainly deposit them into the national treasury." "Humph." The emperor snorted a few times, his tone softening. "I do not care about you receiving money. It is only right for the Jianghu to compensate for offending Zhenjiang Prefecture." The emperor then added, "You are wise, Your Majesty." Seeing this, Lin Cheng quickly flattered him. The emperor waved his hand firmly, stating, "Do not flatter me. During this time I have received memorials, all criticizing you. Lay low for a while. Yunji has been making noise about wanting to learn martial arts. Go into the palace to teach her for a while." Lin Cheng was taken aback. He originally thought the emperor would find a pretext to strip him of his position, but unexpectedly, he only wanted him to lay low for a period. He Fenghua gave a signal with his eyes. Lin Cheng regained his composure and responded to the emperor, saying, "I obey your command." The emperor then looked at He Fenghua, his tone still cold, saying, "Although I have allowed the Heavenly Eagle Hall to intervene in this matter, if you and Zhenjiang Prefecture manage to capture the perpetrator before the Heavenly Eagle Hall, everything will be fine. Otherwise, Zhenjiang Prefecture will merge into the Heavenly Eagle Hall." He Fenghua's expression hardened. He immediately replied, "I obey your command." "Very well," the emperor said impatiently, waving his hand. "You may all leave. I am tired." The crowd could only take their leave. The officials from the Ministry of Rights, Ministry of War, and Ministry of Justice who had come along intended to take the opportunity to attack Zhenjiang Prefecture, but the emperor did not give them the chance. This matter was hastily handled. Although they were puzzled, they had no choice but to keep silent. After everyone left, the emperor looked towards a corner and quietly said, "Come out." As the words fell, the corner suddenly twisted and a hunchbacked old eunuch stepped out. The emperor was not surprised by it. The old eunuch looked at the emperor and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, I have investigated thoroughly. All those who died deserve their fate, especially the Minister of Rights, who was actually a hidden spy of the Yuanqing dynasty." The emperor nodded and then asked, "What about the young Master of Death?" The old eunuch lowered his head, his fingers moving slightly. "I have looked into it. The scene was very clean, and the assailant should be a congenital master skilled in lightness skills and concealing their presence." A congenital master. The emperor lightly tapped his fingers on the table and slowly said, "This person has only killed corrupt officials and traitors of the court, thus can be considered a man of righteousness. All congenital masters in the world are few. Investigate him. If he is willing to serve the court, I shall not hold past grievances against him." The old eunuch bowed slightly and turned to leave, only to disappear into thin air as if he had never been there. After the person departed, the emperor closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. The Minister of Rights is actually a spy of the Yuanqing dynasty. I truly misjudged people. In this court there is likely more than one spy. There should be quite a few. Lin Cheng followed He Fenghua. The two walked in silence, each lost in thought. Suddenly, an elderly man with the surname Qin sat on a palanquin being carried along. When passing by Lin Cheng and the others, he called for the bearers to stop. Lin Cheng and the others were puzzled, thinking that the man had something to say, so they also halted. The old man did not dismount from the palanquin. Sitting high, he looked down at them and said, "Commander, keep your eyes peeled. I will let you witness the day when Zhenjiang Prefecture merges into the Tianying Hall." Hearing this, He Fenghua could not be bothered to respond and simply walked away. However, Lin Cheng did not follow. He stood in place, looking at the arrogant old man with growing impatience. As a thought crossed his mind, a smile appeared on his face. "Minister of Punishment, do you have such confidence?" I have heard that the criminals are quite formidable. The old man shot Lin Cheng a glare. He had not intended to pay attention to the young man before him, but upon noticing the hint of mockery on Lin Cheng's face, he felt a surge of anger. The old man snorted coldly and looked at Lin Cheng mocking, "Who do you think you are to speak? Let me remind you, the wood that stands out will be cut down by the wind. In my lifetime, I have seen many young talents. Those who do not understand this principle all met their doom." Lin Cheng simply smiled in response. He gazed at the old man and slowly said, "Then your life has been too short, and you have seen too little." The old man trembled at his words. Suddenly, he pointed a finger at Lin Cheng and shouted angrily, "I have been an official for many years, and never has anyone dared to insult me like this. You brat, cough, cough, cough." Before he could finish, he was so enraged that he began coughing incessantly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Cheng left. After walking a short distance, he heard exclamations behind him. "Quick, summon the imperial physician. Lord Qin is struggling to breathe." The first to hear the commotion was He Fenghua. He turned around to see the elderly man with the surname Qin had fallen from the palanquin unconscious. He Fenghua's expression changed, and he shouted at Lin Cheng, "Hurry and go." The two of them used lightness skills and quickly left the scene. After exiting the palace, He Fenghua looked at Lin Cheng with a bitter smile and shook his head, saying, "What did you say to that old man? You knocked him out." "Knocked him out." Lin Cheng halted in his tracks and corrected, "Don't help that old man frame me. He clearly is of advanced age and accidentally dozed off falling from the palanquin." He Fenghua gazed deeply at Lin Cheng and thoughtfully said, "I suspect I know why that old man fainted. However, you better hope he is fine. The Tianying Hall under him is not to be trifled with." "Oh." Lin Cheng suddenly became interested and asked, "Tell me more." He had never heard of the Tianying Hall, but from He Fenghua's tone it seemed quite formidable. He Fenghua had no choice but to explain the Tianying Hall is an elusive sect that keeps a low-profile partnering with eagles. I don't know what the Qin surname did, but it led such a force to align with him, cultivating many experts. Elusive sect. Hearing this, Lin Cheng couldn't help but think of Shu Qiqi, especially her strange sword. He had tested the cultivation technique Shu Qiqi practiced. It was merely ordinary, not particularly profound. However, when she wielded that strange sword, her strength seemed to undergo a transformation enough to threaten someone of innate supremacy. At this moment, hearing that the Tianying Hall actually originated from an elusive sect, Lin Cheng felt a flicker of interest. He Fenghua continued, unaware of Lin Cheng's thoughts. The Tianying Hall excels at catching thieves. No matter how far they run, they always seem to find a way to trace their whereabouts. Is that so? Lin Cheng chuckled, feeling a surge of vigilance. He Fenghua then looked at Lin Cheng, frowning. "Don't return to Zhenjiang Prefecture. His Majesty has appointed you to be the tutor of Princess Yunji. Do not delay. This princess has quite a temper." "It's fine." Lin Cheng shook his head. He was quite familiar with this princess. "It should be no problem." He Fenghua did not say more. The two mounted their horses and leisurely headed towards Zhenjiang Prefecture. As they passed through a bustling market, Lin Cheng's ears perked up at the sound of storytelling that caught his attention. In the street, a disheveled middle-aged scholar holding a worn-out folding fan was animatedly telling a story to a group of children. "Our Zhenjiang Prefecture's Lin Cheng is truly remarkable. Not long ago, he led a team to eliminate the bandits of Pingyun Mountain in Huazhou, cleansing the officialdom and suppressing the rampant forces of the Jianghu. These achievements directly made him the Qianshi of Zhenjiang Prefecture, a meteoric rise." The children listened with rapt attention, some naively cheering, "What's so great about Huazhou? The Jianghu forces in the capital are far more formidable." "I haven't finished yet." The middle-aged scholar snapped his fan, raising his voice. "The Jianghu forces in the capital are indeed powerful, but they have all been thoroughly subdued by Lin Cheng, who lined them up to hand over silver." Suddenly, a group of men pushed aside the children and shouted at the middle-aged scholar, "Nonsense. This Lin is a scoundrel. We've all been tricked by him. How dare you speak well of him? Warriors, please calm down." The middle-aged scholar quickly apologized, lowering his head in submission. "I'm just trying to earn a meal. Please forgive me." Seeing this farce unfold, He Fenghua suddenly laughed and said to Lin Cheng, "It seems these Jianghu forces are not exactly submissive to you." "Huh." Lin Cheng chuckled and rode over. He approached the group of men and softly asked, "Didn't you just say that Lin is a scoundrel? Now take a good look and see if I am indeed a scoundrel." "Who?" The leading man turned around abruptly, only to find Lin Cheng looking at him with a smile. "You." The man looked at the familiar face before him and suddenly felt a chill in his spine. He felt his knees buckle and promptly knelt down. "My lord, please forgive me." The man quickly pleaded, bowing repeatedly. "I spoke out of turn. Please spare me." Lin Cheng maintained a stern expression. He pointed to a stall selling grass ropes on the roadside and said to the man, "Go fetch a rope. You all tie yourselves up, and then I will consider whether to let you go." "Yes, yes." The group of men immediately bought ropes and tied themselves up. The middle-aged scholar watched all this in shock, incredulously gazing at Lin Cheng. You are really the Lin Cheng of Zhenjiang Prefecture." "What? Don't you believe it?" Lin Cheng looked at the middle-aged scholar with some confusion. The evidence was right before him. How could he not believe it? As Lin Cheng pondered this, he saw all the surrounding commoners kneeling down calling out, "We beseech Lin Cheng to support us commoners and save us from oppression." This commotion startled Lin Cheng. He quickly dismounted and urged the surrounding commoners to rise. Usually the commoners in the capital suffered under the oppression of Jianghu characters, and now seeing someone who could suppress the Jianghu forces felt like finding a lifeline. He Fenghua was also quite astonished. Finally, after Lin Cheng made a promise to stand up for the people, the commoners got up and let them go. Ding task completed, reward 8,000 fate coins. The system prompt echoed. When Lin Cheng took office as the Qianshi of Zhenjiang Prefecture, the system had issued a task: suppress the Jianghu forces in the capital. To fulfill this, he had wiped out Xiaomei Mountain, stormed the Jiang Wangfu, and even casually dealt with a few court officials. Yet he still had not received a system prompt. Now, after making a promise to the commoners, the system finally notified him that the task was complete. At this moment, Lin Cheng could not feel any joy. He and Fenghua were trapped in the crowd, unable to move, as nearly every commoner wanted to catch a glimpse of the rumored Lin Qianshi. Although they were strong in the face of the enthusiastic crowd, the two could only stand still, silently waiting for reinforcements. Lin Cheng believed that such a commotion would surely attract the attention of the Zhenjiang Guard. After learning that a high-ranking official had been assassinated, the Zhenjiang Guard dispatched most of its forces, each of them going out to question people, hoping to sift through the vast sea of humanity for useful clues. But they found nothing. However, they were shocked to discover the commanding officer and Lin Qianshi trapped by the crowd. The Zhenjiang Guard was taken aback. They thought a rebellion was underway. Last night, the Minister of Rights and the Deputy Minister of War had died. If the commanding officer of Zhenjiang and the Qianshi were also harmed, it would truly be a disaster for them. At that time, it was likely that the entire Zhenjiang government would face dismissal, and a few hundred lashes would be considered a light punishment. The terrifying consequences crossed their minds. Without a second thought, they fired a signal flare to gather reinforcements. Shortly after, hundreds of Zhenjiang guards arrived, only to realize that this was a misunderstanding and they had been overly alarmed. It was precisely because of this that Lin Cheng and Fenghua managed to extricate themselves from the crowd. On the way, Fenghua frequently glanced at Lin Cheng, his gaze as peculiar as could be. Lin Cheng, tired of being stared at, forced a smile and said, "Lord He, what exactly do you want to say? Just say it directly." Fenghua sighed. He turned his gaze away, staring ahead. It's not easy to speak for the people. Those from the Jianghu deceive, hurt, and kill people. They possess exceptional skills and can just disappear without a trace. At that time, how will you speak for the people? Seeing that Lin Cheng did not respond, Fenghua continued, "The Zhenjiang government is merely an organization for the court to counter and monitor the forces of Jianghu, not originally intended for the common people. And so is the Heavenly Eagle Hall of the Ministry of Justice." Upon hearing this, Lin Cheng remained composed. He looked at Fenghua and said earnestly, "Then let's establish an organization dedicated to speaking for the people and responsible for apprehending the wrongdoers from Jianghu." "That's difficult." Fenghua chuckled lightly. However, Lin Cheng stared at him and suddenly said, "Of course it's difficult, which is why I plan to set up a department in Zhenjiang to temporarily take charge of speaking for the people and apprehending the wrongdoers from Jianghu." Fenghua couldn't contain his laughter. "So you intend to leverage the resources of my Zhenjiang government?" "Not a chance, that's impossible." Before Fenghua could think of an excuse to refuse, Lin Cheng continued, "If this department proves feasible, Lord He, you will benefit greatly." "I don't see it that way." Fenghua quickly shook his head. Having honed his skills in the court for many years, he naturally perceived that this matter would be advantageous for Lin Cheng, but not for himself. Using my own money to manage someone else's affairs, Fenghua naturally refused. Seeing this, Lin Cheng understood his thoughts and could only curse internally at the old fox. To ensure the matter could proceed, he had to concede some benefits. Lin Cheng persuaded, "Lord He, if this department is established, can you guess if it will grow larger? By then it might become an organization no less than the Zhenjiang government." Fenghua's eyes flickered, but Lin Cheng continued, "At that time, when you serve as the commanding officer of Zhenjiang, you could also concurrently hold the position of deputy commander here. Your authority would likely rival a first-rank official." Upon hearing this, Fenghua was intrigued. He had presided over the Zhenjiang government for many years and had virtually no room for further advancement. If he were to oversee another organization on par with Zhenjiang, that would definitely allow him to move forward 2 steps. Even if it's just a nominal position. Fenghua probed, "Will the emperor agree?" Sensing Fenghua's interest, Lin Cheng smiled and said, "Unless you try, how will you know, Lord He?" After a moment of silence, Fenghua agreed. After all, if this matter went wrong, it would only mean a loss of some. If successful, the gains would be substantial. Moreover, Lin Cheng was quite young and talented. Coupled with the achievements he had made in recent days, there was a great chance for this to succeed. Fenghua had no reason to refuse any longer. The two quickly reached an agreement. Fenghua's eyes sparkled with light, as if he could already envision himself wearing a dragon robe in the future. When he came back to his senses, Lin Cheng had already ridden off some distance away. He Fenghua hurriedly chased after him, asking, "So what should we name this new department?" Upon hearing this, a name suddenly flashed in Lin Cheng's mind. He looked at He Fenghua and blurted out, "How about calling it the Six Gates?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a system task prompt sounded in his ears. Ding established the headquarters of the Six Gates. Expected reward, 3000 fake coins. Lin Cheng was stunned. In the past, the largest task he had taken on was merely suppressing the Jianghu forces in the capital, and that was only for 800 fake coins. But now, just by establishing the headquarters of the Six Gates, the system would reward him with 300 fake coins. Good name. Upon hearing the Six Gates, He Fenghua felt a sense of awe. He inexplicably felt that he had made the right choice, and that this name would definitely resonate throughout the world in the future. The two suppressed their excitement and hurried back to the Zhenjiang government. Upon returning, He Fenghua did not even say goodbye to Lin Cheng, but rushed back to his study, intending to design the initial framework and outline for the Six Gates. Lin Cheng was equally anxious. He was eager to find a place to enhance his strength. At this moment, he had 1500 fake coins on the system panel. This was the reward he received from slaying the steward of the Jiangwang Manor, defeating the two elders of Yoyun, and suppressing the Jianghu forces. Previously, while in the emperor's study, Lin Cheng had inexplicably felt a chill down his spine, as if a strong figure was scrutinizing him from behind. This made him feel quite uneasy. Just when he was about to rise, several angry shouts echoed in his ears. Outside the Zhenjiang government, a dozen Zhenjiang guards blocked 7 men dressed in black, shouldering black eagles. The leading Zhenjiang guard glared at them and shouted angrily, "This is the Zhenjiang government, not a place where you from the Heavenly Eagle Hall can just barge in." Barge in. The leading black-clad man sneered and angrily retorted, "We are here to demand an explanation. Your Lin Cheng has made our Minister of Justice faint with anger. If you don't provide an explanation for this matter, just wait and see." Wait and see. The leading Zhenjiang guard laughed angrily. The Heavenly Eagle Hall was indeed somewhat formidable, but before their Zhenjiang government, it was not enough to take seriously. Seeing that the Zhenjiang guards were not yielding, the black-clad man threatened, "If you don't step aside, and if any harm comes to you, it won't be good." Hearing this, Lin Cheng immediately turned around and walked toward the main gate. As soon as he appeared, several gazes fixed on him. The Zhenjiang guards hurriedly saluted, saying, "Subordinates, pay respects to Lin Cheng." Lin Cheng nodded, his gaze falling on the members of the Heavenly Eagle Hall. He first scanned the individuals, discovering that they were merely ordinary martial artists. Before he could retract his gaze, the black eagles on their shoulders all turned to look at him. The eyes of these eagles were quite peculiar, with white sclera and no pupils. In an instant, Lin Cheng felt a churn in his mind. He quickly circulated his Wuxiang True Qi and Lian True Qi to dispel the discomfort in his head. The leading black-clad man looked at Lin Cheng and chuckled, "You are Lin Cheng. Come with us. You intentionally harmed a court official, and our Heavenly Eagle Hall has the right to take you in." Bold. The leader of the Zhenjiang guard swiftly drew his sword from his waist, glaring with murderous intent at the man in black. "You little Tuning Hall, how dare you act recklessly in front of Officer Lin? I will chop you down." Having said that, he charged towards the man in black, swinging his sword towards the opponent's face. In the past 2 days, he had made a considerable fortune following Officer Lin, comparable to over a decade of salary. His life had thus undergone a tremendous change. Before this, he lived in a small house with over 10 family members, and they all lived frugally, hoping to buy a small courtyard in the capital. But land in the capital is as precious as gold. Prices have been skyrocketing every year. At this rate, even saving for 20 years would not allow him to afford it, but in just these 2 days he received over 1,000 taels in silver notes. Today his wife, along with the whole family, purchased a small villa outright. All these changes are thanks to Lin Cheng. A man would die for a true friend. Seeing the man in black come to bully Officer Lin, he wished he could cleave the man in black in two to vent his anger. The blade glimmered like lightning, striking with extraordinary swiftness. If an ordinary person faced this strike, they could only wait to die. However, the man in black remained unfazed. He slightly stepped back. The sword strike missed. The Zhenjiang guard, seeing the long sword miss, was slightly startled and quickly turned his blade, thrusting it straight at the man in black. The man in black seemed to disdain making a move. His form was like a swallow, like an eagle lightly flying several feet away. The long sword again struck nothing. The Zhenjiang guard gritted his teeth in anger. Seeing that the opponent still wanted to continue attacking, Lin Cheng immediately reminded him, "You are not his opponent." The Zhenjiang guard respectfully looked at Lin Cheng reluctantly, saying, "I have failed in my duty. Even if I die today, I must make this little brat from Tianying Hall suffer a bit." Ignoring Lin Cheng's warning, he charged again at the man in black. This time the man in black no longer dodged. Looking at the charging Zhenjiang guard, a hint of impatience flashed across his face. He lightly shook his shoulder, and the black eagle, which had been closing its eyes, suddenly opened its eyes wide. With eyes devoid of pupils, this small black falcon was no larger than a hen, yet its white eyes were exceptionally striking. It fixed its gaze on the charging Zhenjiang guard, its white eyeballs flashing with a hint of blood. In an instant, the Zhenjiang guard who was about to charge suddenly stopped. Following that, he began to swing his long sword in a disordered manner as if he were drunk. The other Zhenjiang guard saw their superior's strange behavior. They rushed forward, trying to pull him back. But just as they took a few steps, their bodies began to sway, their eyes dazed. They were like heavy drinkers, losing all reason, their faces exaggerated. The man in black slightly raised his chin, looking provocatively at Lin Cheng. "Officer Lin, if you don't want to end up like them, you should come with us, honestly." Lin Cheng paid no mind to the man. He looked at the black eagle on the man's shoulder, realizing, so that's how it is. No wonder you call yourselves Tianying Hall. It seems your strange skills all come from the black eagle on your shoulder, right? Exactly, replied the man in black, stroking the falcon on his shoulder without denying it. Interesting, Lin Cheng remarked, slowly descending from the steps. Step by step, he walked towards the man in black. Seeing Lin Cheng enter his line of sight, the man in black began to exert all his strength to command the falcon. Lin Cheng showed no reaction. As he passed the frenzied Zhenjiang guards, his form was like electricity, effortlessly knocking them out one by one to prevent them from getting hurt. Seeing this, the man in black was stunned, saying, "How come you are unaffected?" The Tianying on his shoulder was a divine creature of their sect. The eagle's eyes could emit strange spiritual energy, any ordinary warrior who approached would lose their reason and be at their mercy. But this officer Lin shows no signs of being affected. He quickly looked towards his comrades, signaling them to act. Lin Cheng, seeing this, did not stop them. He chuckled lightly, saying, "Go ahead and attack together. I want to see your skills." Remembering the rumors about Lin Cheng, the men in black did not dare to be careless and quickly awakened the black eagle on their shoulders. 7 black eagles all looked towards Lin Cheng. A strong mental wave emanated from their eyes. Lin Cheng felt a dizziness in his mind. Having had prior experience, he immediately activated his Wuxiang True Qi and Luoyan True Qi. The discomfort in his mind faded once more. Lin Cheng smiled at the man in black, saying, "Your Tianying Hall is nothing special. However, I am quite curious about the falcon on your shoulder. May I take a look?" As soon as he spoke, the man in black's expression turned extremely ugly. Since joining Tianying Hall, he had never failed, and the Tianying was like an arm to them. How could it be lent to others for study? Realizing he was no match for Lin Cheng, the man in black felt a sense of retreat. He looked at his 6 comrades, saying, "Retreat quickly. This person is not someone we can handle." Instantly, they leaped away like eagles taking flight, jumping. Lin Cheng naturally would not let these people escape. He executed the Yunyi Qingtian step, his figure akin to thunder and lightning, intercepting the leading man in black in the blink of an eye. "Do you think you can escape?" Lin Cheng used his palm as a blade, striking heavily at the man in black's neck. He held nothing back. The man in black's head tilted, crashing to the ground. Lin Cheng initially intended to capture the black eagle on the man's shoulder, but to his surprise, the eagle also died along with him. Life bound together. A thought surfaced in Lin Cheng's mind. He hurriedly chased after the remaining 6 men in black. This time he did not strike hard. He merely knocked them unconscious. He wanted to study these eagles. These people must not die. At this moment, reinforcements from the Zhenjiang prefecture had arrived. Leading them was Chun Wentian. Upon seeing the men in black lying on the ground, his expression changed. "Officer, the people from Tianying Hall are quite protective of their own. Those who injured them will definitely come again." "Is that so?" Lin Cheng raised an eyebrow, but spoke solemnly. "As soon as I came out, I saw these men in black assaulting people. They must not be members of Tianying Hall. They are surely imposters trying to sow discord between Tianying Hall and us." Right. Chun Wentian hurriedly nodded. He added, "They must be fakes. Keeping them is also a way to preserve Tianying Hall's face." Officer Lin Cheng appreciatively patted his shoulder. Then he instructed Chun Wentian to imprison these 6 men in black and separately detain their eagles. This way these people would be unable to use their skills. After explaining everything, Lin Cheng hurriedly left. He found a secluded room as his thoughts surged. The system panel floated before his eyes. Host Lin Cheng skills: Wuxiang Divine Art 2nd layer, Luoyan Divine Art minor completion, King Kong Buddha skill 3rd layer, Tianjuan 9 blades, first 3 styles, Yunyi Qingtian step minor completion, fragment of the purple Qi East coming skill 4th layer, Lin family blade technique, major completion, Lokyang, closed door collection, true method, major completion, strength, innate, mid-phase, fake coins 1500. After many days he was able to enhance his strength once more. Lin Cheng gazed at the various martial arts displayed on the panel. He fell into deep thought. Which one should he enhance? The Wuxiang Divine Art has 4 levels, and he had only reached the 2nd. This unparalleled divine skill had helped him immensely. Now as the Luoyan Divine Art reached minor success, the Wuxiang Divine Art would soon struggle to maintain balance. If left too long, the balance within his dantian would inevitably be disrupted, and without restraint the Luoyan True Qi would consume the other 2 types of True Qi. With this thought, Lin Cheng decided to elevate the Wuxiang Divine Art to the 3rd level. With a thought, the panel indicated a consumption of 10,000 fake coins. A wealth of memories appeared in his mind, all related to the process of cultivating the wuxiang divine art. This time the memories felt extraordinarily long, as if 100 years had passed. In the vision, Lin Cheng had already grown white-haired and emaciated, resembling someone whose time was nearly up. In the final scene, the white-haired Lin Cheng gazed up at the sky, unwillingly lamenting, "I have practiced for over 100 years, and the wuxiang divine art has long surpassed the 3rd level. But why can I not enter the realm of the master?" The scene halted here. Lin Cheng suddenly stood up, a trace of unwillingness on his face. However, he quickly sat back down. These were merely memories simulated by the system, not reality. He had not aged at all. The intense emotions of unwillingness from the memories nearly affected him. Once Lin Cheng looked at the panel. His wuxiang divine art had reached the 3rd level. The first 2 levels were no self-form and no human form. At the 3rd level it reached the state of no being's form. The wuxiang true qi within Lin Cheng underwent a qualitative change, becoming more ethereal and formless, seemingly containing everything while constantly shifting. At this moment the Luoyin true qi in his dantian was forced into a corner, trembling violently. Lin Cheng also intended to test the power of the 3rd level. As he operated the martial art, he transformed into a black-clad member of the Tianying Hall, his aura and martial skills identical. A strange feeling arose in his heart. It was a confidence that could command the Tianying. Lin Cheng did not know why he had such thoughts, and could only suppress them. Immediately, he directed his gaze towards the peculiar sword of Shu Qiqi. This peculiar sword had always been with him, and he had been researching how to wield it whenever he had the chance. Now, having broken through the 3rd level, his wuxiang divine art had grown stronger. Perhaps this time, he could draw it out. Lin Cheng grasped the peculiar sword. He slowly infused the wuxiang true qi into it, and made a forceful attempt to draw the sword. After a moment, Lin Cheng's expression turned strange. The sword remained as unyielding as a bottomless abyss, unresponsive no matter how much true qi he poured into it. A flash of insight struck him. Lin Cheng realized where the problem lay. This peculiar sword, like the black eagles of the Tianying Hall, was likely bound to its owner's life. Attempting to draw it out with external force would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. With this in mind, Lin Cheng's wuxiang true qi began to shift. He had once probed the true qi within Shu Qiqi, so he transformed his wuxiang true qi to match it perfectly. He gripped the peculiar sword again. This time, as he infused his true qi, he effortlessly drew the sword from its sheath. The peculiar sword was unsheathed. A powerful killing intent erupted from the sword. Lin Cheng's aura surged as well. In that moment, his previously calm face turned ecstatic. He had finally drawn it out. As the aura of the peculiar sword spread continuously, it expanded layer by layer from the house, where Lin Cheng was located, spreading towards Zhenjiang Prefecture and ultimately radiating throughout the capital in every direction. In a study, Fenghua was engrossed in writing. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. He abruptly looked up, staring in horror towards a direction in Zhenjiang Prefecture. A master. Fenghua's face changed drastically as he quickly suppressed his aura, fearing that his presence in the Zhenjiang Prefecture prison Shu Qiqi was fiddling with 6 black eagles, muttering, "Lin Cheng is so bold, he dares to capture black eagles. Is he not afraid that those ancient freaks who rarely emerge from seclusion will come after him?" She stroked the feathers of the black eagles, her face filled with glee. It was as if she could already foresee Lin Cheng being pursued by powerful figures in the future. Suddenly, Shu Qiqi's smile froze. She gazed in shock towards a direction, exclaiming, "Impossible! How could my holy sword from the Tianjin Palace be drawn out?" At that moment, Shu Qiqi was utterly flustered. She released the black eagles in her hands, clutched the iron bars of the prison with both hands, and shouted, "Let me out. I want to see Lin Cheng. What did he do to my sword?" Unfortunately, no one paid her any mind. Shu Qiqi's hands and feet were bound by specially made shackles, rendering her unable to exert her strength. She could only wail helplessly in the prison. Lin Cheng was unaware that his act of drawing the sword had caused such a commotion for Fenghua and Shu Qiqi, far away, dozens of miles away in the palace. In the royal library, a young eunuch who was organizing books suddenly turned his head towards the direction of Zhenjiang Prefecture. This eunuch appeared to be only in his teens. At this moment, the young eunuch seemed to age decades. He gazed towards Zhenjiang Prefecture, muttering, "Is it from Zhenjiang Prefecture? Did Fenghua provoke someone?" As he spoke, he stepped forward and vanished without a trace. On the other side of the palace, in the imperial study, the emperor was engrossed in reviewing memorials, when suddenly the jade seal on his desk trembled. Sensing the anomaly, the emperor abruptly set down his brush, grasped the jade seal, and a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. 100 years ago, the grand emperor had made an agreement with those old fellows. They are not to set foot in the capital, interfere with the martial world, or intrude upon court affairs. Have they all forgotten? Saying this, he picked up a large brush and heavily wrote the character "kill" on a piece of rice paper. Then he stamped it down with the jade seal. As the jade seal was lifted, the character "kill" on the rice paper seemed to contain boundless killing intent. It was as if an otherworldly power infused into the rice paper. The emperor tossed the brush aside. He bellowed, "Come here. Take this writing of mine, and slay the master who has intruded upon the capital." In a corner a eunuch clad in white appeared, bowing respectfully to take the rice paper, responding affirmatively before vanishing without a trace. Lin Cheng immediately sensed something was wrong. The aura of the peculiar sword was too overwhelming, quickly spreading outwards. To avoid causing a great disaster, he hurriedly sheathed the peculiar sword, and then found a place to hide it. He intended to interrogate Shu Qiqi thoroughly in the prison, to understand the origins of this peculiar sword. As he approached the entrance of the prison, suddenly, a sharp voice rang in his ears. "He Fenghua Lin Cheng, come out and meet me." This voice pierced through his mind like thousands of steel needles. Lin Cheng felt as if his head was about to explode. Yet when he looked at the Zhenjiang guards beside him, he found they were completely unresponsive, as if they could not hear it. With no other option, Lin Cheng had to endure the headache and hurry back. In the central area of Zhenjiang Prefecture, He Fenghua was also clutching his head, his face contorted in pain. He cried out in surrender, "White-robed eunuch, please cease your powers. My head is about to explode." After seeing that the other party ignored him, He Fenghua could only bear through the intense pain in his head as he exited the study. Halfway through he encountered Lin Cheng, who was also clutching his head. He felt as if the pain wasn't so bad anymore. He let out a hearty laugh. "Lin Cheng, how are you feeling?" "Lord He." Lin Cheng bore the pain in his mind and asked what is going on. He Fenghua hesitated to speak. Seeing Lin Cheng staring at him, he could only respond reluctantly, "This person does not wish to be discussed. You will know when you reach the main gate." Lin Cheng ceased his inquiries. The two hurried to the front gate of the Zhenjiang government. At this moment the guards were interrogating a man. The man was dressed in white, his appearance handsome. He held a scroll and responded amiably to the guards' questions, revealing that he was from the palace. The guards of Zhenjiang dared not relax their vigilance, nor did they dare to let him pass. Not long ago someone had impersonated a captain from the Tianying Hall and caused trouble here, injuring colleagues on duty. They must learn from their lessons. While politely detaining the man in white, they planned to send someone to notify them. Suddenly, Lin Cheng emerged. Following closely behind was He Fenghua. Upon seeing the two, the guards quickly perked up, saying, "We greet the commander and Vice Secretary Lin." Lin Cheng did not respond to them. His attention was entirely focused on the man in white. This man seemed unremarkable, like an ordinary person, yet Lin Cheng sensed a threat emanating from him. He Fenghua suddenly dashed out from behind. He approached the man in white, scrutinizing him closely, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. "What's the matter? Can't you recognize me?" The man in white looked at He Fenghua and smiled. He Fenghua quickly replied, "You, the man in white, have become younger again. I remember you looked quite old 10 years ago, but to my surprise you have truly transformed." "Huh." The man in white chuckled lightly. He patted He Fenghua on the shoulder and murmured, "It's all thanks to His Majesty that I was fortunate enough to break through." Then the man in white no longer paid attention to He Fenghua. He turned his gaze towards Lin Cheng and suddenly said, "Good seedling, you have talent. Would you be willing to come to the palace to cultivate with me?" Lin Cheng was startled. He quickly shook his head, rejecting, "I do not wish to, I do not want to. Please look for someone else." The man in white said no more and walked directly into the Zhenjiang government. He Fenghua hurriedly followed. Lin Cheng closely trailed behind. The Zhenjiang government was originally He Fenghua's domain, but at this moment, he seemed like an outsider in front of the man in white. The man in white wandered around the government for a while. His expression became somewhat strange. He Fenghua noticed the change in the other's demeanor and asked, "Are you looking for something, my lord?" The man in white paused and looked deeply at He Fenghua, sneering, "Do not pretend in front of me. The aura of a master is emanating from you in the Zhenjiang government. Can you not know? Tell me where that person has gone." Upon hearing this, He Fenghua forced a smile. He shrank his neck awkwardly, saying, "My lord, you know me well. I am the most timid. I was so frightened that I did not even dare to leave the room. How could I possibly know?" "Humph." The man in white sneered lightly and stopped pressing. He took a few steps and suddenly turned to Lin Cheng, asking, "What about you? Where were you at that time?" Upon seeing that the question was directed at him, Lin Cheng felt a jolt of panic and instinctively wanted to speak the truth. At this critical moment, the Wuxiang Tru Qi in his dantian trembled slightly. Lin Cheng quickly realized, this person actually knows a soul-concealing technique, and nearly fell for it. Feigning terror, he spoke, "Without thinking at that time I intended to visit a few prisoners in the dungeon. That aura startled me, but it disappeared in an instant." Upon hearing this, the man in white nodded. He looked at Lin Cheng a few times, seeing he did not seem to be lying, and could only sigh. Now that masters can appear without restraint, it seems the world is about to fall into chaos. He Fenghua was taken aback. He quickly asked, "My lord, what do you mean by this?" The man in white shook his head and did not respond. He Fenghua wanted to continue questioning, but suddenly a gust of wind swept through the Zhenjiang government. Countless dust particles rapidly gathered in the air. Seeing this scene, Lin Cheng quickly retreated, distancing himself. He could feel that this wind was not naturally formed, but was generated by Tru Qi. He Fenghua also hurried over to avoid it. He gazed at the terrifying scene before him, murmuring, "Oh my, another master has come. Are they trying to tear down the Zhenjiang government?" Hearing this, Lin Cheng's pupils constricted. Could this scene before him be caused by a master? His wuxiang divine skill had reached the 3rd level. The true qi in his dantian was extremely vast, capable of being squandered at will. However, if he wanted to rely on true qi to create a gust of wind on the scale of what lay before it was far from enough. In the height of more than 10 zhang, countless dust particles shot into the sky, rapidly coalescing into 9 gray spheres the size of grinding discs. Such a shocking sight attracted the attention of everyone within the Zhenjiang government. They gazed at the strange phenomenon in the sky, not knowing who shouted, "There's a monster, run." This group of formidable guards from Zhenjiang scattered like birds and beasts, rushing in all directions to escape for their lives. In the high sky, these vast gray dust clouds coalesced into 9 large gray spheres, which after circling in the air suddenly charged towards the man in white like meteors. With murderous intent, the man in white remained unfazed. He waved his sleeve at the gray spheres. Like a conjuration or sorcery, the furious winds within the Zhenjiang government suddenly dissipated. Even the 9 gray spheres that attacked him disappeared without a trace. The man in white rolled his sleeve and coldly said, "Trivial skills. Little fruit, if you continue to hide, I will have to capture you myself." Hee. A sharp, eerie laugh echoed around them. This laughter was like a demonic sound constantly pouring into their minds. Lin Cheng was about to operate his skills to suppress his discomfort when suddenly the strange laughter ceased, and a short figure appeared before the 3. Upon seeing this person, He Fenghua rushed over and respectfully said, "So it's you, Lord Gua. Why have you come too?" This short figure turned out to be a child, small in stature and delicate with innocent eyes. He looked at He Fenghua and smiled. "Your Zhenjiang government has truly been unrestful lately, and now a master has appeared. What exactly are you trying to do?" He Fenghua had no words to respond. The child did not press for answers, but turned his gaze to Lin Cheng. He said with a smile, "Young man, long time no see. Last time, how did you fare with the Grand Cold technique and the Diamond Buddha technique I suggested? Do you regret not listening to me?" Lin Cheng's pupils constricted. This person was indeed the little eunuch he had met with Yun Yao at the royal library. At that time, Yun Yao speculated that he was a master. Unexpectedly, it was true. Lin Cheng forced a smile and bowed, saying, "Life is like chess. One must not regret their moves." Lord Guo put away his smile and looked at Lin Cheng seriously, saying, "A good thing. You are interesting. Would you be willing to come to the palace with me?" "This is absurd," Lin Cheng shouted in his heart. The 2 masters he encountered today both wanted to take him into the palace. "I do not wish to." Lin Cheng quickly shook his head and retreated a few steps, saying, "Lord, please seek someone else." "Humph." The eunuch Gua let out a cold snort and said, "Your talent is not bad, but once you reach the pinnacle of the innate stage, you will surely regret your words today." After finishing his words, he looked towards the eunuch in white and chuckled. "Little by, I have wandered around Zhenjiang Prefecture a few times and found no trace of that master. He must have left." Hearing the other party call him little by, the eunuch in white frowned and angrily said, "If you speak nonsense again, I will certainly give you a good beating. Just based on you." Will laughed heartily. "Then watch closely." A flicker of anger appeared on the face of the eunuch in white as he unfolded the scroll in his arms, revealing the character Zhan/. With the urging of true energy, countless killing intents surged forth on the rice paper. The vast killing intent enveloped Zhenjiang Prefecture. Lin Cheng couldn't help but recall the secret letter he had seen in Huazhou. At that time, he was already at the innate realm, and upon seeing the secret letter received by Princess Yun Yao, he felt a deep sense of dread from the murderous aura contained within. Yun Yao told him that the letter bore the emperor's private seal. The impression itself carried the essence of martial arts at its peak. And now this extreme martial killing intent could pervade the entire Zhenjiang Prefecture, which surely couldn't be achieved by a private seal. It must have been stamped with the legendary jade seal. Lin Cheng thought to himself. On the other side, Gua's face turned pale the moment he saw the rice paper. He looked at the eunuch in white and pleaded, "We are just playing it don't scare me with the emperor's handwritten note. This contains a murderous aura from the Zhao Yin fate. You must put it away. I yield to you." The eunuch in white saw the opportunity and asked coldly, "Have you learned your lesson?" Gua nodded hurriedly, saying, I have. Seeing his good attitude, the eunuch in white rolled up the rice paper in front of him. In an instant, the killing intent within Zhenjiang Prefecture dissipated. Seeing this, He Fenghua breathed a sigh of relief. If these two had fought in Zhenjiang Prefecture, it would likely have been destroyed. Lin Cheng also let out a sigh of relief. Gua's complexion gradually returned to normal. He cast a faint glance at the eunuch in white and suddenly cursed, "Little Bai, if I were not a eunuch, I would definitely make you bear children for 18 generations. After saying that, fearing that the other party would bring out the rice paper again, he hurriedly vanished without a trace. The eunuch in white was so angry that his teeth were clenching. He Fenghua trembled as she stepped forward and advised, "Eunuch in white, do you want me to take you around the prefecture for an investigation?" Upon hearing this, The eunuch in white glanced at He Fenghua and restrained his emotions, saying, "Take me to see the prison. Oh, perhaps you have caught the wrong person leading the master to come." He Fenghua turned to look at Lin Cheng as if asking, "What kind of person did you catch?" Lin Cheng shook his head. At this moment, he clearly understood that these two masters from the palace had definitely come for the strange sword. The eunuch in white noticed the exchange between the two. Without waiting for the other to speak, Lin Cheng took the initiative to say, "Earlier several captains from the Tianying Hall came to Zhenjiang Prefecture to cause trouble, and I captured them. They are currently detained in the prison. The rest are just some ordinary people from the Jianghu, without any background." Tianying Hall. The eunuch in white frowned. He looked at He Fenghua and asked, "Is he referring to the Tianying Hall established by the Ministry of Justice or the hidden sect Tunying Shenzong?" He Fenghua was about to speak. The eunuch in white interrupted, saying, "Whether it is or not, take me there to see. The cultivation method of Tunying Shenzong is indeed unique, having walked another path of martial arts, but it is a narrow path." Lin Cheng was somewhat curious and wanted to ask. Suddenly, He Fenghua gave him a tap, silently signaling him to stop. Lin Cheng had no choice but to swallow his words. When the three arrived at the prison, the eunuch in white seemed to sense something and directly headed towards Shu Qiqi's cell. Lin Cheng's expression changed as he hurriedly chased after. At this moment, Shu Qiqi was in the cell looking somewhat dazed. Suddenly, she saw a man in white appear outside the jail, staring at her with a strange gaze. Shu Qiqi jumped up and walked towards him, irritated, saying, "What are you staring at me for?" The eunuch in white ignored her. He scrutinized Shu Qiqi and after a moment suddenly spoke, saying, "You are practicing the sword nurturing technique of the Tianjin Palace. Why are you here?" Shu Qiqi was taken aback. The other party actually recognized the origin of her martial arts. She didn't want to answer, but when she caught sight of Lin Cheng hiding nearby, she angrily exclaimed, "It was this despicable scoundrel who tricked me into coming here." Seeing the eunuch in white looking at him, Lin Cheng rubbed his nose and gave an awkward smile. Immediately, the eunuch in white extended his hand towards him, saying, "Since this little girl is practicing the sword nurturing technique, she needs her sword to be with her at all times. Where is her sword? Where did you put it?" Lin Cheng's heart tightened. After a quick assessment, he pretended to be helpless and said, "That sword couldn't be drawn out. In my frustration, I melted it into an iron bar." Although Shu Qiqi was naive, she was not foolish. She immediately began to cry loudly, "You return my sword, you return my sword." The eunuch in white felt a headache coming on. He had never seen a strange sword and did not know its power. At this moment, to him, it was just a sword. Oh, why make such a fuss about it? "We need to see the few from Tianying Hall," the eunuch in white said, frowning, and with a movement he appeared several. Suddenly, the eunuch in white seemed to think of something and turned back to remind Lin Cheng, saying, "I advise you to kill that little girl or let her go. Her family members do not care for their lives and are very protective." "I will consider it." Lin Cheng nodded, but secretly vowed not to let go. Shu Qiqi's sword was too powerful. As long as he held the sword, he could face off against master-level opponents. If someone from Tianjin Palace came looking for him, he could use Shu Qiqi as a bargaining chip, achieving two goals with one action. The eunuch in white was unaware of Lin Cheng's thoughts. He directly vanished without a trace. Lin Cheng and the others hurriedly followed. After a few turns, they arrived at an open area where 6 iron cages were hanging. Inside were several people in black. They were pierced through the peepa bones by iron chains restricting all their powers. Underneath the iron cages, charcoal was burning, and the high temperature permeated the cages, making the black-clad individuals flush red. When they saw Lin Cheng approaching, they all began to curse. Lin Cheng looked coldly at them and said in a chilling voice, "Add more charcoal. Let them wake up properly." The eunuch in white shot a glance at Lin Cheng. He Fenghua hurriedly stepped forward, smilingly, saying, "This is the rule of our Zhenjiang Prefecture. It won't harm their lives. It's just to make them remember so that they don't offend others recklessly and lose their lives in the future." The eunuch in white shook his head. With a sigh, he said, "They are merely outer disciples of Tianying Shenzong. Even if you kill them, it doesn't matter. It seems that the master is not here for that little girl nor for them. How strange." The eunuch in white, immediately after, his figure flickered and he vanished before everyone's eyes. Lin Cheng was startled and looked around, hoping to find traces of him. He Fenghua shook her head and reminded, "This eunuch in white has been a master for over 10 years. His cultivation has long transcended, and he cannot be treated as an ordinary warrior." "Master." Lin Cheng felt somewhat dazed. He suddenly recalled the simulated memories produced by the system when he broke through the 3rd layer of the Wuxiang divine art. In the final image, he was already old and gray, unable to step into the realm of masters, even in his twilight years. Is it really that difficult to become a master? He Fenghua patted Lin Cheng's shoulder and shook her head, saying, "As long as a person has enough talent, they can step into the innate realm. But to reach the master level, great fortune is needed." "Really?" Lin Cheng expressed some disbelief. Perhaps for others, reaching the master realm requires great fortune and opportunity. But for him, as long as he had enough fate coins, no obstacle was insurmountable. He Fenghua sighed, I have seen many talents from various sects, yet they all get stuck at the last step, unable to break through, and can only regret for a lifetime. The specific reasons I am not quite sure. Lin Cheng felt even more confused upon hearing this. Suddenly, 2 constables rushed into the prison. Upon seeing Fenghua, they anxiously said, Commander, something strange suddenly happened in the mansion, and we don't know what occurred. The brothers are saying, there are monsters in Zhenjiang Prefecture. Hearing this, Lin Cheng looked at Fenghua. He saw her face darken, and she immediately cursed, damn monsters. That was a master from the palace practicing, and now they have been driven away by me. Zhenjiang Prefecture does not allow outsiders to run amok. Lin Cheng looked at Fenghua in shock. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Lord He, you are truly impressive. The 2 constables, unaware of the situation, followed suit, and praised Commander as mighty. Fenghua's face turned a bit red. She waved her hand impatiently, saying, it's a small matter. Don't spread it around, just keep it to yourself. Understood. The 2 constables hurriedly bowed. The commander was indeed low-key. Fenghua nodded and sighed, let's go, you 2 follow me out to take a look, so that some timid ones don't get scared and submit their resignations. After they left, Lin Cheng looked at the 6 people in the iron cage. The flames beneath the cage had added new coal, and the flames were scorching high, occasionally burning the people inside the cage. These people were howling in pain. Lin Cheng called over the jailer and briefly explained, then turned and walked towards Shu Qiqi's cell. At this moment, Shu Qiqi was bored playing with 6 heavenly eagles. Strangely enough, after leaving their master, these heavenly eagles were no different from ordinary chickens and ducks. They were at the mercy of being bullied, showing no sign of their former majesty. Suddenly, Shu Qiqi heard familiar footsteps and turned to look outside the cage, only to see Lin Cheng returning. She didn't want to pay attention to Lin Cheng, but thinking of the Zhengong sacred sword still in his hands, she felt a bit anxious. She stood up and approached, angrily whispering, where is my sword? Lin Cheng said nothing. He took out the key to the cell, unlocked it, and walked straight in. The space inside the cell was not small. In the previous life, it could even be compared to a 3-bedroom apartment. Lin Cheng took a look around, then walked over to the bed, sat down for a moment, and reached out to touch the softness of it. Shu Qiqi was already panicked. At this moment, seeing Lin Cheng's action, she was naturally startled. She quickly hid in the corner, shouting, I warn you, if you dare to bully me, my elders will surely tear you apart, skin you alive, and chop you into 1,000 pieces. You're overthinking it. Lin Cheng looked at her speechlessly. He merely wanted to check the living conditions to see if improvements were needed, but unexpectedly, it was misunderstood. Shu Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. She continued to ask, where's my sword? Do you know that it is a sacred object of my Tianjin palace? No one can pull it out except for me. If you return it to me, I swear I won't trouble you anymore. Sacred object. Lin Cheng sensed the significance of the strange sword. Curiosity arose in his heart, and he asked in return, how powerful is this sword? Can it sever a terrestrial immortal if fully unleashed? The ultimate realm of martial arts is indeed the terrestrial immortal. However, these are merely rumors from the martial world. Whether terrestrial immortals truly exist in this world, Lin Cheng was uncertain, as he had never seen one with his own eyes. Hearing Lin Cheng's words, Shu Qiqi widened her eyes and exclaimed, do you know why terrestrial immortals are called immortals? Lin Cheng was taken aback. Shu Qiqi continued, that's because terrestrial immortals are truly like immortals, indestructible. If you chop off their heads and limbs, they still won't die? Lin Cheng naturally would not easily believe it. He countered, have you ever seen a terrestrial immortal? Shu Qiqi's little face fell. Unwillingly, she argued, it's recorded like this in books. If you don't believe me, go read them. Lin Cheng laughed. He looked at the girl before him, feigning disdain in his tone. So your sacred sword is nothing? Upon hearing this, Shu Qiqi was furious. She glared at Lin Cheng, trembling with anger, and said, nothing special. If you dare to pull out the sword for me, I will cut you down with one strike, and then you'll believe it. Let me tell you. In the history of my sect, although the predecessors have not used the sacred sword to kill terrestrial immortals, they have nonetheless slain master-level powerhouses. If you dare to look down on our sacred sword, you are courting death. Lin Cheng revealed a slight smile. Indeed, it could threaten a master. Since this sword was now in his possession, they shouldn't think about getting it back. Shu Qiqi was unaware of Lin Cheng's thoughts. She angrily cursed incessantly. She hoped to scare Lin Cheng into obediently handing over the sacred sword and letting her go. As a result, Lin Cheng leaped out, using his palm like a blade to strike at her neck. Shu Qiqi was dumbfounded. She stared at Lin Cheng in indignation, then fainted. As a gentleman, how could Lin Cheng let a young girl lie on the cold floor? He picked up the girl and moved her to the bed. Then he turned and walked over to the 6 heavenly eagles which were placed in the corner of the cell. At the time, the jailer wanted to put these 6 heavenly eagles in a separate cell, but was pestered by Shu Qiqi, who wanted them as pets to play with. These 6 heavenly eagles seemed to remember Lin Cheng. Seeing him approach, they squawked in fright. Lin Cheng didn't care, directly grabbing one and examining it closely. Though named eagles, they were several times smaller than other falcons, and their wings were so underdeveloped that they could. The only difference was their eyes. White with no pupils. They looked quite eerie and frightening. As Lin Cheng examined them, he unleashed his wuxiang true qi, invading the body of the heavenly eagle. The heavenly eagle immediately struggled violently. In just a moment it died. Lin Cheng discarded it aside and caught another one, this time using the flame true qi. Unexpectedly, the heavenly eagle resisted even more fiercely. Lin Cheng quickly withdrew his true qi. After 2 experiments, he discovered that these heavenly eagles were different from the strange sword. The strange sword was like a bottomless pit, accepting both wuxiang true qi and flame true qi without any reaction. Lin Cheng had an excellent memory. He recognized each heavenly eagle's corresponding master, so he could naturally mimic their unique true qi and aura through wuxiang true qi. This time he held the heavenly eagle in his hand and used the imitated true qi. Sure enough, the heavenly eagle stopped resisting and looked at Lin Cheng in confusion. Secretly operating the wuxiang divine skill, Lin Cheng's face morphed into that of the eagle's master. The heavenly eagle immediately excitedly screeched, flying to Lin Cheng's shoulder and firmly perching on it. In order for this celestial eagle to adapt, Lin Cheng began to change his appearance before it. After several transformations, the celestial eagle gradually got used to it. Finally, even after Lin Cheng reverted to his original form, the celestial eagle looked on without surprise. Immediately after, Lin Cheng began to communicate with it using his true energy. After a cup of tea's worth of experimentation, he understood how to command the celestial eagle. Emerging from the prison cell, Lin Cheng carried the celestial eagle on his shoulder and walked towards a prison guard. Upon seeing Lin Cheng approach, the guard was about to salute, but suddenly felt dizzy, as if intoxicated, his body uncontrollably swaying in place. Lin Cheng stepped forward and patted the guard's shoulder, causing him to suddenly awaken. He took a step back, lowering his head, not daring to meet Lin Cheng's gaze. "I just caught a glimpse of your esteemed self, and it felt as if I were drunk. Please forgive me, my lord." "No matter." Lin Cheng quickly departed. He went to the prison head to request a few keys, and then proceeded deeper into the prison. The prison held quite a number of people from the martial world. It had 3 levels, the ground level and 2 underground levels. The ground level housed ordinary martial experts with strengths reaching at most the 1st tier. Shu Qiqi was somewhat of an anomaly. With a strange sword in hand, she could slay those of innate strength. Without the strange sword, her flexibility made her easy to push around. Had it not been for Lin Cheng's favoritism based on her potential, she would likely have been imprisoned on the 2nd underground level. Lin Cheng entered the 1st level using the keys. This level was almost entirely filled with super 1st-tier experts. To restrict these individuals from using their martial prowess, He Fenghua had ordered that iron chains penetrate the bodies of the prisoners with steel needles, piercing their acupoints, rendering them powerless regardless of their deep martial prowess. A rancid smell permeated the air. The iron chains penetrating their bodies would naturally cause decay. However, these martial artists were far from ordinary. Their recovery abilities were exceedingly strong, and thus they did not fear infection. Lin Cheng used his true energy to command the celestial eagle. As long as the celestial eagle focused its gaze on someone, that person would fall into a state of madness and intoxication, losing all ability to act. Soon Lin Cheng tested the martial artists in this level. Without exception, they all fell into a state of madness and intoxication. Lin Cheng was quite satisfied with this, so he proceeded to the lowest level, the 2nd underground level. Here the innate experts were naturally imprisoned. They too were bound by iron chains and sealed with steel needles, but unlike the previous level, this one was relatively empty. Only a few individuals were present. The Zhenjiang government was more lenient towards innate experts. As long as they were willing to repent, they would generally be given a chance rather than being imprisoned. Capturing an innate expert was quite difficult, requiring a tremendous amount of resources. Thus those who were caught by the Zhenjiang government and brought here were all incredibly wicked. Each one was a notorious figure. As soon as Lin Cheng entered, his presence attracted the attention of the prisoners. Upon seeing a young man, their eyes sparked with terrifying light, and they began to shout loudly. Ecstatic, they called out to Lin Cheng, "Young man, come quickly. I possess an unparalleled divine skill that I wish to..." "Don't listen to him. He wants to eat your flesh. Come to me, who I know of a hidden treasure realm with boundless treasures enough to make you immensely wealthy." Lin Cheng was rendered speechless. These people appeared to have been imprisoned here for so long that their minds had shattered. Each one resembled a madman. Lin Cheng slowly approached an old demon with a head full of white hair. The old man, not expecting Lin Cheng to come near, revealed a crazed expression and suddenly charged forward. The iron chains tightened, binding him in place. Lin Cheng let out a cold laugh. He once again used his true energy to activate the celestial eagle. This time he did not hold back, and the peak innate true energy surged into the celestial eagle's body. In an instant, the celestial eagle's white eyes rapidly turned blood red. It fixed its gaze tightly on the old demon. This time Lin Cheng keenly sensed that the eagle's eyes emitted a distinctly powerful wave. Under this wave, the old demon suddenly froze, his entire body stiffening as he stood like a wooden figure. Before Lin Cheng could examine further, the celestial eagle could no longer withstand it. It let out a sharp cry, its eyes bursting, and it fell from Lin Cheng's shoulder. Instantly, the old demon regained his freedom, screaming as he hurriedly hid in a corner, trembling in fear, while looking at Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng picked up the celestial eagle's corpse. He muttered, "I can only control innate experts for a few breaths. This won't do." After several experiments, Lin Cheng realized that the celestial eagle was merely a living tool. If its master was strong, it too would be strong. Perhaps influenced by its potential, it also had its limits. Lin Cheng exited the prison with a face full of disappointment. He had hoped the celestial eagle could leverage astounding potential, like Shu Kiki's strange sword. Unfortunately, it could not be compared to that divine sword. Helpless, he had to abandon his research. My Chun Wentian rushed over from a distance, looking flustered. "Sir, it's bad. The chief from the Celestial Eagle Hall has come to demand someone." Lin Cheng paused in his tracks. He looked at Chun Wentian and suddenly asked, "Are you sure he is the chief and not an impersonator?" Chun Wentian forced a smile, his voice dry. "Commander, he personally went to greet him. How could it be fake?" Lin Cheng pondered for a moment, a thought striking him. He looked at Chun Wentian and asked, "Does this chief have a celestial eagle on his shoulder?" "Celestial eagle?" Chun Wentian was taken aback. He was unaware of the details about the celestial eagle, but this did not hinder his report. "He has a falcon on his shoulder, but its appearance is somewhat different." Hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on Lin Cheng's face. Different appearance. Could it be a different variety? He quickly activated the cloud shadow sky step, disappearing from Chun Wentian's sight in an instant as he headed straight for the center of Zhenjiang. Moments later, Lin Cheng appeared outside He Fenghua's study. He Qianqian was guarding outside. Upon seeing Lin Cheng, she hastily pulled him aside. "Father anticipated your arrival and instructed me to block you here. You must not go in. Father has a clever plan to send him away." Inside the room, He Fenghua was seated opposite a young man with a sharp appearance. At this moment, he seemed to have heard Lin Cheng's movements. The young man set down the teacup in his hand, a smile appearing on his face. "You truly do not regard this captain highly. There's no need to drink this tea." Before He Fenghua could intervene, the young man flashed and appeared before Lin Cheng. He sized up Lin Cheng and said with a smile, "You must be Lin Cheng. I've heard of your deeds. I respect you as a person of stature. Now I'm giving you face. Quickly release my person, and we'll consider this matter settled." The chief truly possesses remarkable lightness skills. Lin Cheng chuckled lightly, his gaze lingering on the celestial eagle perched on the young man's shoulder, just as Chun Wentian had described. This celestial eagle was indeed extraordinary. The 6 celestial eagles he had captured were small in stature, with jet-black wings and white eyes devoid of pupils. However, the one on this chief's shoulder was larger, with grayish-white wings and silver-white eyes. While Lin Cheng observed the celestial eagle, this chief was secretly commanding his own, intending to control Lin Cheng and embarrass him within the Zhenjiang government.